Sword God Chapter 2809 to Chapter 2861. There was nothing but emptiness. It seemed to be filled with an endless gloomy aura, but it also seemed like there was no aura at all. There was only emptiness. Two figures appeared out of nowhere. One was a young man in a silver-white sword robe. The other was an old man in a white robe. They were Xianxia and the Will Heavenly Palace's #1 expert, the Will Dominator. Xianxia found the Will Dominator and explained his intentions. He also revealed a bit of his aura and the Heart Sword seal. The Will Dominator was stunned as he brought Xianxia to this place. This was a forbidden area of the Will Heavenly Palace. Only the sovereigns of the Will Heavenly Palace had the right to enter. Anyone below the 5th level of Sovereign Realm would be corroded by the formless energy. Even a 4th level cultivator wouldn't be able to avoid it. This is the entrance to the demonic heart realm, the Will Dominator said to Xianxia. Xianxia stared. His extraordinary perception allowed him to clearly sense the aura here. It was very strange. The aura was very restrained, as if it didn't exist. However, it couldn't escape Xianxia's perception. It was extremely dark and filled with chaotic evil. It was as if the slightest trace of it could stir up the darkness and negative emotions in one's heart. Xianxia understood that this was the aura of the demonic heart realm. It was the aura of countless demonic heart realms. Xianxia knew of the demonic heart realm's existence. He also knew that the Will Heavenly Palace's primary responsibility was to guard the demonic heart realm and prevent the demonic heart realm from escaping and wreaking havoc in the void. However, Xianxia had never been here before. This was his first time. In the past, he didn't have the qualifications to be here. The Will Dominator flicked his hands, sending out snow-white sword aura. The sword aura pierced through the air, intertwining with each other and landing in a certain spot. Like the wind and clouds, the void trembled. The fluctuations were wondrous, and the image of a sword appeared. The moment the sword shadow appeared, the heart sword seal in Xianxia's hand began to vibrate at an alarming speed, trying to break free from Xianxia's palm. Xianxia loosened his palm. In an instant, the heart sword seal turned into a stream of light and flew out at an astonishing speed towards the sword shadow. At the same time, the sword shadow became clear and solid. Xianxia noticed that the tip of the sword was broken. At the same time, the heart sword seal was as happy as a child who had found its mother. It revolved around the longsword, and the longsword vibrated and emitted a series of sword hums. It seemed to be communicating with the heart sword seal. Xianxia and the Mind God were both floating off to the side, watching this scene in amazement. The Mind God was especially shocked. Soon after, the heart sword seal spun a few times and suddenly flew down. It appeared at the tip of the broken longsword and directly landed on it. Compatibility, it was a perfect fit, the heart sword seal was the broken tip of the sword. This scene immediately caused the Mind God's expression to change greatly. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. Xianxia was also greatly shocked. Although he had already received information from the heart sword seal, Xianxia was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. It turned out that the heart sword seal that had changed his fate was actually the broken tip of a long sword. How inconceivable! According to Xianxia's knowledge, even the origin weapons used by Emperor-level experts did not have such power and profundity. Xianxia was somewhat unable to see through this. In this part of the void, the upper limit of strength was the 5th level. How could there be a weapon that surpassed the 5th level? However, the reality before his eyes shocked Xianxia. When the heart sword seal, or rather, the tip of the sword, connected with the long sword, a stream of light flashed at the point of connection. When the light was withdrawn, the crack seemed to have disappeared. Immediately after, the longsword spun and wisps of a mysterious aura permeated the air. It was ethereal and without dust. It turned into a stream of sword light and directly shot towards Xianxia. It was too fast, the speed of the sword light was really too fast. It was indescribably fast. It seemed to ignore time and space. It directly sank between Xianxia's eyebrows and into Xianxia's spirit sea. Xianxia did not even have time to react. However, the moment the longsword entered between Xianxia's eyebrows and entered his spirit sea, Xianxia reacted in time. He immediately looked inside his spirit sea. In the vast and boundless spirit sea, there was an additional stream of sword light. The sword light drifted and gradually settled down, revealing the body of the sword. It floated within Chenzong's spirit sea and stopped at the place where the heartsword seal had been. It seemed to be very familiar with the place. Chenzong could not help but look a little surprised. In an instant, his consciousness came into contact with the long sword. The sword trembled and a stream of information instantly poured out like a flood bursting a dam. It poured into Chenzong's mind. Chenzong's mind was in a trance. He only felt that his consciousness was carried by an invisible but incomparably powerful force. It was as if he had fallen into a dream or chaos. In an instant, a sword light flashed. Chenzong couldn't find any words to describe that sword light. It was inconceivable, peerless, and incomparably stunning. As that sword light slashed through, the chaos was split open, and heaven and earth appeared for the first time. Heaven and earth separated, mountains and rivers gathered, plants and trees grew, and the sun, moon, and stars appeared. A world was born, and then it continued to grow and expand. It directly evolved into a vast and boundless world. It was like the primordial era. Giant beasts with bodies of more than 10,000 meters ran rampant, trampling on the earth. Birds with wingspans of more than 10,000 meters flew across the sky. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Chenzong had never seen such a world. It was so ancient. A kind of primordial aura spread. It was like the most primitive world. Even in the universe, Chenzong had never seen such a world. Of course, his cultivation was still limited. His vision was also limited. Perhaps he had not discovered it yet. But in any case, Chenzong was very shocked. Chenzong watched the evolution of this primordial world as if he was a bystander. He did not know when, but a huge crack was torn open in the sky. A figure filled with hazy light stepped into this world. Thousands of rays of light burst out from his body and spread out in all directions. It shrouded this indescribably huge primordial world. The world, as if being refined, gradually shrank. In the end, it shrank into a ball of light, floating in front of the figure. The mysterious figure just pointed a finger. In an instant, the ball of light immediately changed. It was like a ripple of water, so natural and gentle. It was as if it was a part of nature. It turned into a sword light. When the light was completely restrained, a long sword was revealed. It was exactly the same as the long sword that entered Chenzong's body. From now on, you will be called the Heavenly Will Sword, the mysterious figure said. The sword trembled, and 4 ancient and extremely sharp characters appeared on the surface of the sword, fusing with the sword as one. The scene changed, and Chenzong saw a shocking battle. That mysterious figure wielded the sword and slashed down one terrifying figure after another. The aura emanating from those figures was enough to suppress the sun, moon, and stars. Chenzong was incomparably shocked, as if he was a fiend god. Kill, 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 kill. Endless and endless killing. Once slashed by the Heavenly Will Sword, any tyrannical figure would be defeated. It would vanish into thin air, and its soul would be scattered. With the sword in hand, the mysterious figure was invincible. No terrifying figure could resist it. Chenzong was incomparably shocked and intoxicated as he watched. What a brilliant swordsmanship! Every sword move explained the mysteries of the way of the sword to the extreme, giving Chenzong a feeling that it was as if all the mysteries of the sword arts in the universe had been gathered. Every sword move was created according to the will of the heart, changing according to the will of the heart, and explaining all the mysteries. Whether it was life and death, whether it was time and space, whether it was destruction or creation, nothing could escape from this sword. Chenzong found that his heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship were simply crude compared to the swordsmanship displayed in front of him. Even the second senior statesman's wu-kill swordsmanship paled in comparison. It was so childish that it was like a child who had just learned to walk and would fall at any time compared to a well-trained elite man. How could it be? How could there be such a swordsmanship? Chenzong couldn't believe it. However, the swordsmanship was displayed in front of him. Every stroke looked so simple. It was as simple as stabbing, chopping, hacking, etc. However, it was so profound that Chenzong couldn't comprehend it no matter how hard he tried. Even though he couldn't comprehend it, Chenzong didn't care. Instead, he stared at every stroke of the mysterious figure and tried his best to memorize it. Battle after battle, the battlefield was constantly changing. In the end, the mysterious figure encountered a powerful enemy. It was an extremely powerful and terrifying enemy. That battle caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack, the space to shatter, the time to reverse, the sun, the moon, and the stars to shatter and turn into powder. The cycle of life and death was reversed. At the end of that battle, the mysterious figure was shattered, the terrifying enemy was killed, and the tip of the sword was broken. The mysterious figure condensed again, but it was much fainter. However, gradually, as if it had understood something, it continued to condense until it reached the extreme and was sublimating. I'm about to leave. I can't take you with me. The mysterious figure looked at the heavenly sword and said softly. As if it understood, the heavenly sword actually trembled, as if it was responding to him. Your true Lord is in this world. Go. When the time is right, you will meet again. After saying that, he waved his hand and the sword streaked across the sky, disappearing in an instant. Qianzong saw the sword light disappear, and he didn't see the mysterious figure again. After that, the sword fell into the hands of generations of people. Sometimes it was a pearl covered in dust, and sometimes it shone brightly. In the end, the sword fell into the hands of the founder of the heavenly palace. Based on the name of the sword, the founder also named the sect he founded the heavenly palace. However, this was the heavenly sword with its tip broken. As for the tip of the sword, it was lost in other worlds. After a while, it finally fell into the hands of Qianzong, allowing Qianzong to be reborn and embark on the path of cultivation. Scenes after scenes, it felt like millions of years. Qianzong also knew some of the origins of the sword. Monthly votes? My ranking is too low. What's there to look at? As the heavenly sword entered the deity sea, Qianzong's consciousness seemed to have been brought into an incomparably ancient world. It wasn't the void of the present, nor was it the current universe. It was an incomparably huge world from the very beginning. However, as one terrifying battle after another took place, the incomparably huge world was slowly damaged. In the end, a world-shaking battle broke out, and the world was shattered. In the end, it gradually evolved into the universe and the void. Qianzong seemed to have witnessed the birth of the heavenly palace with his own eyes. That initial evolution of the world, the mysteries of the creation of heaven and earth, the mysteries of the shattering of heaven and earth, and the mysteries of ancient swordsmanship, all merged into Qianzong's mind. Even though it was unfathomable to Qianzong now, as long as he memorized it and slowly comprehended it, he would be able to grasp its mysteries bit by bit and turn them into his own. While Qianzong was immersed in shock, a hole seemed to have been broken in the place where the heavenly sword had been suppressing. Wisps of black qi constantly emerged. That qi was chaotic and evil to the extreme, full of ominous feeling. Not good. The mind god was originally attracted by the sword light. His gaze was fixed on Qianzong, extremely nervous. But when he sensed the evil and chaotic qi emanating from it, his expression changed drastically. The heavenly sword had been suppressing the entrance to the demonic heart realm. Now that the heavenly sword had entered Qianzong's body, the entrance to the demonic heart realm had lost its suppression. The demonic heart realm's inner demons would riot and rush out. Thinking of this, the mind god's expression turned unsightly. The demonic heart realm. Who knew how many demonic heart realms had accumulated over countless years? Once these demonic heart realms broke free and appeared in the outside world, what kind of disaster would it cause? The mind god didn't dare to imagine, because he had a deep understanding of the power of demonic heart realms. Just thinking of the scene and consequences of such a thing made his hair stand on end. He couldn't help but tremble all over. No matter what, the heart demons from the heart demon realm must not be allowed to come out and wreak havoc in the void. Otherwise, the void would be doomed. As the number one expert of the heavenly palace of will, he was the inheritor of the founder's will. It was his duty to guard the heart devil realm. Even if he had to pay with his life, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. Erupt. In an instant, the snow-white sword qi with a sacred aura slashed out and slashed at the entrance of the mental demon realm, which was also the exit. It directly shattered the chaotic evil aura that was spreading out. At the same time, a mental demon that was about to come out was also slashed by the sword qi and instantly dissipated. It was difficult to kill a heart demon. Or rather, it could be said that it was almost impossible to kill. Even the mind god, who had studied heart demons for many years, was unable to kill them. Although he was unable to kill them, he could shatter them, causing them to disperse for a certain period of time. It would take a long time for them to recover. Of course, if it was in the demonic heart realm, the demonic heart would recover quickly. Erupt. The snow-white sword chi with sacred power continuously blasted out, bombarding the entrance of the demonic heart realm time and time again, shattering the demonic heart that was emerging. Inside the demonic heart realm was a world of darkness. There was no sun, moon, stars, grass, trees, or rivers. There was only an endless barren land. Countless dark figures were wandering around, attacking and devouring each other. Every time they devoured, the aura of the dark figure that had successfully devoured another dark figure would increase significantly. Not long after, a dark figure discovered a small hole. The hole emitted a mysterious aura, as if it led to somewhere. Immediately, many dark figures seemed to be very excited and rushed into the small hole. However, the powerful dark figures were unable to enter, as if they were under some kind of restriction. However, as the weak dark figures rushed into the hole one after another, the hole gradually expanded. Perhaps when it expanded to a certain extent, the powerful dark figures would be able to enter. When Qinzong came to his senses, he saw the mind god continuously waving his sword, slashing out streaks of snow-white sword chi. The sword chi contained a trace of sacred power. It swept out like a storm, shattering the dark figures that constantly appeared from the hole. Demonic heart. As soon as he saw those dark figures, Qinzong knew what they were. They were demonic heart. However, Qinzong thought of his own demonic heart. Those dark figures seemed to be somewhat different from his own demonic heart. However, Qinzong could not pinpoint exactly what was different about them. However, Qinzong knew one thing. The mind god sword was originally guarding the demonic heart realm, preventing the demonic heart from appearing and causing chaos in the void. However, now that the mind god sword had lost its suppression, the demonic heart began to riot, wanting to rush out of the demonic heart realm. As the demonic heart continued to appear, the hole continued to expand. It had originally been the size of a fist, but now it had expanded to the size of a head, and it was still expanding. Qinzong did not make a move, because the mind god was enough to deal with it. The demonic heart seemed to be endless. No matter how the mind god tried to kill them, it seemed like there was no end to them. The hole grew bigger, reaching 1/2 meter in size. Qinzong's sharp senses noticed that as the hole grew bigger, the inner demon that appeared grew stronger. The sword chi of the mind dominator could no longer shatter it in an instant. When the hole expanded to 1 meter in size, the demonic heart that appeared grew even stronger. One of the demonic heart even stared at the mind god's sword chi and charged directly at Qinzong. That chaotic and evil aura instantly assaulted him. It was extremely evil, and it wanted to take over Qinzong's body. Qinzong did not retaliate. He allowed the demonic heart to rush into his head. Could Qinzong not retaliate? That was not the case. It was just that Qinzong wanted to give it a try. The demonic heart barged into Qinzong's spirit sea and was stunned. Then it laughed maniacally. Keek keek, what an amazing spirit. It's all mine. However, Qinzong revealed a disdainful smile. Soon after, he activated the black seal. A pair of fiend-like eyes opened and stared at the demonic heart. The demonic heart that had been laughing maniacally and excitedly, thinking that it was about to reach the peak of its demonic life, trembled involuntarily. It was so frightened that it was like a little quail shivering in the wind and rain. It was extremely terrifying. What was that thing? How could it be so terrifying? It actually made it feel like it was in danger, a fatal danger. In the next moment, an indescribable power attacked and swallowed the demonic heart. Qinzong also received a tiny bit of feedback. However, the power was too weak. It was so weak that it was like a drop of water falling into the sea. There was no trace of it. Qinzong smiled. Success. Qinzong did this because he wanted to see if the black mark could swallow the demonic heart. Of course, even if it could not, Qinzong was confident that he could deal with the demonic heart. It should be known that he had fought with his demonic heart many times and was very experienced. In addition, with such a powerful spirit, will, and essence, chi, and spirit, it was only equivalent to an ordinary fourth realm demonic heart. It really could not do anything to him. Moreover, the heavenly will sword was now in his spirit sea. This sword had suppressed the demonic heart realm for countless years. It was indescribably intimidating to the demonic heart. However, since the black mark could swallow the demonic heart, just like it swallowed the spirit. That was very good. Chenzong suddenly had a plan, a very crazy plan. As soon as this idea popped up, it was like wild grass growing uncontrollably. At this time, the hole had expanded to a meter in size. The demonic heart that appeared was even stronger. Although it was still at the fourth realm, it was already at the peak of the fourth realm. The sword chi of the mind dominator could no longer directly shatter it. "Leave it to me, Palace Lord." As soon as Chenzong's voice fell, he transformed into a beam of sword light and exploded with extreme speed. In an instant, he rushed into the sword chi of the mind dominator. Although the sword chi was strong, it could not affect Chenzong at all. It sounded unbelievable, but that was the truth. The mind dominator's strength was not weak. In the universe, he was at the peak of the fifth realm. However, with such strength, even if Chenzong did not guard against him and let him attack as he pleased, his tyrannical sword body was enough to withstand it. In just an instant, so fast that the mind dominator could not react in time, Chenzong had already rushed into the storm of sword chi and into the hole. It was too late, the mind dominator could not react in time and could only watch as Chenzong rushed into the hole. On the other side of the hole was the demonic heart realm. That was an evil world that cultivators could not set foot in. Immediately, the mind dominator realized that after Chenzong rushed into the hole, the black aura no longer seeped out of the hole. It was as if the hole had been blocked, and no demonic heart dominator rushed out. Chenzong appeared in the demonic heart realm. This dark world was filled with endless chaos and evil aura, making Chenzong feel out of place. If it were any other cultivator who stayed in such a place, they would probably be attacked in no time. Even a sixth realm elite would not be able to survive. However, Chenzong would not. The sword body of the god and demon could absorb all auras, regardless of whether they were evil or chaotic. Chenzong also activated the black mark and continuously swallowed up the demonic heart dominator that came flying from all directions. These demonic heart dominators were very weak, and the strong ones were very strong. However, no matter what kind of demonic heart dominator they were, they could not escape being swallowed up by the black mark. However, the demonic heart dominators did not seem to know fear, and they kept flying over from all directions. Actually, it was not that they were not afraid, but because Chenzong was too attractive to them. Demonic heart dominators were best at taking over other people's bodies. They also had consciousness and intelligence. Of course, they would not be willing to stay in such a dark world day after day, year after year. That would be such a despairing thing. If there was even the slightest chance that they could leave this place, they would be willing to pay any price. Now that Chenzong had appeared and entered the demonic heart realm, that was an opportunity, a great opportunity. They came one after another like a swarm of locusts, crazily rushing over. Chenzong did not seem to be on guard, and he allowed these demonic heart dominators to continuously rush into his deity ocean. When they accumulated to a certain extent, Chenzong activated the black mark to devour them. The demonic heart realm was extremely dark, evil, and chaotic. However, it was also shockingly vast. Although it was not as vast as the entire void, it was still far superior to the original realm. Somewhere in the demonic heart realm, a huge black shadow stood horizontally. This black shadow was at least 10 meters tall and exuded an extremely shocking and overbearing aura. The aura of a human. That's right, it's the aura of a human. This 10-meter-tall black shadow suddenly let out an extremely excited roar. It rolled up from the ground and turned into a black light. Its speed was astonishing as it immediately swept across the sky. Not only that, but in other places, 10-meter-tall black shadows also sensed it and immediately exploded. In the entire demonic heart realm, the 99 10-meter-tall black shadows that were scattered everywhere all sensed the aura. Although it was weak, it was very clear. The aura of a human, the aura of a cultivator. It was a good opportunity for them to leave this place. One had to know that they were already standing at the peak of the demonic heart realm. There was no way for them to improve, so they were even more eager to leave this place. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Demonic Heart King, they were the demonic heart kings of the demonic heart realm. There were a total of 99 of them, and they were equivalent to Dominator Realm experts. One had to know that there were not many Dominator Realm experts in the void. Previously, there were only a dozen. Now, there were more, perhaps 20 or 30. It was completely incomparable to 99. Feeling the powerful aura approaching, Qianzong suddenly revealed a smile. Immediately, he released the restraints on the black mark. Once the restraints were released, it was like a ferocious tiger that had been released from its cage. It released a monstrous king's aura. In the sky behind Qianzong, in the void, an invisible figure seemed to faintly appear. Immediately, a pair of eyes opened in the void. It was a pair of black and white eyes that were extremely distinct. It was as if an evil demon had been born from the gods. It was the god of gods, the demon of demons. It was extremely terrifying. Devour. The moment this pair of godlike eyes opened, the black mark that was released from its restraints exploded with an incomparably terrifying devouring power. At the start, the devouring range was 10,000 meters, with the god eye as the center. In the next moment, it expanded to 100,000 meters, 1 million meters, 10 million meters. It was too fast. The devouring power was expanding too fast. Instead, the inner demons within the range of the devouring power, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, were unable to escape. They were forcibly pulled toward the god's eye. Under the god's eye, there seemed to be an invisible mouth that devoured the black shadows of the inner demons, causing them to disappear without a trace. As soon as a heart demon king entered the devouring range, it was immediately forcefully pulled away. No matter how much it resisted, it was useless. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great. After all, the black mark could even devour the souls of 6th-level emperors. A mere 5th-level mental demon king was nothing to it. Moreover, the more it devoured, the stronger the black mark became, and the more powerful its devouring power became. Run. When they saw the 10th heart demon king being forcefully devoured, the other heart demon kings were extremely frightened. They turned around and fled without hesitation. The speed they erupted with was twice as fast as when they came. It was faster, but also more panicked. However, they couldn't escape. As the black mark continued to devour, its devouring range also continued to expand, and its devouring power also continued to increase. Gradually, Qianzong saw a faint figure appear in the void. It was a figure about 10 meters tall. The figure was very faint, and only the black and white of its eyes were extremely clear. The figure continued to devour the inner demons and became clearer. Little by little, Qianzong could feel its power increasing. Unknowingly, the devouring power had expanded to occupy half of the heart demon realm. The inner demons within couldn't escape and were all devoured. However, there were still some heart demon kings who were extremely fast and rushed out of the devouring range. There were also some inner demons who were far away and didn't rush over. They were temporarily spared, but only temporarily. Spread, the devouring power continued to spread, and the inner demons were extremely terrified. In the past, they wouldn't have such a feeling. Only cultivators would feel fear towards them. It wasn't like now, where it was the other way around. Devour, devour, devour. It devoured crazily, endlessly, and devoured everything. Finally, the devouring power filled the entire heart demon realm. It was simply unbelievable. Qianzong was also extremely shocked. The illusory figure had become extremely solid. It had a feeling that it was about to solidify. The aura that it emitted was extremely terrifying. Cracks kept appearing around it, as though it was about to shatter the demonic heart world. The divine might was vast, and the demonic might was endless. The spatial cracks spread wildly like lightning. If this continued, the space of the heart demon realm might really shatter. When that happened, it would be very serious. Come back! Qianzong shouted in a low voice. He immediately wanted to take back the 10-meter-tall figure formed by the black mark, but he felt a kind of resistance. It was as if it didn't want to be restricted by Qianzong after breaking free from Qianzong's restraint. Qianzong's expression changed involuntarily. He immediately burst out his own power to take back the figure. Under the resistance, the spatial cracks that appeared around them became more and more concentrated. When they were activated, they shattered, forming spatial cracks. A terrifying aura also spread out. Out of control, the black mark was about to go out of control. After devouring so many inner demons, its power had increased by many times. It actually went out of control. Chen Zong's forehead exuded traces of cold sweat. No matter what, he had to take it back. Suddenly, the silent heavenly will sword in the spirit sea trembled slightly. A shocking sword power, accompanied by a seemingly subtle and indescribable power, was suddenly added to Chen Zong's body. It immediately pulled the resisting divine demon figure directly into Chen Zong's spirit sea. As soon as the divine demon figure was pulled into the spirit sea, it turned back into the original black mark like a caged tiger. Then, an extremely powerful power rushed out of the black mark. Chen Zong was very familiar with this power. It was the pure non-attribute power that was fed back by the black mark after devouring. It was a superb power that could enhance one's essence, qi, and spirit. However, the power that was fed back at this time was too powerful and majestic. It was like the endless flow of the sea, constantly pouring into Chen Zong's essence, qi, and spirit, causing Chen Zong's essence, qi, and spirit to grow at an astonishing speed. It was unimaginable. Chen Zong simply could not imagine the power that was emerging at this moment. It was too amazing. After all, this was the power that came from devouring the entire inner demon realm. Although the most powerful inner demon was only at the 5th realm, the accumulation of many little drops made an ocean. In the end, the quantitative change led to a qualitative change. How many inner demons were born in the inner demon realm over countless years? There were too many to count. It was impossible to calculate the exact number. It could only be said that it was a sea of them. Now, all of them had been devoured by the black mark. What kind of power was that? It was unimaginably majestic. It directly increased the power of the black mark by countless times. Similarly, the power fed back to Chen Zong was also extremely powerful and majestic. It poured into Chen Zong's essence, qi, and spirit, causing Chen Zong to clearly feel that his essence, qi, and spirit were improving at an astonishing speed. The top emperor level continued to break through to the half-step emperor level, but it did not stop. Instead, it continued to break through, constantly improving, and constantly approaching the emperor level. The gap between the emperor level and the emperor level was huge, no matter in which aspect. However, at this moment, Chen Zong saw hope. He saw hope that his essence, qi, and spirit could break through the 6th realm and directly break through to the 7th realm. If his essence, qi, and spirit could break through to the 7th realm, it would definitely be of great help to him. His essence, qi, and spirit continued to improve and strengthen, becoming more and more tyrannical. That power shocked Chen Zong. Accumulation, his essence, qi, and spirit continued to accumulate. Finally, it accumulated to the extreme, and then it exploded, breaking through the shackles between the emperor level and the emperor level. That shackle was like a natural barrier, incomparably solid. However, under the tyrannical waves of essence, qi, and spirit, it was hit again and again, constantly shaken. Cracks began to appear, and the cracks quickly spread. Break, shatter, his essence, qi, and spirit broke through the shackles, as if they had broken into a new world. In an instant, an indescribable feeling was born. Clarity, everything in all directions became incomparably clear. Chen Zong felt that once this power was released, it would directly destroy everything in the surroundings. As soon as this thought arose, Chen Zong immediately came to his senses. This was the mental demon realm. Because of the confrontation with the black mark just now, countless spatial cracks had appeared. They shattered and spread continuously. If this continued, it would cause a large-scale collapse. Once there was a large-scale collapse, the result was very likely to affect the entire mental demon realm. In an instant, Chen Zong used the Tao of space. A trace of invisible fluctuation spread out in an instant. The shattered space also seemed to be smoothed, and gradually calmed down. Chen Zong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because the mental demon had been completely devoured by the black mark, the chaotic and evil aura in the mental demon realm had been weakened by more than 100 times. The dusky world actually seemed to have a trace of clarity. Immediately, Chenzong's figure flashed, turning into a ray of sword light, and rushed into the hole, leaving the mental demon realm. Outside, the mind sovereign was still waiting. Seeing Chenzong come out, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, he became vigilant again. What if Chenzong had been invaded by the mental demon? If someone as strong as Chenzong was invaded by the mental demon, it would be absolutely terrifying. Palace Lord, it's settled. Chenzong smiled at the mind sovereign. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like he had been invaded by the mental demon. Based on the mind sovereign's many years of experience in studying mental demons, he could tell. Then, Chenzong took action, sealing the entrance to the mental demon realm. This seal was set up by the third layer of the sword cannon of the god and demon, in addition to the power of 5 great Tao. It was extremely powerful, enough to suppress the entrance. Even if another mental demon king was born in the mental demon realm, he wouldn't be able to rush out. Chenzong had benefited greatly from his return to the void. He felt that he had made the right decision this time. If he had chosen to break through to the 6th realm first, Chenzong would not have been able to return to the void even if he knew about the Heartsword seal. The 6th realm was completely beyond the level of the void. Even if Chenzong restrained his power and aura, the void would still not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, he had temporarily given up on breaking through and focused on the Heartsword seal. Only then did he return to the void and obtain the Heavenly Will Sword. Chenzong could not tell what level the Heavenly Will Sword was, but it was definitely not something a Tao weapon could compare to. Even the origin weapon used by an Emperor-level expert could not be compared to it. The second benefit was that the Black Mark had devoured all the inner demons in the mental demon realm. Its power had increased to an extremely shocking level. At the same time, it gave him a pure and vigorous power, causing his essence, qi, and spirit to break through the limit and rise from the 6th realm to the 7th realm. The importance of essence, qi, and spirit was self-evident. Chenzong was very clear about it. The void could no longer accommodate Chenzong. Carrying the Heavenly Will Sword, Chenzong quickly left the void. He did not know when he would be able to return next time. At least, it would be difficult for him to do so now. After all, his power was too strong. It was completely at the 6th realm. The void could not withstand it at all. Once he returned to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, Chenzong immediately sensed the difference in the universe. It was as if layers had been stripped away, and everything became incredibly clear. The mysteries of the Great Tao appeared in his perception one after another, as if they were defenseless. This was the benefit of having a strong essence, qi, and spirit. Chenzong could even feel the deeper and higher level of power of the Great Path. That was the origin. Breakthrough. Chenzong could feel that he could break through at any time. Moreover, he had reached the point where he had no choice but to break through. It seems that I can't return to Taihao Mountain to break through again, Chenzong thought to himself. Based on the current situation, it might not take him as long as 60 to 70 years to return to Taihao Mountain, but it would take him at least 20 to 30 years. However, right now, Chenzong could feel that the power in his body was constantly surging. It was about to explode and break through the shackles of the 5th level and ascend to a higher level. It was possible to suppress it, but Chenzong was not confident that he could suppress it for 20 or 30 years. It would be good enough if he could suppress it for 2 or 3 years. On the other hand, since the opportunity for a breakthrough had arrived, and it was a breakthrough that was difficult to suppress, then it was better to let nature take its course. Once he successfully broke through to the 6th level, his strength would explosively increase. Only then would he be considered to have stepped into the level of the universe's strongest. Only then would he have the qualifications to face more dangers and challenges, and would be able to better protect himself and everything he wanted to protect. Strength, of course, Chenzong would not break through so hastily. He needed to make some preparations first. On the Heaven continent, Chenzong found an abandoned desolate island. The universe origin qi on this island was thin, and there were few traces of humans. Even birds and beasts were extinct. There were only sparse trees. Chenzong began to set up. He took out a large amount of Cosmos God crystals and laid them down. There was a huge amount of Cosmos God crystals. After all, Chenzong had killed many strong enemies and obtained many spoils of war. Among them, there were cosmos god crystals, which amounted to several tens of millions. Now, for the sake of breaking through, Qianzong took out several tens of millions of cosmos god crystals. Compared to a successful breakthrough, several tens of millions of cosmos god crystals were nothing. After making all the preparations, Qianzong began to break through to the 6th level. He directly released his strength. His sword intent soared into the sky, and the wind and clouds were vast and mighty. Hong long long, the oppressive sound of thunder suddenly resounded. Endless dark clouds also condensed from all directions in an instant. A large area, extending for several hundred kilometers, continued to expand until it reached a range of 999 kilometers. 999 kilometers was the limit of the dark clouds. However, the layer of dark clouds continued to thicken and accumulate. It became more condensed, more settled, and more solid. It was so heavy that it seemed like it was going to press down. It was as if the sky was collapsing. That kind of power was extremely shocking and terrifying. Qianzong suddenly felt that it was difficult to breathe. It was incomparably suppressed. This kind of suppression was directed at his body. It was so suppressed that it seemed like it was going to suppress him. Qianzong had a solemn expression. He stared at the layer of dark clouds that was so heavy that it seemed like the sky was going to collapse. He was inwardly shocked. Even though he had not started his tribulation, just this kind of power was extremely shocking. Qianzong did not know what the situation was like when others broke through. Streaks of blood-red lightning appeared in the thick layer of dark clouds. They rolled endlessly like blood dragons. The aura they emitted was full of destruction. It was extremely terrifying. The tribulation of the 6th level was not fixed. It was closely related to the great path that one comprehended. The more great paths one comprehended, the more powerful the tribulation would be. On the other hand, the less great paths one comprehended, the fewer and weaker the tribulation would be. However, even the weakest calamity was extremely terrifying. It could easily kill a level 5 cultivator and turn them into dust. Even Qianzong also had a feeling of fear and trepidation. Brewing, the dark clouds became heavier and heavier. The blood-red lightning within them became more and more intense. The destructive aura became more and more intense and terrifying. The terrifying aura also spread continuously from this deserted island. The oppressive feeling that could destroy everything instantly caused the other cultivators on Heaven Continent to panic. It was low and oppressive, making them suffocate. That kind of feeling was as if a disaster was about to befall them. It was ominous. What's happening? What's that? Many 4th-level cultivators saw the thick layer of dark clouds above the deserted island. They also saw the blood-red lightning dragons wreaking havoc in the dark clouds. The aura they emitted made them feel extremely oppressed. They did not dare to go near it. In fact, they even had to go far away. Only then would the feeling of being destroyed weaken. Even 5th-level cultivators did not dare to go near such an aura. This was because the moment they went near, they would immediately feel that the disaster was much stronger. They could only go far away. The further they went, the less pressure they felt. Accumulation, the terrifying aura continued to accumulate and become more and more powerful. It was so powerful that Qianzong's expression became more and more serious. The black clouds began to rotate. At the beginning, the rotation was slow. Gradually, the 999 miles of black clouds turned into an enormous vortex. As it rotated, countless bolts of blood-red lightning flew out from all directions and gathered in the center of the vortex. It was as if a gigantic blood-red eye had condensed and was staring directly at Qianzong. It was as if it wanted to crush Qianzong. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning. The terrifying aura also increased to the maximum in an instant. A blood-red lightning bolt as thick as an arm shot out from the eye of the vortex. It was as sharp as a spear, piercing through the sky and tearing it apart. Its speed was extremely shocking. In an instant, it streaked across the sky and blasted towards Qianzong. There was no way to avoid this disaster. He could only face it head-on. Qianzong drew his sword. Frost sword filled the air, and a chilling aura invaded in an instant. It turned into an extremely dazzling sword light and slashed towards the lightning bolt. The sword light and the lightning bolt collided in an instant. In an instant, the blood-red lightning bolt was shattered by the sword light. The sword light carried an extremely shocking sword power and slashed towards the blood-red eye of the vortex in the sky. It cut directly into it, as if it was going to shatter it. However, when the sword light slashed into it, not only did it not shatter it, but it also seemed to be enraged. The terrifying aura became more and more intense. Endless blood-red lightning bolts burst out from it. Then, a blood-red lightning bolt as thick as a thigh struck down with endless anger. The first lightning bolt, which was as thick as an arm, was extremely powerful. It was enough to kill a top 5th realm cultivator. However, it could not do anything to Xianxia. The second lightning bolt's power was increased by 10 times. Even a demi-emperor cultivator would find it difficult to withstand it. He would be injured or even killed in one blow. However, Xianxia still slashed out with his sword. The powerful sword light broke through the sky and shattered the lightning bolt. The sword light once again slashed into the blood-red eye of the vortex with irresistible force. From afar, one could see a blazing and cold sword light that was extremely dazzling. It cut through the void and slashed into the sky. Hiss, everyone who was watching from afar could not help but gasp. Did they already know what that was? That was a tribulation. It should be the tribulation of path for breaking through to the 6th realm. However, they were all guessing. Who could it be? There were some 5th realm cultivators in Heaven Continent. Among them, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court had the most. However, other than the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, there were also some top 5th realm cultivators who were qualified to break through to the 6th realm. So, who could it be? They did not know enough about the tribulation of path. They did not know how terrifying this tribulation of path was. Ordinary top 5th realm cultivators would not be able to survive it. Anger. Xianxia seemed to feel anger from the blood-red eye of the vortex. It exploded instantly. Then, a blood-red lightning bolt as thick as a waist struck down in an instant. The power of this blood-red lightning bolt had completely surpassed the level of the 5th realm. It had reached the level of the 6th realm. Even an ordinary 6th realm cultivator would find it difficult to completely withstand it. Faced with this even more powerful blood-red lightning bolt, Xianxia's expression became more and more serious. However, he still went on a rampage. He slashed out with his sword. An even more powerful sword light tore through the void and instantly collided with the blood-red lightning bolt. After a slight pause, both of them shattered. A huge spatial crack appeared and instantly shattered. It emitted an extremely terrifying aura that could devour and destroy everything. After that, no more lightning bolts struck down. However, Xianxia did not let his guard down. On the contrary, his expression became more and more serious. This was because he felt that the aura of the blood-red eye of the vortex was becoming more and more terrifying. It seemed to be brewing something. Xianxia had a feeling that this tribulation had only just begun. The 3 lightning bolts just now were like an appetizer. However, such a powerful appetizer was not something that anyone could digest. If one's strength was slightly weaker, they would have been directly blasted into smithereens. Especially the power of the 3rd lightning bolt. It was extremely terrifying. It was completely at the level of the 6th realm. Most 5th realm cultivators would not be able to withstand it at all. However, Xianxia did not know that the power of this tribulation was closely related to the cultivator. As the thunderbolts raged, they bombarded the void. Sword light condensed, one after another, beside the blood-red vortex eye. There were a total of 33 sword lights, and every blood-red sword light was filled with a monstrous sword might. It was extremely terrifying. The sword light transformed from 33 blood-red thunderbolts carried astonishing sword power. The terrifying chi directly locked onto Xianxia. Xianxia also found that all his power had been confined. Only the power of the sword principle could be used. Tao Tribulation, this was the real Tao Tribulation. Because he had mastered the sword principle, now it was a tribulation targeted at his own sword principle. In an instant, 33 blood-red sword lights suddenly shot down. With Xianxia as the target, they bombarded him without hesitation. In an instant, Xianxia felt that the 33 blood-red sword lights were like 33 peerless swordsmen attacking him from different directions. The sword power was amazing. In the case where he could not use any other power, it was extremely terrifying. With the Frostfall sword in his hand, Chenzong activated the power of the sword principle. In an instant, he waved the sword and blocked the continuous attacks of the 33 blood-red sword lights from all directions. Once, twice, and thrice. Under the divine power of the universe, Chenzong only felt that even his heart sutra was affected. It was difficult to operate it to help him. What should he do? He had no choice but to resist with his sword principle. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. When he broke through before, the will of the universe had brought him great help. The divine power of the universe had also brought him great benefits. But now, it was the opposite. The divine power of the universe was no longer helping him, but suppressing his power and weakening his strength. He had to bear the consequences of the benefits he had received in the past. It was similar to this. Chenzong had no choice but to bear it. It was as if he was fighting 33 peerless swordsmen alone. Gradually, Chenzong felt more and more pressure. The power of the sword principle kept breaking out. Again and again, Chenzong also recalled the anonymous swordsmanship he saw when he got the Heavenly Will sword. It was an ancient swordsmanship. Subconsciously, Chenzong imitated the ancient swordsmanship used by the mysterious figure. As soon as he performed it, Chenzong immediately felt a terrifying sword power in his sword. It was extremely powerful. Under the sword, a blood-red sword light was immediately shattered. Even though Chenzong was only at the preliminary stage of imitating the ancient swordsmanship, it still burst forth with shocking power as if he had the help of God. The second the third sword after sword, Chenzong continued to attack, and the 33 blood-colored sword lights were shattered one after another. The frost-flowing sword vibrated incessantly, emitting bursts of increasingly resounding sword cries, and its sword-intent soared into the sky. However, as the blood-red lightning wreaked havoc in the sky, it condensed into 66 streaks of blood-red swordlight and struck down once more. The pressure on Chenzong increased significantly once more. Ancient swordsmanship, even though he had only mastered the surface of the ancient swordsmanship, it was more powerful than the no-kill swordsmanship, the heart swordsmanship, and the world swordsmanship. The power seemed to be directly stimulated from the sword. It was extremely terrifying. Smash, the 66 sword lights were shattered one after another. Then, 99 blood-red sword lights appeared next to the blood-red vortex eye. The 99 blood-red sword lights were like 99 peerless swordsmen, and their power was further enhanced. However, under Chenzong's ancient swordsmanship, they were still blocked and shattered. Chenzong was more and more shocked by the ancient swordsmanship. What kind of swordsmanship was this? It was indescribably powerful. Compared to it, the no-kill swordsmanship, the heart swordsmanship, and the world swordsmanship were nothing. Rumble, endless blood-red thunderbolts were constantly bombarded from the blood-red vortex eye. Between the leaping electric arcs, they gradually condensed into a huge blood-red sword. The sword was 10 meters long. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a terrifying sword power. The space around the sword cracked. Chenzong's expression suddenly changed. He felt an unimaginable and indescribable pressure from the huge blood-red sword. I can't block it. Chenzong suddenly felt that even if he used the ancient swordsmanship, it would be difficult to resist the terrifying power of the huge blood-red sword. Unless he could master the ancient swordsmanship to a higher level. But that was very difficult. An astonishing pressure suddenly assaulted him. The blood-red giant sword was surrounded by endless blood-red thunderbolts. Suddenly, it fell from the sky. Its speed was neither fast nor slow. However, the more it fell, the more Chenzong could feel its terrifying power. It was as if the pressure was going to suppress him and destroy him directly. As the pressure grew, Chenzong's expression grew increasingly solemn. Under such extreme pressure, Chenzong's essence, qi, and spirit seemed to have been pushed to the extreme. His perception of the surroundings became increasingly clear, and the profoundness of the sword principle emerged one after another. Immediately, Chenzong grasped it. He grasped the spiritual light, and then grasped the more powerful power after the sword principle. Origin of sword. The origin of sword was also the origin of sword principle. How vast it was! It was many times stronger than the origin that Chenzong felt in the void. There was no comparison between the two. It was like the gap between a caterpillar and a real dragon. In front of this extremely vast sword Dao origin, Chenzong also felt insignificant, indescribably insignificant. This insignificance went straight to the depths of his body and the depths of his soul. Without too much emotion, Chenzong's purpose was to comprehend the origin of sword principle and transform his sword principle into the origin of sword principle. From there, he could master the power of the origin of sword principle, which belonged to the power of the sixth realm. The emperor-level essence, qi, and spirit allowed Chenzong to comprehend the mystery of the origin of sword principle more quickly and easily, and then transform his sword principle into the origin of sword principle. As the giant sword continued to fall, the transformation also began. At the moment when the giant sword completely fell, Chenzong's eyes emitted a brilliant light. The light was blazing to the extreme. An incomparably tyrannical power, a power that surpassed the level of the great path, surged into the frostfall sword in his hand like a torrent bursting through a dam. One sword, Chenzong followed the trajectory of the ancient sword technique and slashed out with his sword. When the sword was drawn, the feeling of being forced seemed to disappear in an instant. It was replaced by smoothness. It was as if only in this way could he truly exert the power of the ancient sword principle. The sword light rose against the sky, and the blood-colored giant sword fell from the sky and collided in an instant. Everything paused and solidified, as if time had stopped. Then, the sword light collapsed one after another, releasing monstrous divine power. A black hole dozens of meters in diameter directly shattered the space, swallowing and destroying everything. However, under the divine power of the universe, the black hole did not expand, but rapidly shrank. In just a short time, it completely closed, as if it had never appeared. The space shattered dozens of meters in diameter could automatically heal, but it would never heal in a short time. Now, because of the intervention of the will of the universe, the healing of the space shattered was forcibly accelerated to avoid causing more unnecessary damage. With a cracking sound, the frostfall sword in Chenzong's hand shattered. The frostfall sword was a supreme-grade Dao weapon, but Chenzong had now successfully transformed his sword principle into the origin of sword principle and also mastered the power of the origin of sword principle. In addition to stimulating the power of the frostfall sword itself, the sword also integrated the power of the origin of sword principle that Chenzong had just mastered. The power was so strong that it exceeded the tolerance range of the frostfall sword. The consequence of not being able to withstand it was naturally to shatter. Chenzong could not help but feel a little speechless. The frostfall sword was shattered. Fortunately, the blood-colored giant sword was also defeated. He should have survived this round of Tao tribulation. However, according to Chenzong's understanding, the Tao tribulation would not end so easily, because he had mastered 5 great ways. In theory, he should have to go through 5 rounds of Tao tribulations. As for the previous 3 blood-red thunderbolts, they were just appetizers. They were not at the level of the Tao calamity. Of course, even if it was just an appetizer, its power was still very terrifying. If one could not block it, the consequence would naturally be to be blasted into pieces, or even die. If he could not even survive the thunder tribulation, which was just an appetizer, how could he be qualified to survive the Tao tribulation? However, the Tao tribulation of sword principle just now, especially the last sword, was already at the level of the origin. Its power was extremely terrifying. If Chenzong had not transformed his sword principle into the origin of sword principle in time and mastered the power of the origin of sword principle, it would have been very difficult for him to resist this sword with only the ancient swordsmanship. From this point, it could be seen how terrifying the Tao tribulation of sword principle was. The first round of Tao tribulation was sword principle. Then, what was the second round of Tao tribulation, the way of time, the way of space, the way of heart, or the way of the world? No matter what kind of Tao tribulation it was, he had to go through it. It was just a matter of the order. Come on, the second Tao tribulation. Chenzong prepared everything and waited for the second round of Tao tribulation to come. The blood-colored vortex eye stared at Chenzong, as if it was the eye of a terrifying life, trying to see through Chenzong clearly. Then, Chenzong felt that his sword principle origin was suppressed and he could not use its power. Among the other 4 great ways, only the way of heart was lifted. In other words, the second round of Tao tribulation was the way of heart. What was the Tao tribulation of the way of heart like? Zhong could not help guessing in an instant, but he could not figure it out. He could only wait for the Tao tribulation of the Way of Heart to come. Vaguely, Zhong seemed to see a flash of light in the blood-colored vortex eye, but it quickly disappeared as if it was an illusion. Then, a gust of wind seemed to blow out of nowhere and swept over Zhong's body. Zhong only felt that his mind was in a trance, and there seemed to be many shadows in front of his eyes. It was as if there were figures floating in front of him, and there seemed to be some sound in his ears. The sound was intermittent and seemed to come from a distant place, with an indescribable feeling of fleeting. Zhong wanted to shake off the dreamlike feeling. However, the gust of wind that blew over seemed to have intensified. The figure that appeared in front of his eyes became clearer and clearer. The intermittent drifting sounds by his ears also seemed to have gradually become more intense. Did I pass it? Zhong was a little stunned, and his face was full of disbelief. Origin of Heart, the Tao of Heart had turned into the Tao of Origin, and he had also mastered the power of Origin of Heart. There was no mistake. This was not his illusion. Zhong had been in close contact with the Origin of Heart several times. It was a gift from the divine power of the universe. However, compared to the extremely dangerous Tao tribulation of Sword Principle, this Tao tribulation of Heart Tao seemed to be very easy to pass. It was so easy that Zhong found it hard to believe for a moment. However, he had indeed passed it. As Zhong's thoughts turned, he roughly analyzed the reason why he had passed the Tao tribulation of Heart Tao so easily. The extremely strong power of the mind was brought about by the One Heart realm of the One Heart Sutra. In addition, it was the essence, qi, and spirit that had broken through to the seventh realm. In addition, he had passed the Tao tribulation of Sword Principle, and his sword essence had become even more tyrannical. With all these factors, Zhong would not be confused by the Tao tribulation of Heart Tao and fall into the illusion. Thus, he had easily passed this round of Tao tribulation. However, Zhong knew that the next 3 rounds of Tao tribulations would not be so easy to pass. The third round of Tao tribulation was the World Tao tribulation. As the blood-red thunderbolts wandered, they formed a world of blood-red thunderbolts. In that world, the vegetation, mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars were all blood-red and filled with an extremely terrifying power of destruction. In an instant, that world was descending, and the power of suppression was urged to the extreme. Zhong found that he could not move as if he had been suppressed. An extremely terrifying power of destruction was also descending from it, trying to destroy him. All other powers were suppressed, and only the power of the World Tao could be used. Zhong knew that he had to comprehend the World Tao of Origin and successfully transform to have any hope of resisting it. Under the powerful essence, qi, and spirit and an amazing sense of crisis, Zhong felt the existence of the World Tao. He then comprehended it, causing his World Tao to gradually transform. Suppress, Zhong was suppressed by the Crimson Lightning World. He constantly stimulated the power of his World Tao to defend himself, forming a world to block the impact of the Crimson Lightning World. However, this defense seemed so weak in front of the Crimson Lightning World. It was crumbling inch by inch. Collapse. The sun, moon, and stars exploded one after another. Cracks also appeared on the mountains and rivers. Under the impact of this terrifying world of blood-red lightning, it was constantly crumbling. When the world constructed by Zhong was completely destroyed, Zhong also felt the terrifying suppression and destructive power. At the same time, Zhong also successfully transformed the World Tao into the Origin World Tao. The origin energy of the world erupted as well, forcefully resisting the impact of the blood-red lightning world. Resist, it was like a tug of war. As Zhong continued to strengthen and apply the origin energy of his world, Zhong propped up the suppressed world of blood-red lightning bit by bit. Immediately, Zhong's world was constructed again. This time, it directly invaded the world of blood-red lightning, condensed at a point, and then constructed a world that belonged to Zhong, and then expanded it inch by inch. While his own world was expanding, it also further damaged the stability of the Scarlet Thunderbolt world, breaking it from the inside. This was the method that Zhong came up with. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to defeat the Scarlet Thunderbolt world by confronting it head-on. If he couldn't defeat it, he wouldn't be able to survive this world's calamity. But now, Qinzong suddenly came up with the idea of breaking it from the inside, destroying the world of blood-red lightning and causing it to collapse. The world tribulation of Tao was thus over. There was still time left. What would the tribulation of Tao and the space tribulation of Tao be like? Then, the suppression of the space Tao was released. Qinzong knew that the next round of Tao would be the space tribulation of Tao. But when Qinzong intended to comprehend the origin of space in advance, he found it difficult to do so. It was as if there was a thin film separating them, and he could not sense it at all. Then, the space tribulation of Tao appeared. A blood-red lightning was brewing, and then it struck directly. However, the moment it struck down, the blood-red lightning disappeared, as if it had entered the void. How could this be? At that moment, Qinzong felt the spatial fluctuation, which meant that the blood-red lightning had entered the space. When it appeared, it struck Qinzong from behind. It was too fast. It was so fast that Qinzong did not have time to dodge, and his back was immediately hit. In an instant, Qinzong felt as if his body was being torn apart. Although his strength was suppressed, the tyrannical physique brought about by the heavenly gold sword body still existed, allowing Qinzong to resist the attack. Otherwise, the power of this attack would have been enough to destroy Qinzong's body. Although he resisted the attack, Qinzong's body trembled under the impact of the terrible power, and he could not help but spit out blood from his mouth. That might was simply too powerful. The second attack also struck down in an instant. It was still a thunderbolt, and the power of the thunderbolt was extremely shocking. It struck down in an instant, but it did not enter the void. Instead, it struck down directly from the sky. When it struck down, a terrifying pitch-black crack appeared. It was not caused by the blood-red thunderbolt, but by the power of the origin of space. Burst, Qinzong burst out his own power of space and directly bombarded it, trying to resist the attack. However, Qinzong's power of space was defeated in the face of the attack. He could not resist it at all, and his body was hit again. His whole body suddenly fell from the sky, and blood sprayed out again. The third blood-red lightning struck again. This time, it did not tear a spatial crack. The moment it hit Qinzong, it directly collapsed, and a black hole appeared. The black hole was more than 10 meters wide, releasing terrible power, and directly swallowed Qinzong. The terrible spatial turbulence cut Qinzong from all directions like swords and sabers. Its power was extremely terrible, and it madly cut Qinzong's body. There were also streaks of blood-red lightning crazily bombarding Qinzong's body. Qinzong only felt that he was going to be completely torn apart, and his body was constantly injured. The mysterious seed's vitality also spread, quickly healing Qinzong's injuries. Qinzong also found that although the divine power of the universe was very strong and suppressed his own power, the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed was not suppressed. However, Qinzong did not know how to use the power of the black mark. Being injured and recovering repeatedly, Qinzong finally succeeded in completely transforming the power of the space way into the space origin way, and then mastered the power of the space origin. Then, the power of the space origin spread all over his body, resisting the attacks of the spatial turbulence from all directions. Qinzong also slowly rushed out of the broken space. As Qinzong rushed out, the broken space also healed. He had passed. There was only the last round of the Tao test left, which was the Tao test of time. How would the Tao test of time come? When Qinzong was unprepared, the Tao test of time came. Immediately, Qinzong strangely found that he seemed to have entered an indescribable cycle. One breath, time went forward by one breath and then went backward. Time went back by one breath and returned to its original place. Then it went forward by one breath and then went back by one breath. Qinzong also felt that something was wrong after waiting for the Tao test of time for a long time. It seemed that everything was still. With his extremely powerful essence, qi, spirit, and extraordinary perception, Qinzong finally felt that something was wrong. He was falling into the repeated cycle of time. The difference of one breath sounded very simple, but it was very scary when he thought about it carefully. If he couldn't see through it, it meant that Qinzong would always be in this cycle, a cycle that repeated over and over again. He would be in this cycle for the rest of his life, unable to escape. Although he wouldn't die, and there wouldn't be any life-threatening danger, it was as if he was imprisoned. He couldn't leave this place. Moreover, it was an extremely strange cage. It continuously circulated for a breath of time, causing Qianzong to be trapped in it forever. Collapse, that would make people collapse directly. Qianzong didn't expect that the Tao test of time would come directly and quietly like this. So, now that he knew, how could he get rid of it? The only way was to master the Tao of time first. Qianzong comprehended the Tao of time, causing his own Tao of time to be constantly comprehended and began to transform. However, Qianzong also felt that something was wrong. A breath of time passed. Qianzong just felt a trace of the Tao of time, but then it went back to its original place, and the Tao of time that he comprehended also went back. Realizing this, Qianzong's expression suddenly changed. How could he get out of this predicament? If he wanted to see through the Tao test of time, he must first master the power of the Tao of time, but now, once he comprehended the Tao of time, it would go back in an instant, which meant that he didn't gain anything. How could he get out of this predicament? Qianzong fell into deep thought. But he couldn't think of a way. What should he do? He could only keep trying. Gradually, Qianzong also realized that every time he comprehended, although it went back, he didn't gain nothing. Instead, he was accumulating, bit by bit, and his comprehension of the Tao of time was constantly accumulating. The cycle repeated over and over again, as if there was no end. Qianzong didn't know how long it had been. Finally, he had accumulated enough. It exploded all at once. Qianzong directly comprehended the profundities of the time origin Tao. In an instant, Qianzong had already seen through a portion of the time origin Tao. There was no way for him to reverse it completely, causing all his comprehensions to vanish. This was where the hope lay. After struggling again and again, Qianzong finally succeeded in transforming his Tao of time into the Tao of time. Qianzong had also seen through that one breath's time reversal. It couldn't be helped. He didn't know how many times it had gone back and forth, but he couldn't figure it out at all. It could only be said that Qianzong was too weak. But Qianzong was not that weak. He saw through it and then broke away. At this point, Qianzong had also passed the 5th round of the Tao test. He should have passed this round of the Tao test. Qianzong thought secretly. 5 great Taos had successfully transformed into 5 Tao of origin, and his cultivation realm had also broken through. His cultivation power had also undergone a qualitative change under the continuous absorption of cosmos God crystals, further improving. The 6th realm. 1 round of thunder tribulations, 5 rounds of tribulations of the way, each round had its own mysteries, and each round was extremely powerful. Ordinary demi-emperors could not pass them at all, but Qianzong passed them all. How amazing was it to be number 1 on 3 lists consecutively? The will of the universe's favor was also very amazing. However, the more benefits one received, the more responsibilities one had to bear. The principle was the same. In this way, Qianzong's tribulations of the way would be even more powerful when he broke through. 1 round of thunder tribulations and 5 rounds of tribulations of the way had been successfully passed. Qianzong's cultivation, realm, and great path had all improved and transformed. His cultivation realm and great path origin had condensed, and he had mastered the power of great path origin. However, the blood-red vortex eye in the sky still did not dissipate. Qianzong could not help but have a bad feeling. Could it be that this tribulation had not been completely passed? Was there a follow-up? He had studied it before. After passing the tribulations of the way, it should be over. But now it seemed that he was wrong. Then, no matter what other tribulations there were, let them come. In an instant, the blood-red vortex eye expanded in an instant, and an indescribable force burst out directly. Then, as if a door had been opened, a black shadow stepped out. It was a pitch-black shadow, 3 meters tall. It looked like a human, but it was filled with traces of dark aura. It rose into the sky like smoke. It seemed that its whole body was burning with black demonic flames. It was extremely terrifying. An astonishing chaotic and evil aura constantly diffused from the black shadow, gradually and quickly dyeing the surroundings black. Dark demon. Qianzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Strictly speaking, this was the first time that Qianzong faced the dark demon. When he used the descent of 1,000 stars, he had caught a glimpse of it. But it was only a glimpse, and Qianzong was still impressed. This was the dark demon, an existence that was called the cosmic demon together with the ominous demons. But compared to the ominous demons of the universe, the dark demon was even more terrifying. As soon as the dark demon appeared, he wantonly released his own power, which spread out in all directions. His pitch-black eyes were as deep as the abyss as he stared at Qianzong, as if he wanted to swallow Qianzong whole. His eyes were filled with incomparable greed. Compared to the ominous demons, the dark demons were more ferocious and cunning. However, Qianzong did not know how ferocious and cunning they were. All the information he had was hearsay. This was the first time he had seen one. For some reason, Qianzong felt a little excited. Dark demon, burn. The demonic flames on the dark demon's body suddenly soared and burned wildly. As the darkness spread, it formed a cage that covered the surroundings and trapped Qianzong. Fight to the death, come on then. The corners of Qianzong's mouth curled up into a smile. The dark demon let out a sinister laugh as his silhouette flickered. In an instant, he transformed into over 10 silhouettes that rushed towards Qianzong from all directions. Each of the silhouettes appeared to be fake, yet they were all real. Qianzong could clearly sense the terrifying killing intent emanating from these 10 silhouettes. Then, let me test your power. Qianzong seemed to be talking to himself. His right hand grasped the void. In an instant, a wave of shocking sharpness spread out. As the sword chi gushed out, a ray of sword light swallowed and condensed into a long sword. This sword was difficult to describe with words. It seemed to be gorgeous, but also seemed to be very simple. In the eyes of different people, it looked different. The Heavenly Will Sword was in Qianzong's spirit sea. Previously, Qianzong could not use it. But now, Qianzong had broken through to the 6th realm. And found that he could use the Heavenly Will Sword. And he was a swordsman. There was a big difference whether he had a sword in his hand or not. With a sword in his hand, he could unleash his strength to the extreme. The moment the Heavenly Will Sword was in his hand, Qianzong had a strange feeling. It was as if his blood was connected. It was as if this sword had grown out of his body, just like his arm. It was a strange feeling. At the same time, Qianzong also felt that his perception had been greatly enhanced. He could capture everything around him more clearly. Kill. More than a dozen dark demons immediately exploded with extreme speed, attacking from different directions. As they overlapped, it was even harder to distinguish. Their murderous intent was awe-inspiring, and they showed no mercy. They directly used their ultimate moves. However, with the Heavenly Will Sword in his hand, Qianzong's perception multiplied. It was already very shocking, but now it became even more shocking. The attacks of more than a dozen dark demons were all in Qianzong's perception. It was as if Qianzong could control them. Swing the sword. Following the trajectory of the ancient sword technique in his memory, Qianzong swung his sword. The sword slashed out, and the sword light was extremely mysterious. It was only one sword, but it felt like more than a dozen swords, completely enveloping the shadows of more than a dozen dark demons. They couldn't dodge. This dark demon was indeed very powerful. An ordinary 6th realm was no match for it at all. It was completely at the level of a top 6th realm. Even a top emperor-level powerhouse might not necessarily be able to defeat it. However, under Qianzong's sword, it was unable to resist. It was directly slashed and killed. The dark demon let out a wail full of unwillingness and immediately collapsed. The surrounding darkness also disappeared. Following that, Qianzong also noticed that the blood-red vortex eye in the sky was fading and fading away. This made Qianzong feel enlightened. This calamity, he had survived. Finally, he had survived. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be traces of an indescribable aura fluctuation. It was so mysterious and so superior. The aura naturally surged into Qianzong's body. In an instant, Qianzong felt that all the power in his body seemed to have been purified, and he felt more transparent. Upgrade. It was as if there was a fundamental transformation. His spirit also seemed to be constantly strengthening, rising to a higher level. Fundamental transformation. Everything was undergoing a fundamental transformation. 6th realm. This was the true level of the 6th realm. Qianzong realized that he could clearly feel the energy fluctuation of the universe's origin. It had established an indescribable connection with his own origin. Simply put, the universe's origin was the mother body, and the origin that he controlled and condensed was the child body. Now, I can also be considered a true powerhouse in the universe, Qinzong thought to himself and smiled subconsciously. Sixth realm, this was the level of a true powerhouse in the universe. Moreover, before the breakthrough, Qinzong could kill an ordinary sixth realm on his own. Now that he had broken through, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. An ordinary sixth realm was nothing to Qinzong. They were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. Even if it was a top sixth realm, Qinzong was not afraid. But then again, he had only just broken through to the 6th level. Qinzong could not wait to find a strong opponent to test his strength. Unfortunately, there was none. The strongest powerhouse in the 9th heaven universe was the 6th realm. Moreover, according to what Qinzong knew, it was not a particularly strong 6th realm, so it was difficult to test his strength. Moreover, there was no longer any universe ranking to differentiate the 6th realm. It was unlike the 3rd realm, 4th realm, and 5th realm. His aura was restrained, and his strength was also controlled by Qinzong. This breakthrough allowed Qinzong's cultivation to increase further. The power of the 3rd stage of the Godly Demon Sword Codex was not fully unleashed at the 5th realm. When Qinzong's cultivation broke through to the 6th realm, he finally mastered the power of the 3rd stage of the Godly Demon Sword Codex. It could be said that Qinzong's improvement after breaking through from the 5th realm to the 6th realm was not only an improvement in his cultivation, but also an improvement in the power of the 3rd stage of the Godly Demon Sword Codex. This was an all-round improvement. His essence, qi, and spirit were stronger than before the breakthrough, and they were not inferior to the top emperor level. The power of his mind had also increased by several times, and his recovery speed had also increased by several times. Under the Heart Sutra, the efficiency was even more amazing. Clear, everything was so clear, and the mysteries of the 5 origins were clearly presented in front of him. In an instant, the Heart Sword Technique, World Sword Technique, and Void Kill Sword Technique all improved and truly reached the level of Origin Sword Technique. Qinzong also comprehended more of the mysteries of the mysterious ancient sword technique inherited from the Heavenly Will Sword Technique. The more he comprehended, the more Qinzong felt that the ancient sword technique was unfathomable and terrifying. It was simply indescribable. His Heart Sword Technique and World Sword Technique were too small compared to it. Even the Void Kill Sword Technique was as small as a speck of dust in comparison. It was as vast and unfathomable as the sea of smoke. Qinzong had a feeling that it would take him a lot of energy and a lot of time to comprehend all the mysteries of this ancient sword technique. However, Qinzong did not care. This feeling of always having a goal was wonderful. Moreover, Qinzong had another idea, which was to comprehend the ancient sword technique, absorb its mysteries, and integrate them into his own sword technique. It sounded like trying to stuff an elephant into an ant's body. It sounded impossible. However, that was what Qinzong wanted to do. It was nothing more than to make the ant bigger and stronger, and then divide and eat the elephant. One day, he would be able to do it. With a flash, Qinzong immediately turned into a ray of sword light and flew out of the 9th heaven universe. The matter of returning to the void had been completed, and his cultivation had also broken through to the 6th realm. Then, it was time to return to Taihao Mountain. Fast, Qinzong found that his speed was more than 10 times faster than his previous maximum speed. It was simply amazing. As soon as his speed increased, everything around him seemed to slow down. He seemed to have entered a wonderful state. It was as if the flow of time around him had slowed down, as if the space was about to solidify. This feeling was indescribably wonderful. Previously, it had taken him 2 to 3 years to travel from the mysterious light universe to the 9th heaven universe at full speed. Now, it only took him about 2 months to return. Then, he used the void portal of the Tradewind Tower to reach the Tradewind Tower on Wanyuan Island. When he saw Qinzong, the master of Tradewind Tower was completely stunned. That aura, it had obviously surpassed the 5th realm and reached the 6th realm. Every time he saw Qinzong, the master of Tradewind Tower felt that his spirit and willpower had suffered a blow. It was too amazing. Outside of Myriad Origin Island, a pitch-black space-crossing divine ship was approaching at an astonishing speed. As the space-crossing divine ship soared through the air, it left a pitch-black trail in the air, emanating an astonishing demonic aura. Not long after, the space-crossing divine ship flew directly into Myriad Origin Island. Who dares to do this? Sect Master Wanren, Palace Master Yuan Yuan, and House Master Xinfeng all sensed the space-crossing divine ship as it flew directly into Myriad Origin Island without stopping at all. Their expressions changed as well. A sense of foreboding welled up in their hearts. This aura is so dark and mysterious. Within the Tradewind Tower, the expression of Chen Zong, who was conversing with the Tower Master of Tradewind, changed slightly. A sharp and cold light flashed in his eyes. The Infernal Demon Cult. Because of the Infernal Order, Yun Yanxin's whereabouts were unknown. Although Profound Theory Elder had divined that she was still alive, he didn't know where she'd gone or whether she'd encountered any life-threatening danger. Chen Zong had long since placed this grudge on the Infernal Order. As for the 3 Infernal Order strongholds he'd previously destroyed, that didn't eliminate Chen Zong's hatred and desire to kill the Infernal Order. The other point wasn't a matter of enmity, but rather a matter of standpoint. Chen Zong was a disciple of Mount Taihao, and he was even the holy son of the Sword of Mount Taihao. Now that Chen Zong had broken through from the 5th level to the 6th level, he would naturally be relieved of his position as the holy son of the Sword of Mount Taihao once he returned. He could be considered the shortest holy son of the Sword of Mount Taihao's history. But whether or not he was the holy son of the Sword of Mount Taihao, one couldn't deny that Chen Zong was a member of Mount Taihao. Mount Taihao belonged to the righteous Tao, while the Infernal Order was the opposite. They were on opposing sides unless one side was willing to concede or even submit. However, that was impossible. Therefore, Chen Zong was destined to be on the opposite side of Infernal Order. Now that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. However, Chen Zong had no idea what level he had reached. Even though he had absolute control over his own strength, he was still unclear due to the lack of reference. Infernal Order's space-crossing divine ship stopped above the center of Wanyuan Island. Then, a black light instantly spread out from the space-crossing divine ship. The sky above Wanyuan Island seemed to be dyed with ink. With the space-crossing divine ship as the center, the black light quickly spread in all directions. Darkness descended, swallowing everything. What is that? Palace Master Yuan Yuan's expression was grave. No matter what it is, we must stop it. The sect master unsheathed his saber and slashed out a terrifying saber light. The saber light tore open a 100-meter-long spatial rift and slashed at the space-crossing divine ship with unparalleled might and killing intent. House Master Xianfeng's expression was grave. He already knew what this was. Infernal Order, House Master Xianfeng did not doubt Chen Zong's words. He made his move. In an instant, an extremely powerful storm roared, carrying the power of destruction. It suddenly swept towards the sky. Palace Master Yuan Yuan also made his move. A huge palm print that seemed to be able to collapse the sky blasted towards the space-crossing divine ship. 3 extremely powerful attacks hit the pitch-black space-crossing divine ship one after another. In an instant, a layer of black light flickered and blocked the 3 extremely powerful attacks. It was not damaged at all. The attacks of the 3 Emperor-level experts were blocked. Darkness covered the entire Wanyuan Island from the space-crossing divine ship. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? On Wanyuan Island, many cultivators were stunned. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? It was as if night had fallen in an instant. Darkness directly enveloped everything. Oh no, my power. Immediately after, the cultivators also felt that as the darkness enveloped the island, traces of a strange and cold power were spreading. An invisible power also descended and landed on the cultivators. Under this terrifying power, the group of cultivators felt that something was wrong. The circulation of their own power became sluggish, as if it had become sticky and heavy. Immediately after, the group of cultivators also felt that their thoughts were affected, and they were slower than usual. This feeling was extremely strange. It also made the cultivators on Wanyuan Island fearful for no reason. What was the most important thing for a cultivator? That was power, one's own power. That power was cultivated by oneself. It was a real power that completely belonged to oneself. One could control the power and use as much as they wanted. But now, all their power was affected, as if it was out of their control. They suddenly turned from a person with great power to a weakling. Everyone could not remain calm and felt panic. They were not the only ones affected. Even level 6 Emperor-level powerhouses were affected. The 3 Emperor Realm experts' expressions changed greatly. Their faces were incomparably solemn. They only felt that a strange and cold power had seeped into their power. They were also affected, but they kept resisting. For a while, they could still resist. However, that strange power seemed to be endless. It kept seeping into their bodies. If this continued, they would not be able to resist it before long. Their strength was bound to be greatly affected. People of Wanyuan Island, listen up. A gloomy and mighty voice suddenly rang out from the pitch-black space-crossing divine ship, and it carried an indescribable insolence. I am Elder Baijan of the Seamless Divine Church. The myriad origin island has been covered by the sacred realm of our church. You have only 2 choices, surrender or perish. The people of the infernal order liked to call themselves the Seamless Sect. Naturally, their Seamless Demon region would also call itself the Seamless Sacred Region. If one did not know, they would really be fooled. However, what kind of sacred region would be so eerie and terrifying? It was like a ghostly existence. As for Elder Baijan, Chinzong already knew that it was not a name, but a title for his position. In the infernal order, the sect leader was the person with the highest authority. He was also considered the strongest. After him was the vice-sect leader, and then the elders. The elders were divided into 3 levels, 10 Zhan, 100 Zhan, and 1000 Zhan. They were all Emperor Realm experts. However, Elder 1000 Zhan was the strongest, followed by Elder Baijan, and Elder 10 Zhan was the weakest. Even the weakest was an Emperor Realm expert. Now, it was actually Elder Baijan who had made a move. Chen Zong's expression was extremely grave. However, the 3 Emperor Realm experts did not understand. They thought that the person's title was Elder Baijan. Surrender or perish, those were the 2 choices. The 3rd and 4th realms were completely suppressed by the power of the Seamless Demon region. Even their consciousness had sunk. It was as if they had become walking corpses. The 5th realms were still resisting, but their eyes were misty. They were already on the verge of death. The 6th realms were still struggling, constantly using their strength to resist. Surrender or perish. I'll give you 20 breaths of time to consider. On the space-crossing divine ship, Elder Baijan of the Infernal Order spoke again. Time was going backward. 19, 18, 17, everyone's heart was filled with uneasiness. I will never surrender. Even if I die, I will drag one of you down with me. A 6th realms who was still struggling to resist roared. Instantly, he erupted with all his strength. He turned into a dazzling ray of light and rushed towards the space-crossing divine ship. Everyone, give it your all. While you still have strength. Left. The master of the Wind Breeze House roared. His voice exploded like a storm, entering the ears of the cultivators who were still conscious, arousing their fighting spirit. Conviction, burning, surrender or perish. Neither of these were good things. There would always be people who were unwilling to surrender or perish. Even if they were going to perish, they would still fight. They would use all their strength to fight. It's impossible to surrender. Let's see the strength of our Wanyuan Island. Sect Master Wanren also spoke. He unleashed his secret technique. His saber intent was shocking. One could vaguely see a huge saber floating in the sky, as if it was going to split the sky. Well said. Palace Master Yuan Yuan let out a long laugh. How can I be left out at such a time? A vigorous voice suddenly sounded. Immediately, a dazzling ray of starlight shot out from a mountain in the darkness. It carried a terrifying might that could destroy everything. It was earth-shattering towards the space-crossing divine ship. This aura made the master of the Wind Breeze House and the other 2 smile. That old guy's injuries have healed. That's great. We missed the show of the Eagle God sect and caught up with the show of the Infernal Order. While talking and laughing, for extremely intense rays of light shot towards the sky. They carried astonishing willpower and belief. They were unyielding. They were all monarch experts, the leaders of their own forces. Ordinary monarch experts couldn't be compared to them. How could they be willing to surrender? Especially when they were just attacked by the Infernal Order. Those who knew the ferocity of the Infernal Order might not be so resolute. However, the Wanyuan Island was too far away from the headquarters of the Infernal Order. Although the Infernal Order had appeared for more than 200 years, it was only now that the Infernal Order had reached the Wanyuan Island. It was the first time the Infernal Order had attacked the Wanyuan Island. Of course, the majority of the places had only been attacked once. After that, they either surrendered and became the stronghold of the Infernal Order or were destroyed. The leaders of the major forces had all heard about the Infernal Order, the Purgatory Demon sect and so on. Naturally, the Master of the Windbreeze House and the others also knew about it. However, it was their first time encountering it. Fight. Since it's like that, this elder will accompany you to play. Elder Baijan's voice sounded from the space-crossing divine ship. Immediately, a terrifying demonic aura erupted. Demonic flames shot towards the sky. Immediately after, a black shadow rushed out from the space-crossing divine ship and shot towards them. 4 palms, after Elder Baijan of the Infernal Demon cult rushed out of the space-crossing divine warship, he instantly blasted out 4 palms. 4 beams of black light suddenly shot out, carrying terrifying might, and shot down from the sky. 100 Battle Elder was equivalent to a peak monarch expert. One must know that the Infernal Order was a sacred ground-level force. Elder Baijan's strength wasn't inferior to the peak lord of the Taihao Mountain's 36 peaks. As for Elder Qianxia, he was a half-step saint expert. Elder Baijan of the Infernal Order took action in the dark sky under the Avicii Demon Zone. He fought against 4 people and blocked the joint attack of the Independent Cultivators Alliance Master, the Wind-Blowing House Master, the Sect Master Wan Ren, and the Palace Master Yuan Yuan. Afterwards, figures flew out from the pitch-black spaceship one after another. They all flew towards the 6th-level emperors who had soared into the sky. Fight, Emperor-level experts against Emperor-level experts, Emperor-level experts against Emperor-level experts. Under the Avicii Demon Zone, the strength of the members of the Infernal Order increased. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Wanyuan Island were suppressed. The difference in strength was obvious. Suppression, the Emperor-level experts and Emperor-level experts of the Wanyuan Island were suppressed. Some Emperor-level experts were even injured from time to time. As for the Emperor-level experts, they had lost their consciousness under the terrifying power of the Avicii Demon Zone. Even if someone appeared in front of them to kill them, they would not be able to react in time. Surrender or perish, the Wanyuan Island chose not to surrender. They chose to fight to the end. The consequences were very likely to be annihilation. In an instant, an extremely dazzling sword light suddenly soared into the sky from within the Trade Wind restaurant. That astonishingly sharp sword intent seemed to tear apart the sky as it erupted with an unparalleled speed, like a thunderbolt splitting the sky. It was extremely frightening. Chenzong made his move. Just now, Chenzong used the power of the wholehearted realm to resist the erosion of the Avicii Demon Zone. It was a self-contained cycle that isolated the invading power of the Avicii Demon Zone. It could not enter his body at all. Naturally, it could not affect Chenzong in the slightest. Now, it was time for him to make his move. The sword essence rushed to the sky and the sword light broke through the sky. Chenzong did not show any mercy. He directly attacked an Emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order with his sword. This was a move that used the Heavenly Will sword. It was a move from an ancient sword technique. This move was also a killing move. Although Chenzong had not completely mastered the ancient sword technique, its power surpassed the Heart Sword art, the World Sword art, and the Void Kill Sword art. This was an extremely terrifying sword technique. An Emperor-level expert from the Endless Demon Realm was seriously injuring an Emperor-level expert from the Myriad Origin Island, causing him to vomit blood. However, he didn't expect that an extremely terrifying sword light would break through the air and attack him. It was simple yet extremely sharp. Moreover, it had locked onto him, making it impossible for him to dodge. Block it, no matter what, he had to block it. The pitch-black devil flame burned crazily, transforming into the most tyrannical power, wanting to block this sword. However, this sword was unstoppable. It was as if nothing in the world could withstand it. Kill, In an instant, Chenzong killed an emperor-level member of the Infernal Order with a single slash of his sword. The Black Mark and the Mysterious Seed also exerted their power in an instant, directly swallowing up his spirit and vitality. Under the sword chi, he was reduced to dust. Kill, 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 Chenzong unsheathed his sword, showing no mercy. His body and sword became one, transforming into a sword light. He displayed the ancient sword technique, zigzagging in the sky like lightning. In just a few breaths, 4 emperor-level experts from the Infernal Order had been killed by Chenzong. Not even their bones were left, and they were completely reduced to dust. It was a very tragic scene. Chenzong's attack was too fast and too sudden. The Infernal Order had suffered a great loss. After all, there were 4 emperor-level experts. No matter which force it was, emperor-level experts were a rare force. They were the true experts. If one of them died, there would be one less. It was not easy to replenish them. Now, 4 of them had been killed in an instant. The loss was not small. On the sky-crossing divine ship, a black light suddenly erupted and directly attacked. Chenzong's expression changed. The power of the black light was extremely tyrannical, surpassing the emperor level. Emperor level, it was an emperor-level expert who had attacked him. However, Chenzong could not help but show no fear. Instead, he showed a hint of excitement. Emperor level, an emperor-level expert was nothing to him now. Of course, Chenzong did not know the strength of a half-step emperor-level expert. However, Chenzong was very happy to be able to fight against an emperor-level expert. Was he overconfident? Not necessarily. Chenzong stared at the black light without the slightest fear. Then, he immediately slashed out with his sword. He faced an emperor-level expert head-on. The moment the sword and the black light collided, Chenzong immediately felt an extremely terrifying force explode, as if it was going to shatter him. It also carried an extremely shocking chill, as if it was going to invade his body and wreak havoc. However, under the wholehearted realm, Chenzong's power was self-contained and circulated continuously. It was like an unbreakable origin. The force could not really invade him at all. It was blocked. This attack also made Chenzong vaguely judge the gap between him and an emperor-level expert. I can fight. Chenzong thought to himself. A blazing flame seemed to be burning in his heart. As his fighting spirit surged, his sword intent seemed to have been strengthened. He felt like he was going to break through his limits. Now, Chenzong's sword intent had reached the pinnacle of emperor level. If he broke through again, it would be emperor-level sword intent. After being repelled, Chenzong rushed up again. With a shocking sword aura, he attacked the emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order. The emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order was an elder of 10 battles. This time, he came to cooperate with the elder of 100 battles. After conquering Wanyuan Island, he would stay here, and the elder of 100 battles would naturally leave. What he did not expect was that such a terrifying emperor-level expert would appear. That's right. The collision just now allowed him to determine that Chenzong's cultivation level was indeed at the 6th realm emperor level. An emperor-level expert could fight head-on with him, an emperor-level expert. Although he was repelled, it was already very shocking. Who was that? What kind of person could take an emperor-level expert's attack head-on and only retreat without dying or being injured? Even saint-level experts would find it difficult to do when they were emperor-level experts. The sword light pierced through the air. It was extremely sharp and carried with it a sense of desolation. It was as if an extremely ancient sword had arrived in an instant. The emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order snorted angrily. His strength exploded as he suddenly struck down with his palm. Under this dark palm, the void collapsed. The extremely terrifying dark palm print covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as if it could shatter everything in its path as it blasted directly towards Chenzong. He could not dodge it, it was as if the entire sky had collapsed. Chenzong found that he could not dodge at all. Flowing breath. He muttered to himself. A mysterious and unfathomable brilliance flashed in Chenzong's eyes. Immediately, Chenzong's body seemed to fluctuate. It was as if there was a layer of invisible light rippling around him like water waves. His body also became blurry in an instant. The flow of time was also affected. Time divine technique, Flowing breath. This technique was created by Xianxia on his way from the ninth heaven universe to Wanyuan Island after he had broken through to the sixth realm. It was his first time divine technique. The flowing breath divine technique's mystery lay in the advancement and reversal of time. Although it was only a breath's time, Xianxia could do a lot of things in that time with his speed and strength. The mystery of the flowing breath divine technique was to strive for that one breath's time. It was as if Xianxia had an extra breath's time compared to others. Under the flowing breath divine technique, the descending palm print seemed to have paused for a breath's time. In fact, it did not. It was just the mystery of the flowing breath divine technique that created this illusion. Xianxia instantly burst out with extreme speed and avoided the direct bombardment of the palm print. He bypassed it at an astonishing speed. What's going on? The Emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order was very surprised. His opponent had actually dodged his large-scale attack. Could an Emperor-level expert have such speed? No, he had felt the fluctuation of a divine technique just now. His opponent must have used some kind of divine technique that he did not understand to avoid his attack. Immediately, after dodging the black palm print, Xianxia's body swayed and split into 5. There were 5 Xianxias. They all wielded swords and attacked the Emperor-level expert from different directions. Mind divine technique, illusory body, 1 real body and 4 illusory bodies. Each illusory body had 1/10 of the real body's strength. With Xianxia's current level of strength, 1/10 of his strength was already very tyrannical. It was enough to kill an ordinary Emperor-level expert. However, for an Emperor-level expert, an illusory body with 1/10 of the real body's strength was still not enough. However, with the 4 illusory bodies and the real body working together, Xianxia was able to contend with the Emperor-level expert. A whetstone. Xianxia used the Emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order as a whetstone to sharpen his ancient sword technique. After all, an Emperor-level expert's strength was not weak at all. It was enough to pose a great threat to him. It was hard to imagine. Previously, Xianxia had been a weakling who had to run for his life when he encountered an Emperor-level expert. He could not even guarantee that he would be able to escape. But now, he had become an expert who could contend with an Emperor-level expert head-on, even if it was just an ordinary Emperor-level expert. However, an Emperor-level expert was an Emperor-level expert. Strength was strength. There was no such thing as luck. In an instant, the Emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order completely erupted. He exploded with all his strength and used a secret technique. He turned into a 10-meter-tall dark demon god with a monstrous demonic aura. The 4 illusory bodies immediately charged from all directions. As if they were not afraid of death, the sword light was extremely sharp. Xianxia's real body took this opportunity to put some distance between them. The light in his eyes was condensed to the extreme, emitting a terrifying cold light. His incomparably tyrannical essence, qi, and spirit also surged like a tide, carrying an astonishing sword intent as they poured into the heavenly will sword. Heavenly light sword drawing technique? Sky slash, the sword drawing technique with double the power slashed out with an incomparably tyrannical force. It shattered the void and directly slashed at the 10-meter-tall dark demon god. Immediately, Xianxia's figure, driven by the sword light, naturally rotated and slashed out a second time. Lone Swallow return. After breaking through to the 6th realm, and benefiting from his powerful essence, qi, and spirit, Xianxia fused the Lone Swallow return of the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique and Sky Slash into one move. Its power became even more terrifying and tyrannical. All resistance was shattered by this sword. The fusion of the Lone Swallow return and Sky Slash caused the instantaneous explosive power of the sword drawing technique to increase explosively. With the enhancement of the Heavenly Will sword, the power of this sword was further enhanced, reaching an extremely terrifying level. It could not be blocked. Under that extremely resplendent sword light, the Elder of the Infernal Order could not resist at all and was directly cut in half. This time, the Infernal Order had sent out an Elder of 100 battles, an Elder of 10 battles, and 10 Emperor-level guardians. They had also brought along the Infinite Demon Realm. Their goal was to subdue the Myriad Origin Island. If they couldn't subdue it, they would destroy the forces on the Myriad Origin Island. The Infernal Order had carefully investigated the overall strength of the Myriad Origin Island. They hadn't missed anything. Even the Alliance Master, who was injured and in seclusion, had been taken into account. They hadn't missed anything, therefore, the Infernal Order had achieved their goal on this trip. The reason why they had sent out such a force was not because the Infernal Order couldn't bring out a stronger force, but because there was no need to. This was because this operation wasn't only targeted at the Myriad Origin Island, but also many other places at the same time. However, no one had expected such an unforeseen event to occur. An Emperor-level expert wasn't affected by the infinite demon realm and even managed to kill an Emperor-level expert. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? The eyes of Elder of 100 Battles from the Infernal Order were about to pop out of their sockets. Apart from being shocked, his heart was also filled with endless rage. Kill. Stop him. House Master of Integrity Wind immediately roared. 4 against 1. Although they were suppressed, they could still restrain the other party. Otherwise, it would be too useless. Divine Technique Breath. Chenzong immediately used the Time Divine Technique. With the cooperation of the 4 Emperor-level experts, they avoided the furious attack of Elder of 100 Battles from the Infernal Order and charged directly towards the pitch-black space-crossing divine ship in the sky. Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique? Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique? Lone Swallow returns, 2 consecutive sword lights, which carried an incomparably terrifying sword power, slashed at the same spot on the space-crossing divine ship. With Chenzong's current cultivation and strength, it was very easy for him to use the Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique again. The energy consumption was also not as great as before. He could use it many times consecutively. Ripples continuously surged out from the space-crossing divine ship. The tyrannical protective shield blocked Chenzong's sword attack, but it couldn't be broken in a short period of time. Stop. The infernal demon cult's elder Baijan roared out again and again. Although the protective shield of the space-crossing divine ship was very strong and could block the attack of an Emperor-level expert, it could only block for a short period of time. It would eventually be broken. If it was slashed open, the other party would be able to rush into the space-crossing divine ship and break the secret treasure that was releasing the Avicii demon domain to stop the Avicii demon domain. If that was the case, the operation of the Saint cult would fail and they would suffer great losses. Elder Baijan's eyes turned red as he resisted the attacks of the 4 emperors. He released all his strength and released a terrifying attack. It was like a black beam of light that could devour everything. Then, he rushed towards the space-crossing divine ship. As long as he returned to the space-crossing divine ship, he would be able to resist the attacks of these people with his own means and the defense of the space-crossing divine ship. By the time they were suppressed by the infinite fiend realm, they would be like fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by him. Heart's heart, divine breath, void shift. In an instant, Chenzong executed 3 divine techniques to avoid the terrifying attack of the Emperor-level expert. Sword light slashed out again. It was the Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique Sky-Slashing Fault and Solitary Swallow. 2 extremely tyrannical sword lights slashed at Elder of the Infernal Order. He didn't dare to underestimate such power. The power of Chenzong's Heavenly Will Sword Technique, as well as his peak Emperor-level sword intent and top-notch Emperor-level essence, energy, and spirit, as well as the enhancement of the Heavenly Will Sword Technique, made the power of Chenzong's Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique surpass the Emperor level and reach Emperor level. Elder of the Infernal Order had lost the opportunity to return to the space-crossing divine ship after blocking Chenzong's 2 sword attacks. That was because the Master of the Integrity Wind House and the other 3 had attacked again. We will hold him back. Do your best. The Master of the Integrity Wind House transmitted his voice to Chenzong. Chenzong nodded and attacked the protective shield of the space-crossing divine ship with his sword again. He aimed at one point and attacked continuously. The power of the ancient sword technique was not weak. It was better than the Heart Sword Drawing Technique, the World Sword Drawing Technique, and the Void Kill Sword Drawing Technique. However, it was still inferior to the Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique. After all, the Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique was a divine technique of the Sword Dao. It was an extremely offensive divine technique of the Sword Dao, and it focused on an instantaneous burst of power. However, the defensive power of the space-crossing divine ship's protective shield was extremely amazing. No matter how Chenzong attacked, he still couldn't break it in a short time. If Zong was given enough time, he would be able to break it. However, what he lacked the most now was time. Attack. I need a stronger attack, or a faster attack, Zong said in a low voice, his eyes burning with desire. Regardless of whether it was a stronger attack or a faster attack, it would allow him to break the protective shield of the space-crossing divine ship more efficiently. Zong continued to grasp the mysteries of the sword technique. Sword lights slashed out continuously. In an instant, Zong seemed to have understood something. The heavenly light sword drawing technique, after the heavenly will sword was sheathed, it was unsheathed again and instantly slashed out. First, it was a sword light. Then, as Zong's body rotated, the second sword light slashed out again. The moment his body fell, Zong suddenly slashed out a third time. In an instant, the third sword light also erupted and broke through the air. It's done. Zong couldn't help but smile. Stronger or faster? How could one become stronger? How could one become faster? There was no absolute. Everything was to increase one's power. By increasing the power contained in each sword strike, one would become stronger. By increasing the speed of the sword strike, one would become faster. However, in the same amount of time, increasing the number of sword strikes while ensuring that one's power did not decrease was equivalent to increasing one's power. When the sword was sheathed, his essence, energy, and sword intent, as well as his strength, erupted again, bringing along an astonishing power that poured into the heavenly will sword. Heaven fault, Zong was accumulating power with the technique of heaven fault. Heavenly light sword drawing technique, unsheathed, heaven fault. In an instant, an extremely powerful sword strike was slashed out, producing an extremely terrifying sword light that seemed to surpass the limit. Immediately after, as Zong's body spun, another two sword lights slashed out in an instant. Almost at the same time. The following two sword lights also had the power of heaven fault. The three sword lights slashed at the same spot on the protective shield of the space-crossing divine ship one after another, and a cracking sound was heard. The protective shield that could withstand two consecutive slashes of the heavenly light sword drawing technique could not withstand 3 slashes in an instant. Any defense would have an upper limit in an instant. If the upper limit was not reached, it would be difficult to break through. One could only attack again and again to exhaust its power until it was completely exhausted. If the upper limit was reached, one could truly break through it. Zong mustered up his strength and attacked again. The ancient sword technique stabbed out, as if it had condensed all of Zong's power into a single point. It pierced through the shattered protective shield in an instant. It was like piercing through an eggshell. This sword strike had used up all of its power. Shattered, the protective shield of the space-crossing divine ship was finally broken by Zong. In a flash, Zong took a step forward and used the spatial divine technique void transference to appear in the space-crossing divine ship. When the protective shield was intact, Zong could not use void transference to enter it because there was a mysterious power that isolated space within. However, after a small point was broken, the airtight wall became airtight and could no longer stop Zong's shuttling. A black ball the size of a human head was floating on the space-crossing divine ship. It seemed to be made of black crystal, and a tyrannical power was spreading out from it. Heavenly light sword drawing technique? Heaven fault? Swallows fly twice. In an instant, 3 extremely powerful sword lights slashed out and slashed the black crystal ball one after another, breaking it. Burst. As the black crystal ball burst open, the dark light that covered the myriad origin island also quickly dissipated with the space-crossing divine ship as the center. No. Elder Baijan of the Infernal Order let out a roar of despair and indignation when he saw this scene. There was no longer any trace of his previous high spirits and playfulness. As the void transference dissipated, the influence of the Lord of the Windflow House and the others also disappeared. They recovered to their peak state and felt relaxed after being freed from the shackles. On the other hand, the people of the Infernal Order lost the buff of the void transference and their strength decreased a little. Originally, it was 4 against 1, and they had to use all of their strength to barely trap the enemy. However, now that the 4 of them joined hands, it was as if they had the help of the gods. They instantly turned the tables and suppressed Elder Baijan of the Infernal Order. However, each elder Baijian was equivalent to a powerhouse on the level of the peak lord of Mount Taihao. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Even without the buff of the void transference, they were still not easy to deal with. Go, elder Baijian of the Seamless Demon cult made up his mind on the spot. Although he would be severely punished if he escaped and failed the mission, it was still better than losing his life. If he lived, there was still a chance to redeem himself. If he died, then everything would be gone. On the space-crossing divine ship, Chen Zong's Fiend God Sword Codex was constantly circulating and recovering his strength. Continuously using the heavenly light sword drawing technique took a toll on Chen Zong. Fortunately, after breaking through to the 6th realm, Chen Zong's cultivation strength had increased by more than 10 times. His recovery speed had also increased by many times. In addition, his essence, energy, and spirit had reached the level of a peak emperor level, which was even more astonishing. Otherwise, he would not have been able to support Chen Zong's high-intensity outbursts. Breath. After obtaining that breath of time, Chen Zong stabbed out with his sword, carrying an extremely shocking sword intent and killing intent. It was as if a monstrous sea of blood had been set off. He transformed into a terrifying Azura, piercing through the sky and stabbing towards Elder Baijian of the Infernal Order between his eyebrows. Elder Baijian had unleashed his full strength and ferociously charged out of the encirclement of the Master of Trade Wind and the other three. The timing of this sword was impeccable. 2 swords of no kill. The swords of no kill in the Fiend God Sword Codex was even more tyrannical than the 1 sword of no kill. The shocking impact of the killing intent caused Elder Baijian's expression to change drastically. He was actually somewhat affected in an instant. This slight effect was enough to reduce his speed in an instant. The Master of Trade Wind and the other 3 surrounded him again. Then let's perish together. Elder Baijian of the Infernal Order was resolute. He completely burnt himself and turned into a demonic shadow. Demonic flames surged as he released all of his strength without regard for the consequences. If he escaped, he would also be punished by the saints' rules. The punishment would not take his life, but it would definitely not be pleasant. Since he could not escape, then he would fight with his life in exchange for the lives of others. Especially the life of the Emperor-level junior who had broken through the endless demonic zone. If it were not for him, Elder Baijian of the Saint would not have fallen into such a desperate situation where he had to risk his life. Death. Elder Baijian of the Infernal Order died unavoidably in the end. He did not die peacefully at all. Instead, he was filled with anger and despair. He did not even manage to grab a cushion and was eventually surrounded and killed. How tragic. The other experts of the Seamless Demon cult weren't able to escape either. They were all slain. The Seamless Demon cult had come aggressively, but in the end they had been completely annihilated. Perhaps they hadn't lost many people, only a dozen or so in total, but they were at least Emperor-level powerhouses. 2 of them were even Emperor-level powerhouses, and one of them was even 100 battles Elder-level powerhouse. Such a loss was not small. Wanyuan Island also suffered some losses, but compared to the Infernal Order's losses, it was nothing. At least the 4 Emperor-level powerhouses were unharmed. They only used a little more energy. At this moment, the 4 Emperor-level powerhouses were staring at Chen Zong as if they had seen a ghost. They looked as if they wanted to see through Chen Zong. They couldn't help but feel shocked. Indeed, everything that had happened before was too sensational. A level 6 Emperor-level powerhouse actually killed a level 7 Emperor-level powerhouse. It was like listening to a fairy tale. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would definitely think that they were retarded if they told them this. A level 6 powerhouse killed a level 7 powerhouse? Dream on. But the truth happened right in front of their eyes. It happened right under their noses. It was so clear. Not only that, but Chen Zong's cooperation was also inseparable from the fact that they were able to kill this powerful Infernal Order Elder Baijian. To some extent, Chen Zong could no longer be regarded as an ordinary level 6 powerhouse. He was a level 6 powerhouse with the strength of a level 7 powerhouse. They did not expect that a level 3 powerhouse more than 200 years ago would have grown to such a height now. It would not be long before he would surpass them. They were very emotional. Immediately, Sect Master Wan Yuan, Palace Master Yuan Yuan, and the Independent Cultivators Alliance Master were all very envious of the Trust Wind Tower Master. After all, Chenzong was from the Trust Wind Tower. Why wasn't he one of their disciples? This was especially so for Sect Master Wanren. Previously, the Sky-Splitting Sword Sovereign had targeted Chenzong many times. It could be said that there was a grudge between them. However, now that the Sky-Splitting Sword Sovereign was dead and no one knew who had killed him, this grudge could be considered to have come to an end. Even if the Sky-Splitting Sword Sovereign was still alive, the sect master of the Wanren sect would still try his best to resolve the enmity between them. After all, it was definitely not a good thing to be enemies with such a monstrous genius. When the Infernal Order attacked, they were completely annihilated. After Chenzong recovered his strength, he didn't stay any longer. Instead, he bid farewell to House Master Windflow and left Wanyuan Island. As for whether the Infernal Order would send more powerhouses to seek revenge, that was not something that Chenzong could interfere with. Am I supposed to stay on Wanyuan Island and wait for the arrival of the Infernal Order? What if the powerhouses of the Infernal Order really came? Would I be a match for them? Although Chenzong had killed an Emperor-level powerhouse and assisted House Master Windflow and the others in killing another Emperor-level powerhouse, he knew that his current combat strength was enough to surpass the Emperor level and reach the Emperor level. However, there were still many Emperor-level powerhouses who were stronger than him. If a half-saint powerhouse came, he would be finished. Even if he used the power of the sword mark left by the Taihao Sword Saint, he wouldn't be a match for him. On the other hand, Chenzong was originally going to return to Taihao Mountain. It was normal for him to leave. As for whether the Infernal Order's revenge would come or not, it was no longer something that Chenzong could interfere with. In fact, House Master Windflow, Wanyuan Sect, Yuanyuan Palace, and the Rogue Cultivators Alliance had all made preparations to migrate. This was also the reason why Chenzong felt relieved to leave. The Infernal Order was very powerful. Especially after listening to Chenzong's explanation, they further realized how terrifying the Infernal Order was. The Infernal Order had lost a lot of powerhouses here this time. It would definitely not let this matter rest. Revenge was something that would happen sooner or later. Wanyuan Island would most likely not be able to bear the consequences once they took revenge. They had to leave before the Infernal Order's revenge came. The universe was vast, and the Myriad Origin territory wasn't small. As long as they left the Myriad Origin Island and found a relatively remote place, it wouldn't be easy for the Seamless Demon cult to find them. After Chenzong left, the various forces on Wanyuan Island also began to prepare to migrate. However, there was a difference between a force's migration and an individual's migration. If it was only an individual or a small number of people, it would be easy. They would not even need to organize and prepare. However, if a force wanted to migrate, it would not be so easy. A lot of preparation work would need to be done. Fortunately, all the forces were aware that danger would come at any time. Therefore, they did not delay and made preparations as fast as possible. He was as fast as lightning, as fast as light. Chenzong exploded with incredible speed as soon as he left Wanyuan Island. From time to time, Chenzong would use the flowing breath of time divine technique. That one breath's time was actually not much of a difference. The flowing breath of time divine technique was more suitable for battle. However, Chenzong could further familiarize himself with it and master it. In addition to using the flowing breath of time divine technique, Chenzong would also constantly use the void shift divine technique. Compared to the flowing breath of time divine technique, the void shift divine technique was very suitable for traveling. Chenzong had improved and perfected the original void shift divine technique. He could directly travel through the void with a maximum distance of 1,000,000 meters. Compared to the previous void shift divine technique, it was only a few 100,000 meters more. Compared to the improvement from the 5th realm to the 6th realm, it was not considered a great improvement. However, the key was the frequency of activation and the consumption of energy. Previously, when he used void travel, he had to wait for a while before he could use it again. Moreover, it consumed a lot of energy. As for void transference, he could use it continuously, so the energy consumption was reduced a little. Previously, it took Chenzong more than 60 years to return to Taihao Mountain from Wanyuan Island. However, it did not take so long this time. Chen Zong's traveling speed was not any slower than that of ordinary monarch realm powerhouses. In less than 5 years, Chen Zong had crossed the chaotic territory and arrived at Ninth Sword City. Without stopping at Ninth Sword City, Chen Zong immediately headed for Taihao Peak of Taihao Mountain. As soon as he arrived at Taihao Mountain, Chen Zong's expression changed involuntarily. The energy here was a bit strange. What was strange about it? It seemed to have a hint of desolation. Could it be that something had happened while he was away? He immediately returned to the unparalleled sword palace of Taihao Peak and called Tiger Ji over to ask if something had happened at Taihao Mountain. Tiger Ji immediately told him everything he knew. However, what he knew wasn't that comprehensive. After some thought, Chen Zong left Taihao Peak and headed for Tianguang Peak. In Taihao Mountain, the person he was most familiar with was undoubtedly the Tianguang Peak Lord. Therefore, Chen Zong first thought of the Tianguang Peak Lord when he wanted to know more about what had happened. On the other hand, he should also pay a visit to the Tianguang Peak Lord when he returned to Taihao Mountain. This was a courtesy. Soon, Chen Zong arrived at Tianguang Peak and found the Tianguang Peak Lord. Seeing Chen Zong, the Tianguang Peak Lord first smiled, then his eyes widened, and his face was full of shock. "You've broken through." His inner thoughts were similar to the housemaster of Xianxia's, which was shock. Every time he saw Chen Zong after a period of time, he would always feel a sense of surprise. The 6th realm, Chen Zong was now a powerhouse in the 6th realm. He had already broken away from the ordinary level, or rather, he had surpassed the level of the disciples of Taihao Mountain and stepped into the level of the pillars of Taihao Mountain. The Tianguang Peak Lord was sincerely happy for Chen Zong. If he knew that Chen Zong had not only broken through to the 6th realm, but had also killed an elder of 10 battles of the Infernal Order, he would definitely be shocked to the extreme. The elder of 10 battles of the Infernal Order was a powerhouse in the Great Monarch Realm. Moreover, he was not a regular powerhouse in the Great Monarch Realm. He was on the same level as the sword-bearing elder of Taihao Mountain. However, Chen Zong would not tell him about this. "This time I went back, I gained something, and I broke through by chance," Chen Zong explained with a smile. He did not say much about this, otherwise, it would be seen as a bragging. Of course, the words "gained something" were very modest. In fact, Chen Zong's gains on this trip were not small. In fact, they were very shocking. The smile on Chen Zong's face disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by a solemn and somewhat murderous expression. "Peak Lord, did the people of the Lanhai clan of Gulan Peak really betray us? It seems that you already know." The Tianguang Peak Lord's expression turned cold in an instant. His answer confirmed the one-sided information Chen Zong received from Tiger Ji. Then, the Tianguang Peak Lord explained the cause and effect to Chen Zong. As a Peak Lord and one of the 8 Peak Lords, the Tianguang Peak Lord's status was unquestionable. Naturally, he knew the details. Chen Zong's identity was the Swordway Holy Son. He was also part of the upper echelon of Mount Taihao. He belonged to the core of Mount Taihao. Naturally, he was qualified to know this information. Previously, the first elder had secretly investigated the Lanhai clan of Gulan Peak. However, the Lanhai clan did not reveal any flaws. Without evidence, he could not take any action. There were always times when people were careless. The Lanhai clan seemed to have realized that they were being investigated. They began to send their disciples out on missions or to train. They even secretly lured in the Inferno Demon Gate's altar, summoning the Inferno Demon Gate to the ancient Wave Peak to attack the Taihao Mountain. The Inferno Demon Gate had long been hiding in the various sword cities, coordinating with the outside. Fortunately, although the first elder did not find anything, he was already prepared. Just now, he resisted the enemy's invasion in the shortest amount of time and minimized Mount Taihao's losses. Even so, Mount Taihao lost several great emperors and more than a dozen emperors in this battle. As for the 4th and 5th realms, there were hundreds of casualties. It was a heavy loss. In the end, the Inferno Demon Gate's invasion was repelled. A portion of the people of Gulan Peak also fled with the Inferno Demon Gate, including the 10th Elder. The 10th Elder's betrayal was a huge blow to Mount Taihao. After leaving Tianguang Peak, Chen Zong's expression was solemn and full of worries. He didn't expect that the Lanhai clan had secretly sided with the Purgatory Demon sect instead of simply colluding with them. If that was the case, then last time in the anarchic territory, when he was ambushed, it was indeed the Blue Ocean clan who secretly attacked him. Even when he went to the anarchic territory to carry out a mission, it was also the Blue Ocean clan who revealed it to the bandits in the anarchic territory and even the Purgatory Demon Gate. However, they didn't expect Xianxia to be so strong that they had no choice but to use their final trump card. Because of this, they were targeted by the First Elder and investigated in secret. After a long time, the Lanhai clan was more or less aware of the First Elder's secret investigation. This also led to the Lanhai clan's real betrayal. In other words, it accelerated the process of the Lanhai clan's betrayal. With the cooperation of the Purgatory Demon sect from the outside, the sudden outbreak caused a great loss to Taihao Mountain. Fortunately, Taihao Mountain was strong enough, and the First Elder also made some unintentional arrangements. Moreover, the Lanhai clan's betrayal sped up, which meant that many of their arrangements were not enough. The damage caused by a hasty betrayal was limited. If they were allowed to complete their arrangements and then betrayed, the loss to Taihao Mountain would be 5 or even 10 times more than now. That would be terrible. His heart was heavy, but Xianxia also felt helpless, a deep sense of powerlessness. The Lanhai clan. A deep murderous intent gathered in Xianxia's eyes. Ever since Yixiwen entered Taihao Mountain, the Lanhai clan had been standing against him. Of course, the conflict at the beginning was just a small conflict, which was nothing. However, it continued to escalate, and now, it could be considered as an irreconcilable grudge. Now, the Lanhai clan had betrayed Taihao Mountain. This was good. When the time came, he could deal with them without any worries. Traitors, they should all be killed. After returning to Taihao Peak, Xianxia went directly to the Senior Statesman Hall to prepare to step down as the Sword Saint. Speaking of which, he had only been the Sword Saint for a short time. It might be the shortest time in history. As for the rest of the arrangements after he stepped down as the Sword Dao Saint, the Senior Statesman Hall would take care of it. Inside the Senior Statesman Hall, the senior statesmen were all stunned when they learned of Xianxia's intentions. Resign as the Sword Dao Holy Son? That's right, Xianxia had broken through to level 6. According to the rules of Taihao Mountain, once the Sword Wei Saint broke through from the 5th to the 6th level, he would have to step down from his position and choose a new Sword Wei Saint. Xianxia was now in the 6th realm. There was nothing wrong with him stepping down as the Sword Saint. However, it hadn't been long since Xianxia became the Holy Son of the Way of the Sword. It seemed to be a very short period of time for him to step down. In the end, the First Elder made a decision. Xianxia would temporarily serve as the Holy Son of the Sword Doctrine. He would officially step down after a new Holy Son of the Sword Doctrine was selected. At that time, there would also be new arrangements for Xianxia. After accepting the arrangements of the Grand Elder Hall, Xianxia returned to the unparalleled Sword Palace. There was still no news about Yunyanqin, even though he had asked the people in Taihao Mountain who were in charge of collecting information to pay attention to her. Immediately, Xianxia remembered what he wanted to know at that time. It was about Sword Sharpening Mountain. In the past, due to the limitations of his identity, the number of books he could access was limited. But now, he was the sacred son of the Sword Wei. In Taihao Mountain, he belonged to the true core of power and had the right to know more secrets. Xianxia immediately looked it up. It was related to Sword Sharpening Mountain. Everything. Back then, Sword Sharpening Mountain was destroyed overnight. Many holy lands had searched for many years, but they couldn't find the real reason. Xianxia kept flipping through the ancient books, but what he found was very limited. Not long after, Xianxia found a book that looked a little shabby. It didn't have a name. Out of curiosity, he opened it. After just a few glances, Xianxia was attracted. Was it Sword Sharpening Mountain, or Demon Sword Mountain? This was one of the contents that Xianxia read. Sharpening and demon had the same pronunciation, but different words had different meanings. He kept reading. There wasn't much information recorded in the old book, and most of it was speculation. There wasn't enough reliable evidence to make a conclusion, but Xianxia felt that it might have something to do with the destruction of Sword Sharpening Mountain. In other words, the reason for Sword Sharpening Mountain's destruction might be in these speculations. Why did he think so? It was because all the speculations in the book, combined with the fourth level of the Fiend God Sword Codex, made Qianzong come to such a conclusion. The Fiend God Sword Codex was the supreme inheritance of Sword Sharpening Mountain. It was a terrifying inheritance that was divided into 4 levels. Now that Qianzong had mastered the 3rd level, he deeply understood its amazing power. It was not inferior to those with innate divine bodies at all. What if he mastered the 4th level? How powerful would he be? However, Qianzong found that it was almost impossible to master the 4th level. This was because the cultivation of the first 3 levels required various treasures and materials, but the 4th level was different. Originally, Qianzong thought that the cultivation of the 3rd level required the use of innate saint essence, a treasure that even martial saints coveted. What about the 4th level? What materials? He didn't expect that in order to master the 4th level, he would need the core or origin of a fiend god. A fiend god, what kind of existence was that? An existence more powerful than a martial saint expert, or was it the so-called gods like the eagle god and the skyblade fighting god that he had met before? Of course, Qianzong didn't know how powerful the eagle god and the skyblade fighting god were. Were they at the martial saint level or beyond, assuming that the so-called fiend gods in the Fiend God Sword Codex were at the martial saint level? Qianzong couldn't covet them. How powerful was a saint-level powerhouse? A single breath from them would be enough to annihilate him. Assuming that a fiend god was more powerful than a martial saint, there was no need to think too much. The core of a fiend god or the origin of a fiend god was called by different names, but they were essentially the same thing. To a fiend god, it must be extremely important. It was the core of their power and was the key to their lives. How could he take it, kill the fiend god first, and then take away their cores or origins? If he had that kind of power, would he still need to master the 4th level of the Fiend God Sword Codex? This became an endless cycle. Qianzong even guessed that the sword-grinding mountain master wanted to kill a fiend god and cultivated the 4th level of the Fiend God Sword Codex. In the end, he failed and suffered a backlash, which eventually led to the destruction of the sword-grinding mountain. Qianzong wasn't sure if that was the case, but he felt that it was possible. Then, how could he cultivate it? There didn't seem to be any hope, unless he had some kind of heaven-defying opportunity to obtain the origin of a fiend god. However, this was just a thought. Well, he couldn't have extravagant hopes. Fortunately, his strength didn't completely rely on the Fiend God Sword Codex. Even if he lost the power of the Fiend God Sword Codex, his strength was actually not weak. Among those at the same level, he was still among the strongest. Without thinking too much, Qianzong put the old book back and returned to the unparalleled sword palace. The ancient sword technique was exquisite and boundless. It was worth a lot of time and energy for him to comprehend it. The other thing was the Heavenly Will Sword. The tip of the Heavenly Will Sword had been cut off and damaged. Although it had been reconnected, Qianzong knew that the Heavenly Will Sword was still in a damaged state and had yet to fully recover. Therefore, the current power of the Heavenly Will Sword was only slightly better than most Origin Source weapons. The Origin Divine weapons were also divided into 4 categories: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Generally speaking, Emperor-level experts used low-level Origin Source weapons. A few of them wielded mid-level Origin Source weapons. As for high-level and top Origin Source weapons, they required Emperor-level experts to wield them. The Heavenly Will Sword was stronger than a mid-level Origin Source weapon, but not as strong as a high-level one. If it was repaired, who knew what level it would reach? Would it reach the Saint level? There was no need to think so much now. The most important thing now was to improve himself. It hadn't been long since he broke through to the 6th level. Now that his potential was active and there was a chance to improve, he had to seize this opportunity to improve himself. 5 great Dao origins, a few Origin Source sword techniques, and a bunch of divine arts. As time passed, Taihao Mountain also recovered. However, they didn't give up on their operations against the Lanhai clan and the Inferno Demon sect. However, the Lanhai clan went into hiding and kept a very low profile. Taihao Mountain couldn't do anything about it for the time being. Today was Qianzong's 3rd year in seclusion. In these 3 years, Qianzong had gained a lot. Qianzong, who had just practiced a few rounds of ancient sword techniques, was about to come out of seclusion when he found that everything in front of him had changed again. It was a deep and quiet valley. At first glance, there seemed to be the sweet chirping of birds, but when you listened carefully, there was no sound at all. In an instant, a ray of light bloomed in the sky. At first, it was faint like the wind and the sun, but it quickly changed and became blazing hot. It was like a huge burning fireball, releasing a domineering and blazing power that seemed to be able to melt everything. Under this terrifying blazing divine power, Xianxia felt like his body was about to be roasted dry. The vegetation around him was on fire, burning endlessly. The river not far away was also constantly evaporating, turning into clouds of white steam that rose into the sky. The ground under his feet also quickly became dry. In just a few short breaths, the originally lush valley became like a desert, with no signs of life. Xianxia felt his mouth and tongue dry. All the water in his body seemed to have been roasted dry, and his blood seemed to have been roasted to the point of burning. Hot, indescribable heat, burning. Xianxia felt like he was about to combust. His body was burning, and his spirit was burning. Everything, whether tangible or intangible, was about to burn. It was irresistible. This change was too sudden. Xianxia was shocked, but he reacted immediately. A powerful force burst out and spread to every part of his body. Under the guidance of the wholehearted intention realm, it circulated endlessly, forming a cycle of its own. It repelled the terrifying blazing heat bit by bit, unable to really invade his body and affect him, just like how he resisted the endless demon domain. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book house. I had something to deal with in the morning. Here's the first update. With the pure realm as the main body, he controlled all the power in his body. With the powerful emperor-level essence, qi, and spirit as support, he gathered all the power in his body and turned it into the great cycle of chaotic essence. Incomparably blazing light shone, completely enveloping Xianxia. The extremely shocking power completely roasted the valley around Xianxia, causing it to distort, turn into gas, and then into nothingness. Xianxia was still holding on. Under the pure realm, Xianxia had a clearer understanding of the power of the blazing sun in the sky. This power. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely felt it. Immediately, the blazing sun in the sky expanded to the extreme, as if it was a part of the sky, and then fell. Falling like a meteor, it directly blasted towards Xianxia with a terrifying power. There was no way to dodge it. In just an instant, Xianxia's great cycle of chaotic essence, which was built by the pure realm, was broken and destroyed by an extremely terrifying power. He couldn't block it, that power was simply too tyrannical. There was simply no way to resist it. It was like a ball that could block the impact of the water flow and keep it outside, unable to penetrate it at all. However, it couldn't block the direct suppression of a mountain and was instantly crushed. The extremely terrifying power invaded Xianxia's body in an instant and directly ignited. Burning, Xianxia could clearly and intensely feel the terrifying heat spreading wildly from his body. Combining the inside and outside, his whole body directly burned, burning wildly like a raging fire. Xianxia could clearly feel that his body, essence, qi, and spirit, and all the other powers seemed to have turned into fuel and were ignited. Moreover, the stronger the power in one's body, the fiercer the burning. The fire burned wildly, inside and out. Xianxia felt indescribable pain. Top-tier emperor-level essence, energy, and spirit, the power of the third stage of the Fiend God Sword Manual, the power of the 5 great Tao origins. Not far in front of Xianxia, there was a figure sitting quietly. The figure was tall and sturdy, as if he could carry a mountain on his shoulders. Just sitting there was a majestic aura that was as immovable as a mountain, which was extremely shocking. Taihao Sword Saint, it was none other than the current Taihao of Mount Taihao. There was a faint smile on Taihao's face. In his eyes, Xianxia was emitting flames all over his body. At first, it was a scarlet flame, but gradually, as it burned, the flame also changed color and gradually took on a trace of silver. Not long after, the flame turned completely silver. It continued to burn, and gradually, traces of gold appeared and spread out. Then, the silver flame turned golden. The golden flames were so dazzling and eye-catching that Sword Saint Taihao's face showed a hint of surprise. This was the fire of Taihao, which burned with all the power in one's body. In a certain realm, the stronger one's power was, the more intense the fire of Taihao would be. Chenzong's fire of Taihao could turn golden when it burned. This was the highest level of the fire of Taihao, which shocked Sword Saint Taihao. Because when he ignited the fire of Taihao, it was only at the silver level, not golden at all. It was said that the first generation Taihao wasn't golden either. He was just silver with some gold. He wasn't like Chenzong, who was pure gold. Excited, Sword Saint Taihao was faintly excited. The fire of Taihao was not only a high-end method to identify one's potential, but also a kind of inheritance. The inheritance of Taihao was contained in it, unknowingly turning into a brand that would be slowly released and controlled by others. On the other hand, under the burning of the flames of Taihao, all the impurities in one's power would be gradually eliminated, making it even purer. At the same time, one would be able to better condense all the power within one's body. To put it simply, it removed the obstacles between different powers. But now, Chenzong only felt pain. He didn't know how long it had been burning. Gradually, the pain reached the extreme, miraculously alleviated. The extreme of pain was pleasure. Chenzong only felt comfortable all over, as if his body had lost all weight and was about to float. It was not only the physical feeling, but also the spiritual feeling. Flying, he felt as if he was about to fly. A feeling of detachment arose spontaneously, from the depths of his body and spiritual soul. When the comfort reached the extreme, the indescribable pain broke out again. The pain and pleasure made Chenzong experience the enjoyment of being burned by ice and fire. When it reached the critical point, the extreme pain and pleasure paused for a moment and disappeared without a trace. Chenzong thought it was an illusion. After calming down, Chenzong finally saw his surroundings. It was still the same beautiful valley as before. There were no signs of destruction like before, as if everything was just an illusion. But instinctively, Chenzong felt that his body seemed to be different. With the help of the Heart Sutra, Chenzong quickly sensed his body, inside and out, without missing anything. At the same time, he also saw a sitting but incomparably tall figure not far in front of him. That figure was as domineering and supreme as the real sun in the sky. It was as if he was the center, the focus, and everything. He was like a god. Chenzong couldn't help but have a feeling that if there really was a god or a demon, it was probably like this. However, this feeling appeared for a moment and then disappeared. Chenzong continued to look. The tall figure in front of him seemed to have become ordinary and ordinary. Disciple Chenzong greets the sword sage. Chenzong immediately saluted with the sword. On the other side, Chenzong was also surprised by the changes in his body. The blazing flame that was like an illusion just now brought him incredible changes. Chenzong could feel that his originally pure power was purified again and became even purer. The purer the power, the more powerful the power that could be released, which indirectly led to the improvement of his strength. Under Chenzong's super perception, not only that, but Chenzong could also feel that all the power in his body was mobilized faster, and the speed of integration was also faster. Vaguely, there seemed to be a feeling that the power of the 5 origins of the Great Tao could be integrated into one. But Chenzong tried and found that he still couldn't do it. It seemed to be just a feeling. Chenzong felt that something had appeared in his mind. It was a wisp of flame. No, it should be called a flame. It was a wisp of pure golden flame. As it burned, it released an incomparably mysterious fluctuation. The fluctuation was deep and distant, as if it contained endless mysteries. Spiritual fire, this was the spiritual fire of Taihao, and also the true inheritance of Taihao. Practice hard. The position of the 4th generation of Taihao is waiting for you, Sword Sage Taihao said concisely and explained to Chenzong in simple words. From this, Chenzong finally understood what the flames were. The fire of Taihao, also known as the spiritual fire of Taihao, was the foundation of Taihao's inheritance. Taihao's inheritance didn't inherit Taihao skill formula, Taihao swordsmanship, Taihao sword principle, and so on. In fact, there was no such thing. It only inherited one kind of spirit. Taihao spirit. What was Taihao spirit? It was bright, blazing, purifying, and sacred. It was like the sun in the sky, invulnerable to all evils, destroying all evils and dispelling all darkness. Walking the universe with this spirit was Taihao. Of course, Taihao's inheritance wasn't that simple. The spiritual fire was both a spiritual inheritance and a treasure that integrated all the power in one's body. However, it needed an opportunity, a suitable opportunity, for this treasure to play its true role. Before the opportunity arrived, it was only a flame. Sword Sage Taihao's explanation was short and simple, but Chenzong understood and understood. Go. From now on, walk the universe and do things with Taihao spirit. One day, you will find the opportunity and integrate everything in yourself, Sword Sage Taihao said. As soon as he finished, Chenzong felt everything in front of him become blurry. In a trance, Chenzong returned to the unparalleled Sword Palace. It was as if everything before was just an illusion, like a dream. However, the spiritual fire that symbolized Taihao's inheritance still existed in his divine sea. It made Chenzong realize that everything that had happened before wasn't an illusion. However, the Taihao Sword Saint's methods were mysterious and unfathomable. It was beyond his understanding. It was neither the way of time nor the way of space. In short, he couldn't understand it. However, Chenzong didn't think too much about it. When he reached a high enough level in the future, he would be able to truly understand its mysteries. Walk the universe, Chenzong seemed to be recalling Sword Sage Taihao's last words. Walk the universe, act with Taihao spirit, find the opportunity, and finally obtain Taihao's inheritance. This was something that every generation of Taihao had to go through. Chenzong felt flattered that Sword Sage Taihao had chosen him as his successor, but he wouldn't belittle himself. As for the burning flame before, it was indeed the prelude to the inheritance. If he couldn't withstand it, it meant that he had no chance to obtain the spiritual fire of Taihao, let alone his inheritance. Sword Sage Taihao naturally wouldn't explain everything about the spiritual fire, and this opportunity would be lost. With my current strength, it's enough to travel the universe, Chenzong thought to himself. His current strength was at the level of an ordinary monarch realm. Although he wasn't a match for a top monarch realm expert, if he wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy for a top monarch realm expert to stop him. If such strength wasn't enough to travel the universe, what kind of strength would be enough? However, before leaving Mount Taihao and traveling the universe, Chenzong would make some preparations first. Chen Zong immediately went to Tianguang Peak to meet the Tianguang Peak Lord. What was the purpose of meeting the Tianguang Peak Lord? First, it was to bid farewell. Second, he hoped to learn more about the mysteries of the sword-drawing method of Tianguang. This time, Chenzong didn't go to the Ninth Sword City or the Chaos region when he left Taihao Mountain. Instead, he left in another direction, where Chenzong first set foot. If he went there, it might be even more chaotic, but Chenzong wasn't afraid. The universes of the Infernal Order, the Infernal Demon Gate, and the God-worshipping sect were many times more chaotic and dangerous than usual. It was definitely not a good idea to travel the universe at such a time, but Chenzong didn't hesitate. Chenzong might even think that such a universe could help him better understand the spirit of Taihao. Apart from traveling the sword universe, understanding the spirit of Taihao, and obtaining the true inheritance of Taihao, Chenzong also planned to find Xianxia. He didn't know where she was, so he could only try his luck. If he was lucky, he might meet her. When Chenzong left Taihao Mountain and headed west with his sword, the Taihao Sword Saint's eyes were fixed on him with anticipation. He only hoped that Chenzong could understand the spirit of Taihao, obtain the true inheritance of Taihao, and inherit the position of Taihao Sword Saint. At that time, he could leave with peace of mind and follow in the footsteps of the first and second Taihao, to understand the deeper mysteries of the universe. The core universe, the core of the universe, that was the final destination of the first Taihao and the second Taihao. According to what the third Taihao Sword Saint knew, there had been many top saint-level great beings who had reached their limits in the outer universe since ancient times. They had chosen to go to the core universe when they felt that their future was hopeless. But after they went to the core universe, they never appeared again. What was the core universe like? No one knew, because it was impossible to go to the core universe without reaching the saint level. There might be other ways, but it was definitely not that easy. Moreover, after going to the core universe, it seemed that there was no way to return. Therefore, the core universe had always been very mysterious. Some people even thought that the so-called core universe didn't exist at all. The so-called core universe was just a legend. However, as a top saint, Taihao Sword Saint knew that the core universe existed. If he wanted to, he could also go there. But once he left, it would be difficult for him to return, and Taihao Mountain would lack a top saint. If Taihao Mountain had a second top saint, he would have left long ago. Now, he wanted to nurture a peak saint to replace him in Taihao Mountain. Just like how the first Taihao nurtured the second Taihao nurtured him, the third Taihao. He was ready to nurture the fourth Taihao. Perhaps it would take a lot of time. No, it would really need a lot of time. Because he already had the intention to cultivate many years. But unfortunately, he didn't find a suitable candidate. Now, Chenzong had finally arrived. He also discovered that Chenzong was qualified to receive Taihao's inheritance. In the dark void of the universe, a flash of sword light streaked across at an astonishing speed. It was like a meteor streaking across the night sky. It was dazzling, brilliant, and eye-catching. After the sword light streaked across, it didn't disappear immediately. Instead, it stayed for a while before slowly fading away. The Heart Sutra was constantly running. Chenzong transformed into sword light and flew away while carefully comprehending the 5 origins of the Great Path, for sword techniques, sword way divine skills, and so on. The third level of the Fiend God sword technique was also constantly running. It constantly absorbed the chi of the universe around him to recover his energy and gradually improve his cultivation. Chenzong was also thinking about the Taihao spirit. Blazing, bright, purifying, divine, blazing like fire, bright and dignified, purifying all filth. It was like a divine god. The Taihao spirit was the mystery that the first Taihao had comprehended from the eternal true Sunday true sun. The blazing sun that rose and fell in the world was the true sun, but it would continue to burn. After many years, it would burn out all of its power and dissipate from the world. It would disappear from the universe, leaving behind only ashes and a broken body. However, there was a type of true sun that would never be burned out no matter how much it burned. That was the eternal true Sunday. The word eternal meant that it would exist forever and synchronize with the universe. It would only disappear when the universe was destroyed. Other forces could not shake the eternal true sun at all. Even the power of a martial sage was nothing compared to the eternal true sun and could not be shaken at all. However, the eternal true sun was extremely rare and difficult to find. In the records of the Taihao Mountain, there was an eternal true sun that was located in the eternal abyss. The eternal abyss was the most dangerous and terrifying place in the universe. It was also known as the #1 forbidden area. Even a saint-level expert would be in danger of dying if they set foot in it. However, Chenzong also planned to make a trip to the eternal abyss to see the existence of the eternal true yang with his own eyes. It would be a pity if he didn't know about this kind of cosmic wonder, but if he knew about it and couldn't see it with his own eyes. However, he had to go, but he couldn't go blindly. At the very least, he had to master more power. Although a saint-level expert would be in danger of dying if he stepped into the eternal abyss, the stronger he was, the safer he would be. Otherwise, it would be more dangerous. Flying through the void, the Taihao spirit fire in the deity ocean seemed to have sensed something. It sent out a wave to remind Chenzong. Chenzong had already figured out some of the mysteries of the Taihao spirit fire. The reason for this reaction was that the Taihao spirit fire had sensed the presence of evil. As for what kind of evil it was, Chenzong didn't know. Following the guidance of the spirit fire, he adjusted his direction and flew in another direction. Not long after, Chenzong found a star. The star was floating in the universe and moving slowly. It was surrounded by a thin layer of black fog. The black fog emitted a gloomy aura and a kind of evil. The abnormal fluctuation of the spirit fire came from this. This place was full of evil. As Chenzong stared, his body flashed and he directly escaped into the black fog and entered the star. After entering, Chenzong felt that the evil aura became more intense. The fluctuation of the spirit fire also became more intense, as if it was reminding Chenzong to quickly eradicate the evil and promote the Taihao spirit. However, Chenzong was not careless. There was indeed evil here, and it should be eradicated. However, how strong was the source of the evil, he didn't know. He had to act cautiously. As he flashed past, Chenzong frowned as he saw a dilapidated village. Numerous houses within the village had collapsed, and numerous shriveled and decayed corpses were scattered outside the houses. Their shriveled faces were warped and hideous as if they'd suffered extreme terror and boundless destruction before they died, and they seemed to have died with everlasting regret. Staring at them, Chenzong could even feel the remnant resentment, as well as intense fear and unwillingness. After observing for a bit, Chenzong retracted his gaze and continued to fly forward. He continued to discover villages filled with desiccated corpses. After a while, he found a town that was more than 10 times larger than the previous one. It looked as if it had been trampled by some enormous beast and was in ruins. Corpses littered the ground, and severed limbs and limbs were all shriveled up, almost like withered wood. The entire place was filled with an aura of decay. Chenzong knew that the vitality and everything else in the corpses had been devoured long ago. Not only that, but even their souls had been devoured as well. Furthermore, before they were devoured, they had been tortured by great fear and pain. Demonic means, this was purely a means of the demonic way. It was so cruel and disgusting that it made people shudder. The black mark and the mysterious seed could also devour spirits and vitality. It was similar to the means of the demonic way. Chenzong didn't want others to know about it. Otherwise, he would be misunderstood as a demonic way cultivator and be targeted. But Chenzong knew very well that he wasn't a demonic way cultivator. He continued to move forward. It was a city, a collapsed city that was many times larger than the town. It was destroyed as if a hurricane had passed through. Countless withered corpses were everywhere, on the roofs, on the ground, and in the river. They had died in almost the same way. Who did this, so cruel and ruthless? Finally, Chenzong found something. 2 figures flew up from the end of the city. They were both dressed in black robes. One of them was holding a black ball, and the other was holding a blood-red ball. From the black ball and the blood-red ball, there was constantly a shocking aura fluctuation. The fluctuation of spirits, the fluctuation of blood essence. Without a doubt, Chenzong knew that it was these 2 people who had caused the tragic deaths of the people in the village, town, and city. In his perception, the aura of these 2 people wasn't strong, at least to Chenzong. 5th realm, these were 2 murderers of the 5th realm. Chenzong didn't make a move immediately. Common sense told Chenzong that although these 2 people were murderers, they weren't the only ones. There was a high chance that they weren't the mastermind behind the scenes. Someone else was. Then, he would follow them first. With Chenzong's cultivation and strength, it was easy for him to hide his aura and follow these 2 people without being discovered. It couldn't be easier. Not long after, these 2 people passed by a village. This village hadn't been destroyed yet. There were about 100 people of all ages, men and women. Pray. Get rid of them. Chenzong heard the conversation between these 2 black-robed people. The malice on their faces was so clear and obvious that Chenzong found it a little irritating. Without any hesitation, Chenzong immediately made a decision. He gave up on following these 2 people and made a move immediately. Because if he continued to follow them, these 100 or so villagers would suffer. It was fine if he didn't see it with his own eyes, but since it was right in front of him, Chenzong couldn't just watch them get brutally killed and do nothing. He didn't even need to see it with his own eyes. Just from the horrible state of those mummified corpses, Chenzong could guess what kind of torture and destruction they had gone through when they were alive. This time, it's my turn, said the 5th realm on the left. You had a good time just now. Alright, then you can do it. The 5th realm on the right smiled. But let's make a deal. It will be my turn next time. Unfortunately, they didn't have this chance anymore because Chenzong made a move immediately. With his powerful essence, energy, and spirit, coupled with some techniques, Chenzong was able to extract a lot of information from the 2 5th realms very quickly. Chenzong's eyes were filled with endless coldness. Using his fingers like a sword, he casually drew a line across the air, and a faint sword gleam slashed across the 2 5th realms, killing them and devouring their spirits and life force. Although it could not bring about any improvement, it was good to let them have a taste of the pain of having their spirits devoured. He stared at the 2 crystal balls that had fallen to the side. One of them was pitch black, and when he stared at it, he could faintly see countless figures moving about in it. They were like ghosts, and those figures were extremely strange. They looked like tadpoles, and their heads were twisted and hideous faces that looked as if they were enduring great pain. They seemed to be wailing in pain. Resentment, resentment, Chen Zong could feel endless resentment from them. They seemed to be resentful of something, but he did not know what they were resentful of. The other crimson crystal ball emitted a shocking amount of blood essence, but it was a little mixed. Spirits and blood essence, and the blood essence contained a rich amount of life force. Chen Zong was thinking about what to do with these two crystal balls that contained a large amount of spirits and blood essence. The crystal balls were just containers and were not important. What was important was what was contained inside. Then, should he discard them? In just 3 breaths, Chen Zong made a decision. A faint smile appeared on his face. Absorb, devour. Without hesitation, Chen Zong devoured all the spirits and blood essence in the 2 crystal balls with the black mark and mysterious seed. He would not kill the innocent, but that did not mean that he was pedantic. These people had already been killed. Even if their spirits and blood essence were still there, they could not be returned to life. It would be too much of a waste to discard them. He might as well make the best use of them. After all, he was not the one who killed them. Chen Zong did not have any psychological burden or mental barrier at all. Unfortunately, although there was a lot of spirits and blood essence in these 2 crystal balls, most of them came from ordinary people. Even if there were cultivators, they were not very strong. At most, they were at the 4th realm. Otherwise, they would not have been tortured to death by the 2 5th realms. Also, it seemed that their torture caused the spirits and blood essence to be filled with a large amount of negative aura. That was equivalent to impurities that would be filtered out by the black mark and mysterious seed, further reducing the impurities. All in all, it was better than nothing in the end. After finishing all this, Chen Zong took to the air again and turned into a sword gleam, and flew forward rapidly. The universe was vast. There were many territories, and within those territories, there were also many universes. Within the borders and universes, there were many continents. But in addition to the continents, there were also countless stars. Stars of various sizes were densely packed, too many to count. There were some continents and stars that were not inhabited by living beings, but there were some that were inhabited. However, not all planets with life cultivators to live to powerful cultivators. For example, there weren't any powerful cultivators on this particular planet. These were all information that Chen Zong had forced out of the 2 5th realms. In a valley shrouded in darkness, there were black shadows flying over from different directions. They stopped outside the valley for a few breaths as if they were trying to verify something. Then the darkness in the valley rippled and opened a door, allowing those black shadows to fly in. Chen Zong watched this scene from afar. When the door to the valley opened, a shocking evil aura spread out from it, causing the Taihao spiritual fire to fluctuate violently. Combining the violent fluctuations of the Taihao spiritual fire and the information obtained from the interrogation, Chen Zong knew that this dark valley was the stronghold of those villains on this planet. Then, it was time to get rid of them. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong's figure flashed, and the sword gleam swept across the sky, approaching the dark valley at an astonishing speed. Who is it? Secret signal. When Chen Zong approached the dark valley, he seemed to have triggered some kind of defense mechanism. Immediately, a stiff and dull voice sounded. Secret signal. Chen Zong naturally obtained the secret signal from the 2 5th realms. Under Chen Zong's unique interrogation techniques, the 2 villains could not withstand it at all and spilled everything. Chen Zong casually uttered the secret signal. He did not care whether it was true or not. If it was true, then he would go in directly and save himself the trouble. If it was false, then so what, he would just break it with his sword and kill his way in. However, the secret signal was correct. A whirlpool-like door appeared in the darkness. Chen Zong did not hesitate and immediately entered it. In the middle of the dark valley, there was a pitch-black statue. The statue was about 10 meters tall and looked a little like a bat. However, it looked even more ferocious. It had a long tail that wrapped around its body, and the end was triangular. Evil demon, this statue looked like some kind of evil demon. The aura it exuded was very dark, and there was also a bloodthirsty fluctuation. The eyes of this bat-like evil demon statue were scarlet, as if 2 rubies were embedded in them, shining brightly. the bad evil demon statue extended two sharp claws forward. The claws were facing up, as if it wanted to grab something. In front of the evil demon statue, two black-robed men were holding a crystal ball in each hand. They were walking towards the evil demon statue. One of them was holding a crystal ball containing countless vengeful souls, while the other was holding a crystal ball containing essence blood. When the two crystal balls were placed on the claws of the evil demon statue, the two black-robed men immediately began to chant. There was a strange rhythm to their chanting, as if they were chanting sacrificial rites. Soon after, the crimson eyes of the evil demon statue glowed and shone directly on the two crystal balls in its claws. Soon after, there seemed to be countless wailing sounds, as if they were enduring indescribable pain, and they were all absorbed by the evil demon statue. When the vengeful souls and essence blood in the two crystal balls were all absorbed, the evil demon statue's eyes once again emitted two rays of red light, which shot towards the two black-robed men. When the red light entered their bodies, the two black-robed men trembled unconsciously. A strange aura also rose, and in their eyes, traces of red light appeared. After a few breaths, the red light emitted from the evil demon statue's eyes dissipated, and the two black-robed men's bodies returned to normal. "Thank you, my God, for your gift." After the two black-robed men knelt and kowtowed, they stood up respectfully and left. Then, two more black-robed men came up, each holding a crystal ball containing vengeful souls and essence blood, and repeated the previous action. Shenzong directly broke in and saw the scene. He also saw that there were dozens of black-robed men waiting to sacrifice the vengeful souls and essence blood they had obtained. The vengeful souls and essence blood in each crystal ball represented thousands of people who had suffered extreme pain and torture. The Taihao spiritual fire fluctuated more and more violently. The source of the fluctuation was the 10-meter-tall, pitch-black, bat-like evil demon statue, which was the source of evil here. From the statue, Shenzong felt an almost familiar fluctuation, similar to the fluctuation of the Eagle God and the celestial fighting god of the Eagle God sect. Could it be the so-called God spirit again? It didn't look like a God spirit at all. At least, it was not the god Shenzong knew or thought it was, but an evil demon. Killing intent. In an instant, an extremely strong killing intent was born in Shenzong's heart. It was born out of nothing, and in an instant, it was strong to the extreme. Usually, Shenzong could also stimulate killing intent out of nothing and use it to master the no-kill swordsmanship manual and display amazing power. However, there had never been a moment when the killing intent was so strong. This killing intent was like a volcano that had accumulated power for tens of thousands of years erupting in an instant. In an instant, it released a monstrous destructive power that wanted to destroy everything. As soon as such a strong and terrifying killing intent erupted, it immediately raised the power of Shenzong's no-kill swordsmanship to an astonishing level. It seemed to have broken some kind of limit and pushed to a higher level. Drawing the sword, when a person's killing intent was released, he wanted to kill. The sword, which carried endless killing intent, was unsheathed in an instant and erupted with monstrous power. The sword broke through the air and slashed across. They couldn't block it. The black-robed men present were only in the fifth realm. How could they resist Shenzong's sword light? With just a single sword strike, dozens of black-robed men were killed. They couldn't even put up the slightest bit of resistance. After the sword light killed dozens of black-robed men, it mercilessly attacked the 10-meter-tall evil demon statue. In an instant, a black light burst out from the evil demon statue and spread out, blocking Shenzong's sword light attack. Then, the evil demon statue's eyes emitted two scarlet rays of light, which broke through the air and shot toward Shenzong with astonishing malice. It seemed to be similar to the power that it had bestowed on the black-robed men. However, Shenzong didn't think that this evil demon was going to bestow him any power. This was because Shenzong's super-strong perception felt the dense malice from the two scarlet rays of light. Shenzong didn't want to be hit by it. His figure flashed and he directly avoided the scarlet rays of light. With monstrous killing intent, he directly attacked with the second sword. "Mortal, how dare you blaspheme this god? You deserve to die." In an instant, Shenzong felt that the evil demon statue in front of him seemed to come alive. As the endless black light burst out, a huge body appeared. It was the same as the statue but many times larger. It was astonishingly huge, and its demonic power was monstrous. It covered the sky and covered the earth. In an instant, Zhenzong felt as if he was suffocating. However, Zhenzong just smiled. This wasn't the first time he had experienced something like this. How could he be intimidated by it? Without any hesitation, Zhenzong immediately activated the power of the black mark. In an instant, a pair of black and white god-fiend eyes appeared and stared directly at the evil demon figure. "What are you?" When the evil demon figure was stared at by the pair of eyes, it was suddenly shocked. For no reason, it felt a chill that seemed to come from the depths of its body. The chill was indescribable. Fear, it was a kind of instinctive fear. However, it didn't feel too much. As the god-fiend stared at it, it immediately devoured it. It was still a familiar feeling. However, Zhenzong's current spirit was already at the top of the Emperor realm. Therefore, the power from the black mark did not further enhance Zhenzong's spirit. The 10-meter-tall black statue was full of cracks and looked like it would break at any time. The Taihao spiritual fire returned to silence, but unknowingly, it seemed to have grown a lot. The flame, which was only the size of a sesame seed, had become the size of a rice grain. Although it was still small, it had indeed grown. Zhenzong was not very clear about the principle of its growth, but he was sure that it had something to do with the eradication of evil. It seemed that by eliminating evil, it could gain benefits and become stronger. The sword universe acted with the Taihao spiritual fire. Understanding its spirit, Zhenzong vaguely understood. Activating the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed, they immediately swallowed up the divine soul and essence blood in the dozens of crystal balls scattered around. The power from the black mark did not bring any improvement to Zhenzong's spirit, but the mysterious seed's vitality became stronger. Now, the mysterious seed's 9 leaves were completely open, and the stamen in the center was also fluttering in the wind. It seemed to have fully grown. The vitality that filled the air surprised Zhenzong. It seemed to be a sea of vitality. But it was still not enough. Now, the mysterious seed had absorbed more vitality and would no longer grow any leaves. Instead, it grew downwards, which was the root system. Now, the mysterious seed had grown many subtle roots, taking root in Zhenzong's body. It even showed signs of spreading to all parts of Zhenzong's body. If his speculation was correct, when all the roots of the mysterious seed grew out, would it really spread all over his body? What would it be like then? Zhenzong did not know, but he had an impulse to continue to let the mysterious seed grow. When the time came, he would naturally know the answer. The evil here had been eradicated. Zhenzong did not intend to stay here any longer. He leaped up and turned into sword light. In an instant, he rushed out of the valley and flew toward the universe beyond the stars. There was no obvious location. He just traveled the universe and followed the purpose of the Taihao sword universe. He wanted to comprehend the mysteries of the Taihao spirit and truly grasp the Taihao inheritance to become the new Taihao. The first Taihao had studied the eternal true yang, and after comprehending its secrets, he traveled the universe with his sword and eventually became a saint. He then branded it and turned it into Taihao spiritual flame, and passed it on to the second Taihao as his legacy. It became a seed that allowed the second Taihao to travel the universe with his sword and eventually comprehend Taihao spiritual secrets. It was the same for the second generation Taihao. The legacy was passed down to the third generation Taihao. The sword traveled through the universe, comprehending it on its own, and finally unraveling its secrets, becoming a saint. Now, the third generation Taihao was doing the same. He had passed on the Taihao spirit to Zhenzong and turned it into a flame. Zhenzong would personally experience it and go to the sword-traversing universe to truly comprehend the Taihao spirit and obtain the inheritance. How much time would this take? It was hard to say. At the very least, it wouldn't be a short period of time. However, once he reaped the rewards, the results would be astonishing. It wouldn't be difficult for him to become a saint. To put it simply, if one could comprehend the inheritance of the Taihao spirit, one could become a saint. This was equivalent to a path that led directly to the saint level. This was undoubtedly faster than comprehending it through one's own cultivation. However, it couldn't be mass-produced. Taihao's spiritual flame was condensed by every generation Taihao with everything they had. They couldn't condense it more than a few times in their lifetime. Every time they condensed it, they would damage themselves, and it would take a long time to recover. If they condensed it more than a few times, the damage would be permanent. No Taihao of any generation would do something that didn't benefit them at all unless they wanted to cultivate the next generation Taihao. Otherwise, if the price wasn't too high, Taihao Mountain wouldn't only have 2 saint-level experts by now. They would have more. Of course, even if one could obtain the Taihao spirit's spiritual flame, not everyone could comprehend its secrets. Talent was the threshold. If one didn't have enough talent, no matter how great the opportunity was, they wouldn't be able to enjoy it. It was like a person who wasn't smart and didn't know how to manage money. No matter how much wealth he obtained, he would still lose it all. The moment Shenzong left the star, in the originally dark valley, the shattered statue seemed to be torn apart from the inside by an invisible blade. It was as easy and carefree as a sharp knife cutting through butter. The space was directly torn apart. Immediately, a pitch-black claw reached out, and a pitch-black figure appeared behind the claw. It was a figure that looked like a bat. It was about 10 meters tall and had a pair of blood-red eyes. They were filled with a ferocious light as they swept across the area. It was exactly the same as the broken evil demon statue. Looking around, looking at the shattered statue and smelling the extremely weak aura that remained in the air, a cruel and callous smile surfaced on the face of this bat demon being. Immediately, accompanied by an extremely sharp voice, it soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Smash! As the bat evil demon shot up into the sky, the broken statue seemed to be hit by an invisible force and turned into powder. Then, with the powdered statue as the center, the whole valley seemed to be hit by a terrifying invisible force and collapsed directly. Amidst a series of incomparably violent rumbles, the entire valley collapsed and shattered into pieces. In the universe, the sword light was flying like an aurora. Suddenly, Shenzong frowned slightly. His powerful perception felt that there seemed to be danger approaching. At the same time, the originally silent Taihao spirit fire fluctuated again. The frequency of its fluctuation was many times more intense than when he faced the evil demon statue in the valley. Evil, there was a powerful evil that was rapidly approaching. Shenzong immediately analyzed and deduced that the source of the evil was the star he had left. Could it be an accomplice of those villains, or was there something else? No matter which it was, he would soon find out. Sure enough, as the evil approached, Shenzong also saw a black shadow flying toward him at an astonishing speed, like a demonic shadow approaching. Shenzong narrowed his eyes slightly. As he stared, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The evil that was attacking him was exactly the same as the bad evil demon statue he had destroyed in the valley. Could it be that the statue had been resurrected? While he was thinking, the bad evil demon had already burst out with an astonishing speed. Its sharp claws tore through the void of the universe. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it attacked Shenzong. That claw made Shenzong feel a chill. Even with his tyrannical heavenly gold sword body, he could not resist the amazing power of that claw. If he was hit, he would be torn apart directly. Shenzong believed in his intuition. The sharp claws tore through the void. In an instant, Shenzong's body was torn apart. However, there was no change in his expression. Because what was torn apart was not Shenzong's real body, but only his residual image. Sword light suddenly flashed. It was bright and dazzling and gorgeous. It was filled with a kind of coldness that could freeze everything, as if the void of the universe had been frozen. It broke through the void in an instant. The no-kill swordsmanship. When a person released his killing intent, in an instant, under the fluctuation of the Taihao spiritual fire, this killing intent was amplified several times. This was what Shenzong had discovered in the valley. The secret of the no-kill swordsmanship was to stimulate one's own killing intent and turn it into a kind of terrible power. Shenzong's heart force was very strong, so he could stimulate a strong killing intent. When he mastered the no-kill swordsmanship, he could also release amazing power. In the face of evil, under the stimulation of the Taihao spiritual fire, the killing intent that could be detonated was amplified several times. The power of the no-kill swordsmanship was closely related to the intensity of the killing intent. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger the power of the no-kill swordsmanship. Naturally, the divine skill of the no-kill swordsmanship would also be strengthened. The ancient swordsmanship was indeed more powerful than the no-kill swordsmanship. However, in the current situation, the power of the no-kill swordsmanship had increased by several times due to the strong murderous intent. It was not inferior to the ancient swordsmanship at all. Moreover, due to the degree of mastery, it did not feel as awkward as the ancient swordsmanship when it was used. Kill, the incomparably powerful sword light tore through the void of the universe in an instant, leaving a terrifying pitch-black crack. It went straight for the bad evil demon. Red light burst out of the bat demon's eyes, as if it was about to drip blood. It was extremely dense. Its speed was extremely fast, but Chen Zong's sword was even faster. It directly cut down its body. With a ripping sound, the bat evil demon's body was directly torn apart. However, Chen Zong's expression was cold. The moment the heavenly will sword struck the bad evil demon, he felt an amazing resistance that prevented the sword edge from cutting through. Therefore, although the powerful sword finally cut through the bad evil demon's body, it did not have the desired effect of killing it. It only cut through the tough skin of the bad evil demon, causing only superficial wounds. The powerful sword chi could not penetrate into the bad evil demon's body and cause deeper damage. Mortal. The bad evil demon's voice was hoarse and low. It roared and opened its mouth. Suddenly, a terrifying sound wave rushed out, as if it could shatter the vacuum. Fast, it was too fast. Even when Chen Zong sensed it, he had already been bombarded by the sound wave. The space-splitting ring, without any hesitation, Chen Zong immediately activated the power of the space-splitting ring. However, the power of the space-splitting ring was not able to completely block the sound wave. It was quickly penetrated and attacked Chen Zong's body. The heavenly gold sword body was fully activated. As the platinum divine pattern spread out, it bore the impact of the terrifying sound wave head-on. In an instant, Chen Zong felt as if his body was being crazily cut by countless terrifying sharp blades. The tyrannical heavenly gold sword body was actually being torn apart. It was as if he was being cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. The terrifying chi penetrated the skin and continued to invade his body. It seemed to intensify the sharp pain of being torn apart, magnifying the perception of the pain by more than 10 times. Mortal, your blood is mine. When the bad evil demon saw the blood coming out of Chen Zong's body, it immediately revealed an extremely ferocious and greedy malice. Surge, as the bat demon's eyes emitted a blazing scarlet light, Chen Zong immediately felt his blood surge and was about to spurt out of his body. Bloodthirsty, the bat demon was very bloodthirsty and cruel. Circulating his power, Chen Zong guarded his body and controlled his surging blood. He also used the flowing breath divine technique to buy himself some time. Then, he used the space divine technique to move away and evade. Hard apparition, in an instant, Chen Zong split into 5, 1 real body and 4 apparitions. Although the apparitions only had 1/10 of the real body's strength, there was no difference in their auras. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Kill, his true body and the 4 phantoms charged towards the bat sinister demon from all directions with swords in hand. Void kill swordsmanship, heart swordsmanship, world swordsmanship, ancient swordsmanship, different versions of Chen Zong displayed different swordsmanship. This was not difficult for Chen Zong, who had mastered the Heart Sutra. The effect of different origin source sword principles was even better when they were used together. However, the bat demon's body was very strong and its vitality was amazing. Even if it was injured by Chen Zong's sword, it would heal in just a few breaths. As for Chen Zong, once he was injured, he would heal in an instant. That was because the mysterious seed's vitality was very strong. Strong, the bat demon's strength was very strong. Its power was extremely evil and brought Chen Zong great pressure. For a time, Chen Zong used many techniques, but he was still at a disadvantage. However, Chen Zong's expression was very cold. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he used the bat demon as a whetstone to sharpen all his origin swordsmanship. The ancient swordsmanship was also gradually becoming more skillful and more powerful as it was displayed again and again. The sharp triangular tail suddenly pierced through the air and pierced through one of the apparitions. The apparition was injured and immediately collapsed. The heart apparition was very useful, but it had 2 flaws. First, it was not strong enough. It was only 1/10 of the real body's strength. Second, it would collapse once it was injured. Chen Zong was also working hard to improve these 2 shortcomings, but he had not achieved any good results so far. Fortunately, the illusory body of the heart could be reformed after being destroyed. Moreover, it would not consume too much of Qianzong's energy, which was an advantage. Qianzong unleashed all of his strength to fight the bat demon. Both sides unleashed their emperor-level strength and fought fiercely. The more intense the battle was, the more serious Qianzong became. Strong, the bat evil devil's fighting ability was too strong. Moreover, it was very difficult to kill. Even if it was injured, it would recover in a short time. Could it be that it was a battle of attrition? As Qianzong fought, his mind raced as he pondered how he could defeat his opponent. The bat demon attacked in a frenzy, completely ignoring the fact that it would be injured. Its body was extremely tough, so even if it was injured, it wouldn't be too serious. Moreover, it would heal in an extremely short amount of time, so it wouldn't affect its strength at all. The more the battle, the more excited the bat evil devil became. This mortal's strength was beyond its expectations. It could still clearly remember how enchanting and delicious the fragrance of the blood was. Once it absorbed it, it would definitely benefit it a lot. Also, the spiritual soul was very strong. It must be delicious too. His thoughts flashed like lightning. In an instant, it was as if thousands of thunderbolts were flashing. Qianzong's eyes lit up. Maybe he could do this. Heart apparition, heavenly light sword drawing technique? 6. Sky slash? 6. Swallows fly twice, 3 swords of no kill. Both the real body and the apparition displayed powerful sword principle divine techniques. Kill, the origin sword principle could not really hurt the bad evil devil. However, the sword principle divine techniques were many times more powerful than the origin sword principle divine techniques. Threat, the extremely strong threat caused the demonic bat's expression to change drastically. It was extremely shocked and wanted to dodge, but it was a step too late. It was injured. Under the swallows fly twice of the heavenly light sword drawing technique, 3 streaks of sword light slashed through the air. The bad evil devil avoided the first streak of sword light, but it could not avoid the following 2 streaks of sword light. This was all within Qianzong's calculations. The astonishing power of the heavenly light sword drawing technique was completely unleashed. Immediately, 2 terrifying sword wounds were left on the bad evil devil's body. They were so deep that the bad evil devil's bones could be seen. If it were not for the bad evil devil's strong and huge body, it would have been cut in half. The 3 swords of no kill that was displayed by the 4 apparitions also attacked from all directions. The strength of the heart apparition was only 1/10 of the real body's, but this time, it displayed all of its strength at the cost of its own body's collapse. The 3 swords of no kill that was displayed was extremely powerful. 4 strikes, in just an instant, 4 rays of sword light, carrying boundless killing intent, brazenly attacked from all directions. The apparitions collapsed and merged into the streaks of sword light. The most powerful attack erupted and pierced the bad evil devil's body from all directions, directly injuring it. Most importantly, because of the injury, the bad evil devil's body froze for a moment. This momentary pause was what Qianzong wanted, because Qianzong knew very well that with the bad evil devil's strong body and strength, it would be very difficult to kill it with just a few sword-way divine techniques. This was because Qianzong's real killing move was not these sword-way divine techniques, but something else. It would take some time to display it, and if the bad evil devil's body was not fixed for a moment, it would be very difficult to hit it. Powerful spatial fluctuations suddenly spread out from Qianzong's body and affected the surroundings. Immediately, Qianzong pointed 3 fingers in succession. Chaotic 3 fingers, a finger-pointing technique, a finger-splitting technique, and a finger-shattering technique. After so many years, Qianzong had already cultivated the chaotic 3 fingers to the extreme. Moreover, he could fuse them into a more powerful spatial divine technique. However, it would take some time to display it, because its power was too strong. When the 3 fingers were pointed, completely different spatial powers erupted, collided, and blended together to form a terrifying force that could destroy everything. In an instant, an invisible void storm appeared around the bad evil devil's body. As soon as it appeared, the power increased to the extreme in an instant. Cracks began to appear in the space around the bad evil demon. Dozens of cracks appeared, and then hundreds of cracks appeared. Then, it was as if a terrifying giant hammer had struck it with full force, and it was directly smashed apart. The spatial cracks were as sharp and domineering as divine spatial blades. They frantically cut at the bad evil devil's body, leaving gashes on the bad evil devil's body. Then, they were shattered, the terrifying spatial destructive power completely erupted, crazily sweeping and strangling. The chaotic destruction. If the chaotic three fingers were the foundation of the inheritance of the great saint of Huancong, then the chaotic destruction was the true technique of the great saint of Huancong. It was the true technique that allowed him to run amok in the universe. Qinzong was barely able to display this technique, but after displaying it, its power was extremely terrifying. Shatter. The space was completely shattered, crazily strangling, filled with endless destructive power. Everything within it would be completely destroyed and turned into powder. Even with the bad evil devil's strong body, it could not withstand it. Mortal, you deserve to die 1,000 times for your sins. The bad evil devil roared, constantly stimulating its own power to resist the terrifying power of the chaotic destruction. It tried to escape, but the chaotic destruction rotated wildly, filled with a devouring power, making it impossible for it to escape. It could only be continuously strangled, falling bit by bit into the spatial black hole. Resist. Qinzong's expression was cold and solemn as he watched. He felt somewhat nervous, but he could not interfere. After the chaotic space great destruction was used, he could no longer interfere. He could not strengthen it or stop it. It could evolve on its own. He could only hope that the power of the chaotic destruction was enough to kill the bad evil devil. The power of the bad evil devil was indeed terrifying. The chaotic destruction could be considered the most powerful attack among all the divine techniques that Qinzong had mastered. Even the full power of the heavenly light sword drawing technique could not be compared to it. However, such a powerful attack was still unable to kill the bad evil devil. On the contrary, the bad evil devil continued to erupt with astonishing power to resist, resulting in a tug of war. However, the power of the chaotic destruction was indeed too strong. Although the bad evil devil's power was strong, it was not infinite. After some resistance, it finally could not resist and was swallowed by the terrifying spatial black hole. Strangling. As the spatial black hole closed, Qinzong saw with his own eyes that the bad evil devil's body was torn apart by the terrifying power of the spatial black hole. Seeing the bad evil devil being strangled, Qinzong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, but he also felt a little regretful. It was a pity that such a powerful evil spirit, no, a so-called god, could not be devoured. Moreover, its body was very strong and its life force was astonishing. If it could devour it, the mysterious seed would definitely gain a lot of benefits. However, Qinzong could not break into the spatial black hole. He could not survive every time he escaped into it. Immediately, Qinzong frowned slightly. Logically speaking, after he killed the bad evil devil, the Taihao spirit fire should have increased as before. Why was there no movement? Could it be that his previous speculation was wrong? Suddenly, the Taihao spirit fire, which had just returned to its dormant state, trembled and jumped wildly, bringing an indescribable sense of crisis to Qinzong. Without hesitation, Qinzong erupted with extreme speed. He immediately used the time magic technique, flowing breath, and the spatial magic technique, void moving. Dodge. Just as Qinzong burst forth to dodge, the void where he was standing suddenly shattered. A terrifying pitch-black claw slashed out. That claw was pitch-black to the extreme, as though it was the claw of a demon that had reached out from the abyss. It was filled with endless pitch-black flames that incinerated everything. Even the void couldn't stop it and was instantly incinerated into ashes. The illusory body left behind by Qinzong would be destroyed in an instant. Following the claw, a pitch-black figure rushed out. It was an evil devil, the bad evil devil. However, compared to the bat demon that had been hit by his chaotic space shattering earlier, its body had shrunk to about 2 meters tall, and it seemed to have become darker. It was so dark that there was a metallic luster to it. Qinzong felt that it seemed to have become even more tyrannical. Mortal, you have completely infuriated me. It was vast and mighty like a surging devilish tide, like the rumbling of thunder that was vast and endless, and it carried shocking might as it assaulted Xianxia from all directions. Qinzong looked solemn and focused his eyes. A strong sense of crisis kept bursting out from the bottom of his heart. Evil demon. The aura of this evil demon was too terrible. It was much stronger than before. What he didn't know was that the bad evil demon was not the real body of the bad evil demon, but just a doppelganger when it fell into the black hole and was crazily torn apart. Unable to withstand the power of the space destruction, the real body of the bad evil demon sent more power to strengthen the doppelganger. It recovered and rushed out of the destroyed space to counterattack. There was a price to pay. But it was forced to do so by this damned mortal. It couldn't help but be angry to the extreme and hate him to the extreme. This damned mortal, I won't let him die so easily. I'll let him suffer and let him know how serious the consequences of infuriating me are. A terrifying murderous aura emanated from the bat demon's body, which was suffused with a metallic luster. It was as if a storm was about to roll up. It was extremely terrifying. Kill. In the twinkling of an eye, the bad evil demon turned into a black light and broke out with extreme speed. It immediately approached Xianxia. Fast, it was too fast, several times faster than before. It almost exceeded Xianxia's reaction speed. Subconsciously, Xianxia immediately used the flowing breath of time magic. After gaining a breath of time, he quickly slashed out with his sword. The sword light flashed, but it was directly shattered by the sharp claws of the bad evil demon. The claws carried a terrible power that could destroy mountains, and attacked mercilessly. He couldn't block it. Through the body of the sword, a terrifying force rushed out and directly bombarded Xianxia's chest. The celestial gold sword physique was also broken, and he was sent flying. Xianxia knew very well that several of his ribs had been broken, and an extremely terrifying and evil force had invaded his body, wreaking havoc in a frenzy. Xianxia could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. The blood was filled with traces of dark aura, like a poisonous snake. Kill. The bat demon immediately seized the opportunity to swipe at Xianxia with its claws. Its tail also pierced through the air. Every move it made seemed as if it was trying to take Xianxia's life. However, it didn't manage to kill Xianxia in an instant. Instead, it continued to attack Xianxia, leaving scars on his body. They couldn't block it. Even though Xianxia had exquisite swordsmanship of origin, he could not defend himself against it. The evil spirit was too fast, so fast that it exceeded Xianxia's perception. Every time, Xianxia could only use the flowing breath of time magic to block it. But because the evil spirit's power was too strong, Xianxia's defense became futile. His defense collapsed in an instant. Although Xianxia was in the 6th realm, when he used all his strength, he was equivalent to an ordinary 7th realm. But the evil spirit's strength had surpassed the top 7th realm. Even if it hadn't reached the half-saint level, it wasn't far from it. Even though he couldn't block it, Xianxia didn't panic. On the contrary, he became more and more calm. Since the evil spirit didn't kill him immediately, he had a chance to counterattack. This chance might be fleeting, so he had to seize it. It was only a moment. Burst. The power of the sword mark left by Sword Saint Taihao instantly released amazing power. A terrible sharp aura rushed out, and the sword will shocked the 9 heavens, tearing everything in all directions. In an instant, Xianxia's strength increased sharply, and he became more and more powerful. The evil spirit attacked, but it was blocked by Xianxia's sword. This time, Xianxia's defense was completely effective. The remaining power of the sword mark made Xianxia's strength increase sharply. Counterattack. The evil spirit was slightly stunned when it blocked the enemy's attack. Previously, Xianxia couldn't block it no matter what, but this time, he blocked it. It was unexpected. This stunned moment was only for a moment, but it was enough. The sword light was as agile as a swimming dragon. It bypassed the evil spirit's sharp claws and cut its metal-like black body directly, making an obscure sound. Tear. The evil spirit's strong body was torn apart immediately, but its body was so strong that the damage caused by Xianxia's sword was limited. The evil spirit's reaction was also very fast. Its tail pierced through the void, and it attacked directly. Realizing that this mortal's strength had increased, the evil spirit roared angrily. The sound waves were sharp, and a layer of blood-red light appeared around its body. Under the blood-red light, the evil spirit became even more terrifying. Its strength more than doubled again. Xianxia was suppressed again, but with his excellent swordsmanship, he could still resist a little. The void of the universe around him was constantly shattered. Chenzong's heart sank. The power of the sword mark was his trump card, but now it was about to be exhausted, and he still couldn't defeat the evil spirit. The evil spirit was too strong. Once the power of the sword mark was exhausted, his strength would return to its original state, and he wouldn't be able to resist the evil spirit at all. Should he escape immediately before the power of the sword mark was exhausted? It seemed that this was the only way. It wasn't shameful to escape if he couldn't defeat the evil spirit. It was better than being killed. Even if he couldn't defeat the evil spirit now, it didn't mean that he couldn't defeat it in the future. Just as Chenzong was about to escape, suddenly, the black mark fluctuated. At the same time, a piece of information poured into Chenzong's mind. God's arrival. Shockingly, it was a secret technique. The black imprint had actually passed on a secret technique to Chenzong. With Chenzong's extraordinary comprehension and the Heart Sutra, he comprehended and mastered the secret method in a short time. It was also because this secret method wasn't difficult. Of course, it wasn't easy to use a secret method that wasn't difficult. It required enough conditions, and Chenzong happened to meet all the conditions. God's arrival. With a low shout, Chenzong used this secret method without hesitation. In an instant, the black mark fluctuated violently. It seemed that in the void, a pair of black and white eyes, like a god and a demon, opened. When that pair of eyes opened, an extremely terrifying divine might and demonic will filled the air. In an instant, an illusory figure also appeared and descended from the sky. It was as if it had traveled through the ancient time and space, crossed the endless river of time, and arrived from the ancient times. Vaguely, there was a fluctuation in the universe, and a gust of ancient wind rolled up out of nowhere. It seemed that an ancient and powerful figure had stepped through the ancient times, and directly integrated into Chenzong's body. His eyes flashed in an instant, and the whites of his eyes seemed to become whiter. They were filled with an indescribable divine halo, and the black of his eyes became darker. It was so dark that it was boundless, like an abyss black hole that could devour everything, and the demonic intent was endless. An incomparably mysterious and terrifying aura was constantly emitted from Chenzong's body. Vaguely, Chenzong's body seemed to have double shadows. Power, the indescribable power was surging and raging in his body, and Chenzong was secretly shocked. The power of the third layer of the Fiend God Sword Mantra, the star-breaking sword origin, had been strengthened several times. The heavenly gold sword body had also been strengthened several times. Every move he made was filled with a monstrous power, making Chenzong feel as if he could easily shatter the earth and pierce through the sky. Nothing in the universe could resist his strength. The secret method of God's arrival was so amazing and unexpected. The source of the secret method's power was the black mark. Chenzong had thought about it before. That was, the black mark devoured the power of the spirit, but except for giving him a trace of pure non-elemental power to improve his essence, chi, and spirit, what other power did it have? Where did it go? Obviously, it was completely devoured by the black mark. Then, what was the use of the black mark devouring the power of the spirit? This was something that Chenzong had never understood. Previously, Chenzong also tried to see if he could mobilize the power of the black mark, but no matter how he tried, the black mark would not move. He could not mobilize the slightest bit of power, so he could only give up. Unexpectedly, the black mark took the initiative to impart a secret method to him. This secret method was called God's arrival, and it happened to be able to mobilize the power of the black mark to enhance his own strength. Tyrannical, Chenzong felt that his strength had soared many times, and his spirit had also been strengthened several times. Everything around him was under his control. The bad evil demon turned into a black light and attacked in a flash. Previously, Chenzong could not react at all. But now, the bad evil demon's trajectory was so clear that it completely appeared in Chenzong's perception. He swung his sword, an extremely exquisite sword move was directly displayed, but it looked simple. It was the ancient swordsmanship. Perhaps it was due to the increase in his realm and the increase in his strength, but the ancient sword technique that he displayed now was no longer shaky. The ancient sword technique that was without any shakiness was able to fully display its might and was extremely powerful. The bloody light on the bad evil demon's body was directly torn apart. Immediately, the extremely tough layer of skin could not withstand the sharpness of Chenzong's sword. It was directly torn apart as if it was a piece of cloth. The half-saint level. This was the power of the half-saint level. However, Qianzong did not know how long this power would last, so he could not fully enjoy it and end the battle quickly. Divine light sword drawing skill, swallows fly in pairs, 3 sword lights slashed out one after the other, carrying an unparalleled sharpness. They split the void and slashed toward the bad evil demon. It could neither dodge nor block them. The tyrannical body of the bad evil demon was as fragile as a piece of paper and could be easily slashed. Kill. Then, Qianzong immediately activated the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed, bursting forth with monstrous power. They immediately devoured the bad evil demon's spirit and consciousness and strong vitality. The bad evil demon struggled, but it could not break free. The bad evil demon angrily rebuked Qianzong, but Qianzong remained unmoved. The black mark and the mysterious seed were like greedy Taotais, madly absorbing the bad evil demon's spirit and vitality. In just a few breaths, they had completely devoured the bad evil demon's spirit and vitality. After the black mark devoured the bad evil demon's spirit, it immediately gave Qianzong a stream of pure power, which improved his essence, qi, and spirit. After the mysterious seed absorbed a large amount of vitality, tiny roots grew out, spread out, and took root in Qianzong's body. Time passed without a trace in the void of the universe. However, Qianzong, who had comprehended and mastered the great Tao of time, could clearly sense the passage of time. It had been 20 years since he had left Taihao Mountain to travel the universe of swords. Qianzong had not stopped over the past 20 years, nor had he deliberately searched for evil. He had only followed the guidance of Taihao spiritual fire. The god worship sect was becoming more and more prosperous. Qianzong also knew that the so-called god worship sect was a general name. For example, the Eagle God sect that appeared on Wanyuan Island was a faction of the God Worship sect. In addition, there were also the Tiger God sect, the Snake God sect, and so on. Qianzong had encountered many in the past 20 years. The God Worship sect, in general, was not a righteous sect. The so-called gods would bewitch cultivators and make them believe in them. They robbed and killed everywhere, creating a lot of death and chaos, and bringing chaos to the universe. It was fine if he didn't know, but since Qianzong encountered them, there was no reason to ignore them. He drew his sword and killed them all. In addition, Qianzong also encountered people from the Infernal Order and the Infernal Demon sect. Naturally, he also drew his sword and killed them. The Infernal Order, the Infernal Demon sect, and the God Worship sect he encountered were all evil. Therefore, the Taihao spiritual fire continued to grow. At first, it was the size of a sesame seed, then it grew to the size of a rice grain, and now it was the size of a soybean. Compared to the initial sesame seed size, it had grown dozens of times. At the same time, the Taihao spiritual fire's ability to sense evil had also been greatly improved. Constant battles, eradicating evil, and fighting against demon cultivators, Qianzong even had to use the god's arrival secret technique to borrow the power of the black mark. However, Qianzong did not feel bored at all. On the contrary, he enjoyed it. Every battle with a strong enemy was a form of tempering and accumulation, accumulating for the future sublimation. In the past 20 years, Qianzong had fought and killed at least 100 times. The 4 sword arts of origin had been greatly improved, and their power had become more and more astonishing. His comprehension of the 5 great Tao of origin had also improved. Now, even if he did not use the god's arrival secret technique, Qianzong could face a top emperor-level powerhouse head-on. Powerful strength brought with it greater self-confidence. With the help of the divine arrival secret method, Qianzong dared to face even a half-saint expert head-on. It could be said that the current Qianzong could face any strong enemy as long as he was not in the saint level. It was just a pity that Qianzong still had not truly comprehended what the so-called Great Sky Spirit was. Open and aboveboard, blazing and domineering, all of these were, but not all of them. Every generation of Taihao had a different understanding of the Taihao spirit. It was like writing the same character, but there were subtle differences when different people wrote the same character. Even if it was a copy, it would still be different. The so-called open and bright spirit of Taihao was only the most fundamental. It was like the frame of a certain word. However, one had to truly understand its meaning, why it was written that way, and what each stroke represented. Only by truly comprehending it could one fully understand the word and master its essence. Now, Chenzong was walking on this path. Although he knew the basic meaning of the Taihao spirit, he needed to use it as a foundation to comprehend his own Taihao spirit. It sounded easy, but it was difficult to actually do it. It was more or less specious. This kind of comprehension required precision. There could not be the slightest hesitation or indecision. With a jolt of his heart, Chenzong saw an aqua-blue star in front of him. It was rotating slowly. He sped up and flew toward the aqua-blue star. As soon as Chenzong entered the star, he felt a strong fluctuation of water vapor. The way of water was very strong on this star, far surpassing the aura of other great ways. There was no doubt that such a place was the most suitable place to comprehend the way of water. It was also the most suitable place to practice the way of water. At the same time, the power of the way of water would be enhanced and become stronger. Entering the aqua-blue star, Chenzong's purpose was to broaden his horizons. The universe was vast and boundless. Its scenery was deep and magnificent. However, after looking at it for a long time, one would feel ordinary and even want to vomit. 20 years had passed, and Chenzong was no longer amazed. Although he didn't feel like vomiting, it was still necessary for him to broaden his horizons. The sword universe, comprehending the mystery of the Taihao spirit, did not have a specific destination. It was completely random. He just went wherever he went. The universe was so big. If there was light, there would naturally be darkness, regardless of location. Maybe there was some kind of evil shrouded in darkness on this aqua-blue star. Even if there was no evil, it was good to broaden his horizons and change his mood. The path of cultivation was about combining work with rest, and having a proper balance between tension and relaxation. On the aqua-blue star, more than 90% was ocean, and the remaining 10% was land. There was not only one piece of land, but many pieces. The largest piece was called blue water. The rest of the land was scattered and looked like islands. Chenzong directly landed on a medium-sized island. He found a restaurant and stepped into it. The business of this restaurant was very good. It was almost full. When Chenzong arrived, there was a table by the window. People were eating and drinking well. They paid the bill and left. Chenzong ordered a pot of wine and a few specialties of this restaurant. He sat and waited for the food and wine to be served so that he could have a good taste. How long had it been? It had been many years. He rarely had such a leisurely time to sit in a restaurant and enjoy the delicious food and wine. It was just like many years ago when he was just a weak cultivator. Now, even if he was eating and drinking, he would not be as leisurely as he was at this moment. When the wine was served, Chenzong poured himself a glass. The light blue wine was filled with the freshness of the ocean. This was the unique wine of the star. It was a wine with the smell of the ocean. Tasting delicious food had always been Chenzong's favorite. As soon as the glass of wine entered his mouth, a refreshing taste suddenly spread. Vaguely, Chenzong seemed to hear the sound of the tide, which surrounded his ears. He seemed to smell the freshness of the sea breeze, which was a little moist. After pouring the second glass of wine, Chenzong picked it up. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure outside the window. It was a strange figure, but Chenzong felt that the fluctuation of the aura emitted by the figure was familiar. However, Chenzong did not immediately chase after the figure. Instead, he quietly separated a wisp of aura and quietly landed on the figure. It turned into an imprint that only Chenzong could sense. As long as the other party was still on this star, Chenzong could sense the other party's whereabouts with this imprint and chase after him. As for now, it was better to enjoy a good meal and reward himself. Because of this discovery, the wine and delicacies seemed to have become even more delicious. After an hour, Chenzong paid the bill with Cosmos divine crystals, got up and left. He walked out of the restaurant and walked along the street. Based on the fluctuation of the sword qi, he finally arrived in front of a rather luxurious manor. The fluctuation of the sword qi imprint he left behind was transmitted from this manor. Lan Hai clan, I didn't expect to meet you here, Chenzong thought. His figure flashed and escaped into the manor. There were 36 peaks in Taihao Mountain, one of which was called Gulan Peak. The master of Gulan Peak was the Lan Hai clan, who possessed the Lan Hai bloodline. In Taihao Mountain, it was considered a rather powerful bloodline, at least in the upper middle level. However, the Lanhai clan betrayed Taihao Mountain and colluded with the Purgatory Demon sect to launch a disaster against Taihao Mountain. Fortunately, because of Chen Zong, the first Grand Elder was prepared. In addition, the Lanhai clan and the Purgatory Demon sect were not fully prepared. The hasty launch of the attack did not cause too much chaos, but only caused a small area of chaos and casualties. After that, the Lanhai clan betrayed Taihao Mountain. Although they suffered some losses, more than half of their people were still alive. Even the strongest of the Lanhai clan, the original 10th Grand Elder of Taihao Mountain's Grand Elder Hall, had defected. Because of this, the Taihao Mountain was naturally incomparably furious. They wanted to completely exterminate the Lanhai clan. Unfortunately, the people of the Lanhai clan were very cunning. They had long since made preparations. As soon as they left the Taihao Mountain, they disappeared without a trace. Even though Taihao Mountain's intelligence network was not weak, it was still difficult to find them. After all, the universe was so vast that if one wanted to hide, they could hide from the heavens. Even if they asked Profound Theory Cultivator to divine it, it would be difficult to divine it clearly. Of course, Taihao Mountain had never stopped searching for the Lanhai clan's whereabouts. It was just that they had not found them yet. No matter what, the Lanhai clan betrayed Taihao Mountain. They were traitors, and no force would be lenient towards traitors. Moreover, the Lanhai clan had also caused some losses to Taihao Mountain. Chen Zong did not expect that his momentary desire to rest on this planet and taste the delicious food and wine would lead to such an unexpected harvest. A member of the Lanhai clan. Even though that was only a 4th realm cultivator and wasn't strong at all, since one of them had appeared, it meant that there were other members of the Blue Ocean clan on this planet. Even if there weren't any, there was still hope to find more members of the Blue Ocean clan and eliminate them. As the sacred son of the Swordway of Taihao Mountain, he bore the honor of Taihao Mountain and shared the honor and disgrace of Taihao Mountain. Moreover, there was a grudge between him and the Lanhai clan. No matter what the reason was, Chen Zong could not let the Lanhai clan off. With Chen Zong's current strength, the strongest person in the manor was only at the 5th level. They would not be able to discover Chen Zong's existence at all. Observe, Chen Zong hid and observed the disciple of the Lanhai clan. When he left, Chen Zong also left. It was not that Chen Zong did not take other actions, but he was worried about alerting the enemy. It was not easy to find a member of the Lanhai clan, so it was not too much to be more cautious. The disciple of the Lanhai clan had no idea that he was being watched. After staying on the island for a few days, he got up and left. Chen Zong naturally followed him in secret. Blue Water Planet, Blue Water Continent, Xianxia City. This city was the largest city in the Blue Water Continent. It had a large population and more than 100 factions. A few decades ago, a faction called the Blue Sword sect had appeared in Xianxia City. In a very short period of time, hundreds of factions had taken root in Xianxia City and become one of them. However, external factions would definitely be attacked by other factions. After all, resources were limited. The original factions had already been divided. Now that another faction had come, it was tantamount to infringing on their interests. How could they allow it? However, the Blue Sword sect had used its tyrannical strength to suppress the other factions. Not only had it taken root in Xianxia City, but it had also become the strongest faction in Xianxia City. The Blue Sword sect was a faction created by the Blue Sea clan. Long before the Blue Sea clan had betrayed Mount Taihao, they had already consciously carried out a transfer of people. They had left Mount Taihao under the guise of going out to train or carry out missions. In fact, they had all moved here. After following the disciple of the Blue Sea clan to Xianxia City, Chen Zong gathered some information and made his own deductions. He was not far from the truth. The Blue Sea clan had long had the intention to rebel and had already made preparations. However, the strongest person in the Blue Sword sect in Xianxia City was only at the 6th level. Moreover, there was only one person. He was the supreme elder of the Blue Sword sect. The sect master and the other elders were only at the 5th level. Was this the strength of the Blue Sea clan? No, the Lanhai clan was not that weak. At least, as far as Chen Zong knew, the Lanhai clan was equivalent to a top emperor-level force outside of the Taihao Mountain. The original 10th Grand Elder of the Taihao Mountain was a demi-saint expert. The universe was vast and there were many emperor-level experts. However, there were not many half-saints. Any half-saint would be a top-notch expert in any faction. Not to mention the half-saint original 10th founding elder of Mount Taihao, there were many emperor-level experts in the Blue Sea clan. Each of them had astonishing strength. In addition, there were many emperor-level experts. There were at least dozens of them. How could there be only one? As Chenzong inquired for information, he also deliberately observed for a period of time. In the end, he confirmed that most of the people in the Blue Sword sect were disciples of the Blue Ocean clan, while a small portion were disciples that they had recruited from Blue Water Planet. Although the Blue Sword sect had become the #1 faction in Xianxia City, they usually kept a low profile. Chenzong guessed that it might be because of the Blue Sea clan's rule that they shouldn't be too high profile. Keeping a low profile would prevent them from attracting too much attention. However, they couldn't be too low-key either. After all, they needed to develop. If they were too low-key, it wouldn't be good for them to compete for resources to develop. It seems that the real power of the Lanhai clan is not here. Chenzong pondered. His original plan had been to uproot the Lanhai clan and wipe them all out to clean up the Taihao Mountain. However, since the Lanhai clan's true power wasn't here, Chenzong needed to think further about his plan of action. Should he destroy the Blue Sword sect here first? Destroying the Blue Sword sect wouldn't be difficult. On the contrary, it would be very simple. After all, the strongest person in the Blue Sword sect was at the 6th level. Even he couldn't withstand a single strike from Chenzong. However, this was only a small portion of the Lanhai clan's strength. It wasn't their true power. Destroying them would be easy, but it might alert the enemy and startle the Lanhai clan's true power. After some thought, Chenzong made a decision to take action. Overseeing the Blue Sword sect was a very simple and easy task for Jinglan. The cultivators on Blue Water Planet weren't very high. Most of them were at the 4th or 5th level. There were very few 6th level cultivators. His strength was at the top of the 6th level. There were very few who could match him. The current Blue Sword sect was already the top faction in Xianxia City. On Blue Water Planet, it could be considered one of the top factions. Adhering to the principle of developing in a low-key manner, they advanced steadily. This strategy had been in place for decades. After all, he wouldn't forget that the Taihao Mountain would definitely not let this matter rest. The Taihao Mountain was so powerful that the Lanhai clan couldn't resist it even if they used all their strength. They could only keep a low profile and slowly develop in a more remote place like Blue Water Planet. After finishing this cultivation session, Jinglan walked out of the secret room. His figure flashed as he rode on a beam of sword light and flew out of Xianxia City. Soon, he flew into the endless sea. The water area of Blue Water Planet occupied 90% of the entire planet. It was very vast. There were many powerful life forms in the vast sea. They were sea beasts. Some of the powerful sea beasts were at the 6th level. This time, Jinglan planned to challenge a powerful sea beast and kill it. He would seize the cave dwelling of the sea beast because there was a treasure in the cave dwelling that was beneficial to his cultivation. After decades of preparation, his strength had improved further. It was all for this day. The blue beam of sword light streaked across the sky and flew into the vast sea at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, a beam of sword light came from behind. It flew past like an aurora and appeared in front of him, revealing a figure surrounded by sword light. "Who are you? What can I do for you?" Jinglan immediately stopped and asked in a clear voice. The figure in front of him was surrounded by sword light and looked a little blurry. "I'm only here to clean up the sect." The voice was neither fast nor slow and carried a hint of indifference. It was like a gentle breeze or floating clouds. However, when it landed in Jinglan's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Clean up the sect? Clean up what sect? Could it be someone from the Taihao Mountain? Panic. In an instant, Jinglan's heart was filled with panic and fear. Had the Taihao Mountain already discovered this place? In just an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Jinglan's mind. However, Jinglan calmed down because he realized that the aura of the person in front of him seemed to be at the 6th level. "Stop pretending to be mysterious." A cold voice rang out. Then, Jinglan erupted with all his strength. Sword light burst out and swept up a huge wave. It was as if the sea was raging and released an extremely shocking and majestic power. It soared into the sky as if it could destroy everything. It turned into a huge water sword that was hundreds of meters long and directly locked onto Qianzong. In an instant, it was as if the sky was collapsing. The huge water sword carried a huge amount of divine power and suddenly struck down. Under the huge sword, the void collapsed and shattered. The extremely terrifying power attacked and was about to destroy Qianzong. Faced with such a merciless attack, Qianzong did not care. He drew his sword and the sword light soared into the sky. The sword was invincible as if it could cut through everything. The huge water sword that was hundreds of meters long was immediately shattered. It was extremely fragile. Jing Lan was caught off guard by the sudden burst of sword intent. It pressed down and directly suppressed Jing Lan. For a moment, he was unable to move because his sword intent had been defeated in an instant. That was not the 6th level sword will, but the 7th level sword will. Was this an emperor-level swordsman? Regardless of whether he was an emperor-level swordsman or not, his sword will was at the 7th level of the emperor level. It was enough to crush Jing Lan. Who are you? Jing Lan suppressed the fear and uneasiness in his heart and asked again. The sword light dissipated, revealing Qianzong's true face. When he saw this face, Jing Lan's pupils shrank to the size of needles in an instant. His heart was filled with unparalleled shock. It's you, how could it be you? Jing Lan's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Qianzong, Tianguang Peak disciple Qianzong, how could it be him? How could his strength be so powerful? Since he had revealed his true face, Qianzong had no reason to let him leave. Suppress, under the absolute difference in strength, Jing Lan was immediately suppressed by Qianzong. This was the vast sea. There was no one around. Jing Lan was suppressed and could not ask for help. But in fact, at that moment, Jing Lan had already sent the message back to the Blue Sword sect in a unique way. After suppressing and capturing Jing Lan, Qianzong immediately took him away. He planned to interrogate him and force out the whereabouts of the other members of the Blue Ocean sect. He wanted to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Little did he know that the Blue Sword sect was in a state of panic at this moment. Everyone, Elder Jing Lan sent a message. He found traces of Tianguang Peak disciple Qianzong. It's suspected that he has emperor-level strength. The master of the Blue Sword sect gathered a group of elders and immediately held a meeting. The message Jing Lan sent back was not very long. It was suppressed by Qianzong in a very short time. However, the information in his message was basically complete. Qianzong, emperor-level strength. A few decades ago, this Qianzong was only in the 5th level. How could he have the strength of the 7th level after a few decades? An elder refuted. He did not see it with his own eyes, so he would not believe it. Not only this elder could not believe it, but the other elders also could not believe it. Elder Jing Lan would not send false information. The master of the Blue Sword sect said in a deep voice, regardless of whether Qianzong has the strength of the 7th level, the most important thing now is that since Qianzong has appeared on Blue Water Planet, does it mean that Mount Taihao has already discovered us? This was the most important thing. The Blue Ocean sect was not afraid of a mere Qianzong. They did not even take him seriously. However, if Mount Taihao had discovered the whereabouts of the Blue Ocean sect, then it would be a big problem. The Lanhai clan was indeed not weak, but compared to the Taihao mountain, they were like ants. As the master of Gulan Peak, one of the 36 peaks of Mount Taihao, the Blue Ocean sect knew very well how powerful Mount Taihao was. Otherwise, they would not have had to hide for a few decades. But now, Qianzong had arrived. What did this mean? Was it Qianzong's personal action, or had Mount Taihao already discovered the whereabouts of the Blue Ocean sect? Although the Blue Sword sect was not the full strength of the Blue Ocean sect, it was the stronghold where the Blue Ocean sect trained their younger disciples. It was also very important to the Blue Ocean sect. This matter is of great importance. We must report it. The master of the Blue Sword sect made a prompt decision. He immediately used the treasure left in the Blue Sword sect to contact the high-level elders of the Blue Ocean sect. Invisibly, the sky above Tianshui City seemed to be covered in dark clouds. An oppressive aura spread out and quietly enveloped Blue Water Planet. Outside Cerulean Water Planet, silhouettes appeared and surrounded the planet in all directions. There were as many as 72 of them. Every silhouette exuded a tyrannical aura fluctuation. They were all at the Emperor level. The aura exuded by each Emperor-level powerhouse was scorching and demonic. It was not the aura of an ordinary cultivator. If Qianzong was here, he would be able to conclude that these were the aura fluctuations of the Purgatory Demon sect. These 72 Emperor-level powerhouses were all powerhouses of the Purgatory Demon sect. It had to be said that the Purgatory Demon sect's reaction was extremely fast. Moreover, there were strongholds near Cerulean Water Planet. The 72 Emperor-level powerhouses of the Purgatory Demon sect each held a demonic totem in their hands. With a toss of their hands, the totem flew up and fell straight down. It was like a tree taking root in the void, immovable like a mountain. The 72 Emperor-level powerhouses attacked one after another, striking out waves of power that fell on the totem. The totem trembled, and the patterns on it seemed to be activated. They released wisps of aura that turned into crimson flames that burned endlessly. Boom, boom. Boom, the 72 totems burned, releasing an astonishing power. They turned into streaks of crimson flowing light that instantly shot out. In the blink of an eye, they were connected at an astonishing speed. The crimson flowing light was like a rope that connected the 72 totems, forming a net. This net sealed off Cerulean Water Planet in all directions. A terrifying power then spread out. In an instant, the outside of Cerulean Water Planet was covered by a layer of blazing red light. Very well, the 72 Demon God Star Lock formation has been activated. From now on, Cerulean Water Planet can only be entered, not exited. That's right. Even if there are powerhouses of the Taihao Mountain in Cerulean Water Planet, they can forget about leaving. Qianzong, capture this boy alive and refine him into a guardian divine general of our holy gate. As soon as the voice fell, a group of silhouettes, carrying astonishing aura fluctuations, rushed into Cerulean Water Planet that was sealed off by the 72 Demon God Star Lock formation. The aura of these people surged like a vast ocean. They were the people of the Lanhai clan. However, the Lanhai clan had now completely surrendered to the Purgatory Demon sect and become a part of them. On Blue Water Planet, on a barren island, Qianzong was interrogating Jinglan. Jinglan was a 6th realm powerhouse. Although Qianzong's interrogation techniques were not bad, it was not that easy to extract more information from her. Suddenly, streaks of scarlet light shot out from the originally clear sky. They streaked across the sky like meteors. As the arcs intertwined, they seemed to form an extremely huge net. Soon after, the red light illuminated the sky and covering the earth. It turned into a scarlet-red curtain that covered the sky. Such a change instantly caused the cultivators on Blue Water Star to feel extremely surprised. Then, they felt an indescribable panic. Qianzong furrowed his brow slightly. With his strong perception, Qianzong could feel that as the red light bloomed, there was an additional oppressive aura in the air. This kind of oppressive aura seemed to be binding something. Qianzong was not the only one who felt this. Jinglan, who was being interrogated by Qianzong, also had the same feeling. Ha 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 ha, Qianzong, let me go now and surrender. I can ask for your life. Jinglan laughed loudly. Oh, it seems like you know something, Qianzong replied unhurriedly. The people of the Divine Gate have already sealed off Blue Water Planet. You have no chance of leaving here. Jinglan laughed loudly. Soon, the people of our Lanhai clan will come looking for you. When that time comes, it will be the time of your death. As she spoke, Jinglan had been paying attention to Qianzong's expression. When she realized that Qianzong did not look shocked, she felt very dissatisfied and continued, I have already sent back the news long ago. Now, the senior powerhouses of my Lanhai clan have already arrived. Thank you for your cooperation. It saved me the time and effort to find you. Qianzong responded with a slight smile. Not only did he not look panicked, but he was calm and collected as if everything was under control. This feeling made Jinglan very unhappy. That's right, Qianzong had already thought of a plan long ago. One plan was to capture Jinglan and interrogate her about the whereabouts of the other members of the Lanhai clan. However, Qianzong could not guarantee the success of this plan, so he needed other plans to cooperate. For example, let the people of the Lanhai clan take the initiative to come. Therefore, Qinzong had expected that Jing Lan would send back a message. If Jing Lan had not sent back a message, Qinzong would have thought of a way to deliberately leak the news that he was here. Now that Blue Water Planet had been sealed off, it sounded like the Purgatory Demon sect had done it. Their purpose was to trap him in Blue Water Planet and then capture him. That's right, Qinzong speculated that the people of the Purgatory Demon sect intended to capture him alive instead of killing him. Otherwise, they would not have gone through so much trouble to seal off Blue Water Planet. However, Qinzong was not the least bit afraid. On the contrary, he smiled. Yes, Qinzong was very excited. The people of the Purgatory Demon sect and even the people of the Lanhai clan had taken the initiative to come to him, which was equivalent to delivering themselves to his doorstep. With the secret technique God descends, he could borrow the power of the Black Mark. Even if the 10th senior statesman of the Taihao Mountain of the Central Plains from the Lanhai clan came in person, Qinzong would still dare to fight him, let alone other people of the Lanhai clan. As long as the saint-level experts did not come, Qinzong was not afraid of other people. Even if he could not beat them, it was not impossible for him to escape. Qinzong was not unable to break through the power that sealed off Blue Water Planet. However, there was no need to break through now. Purgatory Demon Sect, Lanhai Clan, come, I'll be waiting for you here. Jing Lan's power was sealed by Qinzong and could not be used. He was like an ordinary person and could not do anything about it. However, Qinzong did not seem to want to escape, which made Jing Lan even more shocked. What was going on with this man? Why did he rise from the 5th realm to the 6th realm in just a few decades? Why did he have emperor-level sword intent and terrifying strength? Besides, could there be other experts of the Taihao Mountain on Blue Water Planet? Waves of tyrannical aura erupted in the sky, surging like a violent tide, overlapping one another. It was extremely shocking. The whistling sound of the wind resounded between heaven and earth, as if there was a sea flowing across the sky. Then, waves of terrifying sword pressure descended from the sky. The experts of the Lanhai clan had arrived. Ha 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 ha, your time of death has come. Jing Lan also felt that it was the aura of the clan, the aura of the experts of the clan. He immediately laughed. Qinzong did not pay attention to Jing Lan. Instead, he looked up at the sky and stared at the 3 sword lights that were rapidly descending. These 3 sword lights seemed to carry the might of a vast ocean as they descended. Their aura was astonishing. It was the aura of the 7th realm emperor-level experts, and they were all from the Lanhai clan. 3 emperor-level experts, 2 of them were relatively ordinary emperor-level experts, and 1 was a top-level emperor-level expert. Because of the power of their bloodline, their strength was also more powerful. The 3 auras descended. They were 3 sword pressures with astonishing power. They came across the sky and directly locked onto Qinzong. The astonishing sword intent was like a raging tide, madly attacking, wave after wave, as if to destroy Qinzong. Qinzong, it really is you. The 3 of them were all Jiandi of the Lanhai clan. Among them, the top-level Jiandi stared at Qinzong with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes flashed with an astonishing cold light. Their hearts were filled with endless tyrannical killing intent. Qinzong, this was Qinzong. When he was in Taihao Mountain, he had many conflicts with the disciples of the Lanhai clan. Because of him, Gulan Peak was defeated in the Battle of Peak Ascension, losing its position as the 8th main peak and being reduced to a branch peak. This was a humiliation, a great humiliation. This was also the reason why the Lanhai clan betrayed Taihao Mountain. After all, they were suddenly reduced from the 8th main peak to a branch peak. All the resources they received were greatly reduced, and the impact was great. At this time, the people of the Inferno Demon Gate secretly contacted them and promised them all kinds of benefits. They could not help but be tempted. Of course, this was the reason, but it also showed that the Lanhai clan was not that loyal to Taihao Mountain. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily swayed. In short, because of Qinzong, Gulan Peak was reduced from a main peak to a branch peak. This was a grudge. At least in the eyes of the Lanhai clan, it was a grudge that could not be resolved. This grudge must be washed away with Qinzong's life. However, the Inferno Demon Gate demanded that Qinzong be captured alive. Their purpose was to train Chenzong into a guardian demon general of the Demon Gate. Of course, they called themselves the Holy Gate, and the guardian demon general was also called the guardian divine general. As a member of the Purgatory Demon Gate, the Blue Sea clan naturally had to obey orders. With 3 Emperor-level experts working together, it would not be difficult to capture Chenzong alive. The strong sword will pressed down, as if to crush Chenzong. However, although this sword will was strong, it could not really suppress Chenzong. This was because Chenzong's own sword will was at the 7th realm of the Emperor level. In addition to his strong divine will and astonishing essence, Qi, and spirit, Chenzong could easily resist the impact of these 3 Emperor-level sword wills. Chenzong, be a good boy and surrender. One of the Emperor-level experts of the Lanhai clan sneered. Surrender? You think you have what it takes? Chenzong smiled slightly. Immediately, the heavenly will sword was unsheathed, bringing with it a blazing sword light. Within the sword light, sword will filled the air, born from the heart. It tore through the sky and attacked in an instant. The 3 Emperor-level experts made Chenzong's fighting spirit soar. It was not like he had not killed Emperor-level experts before. He had even killed a top Emperor-level expert. Now, with his strength, even if he faced a top Emperor-level expert without using secret techniques, he would not be afraid. He could still fight. Chenzong's counterattack with his sword surprised the 3 Emperor-level experts of the Lanhai clan. According to their plan, facing 3 Emperor-level experts, even if Chenzong had Emperor-level sword will, he would not be able to resist. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to attack. At most, he would want to escape. However, Chenzong's unsheathing of his sword was completely unexpected. However, since Chenzong had unsheathed his sword and attacked in an instant, they would not sit still and wait for their deaths. When the sword was unsheathed, it immediately exploded with a monstrous sword power. The seawater around the island was instantly drawn, turbulent. The tsunamis raged and tens of thousands of tons of seawater rose up into the sky. They then turned into 3 giant swords that were 1,000 meters long. They suppressed the heavens and the earth, releasing a monstrous sword aura that rushed towards Chenzong. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the island under the impact of the terrifying sword aura. It could not withstand it and broke apart. With a rumbling sound, the island completely shattered and sank to the bottom of the sea. Jinglan also fell into the sea. His power had been sealed by Chenzong, so he could not fly and fell into the sea. Fortunately, the bloodline of the Blue Ocean clan was extraordinary and he was familiar with the water angels. He immediately swam away. If he did not, he would be killed if he was affected by the sword aura. Seeing Chenzong fight against 3 emperors and resist the sword aura of the 3 emperors, Jinglan's shock was indescribable. The sword pressure of the 3 sword emperors was enough to shock the world, especially on the blue water planet, where the ocean was endless and the water power was boundless and vast. It further boosted the power of the 3 sword emperors of the Blue Ocean clan, causing their sword pressure to increase by several times. Ajiandi's strength increased by several times was very terrifying. Moreover, such an increase would not consume the body like a secret technique. It would not bring any burden. However, Chenzong's heart was only filled with excitement and excitement. Fight, his battle intent soared to the sky, shocking to the extreme. The heavenly will sword let out a series of battle cries, full of unwillingness and tenacity. The sword light flashed, as if it had escaped into the void, arriving in an instant. You're courting death. Break his limbs. The 3 Jiandi of the Blue Ocean clan shouted angrily. They hated Chenzong very much, but they could not kill him. However, that did not mean that they could not torture him to vent their hatred. Boom! 3 giant water swords suddenly fell from the sky. Each of the water swords carried a monstrous divine aura, as if they could shatter the sky. The space was completely shattered in an instant. The island had already sunk, and the seawater below had also collapsed in an instant. Chenzong endured the astonishing sword pressure, but it was as if he did not feel anything. In an instant, he appeared behind one of the great emperors. Flowing breath of divine technique, it was just a moment. In that short moment, Chenzong became faster and his opponent became slower. Kill. The sword was merciless. He did not even need to use a sword divine technique. Just the shocking power of the Void Kill Sword could release a terrifying power and kill the enemy. Watch out. The other two Lanhai clan Sword Emperors' expressions changed drastically, and as they shouted out a warning, they immediately burst out with their own sword qi and charged towards Yi Shiwen. 20 years ago, Chenzong's cultivation had improved, and his sword will had broken through the limit of the Emperor level. The Emperor of the four sword techniques of the origin had also the power of the four of the origin of the Emperor. Of the sword of the Emperor level. And even in a fierce battle. Of them of the Emperor. And of them of the Emperors of the Emperor. Of the Emperors of Emperor level. Of the but. Of it. A life for a life? That was impossible. If Chenzong was a businessman, he would not have made such a deal. Even if he was not a businessman, he would not have made such a deal. Trading a life for a life. That was an extreme path that one would only take when there was no other way out. There were only 3 of them. Even if there was a top emperor among them, they would not have been able to force Chenzong to such a state. It would have just taken a little more time. Chenzong used Time Divine Technique and Space Divine Technique alternately, allowing him to avoid the attacks of the 3 Jiandi. Heart Illusion, in an instant, 9 illusions appeared. Each of them had 1/10 of Chenzong's strength. In addition to Chenzong himself, there were 10 of them. Kill, 3 of the illusions went for one of the emperors. 6 went for the top emperor. As for Chenzong himself, he went for the 3rd. Void Kill Sword Technique, an extremely strong killing intent pierced into the heart of the enemy in an instant. The of the sword followed. The Void Kill Sword Technique was a very simple sword technique. It was created only for the purpose of killing. With 1 strike, the enemy was immediately injured. 3 strikes. However, the twists and turns of the 3 sword lights transformed into an extremely high level of sword technique. They immediately injured the enemy. Void Kill 2 strikes, under the power of the sword divine technique, the emperor could not dodge. He was directly pierced through and killed. The power of the black mark and the mysterious seed erupted at the same time. In an instant, the spirit and vitality of the emperor were completely devoured. Damn it! The other 2 Jiandi were shocked and furious. They immediately activated the power of their bloodline. Rumbling sounds rang out crazily. As the blood in their bodies surged, it seemed to have set off 100,000 feet tall tidal wave. Blue aura overflowed from their bodies and circled around their bodies, surging endlessly like a tidal wave. The ocean below also resonated as if it was being pulled. It fluctuated endlessly. The waves surged violently, surging mightily. The power of the bloodline of the Lanhai clan was activated. The strength of the 2 Jiandi suddenly increased more than 2-fold. The sword pressure they exuded also doubled. Chenzong felt the pressure on his body increase in an instant. He could no longer ignore it as before. Pressure, the monstrous pressure rushed over, almost suffocating Chenzong. However, it also made Chenzong more and more excited. In essence, Chenzong was a person who loved to fight. This was destined from the moment Chenzong obtained the Heartsword seal and stepped on the path of cultivation. After that, Chenzong experienced many big and small battles. Up until now, he had lost count of how many battles he had fought. What Chenzong liked the most was to fight with the strong. Because it was meaningless to fight with the weak. Fighting with the strong could train oneself, stimulate one's potential, and make oneself stronger. That kind of feeling was incomparably wonderful. 1 against 2, however, the pressure was much greater than when he was fighting 1 against 3. Because the 2 Jiandi had activated their bloodline power, their strength had increased greatly. Fortunately, he was decisive enough to kill one of them. Otherwise, Chenzong would not have the slightest confidence to face 3 Jiandi-level experts who had activated their bloodline power without using the secret method of God's arrival. The superb swordsmanship of origin, the tyrannical power of cultivation, and the super-strong essence, qi, and spirit allowed Chenzong to easily handle the 2 Jiandi who had activated their bloodline power. Trap him. The top Jiandi immediately growled. 100,000 feet water prison. The other Jiandi instantly exploded. The power of the bloodline surged endlessly, drawing on the power of the sea. In an instant, it turned into water swords that appeared around Xianxia. The terrifying power seemed to suppress time and space. Suddenly, the space around Xianxia was locked and solidified. Even time seemed to be affected. The top Jandi pressed down with both hands. The blue chi around its body instantly exploded. Suddenly, a rumbling sound resounded through heaven and earth. Endless water mist suddenly filled the air. As it rotated, it turned into a huge vortex that appeared in the sky. A sharp light suddenly condensed in the center of the vortex and directly locked onto Xianxia. For no reason, Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. An astonishing threat suddenly attacked him. Killer move. The top Jandi of the Lanhai clan had unleashed his killer move. At this time, he no longer cared about the consequences of killing Xianxia. Xianxia's pupil shrank. In an instant, the heavenly will sword returned to its scabbard. The tyrannical power of qi, and spirit condensed into one and rushed directly into the scabbard. True sword grinding technique, heavenly light sword drawing technique? Heaven slaying tower? Swallows fly together. In 20 years, Xianxia had mastered all 9 stages of the sword grinding technique. Unfortunately, the 9 stages of the sword grinding technique could only amplify the power of great path swordsmanship and swordsmanship absolute swordsmanship. It could not increase the power of origin swordsmanship and swordsmanship absolute swordsmanship. However, Xianxia did not give up. Instead, he continued to deduce. In the end, he combined the mysteries of the Fiend God Sword Codex to derive the true sword grinding technique. If the true sword grinding technique was used to amplify great path swordsmanship or swordsmanship absolute swordsmanship, it could directly increase the power of the technique by 10 times, surpassing the 9 stages of the sword grinding technique. It was extremely terrifying. But most importantly, the true sword grinding technique was used to amplify the power of origin swordsmanship and swordsmanship absolute swordsmanship. Double, under the amplification of the true sword grinding technique, whether it was origin swordsmanship or swordsmanship absolute swordsmanship, its power could be directly doubled. Double might not sound like a huge increase, but the great path level and the origin level were 2 different concepts. The gap between them was not as simple as 10 times. At the origin level, the amplification of a few % was already very shocking. A double amplification was even more terrifying. The 2 Jandi from the Blue Ocean clan had stimulated their bloodline power and doubled their strength. Only then could they truly threaten Xianxia. Xianxia had just derived the true sword grinding technique, which could double the power. In the future, he could continue to derive more amplifications. The double amplification of the true sword grinding technique and heaven slaying tower caused the power of the heavenly light sword drawing technique to increase exponentially. It was even more terrifying. The sword was unsheathed and a crescent-shaped sword light was drawn. It was extremely sharp and instantly tore the void apart. The water prison that had solidified and sealed the surroundings was also shattered in an instant. In an instant, the second and third sword lights slashed at the 2 Jandi from the Blue Ocean clan. Kill! With a roar, the vortex suddenly paused. A shocking sword light that seemed to have transcended eternity and carried an unparalleled murderous intent shot down from the sky, shattering the void in an instant. The 2 sword lights collided in an instant. The sword light of the heavenly light sword drawing technique paused for a moment and then collapsed. However, the sword light that shot down from the vortex also paused, but it did not shatter. Instead, it carried an extremely terrifying power and blasted forward. The other Emperor-level powerhouse was in a hurry and could not completely resist the slash of the sword. The power on his body was immediately cut apart and he flew backward, vomiting blood. Seizing the moment and fighting for a breath, Xianxia immediately avoided the fatal blow of the sword light. For swords of non-killing, monstrous murderous intent surged in an instant as the sword slashed through the air. The already injured Jandi from the Blue Ocean clan was extremely murderous in the face of this sword. Its body suddenly stiffened and it could not move. In front of it, there seemed to be countless corpses floating up and down. One of the corpses was actually itself. The sword light pierced through the air and directly killed it. Only the last top disciple was left. His face was extremely gloomy, and his murderous intent, anger, and hatred intertwined to the extreme. Chenzong, isn't it good to be alive? Do you have to seek your own death to be happy? The top Jiandi of the Lanhai clan was furious, but he calmed down instead. His eyes were cold and his expression was indifferent. Wisps of strange aura kept spreading out from his body, and his eyes became a little different from before. Strange, it made Chenzong feel a little frightened for no reason. His opponent's reaction was a little unexpected, but he had to use whatever means he had. The tyrannical sword will press down from the sky. Although it was strange, Chenzong was not afraid. Unless his opponent could break out the true strength of a saint, it would not be easy to take him down. With the secret method, Chenzong would even dare to fight a top half-saint like the second Grand Elder head-on. You will die, but I won't, Chenzong responded calmly, his tone firm. Hearing this, the top martial emperor of the Lanhai clan showed a strange smile. Immediately, a terrifying aura burst out, and an indescribable heat rose up. The bloodline of the Lanhai clan was the Lanhai bloodline, which had nothing to do with heat. It belonged to the water attribute. But now, this person's body was filled with a burning aura. Boiling, the thick water vapor in the air seemed to be boiling, turning from cold water to hot water. The body of the top Jiandi of the Lanhai clan was also changing rapidly. Demonization, this was the symbol of the Inferno Demon Gate, and it was also the unique power of the Inferno Demon Gate. In just the blink of an eye, the body of the top sword sovereign of the Lanhai clan changed greatly, turning into a monster. The aura he emitted was extremely terrifying and blazing, as if it was going to burn everything. However, this kind of blazing heat was different from the heat of flames. It was the heat of water, just like the heat of water after being boiled by a raging fire. His sword disappeared, but the 5 fingers of his right hand turned into 5 short swords, and the aura he emitted was extremely terrifying. Strong, very strong. After demonization, his aura skyrocketed, surpassing the level of a top Jiandi and reaching the half-saint level. Of course, the half-saint realm was a level, but there were also differences in strength. A powerful half-saint, such as the second Grand Elder of the Taihao Mountain, could easily kill a weaker half-saint. The difference in strength between them was astonishing. But now, this top Jiandi of the Lanhai clan had activated the power of his bloodline and demonized. His strength had reached the level of a weak half-saint. Even if he was a weak half-saint, he was still a half-saint. His strength was so strong that a top martial emperor level could not compare to it. Power, extremely tyrannical power, was growing in his body. It was like a volcano erupting, gushing out in all directions. The terrifying heat seemed to be burning the surrounding space, causing it to distort. This kind of power was really intoxicating. He suddenly waved his right arm, and his 5 fingers, which were like short swords, instantly streaked across the sky, tearing the void apart. 5 extremely terrifying sword lights instantly shot towards him. Chenzong raised his sword to meet the attack, and immediately felt an extremely tyrannical force rushing towards him. It was as if the 5 sword lights were condensed with the power of 5 mountains. They were extremely heavy and tyrannical, and they were also filled with astonishing heat. Boiling, it was like boiling water, boiling endlessly. Retreat, Chenzong was directly repelled. The power contained in the 5 sword lights was extremely strong and overbearing. It came at him like breaking dry weeds. Even Chenzong's strong strength could not resist it head-on. What a strong power! Chenzong could not help but be secretly shocked. The top Jiandi, after being demonized and supported by the bloodline power, was indeed very strong. He had the strength of a half-saint. However, he had killed a half-saint before. For example, the bad evil demon 20 years ago had the strength of a half-saint. In the end, he was killed by his sword. The strong power spread all over his body. There was a strong feeling that the world was about to collapse. The top Jiandi of the Lanhai clan looked up to the sky and roared. The roar turned into terrible sound waves, tearing the void. His figure flashed. He approached Chenzong as fast as a flash of light. He opened his 5 fingers and immediately launched a crazy attack. The 5 fingers were 5 sword lights. With amazing power, they came violently. It was as if 5 people were attacking Chenzong from the same direction. They immediately brought great pressure to Chenzong. However, under the other parties' violent attacks, Chenzong's expression was cold and he did not show the slightest fear. The four sword arts of origin were performed alternately and finally turned into heart swordsmanship. When it came to changes, the heart swordsmanship was the best among the four sword arts of origin. The heart swordsmanship was so profound that Chen Zong could barely block his opponent's attack. Boundless Sea of Swords. In demonization, he had the super strength of a half-saint. He kept attacking, but still could not do anything to his opponent. The top Jiandi of the Lanhai clan was shocked and furious. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound. In an instant, the boundless ocean became extremely violent. It instantly shot up into the sky along with countless drops of seawater. Every drop of seawater was tainted by the sword qi and became extremely terrifying. In an instant, Chen Zong was engulfed by a sea of swords. The frightening pressure of the swords continued to press down on him. It was endless and wanted to crush Chen Zong. The sword pressure was so strong and terrible that Chen Zong could not avoid it. He could only resist, but it was very difficult. Suppression, endless suppression came from all directions. It could be said that it was immeasurable. Under the suppression, Chen Zong's strength was affected and limited, but his opponent was like a fish in water. He became more and more powerful. Chen Zong was injured by this exchange. God's arrival. When the secret technique was executed, the black mark immediately fluctuated. Within Chen Zong's vast divine sea, a pair of eyes that were distinctly black and white to the extreme opened along with it. It was as if he was sitting on a fiend god, and then, a wisp of a dark shadow appeared. Outside, an indescribable wind suddenly blew. It was as if it had blown from ancient times through endless time and space. It blew in, filled with an incomparably ancient and mysterious charm. It was as if an invisible figure had stepped into the river of time and reversed the flow of time. It stepped out of the endless river of time and space, reversing the ancient times and arriving in the present world. The next step was to enter Chen Zong's body from behind and merge into Chen Zong's body. The secret method, God's arrival, when the invisible figure, which carried the power of ancient gods and demons, merged into Chen Zong's body, his tyrannical strength increased in an instant. It seemed to increase without end. Chen Zong's body also seemed to be growing infinitely. But in fact, Chen Zong's body did not change. The feeling of growing infinitely was just an effect of Chen Zong's increasing momentum on the surrounding void. Strong, very strong. The integration of this force made Chen Zong's strength increase sharply. He broke the limit and rose from the emperor level to the emperor level. When Chen Zong was only at the emperor level, he had the strength of the top emperor level. Now that he was at the emperor level, Chen Zong's strength increased greatly and reached the half-saint level. The strength of the half-saint level was increased several times. He could clearly perceive all the fluctuations around him. It was much clearer than what he could see with his eyes. Control. For no reason, Chen Zong felt that he was in control of everything. The stronger his basic strength was, the stronger his strength would be after he used the secret technique, God's Advent. The strength of the half-saint level and the extremely strong perception seemed to be in control of everything. The suppression of the infinite sea of swords on Chen Zong was reduced to the extreme in an instant. Even if it still existed, it was difficult to really affect Chen Zong's strength. He waved his sword, and the sword light burst out. In an instant, a crack appeared in the infinite sea of swords. The sword light carried a shocking power, and it was as if it could shatter the sky and split the earth. In a face-to-face confrontation, the top Jiandi of the Lanhai clan was directly cut back. The terrible sword qi raged in all directions, and countless cracks were torn in the void. Just in time to try out my new sword technique. As his voice fell, Chen Zong sheathed his sword. In his eyes, there seemed to be countless fragments of light. They were like dust, and each speck of dust appeared dazzling cold light. In an instant, the wind stopped, and the undulating infinite sea of swords seemed to be calmed by an invisible force. The top Jiandi of the Lanhai clan felt cold all over for no reason, as if something terrible was about to happen. Solidification. In an instant, in Chen Zong's eyes, countless specks of stardust bloomed with amazing brilliance. In an instant, astonishing spatial fluctuations raged like an invisible storm. Everything was solidified, and only Chen Zong was moving. He drew his sword and slashed. As the sword slashed out, the space became more and more solidified, and the demonized Jiandi of the Lanhai clan found it difficult to move. Burst, in an instant, the top Jiandi of the Lanhai clan desperately burst out with his own strength, trying to break free from the solidification of the sword. But the moment he broke free, the sword light slashed at him. With a boom, heaven and earth shook, and the solidified space shattered in an instant. It was not an ordinary shattering, but as if it had been crushed into powder in an instant by an indescribable and terrifying force. Heavenly light sword drawing technique? Nature's dust, under the sword light, the space was destroyed, and everything was turned into powder, the most primitive dust. Nature's dust, unstoppable, no force could resist the terrifying power of this sword, and it was directly turned into powder, the most primitive dust particles between heaven and earth. Kill, the top Jiandi of the Lanhai clan, even after demonizing, was extremely powerful, but he could not resist the shocking power of this sword. All resistance was crushed in an instant, and in the next breath, his body was shattered inch by inch, turning into dust. Seeing his arms turn into dust in an instant, the feeling was very terrifying and indescribable. However, time did not allow him to think too much because in just an instant, his body was also cut into pieces by this terrifying sword. The sword light dissipated as if a breeze had blown past. Under the sword, there was no one. The top Jiandi of the Lanhai clan had completely disappeared, as if he had never existed. Illusion, Jing Lan, who was in the sea below, thought that she was hallucinating. How could a living person disappear in an instant? Take the baby to class. Update now. Also, important news. The outbreak will begin tomorrow. Please prepare your monthly tickets to help out. When the sword was raised, everything in the world turned into dust. What was dust? It was the most basic existence in the universe between heaven and earth. It was the initial component of all matter. Over the past 20 years, Chenzong had been constantly fighting and comprehending. In the end, he had fused the profundities of chaos and destruction into the heavenly light sword drawing technique to create the sword move. It was also the most powerful sword move among the various divine sword techniques that Chenzong had mastered. When the sword was drawn, it first froze the void and then shattered it. This kind of destruction was even more powerful than the chaos and destruction, which was a spatial divine technique. It shattered everything into the most basic dust particles. There was no doubt that this was an extremely ferocious and terrifying sword technique. Such a powerful sword technique was extremely powerful, but it was not that simple to use. At the very least, Chenzong had to use the secret technique, God's Advent, to borrow the power of the black mark to increase his strength. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the burden of this sword technique. Yes, such a powerful sword technique would indeed put some burden on the body. This burden required sufficient strength to bear. Looking at the top Jiandi of the Blue Ocean clan that had turned into dust, Chenzong could not help but feel a little regretful. After demonizing, the top Jiandi had become more vigorous. If the mysterious seed could absorb it, it would definitely be able to devour a large amount of vitality and grow further. But now, it was a pity that it had been directly turned into the most basic dust particles in the world by the heavenly light sword drawing technique. Its soul had been scattered and its body had disappeared. No, it had directly turned into dust and disappeared. After dispersing the secret technique of God's Advent, it was as if an ancient figure had broken away from his body. The tyrannical power also dissipated. The sudden drop in power made Chenzong feel a sense of emptiness, as if he was a little weak. However, in fact, Chenzong was not weak at all. It was just an illusion because the powerful power that did not belong to him had suddenly disappeared. Soon, Chenzong adapted. Immediately, Chenzong glanced at Jing Lan in the sea. Jing Lan waved his arms in horror and continued to swim away. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't use his cultivation, so he was only a little faster than an ordinary person. Sword light flashed and struck down from the sky, killing him directly. Then, it completely devoured his soul and life force. As the divine demon sword codex circulated, Chenzong absorbed a large amount of energy from the universe, transforming it into his own power to replenish his previous consumption. Raising his head, Chenzong looked at the red light that covered the sky, but he had no intention of leaving. Just killing 3 Blue Ocean Clan Emperors was not enough. The Blue Ocean Clan had more than 3 Monarch Realm experts. Of course, the death of 3 Monarch Realm experts was not a small matter to the Blue Ocean Clan. It was a great loss. Chenzong believed that the Lanhai clan would not give up just like that. They would definitely send more powerhouses. Wait, Chenzong recovered his consumed power while reflecting on the battle just now. He found his shortcomings and improved while waiting for more powerhouses from the Blue Ocean clan and even the Inferno Demon Gate to arrive. The death of 3 Monarch Realm experts caused a great commotion in the Blue Ocean clan. Could there really be powerhouses from Taihao Mountain accompanying them? The Blue Ocean clan leader looked gloomy. They did not see it with their own eyes, so they did not believe that the 3 Monarch Realm experts were killed by Chenzong. They would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. The only explanation was that other than Chenzong, there were other powerhouses from Taihao Mountain. There might even be more than one of them. Now that Blue Water Planet is sealed by the 72 Demon Gods Star Lock Formation, this is a rare opportunity. The Blue Ocean clan's Grand Elder's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He directly wiped out everyone from Taihao Mountain, including Chenzong. Inform the Demon Gate and have them send people to join us. We must kill everyone from Taihao Mountain, the Blue Ocean clan leader said in a deep voice, his eyes blazing with a fierce light. Although they used to be from Taihao Mountain, they were no longer. They had betrayed Taihao Mountain, which meant that they were traitors of Taihao Mountain. None of the factions would be merciful to traitors. It would be a life-and-death situation. Since that was the case, the Blue Ocean clan would not care about any old ties. They would kill those who needed to be killed. Now that they had gotten rid of some of Taihao Mountain's people, it was tantamount to weakening Taihao Mountain's strength. Chenzong, in particular, was the person they hated the most. This time I will personally take action. A loud voice sounded, and immediately, a figure appeared. Grand Elder. Grand Elder, you will personally take action? The Blue Ocean clan leader and a group of elders quickly got up and bowed. Yes, this little bastard has lived long enough. A trace of hatred and murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the elder who was called Grand Elder. He was the original 10th Grand Elder of Taihao Mountain, and also the most senior and strongest person in the Blue Ocean clan. The current Grand Elder of the Blue Ocean clan also held a high position in the Purgatory Demon Gate, and was one of the top elders. Now, he actually wanted to personally take action. It was obvious that he was wary of Taihao Mountain and hated Chenzong. It was reasonable to say that he, a half-step saint, should not hate a junior so much, but that was the fact. When in Taihao Mountain, the 10th Grand Elder did everything possible to stop Chenzong from getting the opportunity, but in the end, he did not succeed. This made him even more angry. Now, he finally had the chance to personally take action and teach Chenzong a lesson. No, not a lesson, but a suppression, capture, or even kill. Only then could he vent the hatred and anger that had accumulated in his heart. Since Grand Elder wants to personally take action, that little bastard's good days are over. An elder of the Blue Ocean clan was full of hatred. Grand Elder of the Blue Ocean clan led the 2nd and 3rd elders to personally take action. Grand Elder was a half-step saint, and the 2nd and 3rd elders were top-grade Emperor-level cultivators. In addition, the Purgatory Demon Gate also sent a top elder, who was a half-step saint, and 3 other grade Emperor-level cultivators. 2 half-step saints, 2 top-grade Emperor-level cultivators, and 3 grade Emperor-level cultivators. Such a lineup was extremely shocking. They also believed that with such a lineup, it was enough to wipe out the cultivators of Taihao Mountain on Blue Water Planet. Descending, a total of 7 cultivators began to rush over at the fastest speed, descending on Blue Water Planet. A terrifying aura filled the air as if the sky was about to collapse. An extremely shocking pressure filled the sky. The higher the cultivation of the cultivators on Blue Water Planet, the more they could feel this pressure. It was as if a catastrophe was about to happen, and it was so oppressive that it was suffocating them. A storm was coming, and it was 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times more oppressive than this. Have they come? Chenzong stared at the sky and saw the 7 figures descending. From 2 of the figures, he felt the extremely shocking aura fluctuations. They were half-step saint-level cultivators, and he couldn't help but reveal a touch of excitement. With his super-strong perception, Chenzong could feel the strength of the aura of the newcomers. 2 half-step saints, 2 top-grade Emperor-level cultivators, 3 ordinary-grade Emperor-level cultivators. However, the newcomers were cultivators of the Blue Ocean clan and the Purgatory Demon Gate. They couldn't be treated with common sense, because they had the power of bloodline. They could also demonize, and their strength would increase accordingly. What a great lineup, Qianzong said to himself. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he directly used the spatial magic to move the void. He was only one person, but the other side had 7 people, 2 of whom were half-step saints. Even if he used the secret method of God's advent, he only had the strength of a half-step saint. Qianzong knew very well that he was no match for the 7 cultivators. Qianzong liked to fight with the strong, and he also wanted to deal with the traitors of the Blue Ocean clan. The villains of the Purgatory Demon Gate had to be killed if he could, but it didn't mean that he would mindlessly confront them head-on. The best way to deal with them was to divide and conquer. With the use of the void, Qianzong concealed his aura fluctuations and disappeared directly. Cerulean Water Planet was a star, and it wasn't small. Qianzong also concealed all of his aura fluctuations and wanted to hide. It wasn't easy to find Qianzong in a short time. In particular, Qianzong escaped into the sea. Diving down, Qianzong kept diving and found an oceanic trench. The oceanic trench was as deep as an abyss, and the aura it emitted was extremely shocking. Qianzong was bold because of his skills. Without the slightest fear, he concealed his aura and rushed directly into the oceanic trench. Because when he approached the oceanic trench, Qianzong felt that there was a faint aura below. Although it was faint, it was astonishingly pure. Treasure, there must be a treasure in this oceanic trench, and it might be useful to him. First, he had to avoid the cultivators of the Blue Ocean clan and the Purgatory Demon Gate and let them look for him. It would be best if they spread out, so he had a chance to defeat them one by one. Second, he wanted to see what the treasure in this oceanic trench was. Maybe it could improve his cultivation and thus his strength. Now Qianzong's cultivation was at the 6th realm, but it hadn't reached the limit of the 6th realm yet. There was still room for further improvement. If he could improve his cultivation to the limit of the 6th realm, even if he couldn't directly break through to the 7th realm, his strength would still be greatly improved. In an instant, Qianzong was like a swordfish, diving directly into the abyss-like trench. He disappeared into the trench without making a sound. Diving down, Qianzong kept diving. His aura was completely concealed. He was at least 10,000 meters from the surface of the sea. At such a distance, coupled with his deliberate concealment, it wouldn't be so easy for even a half-saint to find Qianzong. On Cerulean Water Planet, 7 cultivators from the Blue Ocean clan and the Purgatory Demon Gate were also looking for Qianzong and the cultivators of the Taihao Mountain. However, they couldn't find them for a while and were very puzzled. Could they have escaped? No, with the 72 Demon God Star Lock formation sealed off Cerulean Water Planet, it wouldn't be so easy to escape. Even a half-saint would be trapped for a while and be discovered. Are they hiding? The Great Elder of the Blue Ocean clan suddenly revealed a ferocious look. It seems that the people from the Taihao Mountain aren't too strong. If they were strong, there would be no need to hide. They would face the attack head-on. Now that they had disappeared and hidden, it meant that the other party wasn't strong enough. First update, split up and search everywhere, the Great Elder of the Lanhai clan said immediately. Immediately, the Great Elder of the Lanhai clan formed one group, the second and third elders of the Lanhai clan formed another group, the half-saint elders of the Inferno Demon sect formed another group, and the 4 martial emperors of the Inferno Demon sect formed another group. They split up into 4 groups and left in 4 different directions to search for traces of the man from Taihao Mountain and Qianzong. It would definitely be more efficient to split up and search in 4 directions than to search together. Moreover, Blue Water Planet wasn't very big. Even if one of them was attacked by Taihao Mountain, they could quickly ask for help, and the other 3 could quickly rush over to help. Search, the people of the Lanhai clan and the Inferno Demon sect immediately split up and searched everywhere. Even though the Blue Water Planet was only a planet, it wouldn't take a long time for an Emperor-level expert to circle it once. At most, it would take less than 2 hours. However, that was under the condition that they were traveling at full speed. Now, they were searching for someone. Looking for someone who had the intention to hide, they couldn't travel at full speed. They slowed down and searched slowly. They searched inch by inch, and even used their divine consciousness to penetrate the sea. Because of the Lanhai clan's Lanhai bloodline, they were naturally close to the Tao of Water. Therefore, the Great Elder, Second and Third Elders of the Lanhai clan were mainly searching the sea. Of course, because Blue Water Planet had become a sea, the elders of the Inferno Demon sect also had to search the sea. However, they were also responsible for searching the various islands. There were too many islands on Blue Water Planet. They were scattered like stars in the sky. If there weren't 10,000 of them, there were at least thousands. They were scattered everywhere, and it would take some time to search all of them. At this moment, Chenzong had already escaped into the deepest trench of Blue Water Planet. He dived down to 10,000 meters and concealed all of his aura fluctuations. This was what Chenzong was extremely good at. With such a deliberate concealment, and Chenzong's own strength, if others wanted to find Chenzong, unless they were face to face, or a martial emperor personally acted. Otherwise, even a half-saint wouldn't be able to find him so easily. At this moment, Chenzong was staring straight ahead, his eyes flashing with a dim light. They were in the depths of the trench 10,000 meters below sea level. Here, all the light had disappeared. The light from the outside world could not penetrate such a deep sea. It was pitch black, like an abyss. Fortunately, Chenzong's eyesight was amazing, so he could see clearly. It was a huge body. It was pitch black and covered with deep cyan ring patterns. It was a sea snake. The sea snake's body was as thick as a water bucket. It coiled in a circle and exuded an extremely ferocious and powerful aura. It was at the limit of the 6th realm and was close to the 7th realm. On Blue Water Planet, there was no Emperor level. The strongest were Emperor level, and there weren't many Emperor level cultivators. The truly powerful ones were the sea beasts. This sea snake lived in the depths of the trench. Its strength was terrifying, and it was very close to the Emperor level. Chenzong could clearly feel that the chi and blood power that filled the sea snake's body was very majestic, violent, and shocking. Chenzong estimated that even an ordinary Emperor-level cultivator wouldn't be able to kill the sea snake so easily. The water pressure in the trench 10,000 meters below sea level was astonishing. A sea snake that could live and grow here undoubtedly had a very strong physique. In addition to its strength that was close to the Emperor level, it was undoubtedly very terrifying. The sea snake was in a deep sleep. What attracted Chenzong's attention wasn't the sea snake itself, but the thing that was coiled around the sea snake's huge body. What was that? It looked like a cluster of corals, a black-red coral cluster. On this cluster of corals, there was a withered flower. In the middle of the withered flower, there was a black fruit with strands of golden patterns surrounding it. Vaguely, there seemed to be traces of extremely pure aura emanating from the fruit. It really is a treasure, Chenzong couldn't help but think to himself. He was secretly delighted. When he was outside the trench, he felt a faint aura fluctuation. It was emitted by this fruit. The fruit was about to ripen, and the sea serpent was undoubtedly guarding it because it was incredibly beneficial to it. If it ate it, it would be able to break through its shackles, surpass its limits, and ascend to a higher level. Emperor level. Once it swallowed the fruit, the sea serpent would be able to break through its current limits and ascend from the Emperor level to the Emperor level, becoming an ancient beast. At that time, it would be able to leave Blue Water Planet and enter the universe to seek greater opportunities. It would chase after the traces of its ancestor, causing its bloodline to revert to its ancestor and become even more powerful. This fruit was ripe. The sea snake's body moved slightly, and it was about to wake up. However, it would never wake up because in an instant, a flash of sword light suddenly flashed and pierced through the sea water that was 10,000 meters below sea level. The pressure was heavier than steel, and it directly pierced through the sea snake's head. That was Chenzong's sword. The black mark and the mysterious seed were also activated in an instant and swallowed directly. In just a short time, the sea snake was reduced to a pile of bones. To Chenzong, although the sea snake was not weak, it was not a big deal. After all, Chenzong could kill the top Emperor-level beast. However, if the sea snake was allowed to wake up, it would more or less have to fight. It was inevitable that its aura would leak out. It was possible that the people of the Lanhai clan would sense it and find it. If it was surrounded and attacked, it would be disadvantageous for Chenzong. The poor sea snake was just about to wake up. Its future was bright, and there was a slight possibility that it could truly achieve atavism in its bloodline in the future. It could become a cosmic beast and be invincible in the universe. However, everything ended when Xianxia came here. The sea snake turned into a dried snake. The mysterious seed in Xianxia's body extended its roots. As it absorbed the sea snake's boundless vitality, it further grew and spread. It had already completely covered the lower half of Xianxia's body. Next, it would spread to the upper half of his body. Finally, it would spread to every part of his body. Now, Xianxia could feel that when the mysterious seed's roots really spread to the lower half of his body and spread to the toes of his feet, a wonderful electric shock spread between his feet and waist, circulating back and forth. The feeling was very wonderful and difficult to describe with words. However, with his extraordinary perception, Xianxia felt that his lower body seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. This change was difficult for Xianxia to describe in words, but he felt that it should be a change that was beneficial to him. Then, next, he would have to absorb more vitality to let the mysterious seed grow and spread its roots throughout his body. Perhaps, the real change would come. At that time, he would be able to understand what kind of change it was. However, it was not so easy to spread the roots of the mysterious seed to every part of his body. It might take a few decades. With a move, Xianxia immediately grabbed the ripe fruit. At the same time as the fruit was fully ripe, the power contained in it was about to burst out. However, it was sealed by Xianxia's power and could not leak out at all. Otherwise, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Feeling the boundless power contained in the fruit, as vast as the ocean, Xianxia was secretly overjoyed. Such a fruit was really useful to him. Although it could not let him break through to the emperor level, it could at least raise him to the peak of the sixth realm. If his cultivation reached the peak of the sixth realm, his strength would at least double and become even more powerful. Without any hesitation, Xianxia immediately consumed the fruit. He instantly chewed it up and swallowed it. Immediately, an incomparably majestic and extremely pure energy was released from the chewed fruit. It was like a flood that had broken through a dam. In an instant, a rumbling sound rang out and surged endlessly. He immediately activated the Sword God and Demon Sword Codex and started refining it. This power was extremely vigorous and boundless. It was like a surging ocean. It was the power of the peak of the sixth realm. It was even comparable to the power of an ordinary seventh realm. Such vigorous power was controlled by Xianxia. Xianxia continuously refined it and turned it into Xianxia's own cultivation power. However, the power that Xianxia cultivated from the third level of the Sword God and Demon Sword Codex was extremely pure and boundless. In terms of quantity, it might not be as good as the power contained in the fruit, but in terms of quality, it was much better. The converted power was not enough for Xianxia to break through to the seventh realm. Xianxia's cultivation continued to increase. There were also differences in the sixth realm's cultivation. 20 years ago, Xianxia had just broken through to the sixth level and was only at the entry level of the sixth level. After 20 years of constant fighting, constant cultivation, and constant improvement, he finally raised his cultivation to the sixth level of the small success stage. 20 years to go from entry level to initial stage. This speed was actually not considered slow. However, to Xianxia, it was actually slow. After all, Xianxia's previous improvement was very fast. If he continued to improve at this speed, it would take a longer time to reach the final stage or even complete stage. It would take at least 50 to 60 years, and at most 100 years. However, now, as Xianxia continued to refine the boundless power that emerged from the fruit, his cultivation also continued to increase. The speed of his improvement surprised even Xianxia himself. This feeling of power constantly growing, like a boat rising with the tide, was truly wonderful to the extreme. Final stage. Not long after, Xianxia's cultivation increased to the final stage. The power of his cultivation surged in his body. However, the power of the fruit had not been completely refined and absorbed by Xianxia. It was still boundless. What he had just refined and absorbed was only a small part of it. Refine, the Sword God and Demon Sword Manual continued to circulate. Xianxia also continued to refine the power of the fruit. It was just a fruit the size of an egg, but the power it contained was shockingly boundless. His cultivation gradually increased until it reached the peak of the final stage. Then, he continued to accumulate power and launched another attack. Breakthrough. With another breakthrough, his cultivation rose to the complete realm of the 6th level. As the last bit of the fruit's power was refined and absorbed by Qianzong, his cultivation also completely stabilized at the 6th realm, complete stage. That was the cultivation of both qi cultivation and body refinement. The initial stage had surpassed the final stage, and the improvement to complete stage brought Qianzong an astonishing amount of improvement. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Perfection. The tyrannical power of cultivation surged within his tyrannical body like a turbulent sea. This power made Qianzong involuntarily feel as if he could shatter the heavens and the earth. It was as if he wanted to, he could explode in an instant and shatter this vast ocean. Double? No, the increase in one's strength from the initial success to the perfection was not as simple as doubling. Although cultivation was a part of one's strength, it was also an indispensable part. The level of one's cultivation was also a reflection of one's strength. For example, Qianzong's cultivation at the 3rd level of the sword classic of the god and demon sword was very terrifying. The increase in strength brought about by each level was very impressive. Power. The tyrannical power surged endlessly in his body, making Qianzong have the urge to release and explode to his heart's content. However, Qianzong did not explode. As he operated, he completely controlled the power of his cultivation that had surged. His aura was completely restrained and did not leak out at all, displaying an extremely amazing control. My cultivation has increased, and my strength has increased greatly. It's time to fight back, Qianzong said to himself. The cold light that shot out from his eyes was extremely shocking and sharp. 2 demi-saints, 2 top emperor level, and 4 ordinary emperor level. However, their strength could not be judged by common sense. Whether it was under the stimulation of the power of the bloodline or the demonization, their strength would increase greatly. The 2 demi-saints would become even stronger. The 2 top emperor level could be enhanced to the demi-saint level, and the 4 ordinary emperor level could also have the strength of a top emperor level. If they were to unleash their strength, even if his cultivation had increased to the perfection of the 6th realm and his strength had increased greatly, it would be difficult for him to fight against them. However, Qianzong was not without a way out. He could take advantage of the fact that his opponents had not completely stimulated their strength, such as the stimulation of the power of the bloodline or the demonization, to kill them instantly. This could be done. Restraining his aura, Qianzong slowly rushed out of the trench. It was as if he was traveling through the void. He further restrained all his aura fluctuations. Even a half-saint would not be able to detect him if he was not far away. The Lanhai clan and the Inferno Demon sect had split into 4 groups to search for Qianzong and the experts from Taihao Mountain. Qianzong was also searching for them. The Space Origin Great Tao allowed Qianzong to have an incomparable affinity with space. It was even more difficult for others to discover him when he entered the layers of space. His extremely powerful divine sense was not the slightest bit inferior to that of a martial emperor expert. Through the layers of space, he continuously searched. It was even more secretive and even harder to discover. It was like playing a game of cat and mouse, but it was not certain who was the cat and who was the mouse. Not long after, Qianzong sensed 4 powerful auras. Those were the auras of Monarch Realm cultivators. Their auras were fiery and demonic. They were the auras of the Purgatory Demon sect cultivators. Apart from these 4 auras, he did not sense any other aura fluctuations. In other words, the other experts were not with them. This was a good opportunity. Qianzong gradually lurked in the layers of space, approaching the 4 martial emperor experts of the Inferno Demon sect. We've been searching for so long, but we still haven't found them. The people of Taihao Mountain are too good at hiding. I guess they're rats, hiding here and there. I don't know where they're hiding. Cut the crap. Keep looking. The 4 martial emperor experts of the Inferno Demon sect stopped. There was a lot of discussion. They had been searching for a long time. Not only had they not found the whereabouts of the people of Taihao Mountain, but they had not even found a trace. They could not help but feel a little annoyed. Little did they know that at this moment, the people of Taihao Mountain they were looking for were in the layers of space not far away, staring at them. Qianzong was calculating, calculating how he should act in order to kill all four of them in one fell swoop. If he missed any one of them, they would spread the news and attract other experts. That would be very disadvantageous for his ambush and assassination. In an instant, it was extremely difficult to kill four martial emperor experts. Even if Chen Zong's cultivation had increased and his strength had increased, and he was confident that he could kill a top martial emperor expert head-on. However, it was not impossible. He needed to be careful. Chen Zong operated the Heart Sutra at full force. His extremely powerful essence, qi, and spirit were also consumed in an instant. Chen Zong's eyes flickered incessantly, like two whirlpools that were constantly rotating. Calculation, simulation, again and again. Although the four martial emperor experts did not leave, their figures were in a kind of drifting state. Their trajectories were changing slightly, making it difficult to completely lock onto them. In this state, they could explode and counterattack at any time. From this point, it could be seen that these four martial emperor experts were extraordinary. They had experienced countless battles and were incomparably rich in experience. Unknowingly, it increased the difficulty for Chen Zong to kill them. If there were only one or two of them, it would not be a big deal. It would be very easy to kill them. However, there were four of them, and he had to kill them in an instant. The difficulty increased by more than 100 times. Gradually, relying on his powerful essence, qi, and spirit and the Heart Sutra, Chen Zong finally calculated the best way and trajectory to kill them. Ambush, approach, accumulate power, and wait. Under the Heart Sutra, Chen Zong's essence, qi, and spirit were highly condensed in an instant to the extreme. This kind of extreme condensation gave Chen Zong a very strange feeling. It was as if everything around him had become slow. It was very strange. This was because in that instant, the mysteries of swordsmanship and the mysteries of the way of time and space all surged out. As the strands of power spread out, they fused together inadvertently in a way that even Chen Zong himself could not sense. The power of swordsmanship and the power of the great path of origin seemed to be merged into one under the high-intensity concentrated power of the Heart Sutra in an instant. Draw the sword. In an instant, the sword pierced through the mezzanine of space and came out instantly. At that moment, Chen Zong felt that the power of the Heart Sutra seemed to have exploded. All the other forces also burst out. Everything around him became incomparably slow. The movements of the four martial emperors of the Inferno Demon sect also became slow. It felt as if he had thrown himself into the long river of time. The river became slow, and he seemed to have become fast. This feeling came suddenly. It was so strange and so mysterious. Chen Zong did not have time to think too much. His sword slashed across. The four martial emperors of the Inferno Demon sect also felt it. They felt the attack. A sword light directly passed through the void and came for the kill in an instant. Its speed was extremely shocking. Moreover, the sharpness contained in the sword light was extremely terrifying. Dodge. The first reaction of the four martial emperors of the Inferno Demon sect was to dodge. However, they did not know why their speed seemed to have slowed down. It was as if they had slowed down by a beat. On the other hand, the opponent's sword light was incomparably fast, as if it was not affected in the slightest. What was going on? It was as if they had fallen into water and the water had turned into a whirlpool. It was filled with an astonishing pulling force, causing them to be greatly affected. Their usual tyrannical strength and extraordinary speed had also become sluggish. Their reaction seemed to have slowed down by a beat. Time and space. At that moment, the four martial emperors of the Inferno Demon sect understood that this was a manifestation of the power of time and space. The assassin was proficient in the Tao of time and space. Who was it? One must know that it was very difficult to comprehend the Tao of time and space, let alone comprehend and master both at the same time. This sword was a fatal blow. It was an exquisite sword that Chen Zong had spent a lot of his essence, qi, and spirit to deduce with the Heart Sutra. A sure-kill sword, the origin powers of time and space had unknowingly fused together and fused into the sword. Kill. The first martial emperor was struck by the sword. The sword directly pierced through his forehead. The power of the black mark and the mysterious seed also erupted in an instant, devouring him in an instant. The sword pierced through his forehead in an instant and was pulled out like lightning. The tip of the sword streaked across his forehead, trembling slightly. It was as agile as a spirit snake, as light as a swallow flying over water, and as swift as lightning. It streaked across his forehead. That trace of trajectory was extremely mysterious. Kill again, the second martial emperor was also struck between his eyebrows. The sword was too swift, leaving behind an afterimage. His spiritual soul and vitality were also devoured in an instant. Although the martial emperors of the Inferno demon sect would become more vigorous after demonifying, Qianzong would not allow them to demonify in order to avoid exposing themselves. Otherwise, the mysterious seed would be able to devour even more vitality and grow even stronger. In an instant, the two great emperors were killed. The sword light went straight for the third great emperor. Only then did the fourth great emperor truly react and dodge the attack. The third martial emperor was also struck by the sword and killed directly. The sword light flashed and charged towards the fourth emperor-level powerhouse. Demonification. In an instant, the fourth martial emperor was already demonifying. His terrifying aura was also about to erupt. However, the sword light also reached him in an instant. Piercing through, he had not demonified and his strength had not really increased. Faced with Qianzong's fatal strike, he could not block or dodge. The result was that he would be killed. The mysterious seed and the black mark devoured at the same time, completely devouring his spiritual soul and vitality. Go! Without hesitation, Qianzong immediately escaped into the void and quickly fled. Because just now, the fourth martial emperor of the Inferno demon sect had demonified and leaked his aura. The leakage of that aura could not guarantee that it would not attract other experts. After all, there were two martial saints. Even if his cultivation had increased greatly and his strength had increased greatly, Qianzong was unwilling to face two martial saints at the same time. Moreover, martial saints who could activate their bloodline power and demonify were even more terrifying. Just as Qianzong escaped into the void mezzanine and flew far away, two terrifying rays of light also streaked across the sky. They flew from the left and right, extremely fast, and arrived in an instant. They were the Grand Elder of the Lanhai clan and the martial saint of the Inferno demon sect. They only felt a trace of aura from the demonification and immediately chased after him with extreme speed. It could not be said that they were not fast. However, Qianzong's reaction was even faster. He made a prompt decision and escaped into the void mezzanine. He's dead. The Grand Elder of the Lanhai clan stared at the battle. There was a bright light in his eyes, and he was secretly surprised. Explosive update, Chapter 3, in the void mezzanine, Qianzong moved extremely fast and kept escaping far away. At the same time, he was reflecting on the sword he had just stabbed out. What a stunning sword move, what a shocking sword move, even Qianzong himself felt that it was incredible. At that moment, he seemed to be possessed by the sword god and controlled everything with the help of God. Vaguely, Qianzong could not help but feel enlightened. The sword principle was his foundation. The other principles, such as the heart principle, the world principle, the space principle, and the time principle, all served the sword principle as if they were appendages. Of course, this kind of enlightenment was only for himself, not for others. Other than the sword principle, the other principles were also great Daos. Each had its own mystery, and it was worth spending a lifetime to pursue the mystery. For example, the Tao of space was unfathomable and incomparably profound. In fact, Qianzong's comprehension of the Tao of space could only be considered to be at a decent level. It was just a basic application. If there was someone who specialized in the Tao of space, their attainment would definitely surpass Qianzong's. Even with the help of the Heart Sutra, Qianzong did not fully devote himself to the other four principles except the sword principle. He did not regard them as his main great Tao. In the end, subconsciously, Qianzong's main great Tao was actually the sword principle. He was a swordsman who pursued the path of invincibility with a sword in hand. As such, everything else was to better serve the sword Tao. This point, from the beginning, had already unknowingly set the tone. It was just that Qianzong had never thought about it in detail. There were too many things that he knew. Sometimes, it was also a kind of trouble. Before, Qianzong did not think so much. He just kept comprehending and cultivating. Anyway, with the help of the Heart Sutra, he could multitask and comprehend many principles at the same time with ease. But now, the sudden enlightenment made Xianxia realize that maybe he should make a change. The sword principle, he should focus on it, then, should he give up the other great Daos of origin? Not so, however, there was a clear priority. Everything else existed for the sake of the sword Dao. Everything had to be integrated into the sword Dao to forge the supreme realm of the sword Dao. The target suddenly became clear. It was sudden, but not so sudden. The path of cultivation was like that. Sometimes, thousands of years of bitter cultivation couldn't compare to a moment of enlightenment. That was enlightenment. A single moment of enlightenment was equivalent to 100 or 1,000 years of hard work. As for how to achieve enlightenment, there was no special method. It all depended on the individual. When the opportunity came, then he would comprehend it. If the opportunity did not come, then no matter how hard he tried, it would all be for naught. However, there was one thing that was publicly acknowledged, and that was one's own accumulation. If one's own accumulation was insufficient, then it would be difficult to obtain the so-called epiphany because one lacked a foundation. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. No matter how smart a person is, if he or she hasn't studied, accumulated knowledge, and accumulated experience, he or she would only be smart on the surface, and it would be difficult for him or her to accomplish anything. At this moment, Xianxia wanted to find a place to practice in seclusion. He wanted to completely transform this enlightenment into his own. Xianxia had a feeling that perhaps when he really mastered it, his sword Dao would have an obvious change. It would be a qualitative change and a leap in improvement. The aura of the sword. There can only be one murderer. The great elder of the Lanhai clan sensed the remaining aura fluctuation in the air. Although it was very subtle and was dissipating rapidly, it would completely disappear after a while. Killing 4 people with one sword. What a brilliant sword Dao. The eyes of the half-saint of the Inferno demon sect flashed with a demonic light, as if he had seen through something. His voice was extremely cold. Immediately, the half-saint of the Inferno demon sect stretched out his hand and grasped the void. He put 2 fingers together and suddenly clamped a wisp of aura as if he was taking something out of his pocket. It was a wisp of dissipating sword chi. Once the sword chi was clamped, it did not dissipate. Instead, it kept twisting and turning, trying to escape. However, the difference in strength made it impossible for the wisp of sword chi to escape. Moreover, the sword chi was just a dead object without any spiritual intelligence. Holding the wisp of sword chi, the half-saint of the Inferno demon sect suddenly glared angrily. A terrible aura burst out, and in an instant, the sword chi was shattered. Demons and monsters, nowhere in the dark, absolute chi, sole pursuit with a thought. As if chanting an incantation, the purgatory demon sect semi-saint suddenly put his finger together and pointed. A dot of extremely mysterious grey light suddenly bloomed and hit the broken sword chi. In an instant, the sword chi seemed to condense into a figure. The figure was wearing a silver sword robe. It was illusory, like a candle in the wind, and would be extinguished by the wind. Go! The half-saint of the Inferno demon sect shouted in a low voice. Immediately, the figure in the silver sword robe turned into an illusory light and flew forward. The direction it went was the direction Xianxia had gone. Brother Hu Ming, good technique. The great elder of the Lanhai clan immediately complimented. It's just a small trick, not worth mentioning. The half-saint of the Inferno demon sect was called Hu Ming. After being complimented by the great elder of the Lanhai clan, he suddenly smiled and said disapprovingly, the murderer should not have gone far. Now, let's find him. The 2 of them immediately turned into 2 streaks of light, bursting out with astonishing speed as they chased after the figure formed by the aura. Xianxia, who was in between the layers of space, shuddered for no reason. He felt a chill come over him, as if a gust of evil wind had blown into his body. Xianxia's face immediately became grave. A crisis was approaching. Suddenly, a terrible force directly penetrated the surface of the space and blasted into the interlayer of space. It turned into a big hand. The big hand did not look like an ordinary arm, but like the arm of a demon. The 5 fingers were dense, sharp, and filled with endless demon chi. The demonic arm carried a shocking amount of power as it grabbed at Xianxia. It was as though it wanted to crush Xianxia. It was a power beyond the top emperor level, and Qianzong felt threatened. Without hesitation, Qianzong escaped from the interlayer of space. "Qianzong, it's you." Just as Qianzong emerged from the spatial mezzanine, a voice that was filled with surprise and fury abruptly rang out. At the same time, monstrous sword might covered the heavens and the earth. It was as if an ocean was pouring down, and a terrifying might that covered the heavens and the earth bombarded over. Then, there was a sword. That sword seemed to overturn the water of the sea. It was completely condensed and released in an instant. The sword shocked the world. Qianzong felt the terrible sword pressure invading and crushing everything. Two half-saints. In the end, the two half-saints still managed to catch up to him. Qianzong knew that he could not escape. Although Yi Shiwen's speed was very fast, these two were genuine half-step saints. They weren't half-step saints who were promoted by secret techniques and bloodline power. There was an essential difference between them. Reaching the half-saint level by means of secret methods or the power of blood was equivalent to having the power of a half-saint, but not having the realm of a half-saint. It was somewhat insufficient to use the power of a half-saint. But these two were genuine half-saints. They not only had the power of a half-saint, but also the realm of a half-saint. The significance was completely different. That sword attack was so powerful that it completely sealed the void in all directions. The great elder of the Lanhai clan was the 10th Grand Elder of Mount Taihao. His swordsmanship was superb to the extreme. Although he could not be compared with top half-saints like the 2nd Grand Elder, he was also a master at the half-saint level. Qianzong suddenly felt that he could not dodge this sword attack. It was as if that sword attack was the world. Burst, Qianzong drew his sword and directly activated the true grinding swordsmanship to display the heavenly light sword drawing technique. The power of this sword attack was also increased sharply under the cultivation of the perfection of the 6th realm. With the doubling of the true grinding swordsmanship, the power of this sword attack was even more powerful. The void was directly cut into pieces. Qianzong also cut a gap in the amazing sword pressure. Following this gap, Qianzong immediately turned into a sword light and immediately escaped. However, as soon as he escaped, he was met with a huge demonic arm. It was like an ancient demonic mountain that could shatter the vacuum and destroy everything in its path. Behind it, there was a shocking sword power bombarding across the sky. In front, there was a demonic arm as huge as a mountain that crushed the vacuum. Attacking from both front and back, the space around him was also sealed and suppressed. Even if Qianzong controlled the power of the great path of space origin, he could not break it in a short time. The difference in power was too great. Although Qianzong's cultivation had been upgraded to the perfection of the 6th realm and his strength was much stronger than before, compared with a real half-saint, there was still a big gap. God's arrival. Without hesitation, Qianzong directly burst out and displayed the secret technique God's arrival. In the divine sea, the black mark suddenly trembled. A pair of black and white eyes, like a sitting demon, also opened. A shadow condensed, as if it was letting out an ancient sigh. In the world, there was no wind. There seemed to be an incomparably ancient figure, striding across the endless time and space. It came from ancient times, walking on the river of time and stepping on the endless void. When it took another step, it appeared behind Qianzong. It stepped into Qianzong's body and merged into one. In an instant, an amazing power, vigorous and majestic and extremely pure, constantly surged out of the black mark and poured into Qianzong's body. Qianzong only felt that the power he possessed was constantly rising and becoming more and more tyrannical. It broke through the limit and reached the emperor level. But it did not stop and continued to strengthen. Not only that, but the power of his spiritual soul was also constantly stimulated and became more and more tyrannical, more than several times stronger. The strengthened spiritual soul indirectly promoted Qianzong's essence, qi, and spirit, so that Qianzong could perfectly control his own skyrocketing power. The half-saint level. In an instant, Qianzong's strength was also increased to the half-saint level. The tyrannical power fluctuated continuously. This level of power was much stronger than when he had displayed God's arrival before. He drew his sword, and slashed. The sword light was shocking. It split the sky and slashed toward the demonic arm in front of him. It was extremely fierce. Fourth update, first cut, splitting the sky, a hole was torn in the demonic palm in an instant, but the crack closed in an instant, blocking Qianzong's path. Behind him, an extremely astonishing sword pressure pressed down like a tsunami. Every inch of it carried an extremely terrifying power, crushing the vast sky as it pressed down. The demon's arm suddenly clenched. Like an ancient demon mountain, its pressure was astonishing and heavy, crushing everything. It directly grabbed at Xianxia. The powerful strength made Xianxia further realize the tyranny of these two half-saints. They were not comparable to the top Jiandi of the Lanhai clan who had activated the power of the bloodline and demonized. Besieged, Xianxia was in a predicament. The astonishing sword pressure and the closing of the demon's arm brought a fatal crisis to Xianxia. In the face of danger, Xianxia did not panic. The power of his spirit was increased several times. Everything around him became so clear. His extremely tyrannical essence, qi, and spirit also burst out randomly. Swing the sword. In just a moment, Xianxia swung hundreds of swords. The sword light turned into a torrent, pouring out like a dam bursting. Hundreds of sword lights converged into an extremely majestic and shocking sword light. It carried a shocking sword might as it shot out. It tore apart the sealed space and directly tore open a hole. After that, Xianxia flashed into it. In another flash, Xianxia killed his way out of the siege of the two half-saints. I can't imagine how you have such strength. The great elder of the Lanhai clan locked onto Xianxia with an extremely tyrannical aura. Behind him, there seemed to be an endless shadow of the ocean. The shadow of the ocean was constantly fluctuating, filling the air with astonishing sword essence. The sword pressure swept across everything, vast and boundless. Needless to say, he must have a huge secret on him. The half-saint of the Inferno demon sect narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Xianxia. A malicious smile appeared on his face. The aura of these two people had completely locked onto Xianxia. No matter where Xianxia escaped to, they would chase after him. In short, he couldn't escape. Xianxia didn't want to run away either. Since he had performed the divine arrival secret method and possessed the strength of a half-saint, he would fight to the death. The supreme elder of the Lanhai clan was originally the 10th Grand Elder of Taihao Mountain. This person was also a key figure in the Lanhai clan's rebellion. Otherwise, if he had not agreed to the rebellion, it would not have been so easy for the Lanhai clan to rebel. With such a high position, once he betrayed the sect, the damage to the sect would be even greater. This was because he was once the 10th founding elder and one of the higher-ups of Mount Taihao. He knew many things about Mount Taihao. Now that he had betrayed the sect and joined the Purgatory Demon Gate, he would definitely reveal many secrets about Mount Taihao. This was definitely not a good thing for Taihao Mountain. The Grand Elder of the Lanhai clan was the leader of the traitors. Even if the others could not kill him, this leader of the traitors must be killed. However, if they did not kill him this time, it would not be easy to kill him in the future. If he sensed danger and hid in the Purgatory Demon Gate, it would be difficult to kill him even if Mount Taihao mobilized a large force. After all, the Purgatory Demon Gate was very strong, and Mount Taihao was not confident that they could annihilate it. Therefore, no matter what, this time, they had to kill the supreme elder of the Lanhai clan and clean up the traitors for Mount Taihao. As for the other half-saint, he was originally an elder of the Purgatory Demon Gate, a top elder. Such an elder was rare in the Purgatory Demon Gate. If they killed him, they could weaken the strength of the Purgatory Demon Gate, which would be of great benefit to the future battle with the Purgatory Demon Gate. Kill, an astonishing killing intent burst out from the depths of his heart. As it came out, the spiritual fire of Mount Taihao also flickered and burned more and more fiercely. The astonishing killing intent was thus multiplied several times, and the power of the void kill swordsmanship was further enhanced. A sword broke through the air. This was Xianxia's answer. "You've got guts." Hu Ming revealed a cruel smile. Immediately, his hands swelled up and were covered in green-black scales. They were like the arms of a demon, and they emitted an extremely shocking fluctuation of aura. It was as if they wanted to shatter everything. They were accompanied by endless demon flames as they directly charged forward. The supreme elder of the Lanhai clan slashed the void with the sword in his hand, and the sword sea behind him surged, mighty and endless. The sword suddenly blasted out, carrying the power of the sword sea, surging and mighty, and the void collapsed. The strength of a half-saint was fully displayed, and Xianxia immediately felt the pressure. "Kill one of them first." Chen Zong made a prompt decision. If he was caught in a bitter battle, it would be very unfavorable for him. After all, the source of his strength was the power borrowed from the black mark by performing the secret method of God's arrival. So far, the secret method of God's arrival had not shown any sequelae, and the black mark had not shown any signs of exhaustion. But Chen Zong would not get carried away because of this. Because there were no sequelae, it did not mean that there were no sequelae. Chen Zong had not been willing to perform the secret method of God's arrival for too long, in order to avoid any sequelae. But all secret methods had sequelae or side effects, which could be big or small. A secret method without sequelae or side effects was too amazing. The black mark was too mysterious. When he was in the mental demon realm, it became very powerful, and he felt that it was out of control. If it were not for the help of the heavenly will sword, he did not know how to end that tug of war. Since then, Chen Zong was even more afraid of the black mark, and no longer released it. Because once released, he was afraid that he could not control it. Even if he had mastered the secret method of God's arrival, Chen Zong did not get carried away. One man and one sword, fighting two half-saint experts alone. The fierce battle was endless, and the terrible attacks caused the surrounding void to shatter, and the cracks spread dozens and hundreds of meters away. With the help of the superb origin swordsmanship and the secret method of God's arrival to increase his strength, Chen Zong was not at a disadvantage for a time. The great elder of the Lanhai clan and the half-saint elder of the Purgatory Demon Gate inadvertently looked at each other, and immediately understood each other's meaning. At the same time, the two top emperor-level experts of the Lanhai clan also came from afar. However, their strength was not as strong as the half-saint level, and they could not intervene at all. They could only watch the battle from afar. Under the confrontation of the half-saint level power, the void was constantly shattered, and countless cracks appeared. Each crack was pitch black and meandering, and the aura it emitted was extremely terrible. Chen Zong kept performing the Swordway divine skills of the No-Kill Sword Codex, the Heart Swordsmanship, the Swordway divine skills of the World Swordsmanship, and the Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique, but it was difficult for him to defeat the two half-saints. Break out, in an instant, the great elder of the Lanhai clan stimulated his bloodline power. The blue power fluctuated like a tide, rolling up thousands of waves, and smashing everything around. Enhance, enhance. The power of the great elder of the Lanhai clan was constantly fluctuating, increasing, and becoming more and more amazing. On the other side, the half-step saint of the Purgatory Demon sect had demonized. The terrifying Purgatory Demon fire was burning madly, completely covering his body. He had transformed into a Purgatory Demon beast. The flames on his arms and legs were incomparably violent, incinerating everything. Even the surrounding space seemed to have been burned to ashes. The bloodline power was stimulated, demonized, the strength of the two half-saints doubled, and the aura they emitted was extremely strong, making Chen Zong feel more threatened. Even if his swordsmanship was superb, in the face of such tyrannical two people, Chen Zong was directly at a disadvantage and began to be suppressed. Chen Zong looked extremely dignified. His swordsmanship was superb. However, his opponents were semi-sage level experts. They had been immersed in their respective cultivation paths for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, they had been able to cultivate to the semi-sage level. So, their innate talent was very superb. No matter how excellent he was, the gap of cultivation time was also his shortcoming. Now, Chen Zong only had two choices. First, leave immediately, go far away, and wait until he was stronger in the future to get back at them. Second, stimulate a stronger power. How to stimulate it? Of course, he could borrow the power of the black mark. The secret method of God's arrival could be used. However, because of a trace of fear in his heart, Chen Zong had been holding back and unwilling to borrow more power of the black mark, for fear of an uncontrollable accident. But now, what should he choose? Should he retreat, or should he take a risk? In an instant, Chen Zong made a prompt decision. If he retreated this time, he did not know when he would be able to kill these two people as he wished, especially the great elder of the Lanhai clan, the traitor of Mount Taihao. Then, he would take a risk. Perhaps everything was just his own worry. After all, so far, the black mark had not been in a disadvantageous situation for him. Even when he was in the mental demon realm, he only felt that it was out of control, but it was not disadvantageous to him. God's arrival. In an instant, Xianxia strengthened the secret method of God's arrival. A strong power surged out of the black mark like a torrent bursting a dam. It was extremely violent and surging endlessly. This power raged within Xianxia's body without stopping. It was boundlessly tyrannical. As the extremely tyrannical power surged, the pair of eyes in the divine sea suddenly became incomparably bright. The two eyes actually overlapped and turned into one. Soon after, there seemed to be an illusory figure staring at the pair of eyes. After which, the illusory figure stepped out from the pair of incomparably clear eyes. It was a figure in a black robe. It could be vaguely seen that it was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but he had an indescribable unique demeanor that was hard to forget. Especially his eyes, one was black and the other was white. One was so black that it was as deep as the abyss of hell, while the other was so white that it was boundlessly holy. It seemed that a sigh came from the mouth of this middle-aged man with black and white eyes. There was a kind of emotion that came from seeing the world change. The next moment, the middle-aged man completely stepped out of the eye. After he stepped out, he seemed to be infinitely enlarged. Then, he merged into Xianxia's body. Xianxia only felt that his spirit and consciousness were in a trance. Then, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, he fell into a deep sleep and could not feel anything. Immediately, Xianxia closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they had changed. One of his eyes had become pitch black, completely pitch black. There was no white in the eye. There was only boundless darkness like an abyss. The other eye was no longer black. There was only white, a sacred white. The Lord of Sword-Grinding Mountain has appeared. Come on, let's get a wave of monthly votes. His eyes had turned into a deep black and a sacred white. He looked so strange. The half-saint expert of the Inferno Demon sect and the great elder of the Lanhai clan were stunned when they saw Xianxia open his eyes. An indescribable feeling grew in their hearts. The man in front of them looked the same, but his eyes had changed. His breath had also changed. It was incomparably ancient, as if it came from ancient times. It was incomparably deep, mysterious and unpredictable like the sea abyss or the sky. You're playing tricks. The half-saint expert of the Inferno Demon sect shouted angrily. You're not Xianxia. Who are you? The great elder of the Lanhai clan frowned. His eyebrows were almost twisted into a knot. He instinctively felt that the man in front of him had changed. Although it was still the same body, his essence had changed. It was as if his spirit had changed. This feeling was very accurate. Because everyone had their own breath. It was like a brand. Even if a person's breath could change, the core and the most fundamental part of his breath would not change. What changed was only a kind of external appearance. It was enough to confuse many people, but only a few people would not be confused. The great elder of the Lanhai clan would not be confused. At least, his spirit had changed. It was different. Are you asking me? Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He looked at the great elder of the Lanhai clan and said, Me? I used to have a name. His voice paused. The great elder of the Lanhai clan and the half-saint expert of the Inferno Demon sect, who were listening attentively, felt very uncomfortable. It was as if they were having a good time, but suddenly stopped. The feeling of being neither up nor down was very uncomfortable. However, they did not dare to directly attack. Why not? Because the Xianxia in front of them gave them a very strange feeling, which made them afraid. Originally, Xianxia's strength was tyrannical enough to contend against two of them. Although he was at a disadvantage, it would not be easy to defeat him in a short period of time. Now, Xianxia gave them a feeling that he was extremely unpredictable. They could not see through him at all, which meant that there was danger. The two of them had cultivated for over 10,000 years, and had experienced countless life and death battles. Their intuition was extremely sharp, and there was no way they would be mistaken. The person before them had changed. He had become someone they did not recognize. He was so unfathomable that they did not dare to act rashly. Oh, you're not talking? Xianxia lifted his eyes slightly and glanced at the two of them. A faint smile appeared on his face. Back then, everyone called me Mountain Master. Lord? The great elder of the Lanhai clan and the half-saints of the Purgatory Demon sect were startled. These two words were not enough to explain anything. There were many people who were called Mountain Lord. For example, before Mountain Lord, other words had to be added. That was the true identity of the person. What Mountain Lord? The half-step saint of the Purgatory Demon sect narrowed his eyes and asked in a stern voice. Sword-sharpening mountain. Chenzong's tone was full of emotion. His eyes became deeper, as if they had crossed the river of time and space. Sword-sharpening mountain lord. Impossible. The great elder of the Lanhai clan and the half-saint expert of the Inferno Demon sect were stunned at first. Then, they shouted. Sword-sharpening mountain has been destroyed for millions of years. How can you be the sword-sharpening mountain lord? The great elder of the Lanhai clan was full of doubts. Has it been 1,000,000 years? Time is truly merciless. Chenzong let out a sigh. I have returned to this world. As a witness, I bestow upon you death. The moment his voice fell, Chenzong unsheathed his sword. The heavenly will sword was unsheathed. In an instant, it stabbed out. It was just an ordinary stab, but it surpassed time and space. It surpassed everything in the world. It was indescribable and indescribable. It seemed to be simple to the extreme, but also mysterious to the extreme. This sword had transcended time, space, world, heaven and earth, and everything else. It was indescribable. This sword fell into the eyes of the great elder of the Lanhai clan and the half-saint expert of the Inferno Demon sect. It seemed very slow, so slow that they could easily dodge it and release a killing move in an instant to counterattack. However, when they wanted to dodge and counterattack, they were shocked to find that their movements had become extremely slow. It was as if they had been slowed down 100 times. Originally, a dodging action could be completed in an instant. But now, a breath had passed. They had just made a dodging action, let alone counterattack. What was going on? It was as if they had fallen into an inexplicable state. Time and space were stretched infinitely. It was as if they had fallen into a strange world, out of their control. In an instant, the great elder of the Lanhai clan's face was as pale as paper. This was the supreme realm of the Way of the Sword. It was a supreme realm that had surpassed heaven and earth, the world, and time and space. This realm was the realm that countless sword cultivators sought for their entire lives. He was also bitterly pursuing it. However, more than 10,000 years had passed, and until now, he had never touched the supreme realm of the Way of the Sword. Not even a trace of it. He had never thought that he would face it head-on today. There was no reason. At a glance, he was very clear that this was the supreme realm of the Way of the Sword. But such a confrontation was not what he wanted, because it was an enemy. It was an indescribable sword. It was an undodgeable sword. It was also an unstoppable sword. The most simple sword, the most powerful sword. With this sword, heaven and earth lost their color and time and space reversed. Kill, it was an understated sword. It was a sword without a trace of smoke or fire. Such a simple sword was the purest and most simple sword of the great Tao. The sword came out and then returned to the sheath in an instant. The great elder of the Lanhai clan and the half-saint of the Inferno Demon sect both stood quietly in the void. They only made a dodging action, and that action was half completed. However, the half-completed dodging maneuver became the final regret. They could not dodge it. It was a simple stab, but they couldn't dodge it no matter how hard they tried. The two semi-sage experts, who had demonized and stimulated the power of their bloodline, couldn't dodge it no matter how hard they tried. In the next moment, Chenzong seemed to take a deep breath. From the bodies of the half-saint of the Inferno Demon sect and the great elder of the Lanhai clan, two completely different breaths floated out. One seemed to be baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, accompanied by bursts of wailing. It was their divine souls. Devour, their divine souls and vitality were directly devoured, and they completely turned into two dried corpses. Run! In the distance, the two top Jiandi experts, the second elder and the third elder of the Lanhai clan, who could not intervene and chose to watch the battle because of their strength, suddenly changed their expressions. Without hesitation, they immediately burst out with all their strength and speed, wanting to escape directly. There was no other way. Even the Great Elder was killed by a single sword. They would only die if they stayed. Whether they could escape or not, they did not care so much. They had to escape first. However, it was obvious that they could not escape. Chenzong did not move. He just used his fingers like a sword and gently swiped. There seemed to be sword chi breaking through the air, but it also seemed like there was no sword chi. However, the two top Jiandi experts of the Lanhai clan paused in an instant, as if they were immobilized. Then, their divine souls and vitality were instantly extracted and integrated into Chenzong's body. In just an instant, Chenzong's aura increased by a lot, approaching the limit of the 6th realm and touching the threshold of the 7th realm. The 3rd realm of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex is not bad, but it is not easy to master the 4th realm. Chenzong muttered to himself. His eyes kept moving, and he was extremely mysterious and strange. The 6th realm cultivation is a little low. I have to improve it. After millions of years, I wonder how many old friends are still alive in this universe. However, before that, I have to improve my cultivation first. As soon as Chenzong finished muttering to himself, an extremely terrifying sword chi suddenly erupted from his body and soared into the sky. The sword chi was black and white, and it was as earth-shattering as a god or a demon. It directly pierced through the sky of Cerulean Water Planet and went straight to the universe. However, when the sword intent came into contact with the layer of crimson-red sky that was like fire, it was blocked and was unable to advance any further. In the next moment, the sword chi exploded, bringing with it thousands of sword chi. It shot out like a storm and swept through Cerulean Water Planet. Sword chi, boundless sword chi, vast and mighty sword chi, wreaked havoc endlessly, sweeping through everything in its path. The sword chi storm covered the entire Cerulean Water Planet. As long as there was life, the pitch-black sword chi storm would fall. Kill, on Cerulean Water Planet, cultivators, and even ordinary people who did not have much cultivation were all affected by the sword chi. A single strand of sword chi was a life. After the sword chi entered the body and killed it, it left the body in an instant. However, it was different. The strand of sword chi carried with it strands of souls that wailed in agony. It was filled with life as it pulsed endlessly. As the sword chi left the bodies of the cultivators, their bodies withered and shriveled, decaying like dried corpses. Death had directly descended. The sword chi fell into the sea and pierced through the depths. The sword chi pierced through the sea beasts in the sea as well, absorbing their souls and tremendous life. Subsequently, strands of pitch-black sword chi flew from all over Cerulean Water Planet, from all directions, from the sky, the earth, and the sea. They gathered towards Chenzong like thousands of swords returning to their roots. Then, they surged into Chenzong's body. It was as if he had been pierced by thousands of swords. Countless strands of sword chi entered Chenzong's body, but they did not truly pierce through him. Instead, they merged into his body. As the Fiend God Sword mantra circulated endlessly, Chenzong's aura skyrocketed and became increasingly powerful. In the next moment, as if he had broken through some kind of shackle, his aura skyrocketed from the 6th level to the 7th level. This was not an increase brought about by a secret technique, but a true breakthrough in cultivation. It continued to increase, and in the end, his cultivation stabilized at the 7th level of the lower tier. Rumble, thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky, raging and roaring endlessly. It emanated an extremely terrifying might that shook the heavens and the earth. The catastrophe of the 7th level had descended. Continue to update. When breaking through from the 5th realm to the 6th realm, one would experience a catastrophe of the way. Only after overcoming this catastrophe of the way could one truly break through to the 6th realm. When breaking through from the 6th realm to the 7th realm, one still had to experience a catastrophe of the way to truly break through. And the catastrophe of the way to break through from the 7th realm to the 8th realm was even more shocking. Generally speaking, one had to experience a catastrophe of the way when breaking through. Only after successfully overcoming the catastrophe of the way could one truly break through. However, at this moment, Chenzong, or rather, the Lord of the Sword-Sharpening Mountain, had broken through his cultivation first. This was because in that instant, he had directly absorbed the souls and vitality of all living beings on the entire blue water planet and turned them into his own power. He had directly broken through the shackles and limits in an extremely brutal manner, and thus forcefully broke through. With his extremely high cultivation level, there were no drawbacks to such a forceful breakthrough. After all, the Lord of the Sword-Sharpening Mountain was a saint-level expert. He was also a top saint-level expert who was not inferior to the Taihao Sword Saint. His cultivation level was extremely high, and he could easily control the power of a mere emperor-level expert. In the sky, thunder rumbled endlessly. An extremely terrifying power continued to condense. The 72 demon god star lock grand formation suddenly shook endlessly. An extremely terrifying power constantly struck down from the sky, destroying everything in its path. Struck down, in an instant, it struck down immediately. The 72 demon god star lock grand formation shook endlessly. Under the terrifying power of the catastrophe of the way, it was constantly bombarded and then broken down. The power of the 72 demon god star lock grand formation was indeed extremely shocking. It was extremely powerful, and it was enough to withstand the attacks of top emperor-level experts without being broken. Even if a saint-level expert wanted to break through it, it would not be so easy. However, at this moment, the powerful 72 demon god star lock grand formation was broken under this terrifying catastrophe of the way. This catastrophe of the way was not an ordinary catastrophe of the seventh realm. It was a catastrophe of the way that was 10 times more terrifying than an ordinary catastrophe of the seventh realm. This was because the sword-sharpening mountain lord had taken over Chen Zong's body, forcefully breaking through to the seventh realm in a brutal manner, directly soaring to the minor achievement of the seventh realm. His cultivation was extremely powerful. Coupled with the fact that the sword-sharpening mountain lord had directly killed and devoured the souls and life force of all the living beings on planet Blue Water, the catastrophe became even more terrifying. The gigantic black vortex directly shattered the 72-phase celestial starlock array. It appeared in the sky and spun endlessly. It exuded an extremely oppressive aura that was extremely terrifying, as though it could shatter everything. A low, oppressive, incomparably shocking pressure directly pressed down, enveloping everything. Streaks of scarlet thunderbolts as thick as fingers flickered incessantly. Each thunderbolt exuded a destructive power that could destroy everything. It was incomparably terrifying. Under such scarlet thunderbolts, ordinary emperor-level experts would be shattered and killed in an instant. Their bodies and souls would vanish. The scarlet thunderbolts continued to condense in the sky, constantly accumulating. They did not strike directly, but were continuously accumulating power. As the power continued to accumulate, it became increasingly powerful and shocking. Even a top emperor-level expert would not be able to withstand it and would be struck to death directly. But that was not all. It did not stop. It was still continuously accumulating power, becoming more and more shocking. In an instant, the power reached the level of a half-saint. It was hard to believe that the power of a catastrophe of the seventh realm could reach the level of a half-saint. Who in the sixth realm could withstand such power? Even an innate divine body at the limit of the sixth realm could not withstand an attack of a catastrophe of the half-saint level. However, the sword-sharpening mountain lord looked up into the sky. His eyes flickered with a demonic light as he stared at the scarlet thunderbolts that were constantly gathering in the sky. A cold smile appeared on his lips. A mere catastrophe of the way dares to be so fierce. Disperse. It was just a low shout, but the sound was like the cry of 10,000 swords. In an instant, an extremely shocking power and aura erupted. It shot up into the sky, shattering it. Everything was reduced to nothingness by the sword will. Such sword will was earth-shattering and shocking. The thunderbolts that were constantly gathering in the sky actually began to disperse under this terrifying sword will's shout. In less than 10 breaths of time, the scarlet thunderbolts that had gathered completely dissipated. However, the dark clouds continued to surge, as if they were unwilling to be dispersed by the shout. They wanted to gather the shocking power of thunderbolts again. Then, the sword-sharpening mountain lord pulled out his sword. That strike was just an extremely ordinary strike, and it directly stabbed upwards as soon as it was unsheathed. However, it emanated the monstrous might of a fiend god. That strike had transcended all things, transcended the heavens, the earth, and space, and it directly stabbed into the dark clouds that were ceaselessly accumulating and becoming thicker and thicker. The energy within the dark clouds was capable of destroying everything, and it was terrifying to the extreme. It was destroyed. With one sword, it was suddenly destroyed. It could not be blocked, even though the power accumulated in the dark clouds had reached an astonishing level, it was still unable to block the sword-sharpening mountain master's superb strike. It was a strike that had touched upon the supreme way of the sword. It was a strike that was unrivaled. It was shattered. The incomparably thick dark clouds were instantly shattered by the sword, and they were completely shattered. The catastrophe of the way that had just begun to gather and had yet to truly descend was directly destroyed. Not only was the power of that sword extremely shocking, but it was also unceasing. It continued to erupt and completely shattered the calamity of Tao. It had disappeared before it even descended. He had passed it. The sword-sharpening mountain lord had directly passed this catastrophe of the way and truly advanced to the seventh realm. But in fact, in terms of his own realm, the catastrophe of the seventh realm did not make a difference. After all, his realm was that of a top saint. In the next breath, the sword-sharpening mountain lord turned into a beam of sword light and directly shot up into the sky. His speed was extremely fast. Ordinary half-saints could not compare to him. In the blink of an eye, the sword-sharpening mountain lord appeared outside Cerulean Water Planet. He saw the 72 Emperor Realm cultivators of the Purgatory Demon sect who had set up the 72 Demon Gods Starlock formation. Without hesitation, he directly drew his sword. The sword slashed through the air. In an instant, the beam of sword light leaped and shuttled back and forth. It ignored the gap between space and time and killed the 72 Emperor Realm cultivators of the Purgatory Demon sect one after another. The sword chi then brought the 72 Emperor Realm cultivators' souls and vitality back into their bodies. In an instant, the sword-sharpening mountain lord's aura became even more tyrannical. With a soft laugh, the sword-sharpening mountain lord once again turned into a beam of sword light. His speed was extremely fast. He directly escaped into the universe and headed towards the depths of the universe. His speed was extremely fast. He was faster than ordinary half-saints and many times faster than Shenzong's previous speed. Not long after, the sword-sharpening mountain lord was far away from Cerulean Water Planet. He discovered another planet. Staring at the pale red planet, the corners of the sword-sharpening mountain lord's mouth curled up into a faint smile. This smile was somewhat evil. In the next moment, the sword-sharpening mountain lord turned into a beam of sword light and directly charged towards the pale red planet, entering it in an instant. Sword intent erupted and endless sword chi poured out from his body. It was extremely violent, surging like the waves of a river. In an instant, the endless sword chi turned into a storm, engulfing the entire planet in an instant. This planet was a planet inhabited by strange beasts. There were very few cultivators there. The sword chi descended from the sky, sweeping over like a meteor. From the end of the world. As the sword chi descended, the beasts that had lived and bred on the planet for generations were all struck by the sword chi. The sword chi was as thin as a strand of hair, but it was extremely tough and sharp. Its power was extremely terrifying. Kill, all the beasts struck by the sword chi were unable to withstand it, regardless of whether they were strong or weak. The sword chi directly slammed into their bodies and killed them. After the sword chi killed the beasts, it left with the beasts' souls and exuberant life force. It returned to the sword-sharpening mountain lord, leaving behind a rotting corpse. Before long, all the beasts on the entire planet had been slaughtered by the sword chi. Everything had been killed and devoured by the sword-sharpening mountain lord. As the endless sword chi returned, the sword-sharpening mountain lord puffed out his chest and closed his eyes, as if he was smelling the fragrance of flowers. He seemed to be intoxicated. His presence constantly strengthened as well. Before long, he had risen from the minor achievement of the seventh realm to the peak of the minor achievement of the seventh realm. He was only a hair's breadth away from the major achievement. This rate of improvement was just too fast, too shocking, and too brutal. Devouring souls and life force to strengthen himself was extremely terrifying. In just a short amount of time, only a few dozen breaths, a planet filled with beasts had directly become a dead planet. There were no more beasts left. However, the sword-sharpening mountain lord did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he smiled faintly. After 1,000,000 years, he had returned to this universe. He should be climbing to the pinnacle and surpassing his past self. However, the cultivation level of this body was still too low. It was far from enough. As such, he could only use extreme methods to increase his cultivation level. After increasing his cultivation level to the pinnacle, he could then pursue the breakthrough that he could not achieve in the past and take a peek at the true supreme realm. If he were to increase his cultivation level at a normal speed, even if he had a high cultivation level, he would still need a few dozen years. A few dozen years was actually a very short period of time for a former martial saint. However, things were different now. He had to increase his cultivation level as quickly as possible. It was best to increase it to the pinnacle. As such, he could only resort to extreme methods. After some time, the sword-sharpening mountain lord encountered a space-crossing divine ship. The space-crossing divine ship had a ferocious aura. There were hundreds of people on it. Among them, there were 3 emperor-level cultivators and over 20 emperor-level cultivators. The rest were all 5th and 4th realm cultivators. Bandits? Great. The sword-sharpening mountain lord chuckled. Then, he entered the space-crossing divine ship. Who is it? Who are you? The arrival of the sword-sharpening mountain lord immediately alerted the emperor-level cultivators on the space-crossing divine ship. They immediately asked. You don't need to know that much. The sword-sharpening mountain lord smiled. Then, a monstrous sword will exploded. Shocking sword might raged. Sword chi surged endlessly. Sweeping, in an instant, the sword chi flew out and filled the entire space-crossing divine ship. The space-crossing divine ship was instantly filled with countless sword chi. The 4th and 5th realm cultivators could not resist at all and were killed directly. The 6th realm cultivators could not resist at all. On the other hand, the 3 emperor-level cultivators could only resist for a moment. Explosive second chapter, with a roar, sword chi rushed into the sky. The huge space-crossing divine ship was instantly split apart by a terrifying sword light. It broke apart, lost its power, and fell downwards. Immediately, a flash of sword light flew out from the broken space-crossing divine ship. It traversed the sky at an astonishing speed and escaped into the distance in an instant. 7th realm greater success, the Lord of Sword-Sharpening Mountain had taken over Chen Zong's body and kept devouring his spirit and vitality. He used extremely cruel and evil means to increase his cultivation level crazily. In a short time, he had broken through from the 6th realm to the 7th realm, and now he had reached the 7th realm greater success. His power was extremely terrifying. This kind of power was equivalent to the power of the 7th realm greater success of the innate divine body. It was extremely terrifying. Coupled with the Lord of Sword-Sharpening Mountain's superb realm and sword principle, his strength was already indescribable. If a saint didn't come out, who could compete with him? At the same time, the Purgatory Demon sect was on the move. This was because the great elder of the Lanhai clan had died, and also because of the death of a half-saint expert from the Purgatory Demon sect. 2 half-saints were a great loss. Coupled with 2 top Jiandi and 4 emperor-level experts, such a loss could be said to be disastrous. Such a loss, not to mention the Purgatory Demon sect, could be said to be a disastrous loss for any of the forces. For example, Taihao Mountain only had a limited number of half-step saints. The death of one would be a great loss for them. The great elder of the Lanhai clan had betrayed Taihao Mountain, which meant that Taihao Mountain had lost a half-saint expert. Suddenly, the space and cerulean water planet collapsed. In the next moment, a figure burning with blazing blood fire also stepped out. In an instant, the sky and earth of cerulean water planet shook and trembled. This figure wrapped in blood fire had a pair of eyes burning with shocking flames. As he stared past, a powerful aura also spread. They're all dead. How cruel. A hoarse voice sounded, with some disbelief and shock. With his transcendent realm and senses, he could sense that there was no sign of life on Blue Water Planet. There was only an endless silence. In his senses, he could see countless rotting corpses all over the place. Yet, the houses and trees were still intact. Even the roads were undamaged. They weren't damaged in the slightest. They killed people, but they didn't fight at all. All of them died in an instant. In his perception, the time of death was about the same. In other words, it was an instant death. All the living beings on the entire planet were killed in an instant. Not only was such a method brutal to the extreme, it was also extremely brilliant, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. However, this person revealed a cold smile. His eyes became brighter and brighter, burning without end as he chased after a strand of aura. A faint red star was originally filled with endless beast roars that rose and fell one after another. However, at this moment, it was deathly silent and incomparably terrifying. The aura of death pervaded the air and decay was spreading. Space ripped open, and a figure that burned with blood-red flame stepped out. A pair of eyes that burned with scarlet flame swept past. Very soon, he saw everything on the planet clearly. Afterwards, the figure stepped into the void and left. There was nothing left where the space-crossing divine ship had been. Suddenly, the void collapsed, and a figure wrapped in blood fire stepped out, quickly leaving again. Pursuit, the figure wrapped in blood fire was pursuing the person who had caused all the deaths. A streak of sword light erupted with astonishing speed, constantly moving through the void of the universe. As it passed through, time and space seemed to slow down. Only the streak of sword light remained extremely fast. Suddenly, the sword light paused, as if it had dissipated in an instant, revealing a figure. It was Xianxia. No, it should be called the sword-sharpening mountain lord. The sword-sharpening mountain lord stopped in the void of the universe. His surroundings were boundless. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, one of them was pitch black, while the other was pure white. Extreme evil and boundless holiness intertwined. In this pair of godlike eyes, it was as if all the mysteries of the universe had been seen through. They were presented in an incomparably clear manner. Then, as his eyes turned, they focused in a direction. The space under his gaze shattered like a mirror. A fiery light filled the air. Then, a figure wrapped in blood-red flames stepped out from the shattered space. Saint level. The sword-sharpening mountain lord frowned slightly, and a hint of seriousness appeared vaguely on his face. He did not expect that there would be a saint-level expert who had set his eyes on him and was pursuing him. You are Xianxia, the saint of the sword of Taihao Mountain. The figure wrapped in blood fire stared through the void with a pair of eyes that burned with blood fire, landing on Xianxia. He was slightly stunned, as if he was really surprised that the target he was pursuing was actually a junior. Then, his expression changed, as if he had sensed something. You are not Xianxia. Who are you? I am the sword-sharpening mountain lord. The sword-sharpening mountain lord had no intention of hiding his identity, and responded directly. The sword-sharpening mountain lord. The person was slightly stunned, as if he was thinking about who the sword-sharpening mountain lord was. It sounded familiar, but he was not very sure, as if he had heard of it somewhere before. After all, the sword-sharpening mountain had been destroyed for more than 1,000,000 years. How long was 1,000,000 years? The world had changed countless times, and it was enough to change a lot. And the Purgatory Demon sect had been silent for a long time, so naturally, it was slower. You are the sword-sharpening mountain lord. Didn't the sword-sharpening mountain disappear 1,000,000 years ago? The saint-level expert of the Purgatory Demon sect immediately recalled and was shocked. An expert from 1,000,000 years ago, who had disappeared for more than 1,000,000 years, had reappeared. Wasn't that shocking? It was very shocking. Even the saint-level expert of the Purgatory Demon sect was still doubting the words of this person. However, the strong all had their own pride. It was unyielding, so there was no need for them to pretend to be someone else. Mountain Lord, you have disappeared for 1,000,000 years, and now you have reappeared. Do you have any goals? The saint-level expert of the Purgatory Demon sect asked with a smile. That has nothing to do with you. The sword-sharpening mountain lord responded cleanly, as if he was unreasonable. Mountain Lord, this is a great era. The saint-level expert of the Purgatory Demon sect did not show any signs of anger. Instead, he continued to speak with a smile. The Infernal Order and our holy sect have reappeared, and now the sword-sharpening mountain lord, a peerless expert from 1,000,000 years ago, has reappeared. This is a wonderful era. What are you trying to say? The sword-sharpening mountain lord asked coldly. Our holy sect has reappeared in the universe. In the future, the universe will belong to our holy sect. I invite the mountain lord to join our holy sect and participate in this grand undertaking. The saint-level expert of the Purgatory Demon sect smiled. Recruitment, he wanted to recruit the sword-sharpening mountain lord to join the Purgatory Demon sect. Not to mention whether this person was the sword-sharpening mountain lord, he was definitely very strong. It was not clear whether he was a saint, but he was at least a top half-saint. His strength was shocking. If this person was really the sword-sharpening mountain lord, then with his own realm and accumulation, it would not be difficult for him to return to the saint level. It would just take some time. One must know that 1,000,000 years ago, the sword-sharpening mountain lord was the strongest expert in the world. No one could compare to him. Even the current Taihao sword saint was not as famous as the sword-sharpening mountain lord 1,000,000 years ago. If such a strong expert joined the holy sect, then the top combat power of the holy sect would increase again. Not to mention the loss of the few emperor-level experts and the 2 half-saints, even if they lost twice as many, it would not be a big deal. Of course, the premise was that the sword-sharpening mountain lord agreed to join the holy sect. Does the Purgatory Demon sect want to follow me? The sword-sharpening mountain lord smiled. Join the Purgatory Demon sect, that was impossible. One must know that 1,000,000 years ago, he was the sword-sharpening mountain lord. He was the strongest expert in the universe. There were many experts under his command, and each of them was famous in the universe. He was unparalleled in strength. If he joined the Purgatory Demon sect, what would happen? Would he submit to others? How could that be possible? Therefore, it was impossible for him to join the Purgatory Demon sect and work for them. However, if the Purgatory Demon sect submitted to him and followed him, it would be acceptable. It would be good to have the Purgatory Demon sect serve him. At least, it would save him a lot of time. Hearing the sword-sharpening mountain lord's words, the smile on the saint-level expert of the Purgatory Demon sect disappeared. The fire in his eyes grew stronger. He wanted to recruit the other party and work for the Purgatory Demon sect. However, the other party was so ambitious that he wanted the holy sect to submit to him. He really did not know how to describe it. So, we can't come to an agreement? The life force expert of the Purgatory Demon sect said coldly. There was a faint murderous intent in his voice. You should have done this long ago. The sword-sharpening mountain lord smiled and drew his sword. The sword light flashed like a thunderbolt splitting the sky. It was a simple sword attack, but it seemed to have transcended time and space. It arrived in an instant. The sword-sharpening mountain lord was very excited. If he could kill a saint-level expert and devour his spiritual soul and saint level, he would be able to improve his cultivation to the next level. It should not be difficult to reach the peak of the emperor level. You are courting death. The saint-level expert of the Purgatory Demon sect was furious. He slapped his palm across the sky. The power of this palm was extremely shocking and terrifying. The burning demonic fire was extremely hot, burning everything. However, that seemingly small sword light pierced through the fiery palm and directly attacked the saint-level expert of the Purgatory Demon sect. Such swordsmanship could not be described with the word superb. That sword strike seemed to contain a supreme power. Supreme way of the sword. The saint-level expert of the Purgatory Demon sect was shocked. He finally believed that this person was the sword-sharpening mountain lord. After all, the supreme way of the sword was too high. It was the lifelong pursuit of countless sword cultivators. However, it was also a realm that many sword cultivators could not reach. In the current universe, there were very few sword cultivators who could peek into the supreme way of the sword. It was difficult to find a few. The sword-sharpening mountain lord was the strongest person who had truly mastered the supreme way of the sword. Threat, the saint-level expert of the Purgatory Demon sect felt threatened. It was a great threat. Although the cultivation of the sword-sharpening mountain lord was only at the emperor level, the power of the supreme way of the sword was enough to threaten his life. Third update, there's more tonight. Looking for a wave of monthly votes, the sword was the will heavenly sword. The sword light was fine and condensed. It was like a light in the rain at night. It was so weak but so bright that it could not be extinguished. It was cold and lonely. The sword-sharpening mountain master's swordsmanship had been silent for millions of years. Now that it had returned to the world and the universe, it had once again blossomed with its peerless elegance. The sword light was not so dazzling or eye-catching, but it had an indescribable condensed power. The power of each sword was so shocking and invincible. It was like thunder splitting the sky, but also like a white steed flashing through a crack. Once this superb swordsmanship was displayed, each sword had a feeling of turning something rotten into something magical. Its power was extremely shocking. The saint-level expert from the Purgatory Demon sect was shocked. This was the first time he had faced the supreme realm of sword principle swordsmanship. Previously, he had only heard of it. After all, in the entire universe, there were very few sword cultivators who had mastered the supreme realm of sword principle. Moreover, the Purgatory Demon sect had only reappeared in the world in the past few hundred years. Previously, he had thought that the description of the supreme realm of sword principle was too high. Now that he had personally fought, he understood that it was not an exaggeration at all. It was indeed an amazing realm of sword principle that could allow one to fight beyond their level. An emperor-level cultivator could use the supreme realm of sword principle to fight fiercely with a saint-level expert. He could even threaten the saint-level expert. If word got out, it would cause a great commotion. Of course, the reason why the sword-sharpening mountain master could fight fiercely with the saint-level expert of the Purgatory Demon sect was not only because of the supreme realm of sword principle, but also because of his high realm. After all, he was once a top saint-level expert. The high realm allowed him to exert his own power more thoroughly and even exceed the limit. Although it was the cultivation power of an emperor level, the power that burst out was infinitely close to that of a saint-level expert. This was the benefit of having a high realm. The cultivation power that was infinitely close to that of a saint-level expert, coupled with the amazing supreme realm of sword principle, its power was even more terrifying. Sword light pierced through the air, one after another. It didn't seem to be particularly fast, in fact, it was a little slow. However, the surrounding spacetime seemed to be affected and slowed down. Even the actions of the martial saints from the Purgatory Demon sect slowed down. Influence, the surrounding spacetime was affected by the supremely powerful sword technique. The saint-level expert from the Purgatory Demon sect burned with demonic fire. Each of his attacks contained a terrifying amount of demonic fire that seemed to originate from the purgatory. It was extremely tyrannical, capable of incinerating everything. Even the air itself had no way to block it, and was instantly incinerated. However, such astonishing demonic flames were unable to burn sword-sharpening mountain lord to death. Under his terrifying swordsmanship, the flames were all blocked. For a moment, an intense battle erupted. No one could gain the upper hand. It seems that if I don't show my true abilities, I really won't be able to subdue you. The martial saint of the Purgatory Demon sect was furious. He planned to capture the sword-sharpening mountain master and bring him back to the Purgatory Divine Gate. Then, he would torture him. If he refused to submit, he would refine him into a guardian divine general. By then, his life and death would be out of his control. He would be completely controlled by the Purgatory Divine Gate. But after being refined into a guardian general, his potential and talent would be affected to a certain extent. It would reduce his future achievements. It was a pity, but that was the only way. After all, this person was the sword-sharpening mountain lord. Millions of years ago, he was a peerless sword sage who dominated the universe with his sword. Although he was not as strong as he was then, he was still very powerful. He was more powerful than a saint-level expert and could reach the level of a saint-level expert. If he was refined into a guardian general with such strength, he could become one of the top fighters of the God sect. In the future, he would fight for the God sect in the universe and become an invincible sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic flame became even more intense. It started burning and soared into the sky. It was as if it was going to burn the world. Next, the boundless demonic flame started to condense. In the end, it covered his body and turned into a battle armor that covered his entire body. Under the demon flame battle armor, the martial saint of the Inferno Demon sect's aura surged wildly, becoming more and more vigorous, more and more shocking, and more tyrannical. The surrounding void was shaking, and countless ripples appeared, spreading out continuously. Full combat strength, he threw out a punch. The power of this punch was extremely condensed. It was condensed to the extreme. The fist print flew across the sky and blasted towards the sword-sharpening mountain lord. The sword light flashed and shattered. The terrifying fist force blasted the sword-sharpening mountain lord back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was burning hot, as if he was about to be ignited. As his vitality surged, the burns on his body healed instantly. The sword-sharpening mountain master had a grave expression on his face. Soon after, his black eye grew even deeper, while his white eye grew even more sacred. His long hair fluttered in the wind. The sword-sharpening mountain lord put his left index and middle fingers together and turned them into sword fingers. A black light condensed at the tip of his fingers. Then, he pointed at the heavenly will sword and moved it along the spine of the sword. Like flowing water, he moved it to the tip of the sword. As his sword fingers moved, a black light appeared on the spine of the sword. The black light spread out like a thread and reached the tip of the sword. In an instant, when the sword-sharpening mountain lord's sword fingers moved past the tip of the sword, the heavenly will sword trembled. As it trembled, it let out a shocking sword hum. The black light spread out and dyed the sword body. In an instant, it was as if a demonic sword had descended. Its domineering power spread out and filled the surroundings, causing the void to tremble. The sword-sharpening mountain lord's black hair danced wildly. Endless invisible sword chi surged around him like a storm, stirring up space and time. Slash, the pitch-black sword slashed down. A black light spread out. It was a crack in space. It slashed towards the purgatory demon sex saint-level expert. As if there was no way to dodge, the sword slashed the body of the purgatory demon sex saint-level expert. A pitch-black sword mark was left on the armor formed by the purgatory demon fire. The purgatory demon sex saint-level expert's expression changed. He was very clear about the strength of the armor. It was actually split open by the sword and almost hurt his body. What an amazing sword technique. What kind of sword technique is that? The purgatory demon sex saint-level expert could not help but ask. This sword technique. I call it the demonic sword technique. The sword-sharpening mountain lord's voice was faint, with a trace of indescribable coldness. It was like a gust of wind blowing past, sweeping up and spreading out ripples. Demonic sword technique? The purgatory demon sex saint-level expert was slightly stunned. He did not understand the meaning behind it, but he did not have time to think about it. The moment the sword-sharpening mountain lord finished speaking, the sword was swung out again. The demonic sword technique did not care about the moves or the trajectory. It was completely random. Any slash or stab would do. Because its true power lay in its profound meaning. Demonic, the most domineering sword technique in the world. This sword technique was the most domineering sword technique in the world. When the sword was swung out, it was invincible. It was truly invincible. The armor formed by the purgatory demon flame was extremely strong and difficult to break. Even if it was the same level of strength, it would be difficult to truly break it. It was the essence of the purgatory demon sex saint-level expert's strength. But under the domineering demonic sword technique, it was split open. The purgatory demon sex saint-level expert did not dare to face the sharpness of this sword technique head-on. In the next sword, the sword chi broke through the air and directly exploded. It turned into countless sword chi like a rainstorm, directly shooting towards the purgatory demon sex saint-level expert. The space was shattered. In the midst of a violent roar, the purgatory demon sex saint-level expert suddenly erupted. An extremely terrifying aura rushed out in an instant, crushing everything. His body expanded in an instant and directly transformed into a demon. Demon transformation. The people of the purgatory demon sect all knew how to demon transformation. The stronger one was, the more terrifying he would be after demon transformation. He was like a demon that had walked out of purgatory, wantonly exuding an extremely terrifying aura. After demon transformation, the purgatory demon sex saint-level expert's body directly expanded to 10 feet. He stood in the void like a giant. With a wave of his hand, 1,000-foot wild tide was swept up. The wild tide was not water, but fire. The incomparably blazing blood-red flame seemed to be a terrifying flame that spread out from purgatory. Rumbling sounds rang out in all directions as the void collapsed. Countless strands of sword chi were also shattered by that palm, completely disintegrating. The sword-sharpening mountain master's eyes flickered incessantly, becoming more and more intense. In the end, even his white eyes were dyed by a little bit of black light and then spread out, turning into pure darkness. Demonic eye, the sword-sharpening mountain master seemed to have completely turned into a demon in an instant. Endless overbearing demonic power spread out from his body. Demon transformation. The purgatory demon sex saint-level expert had turned into a demon, but the sword-sharpening mountain master had turned into a demon in an instant. Demonic chi billowed and the demonic power filled the sky. The pitch-black sword was also raised. When the sword was raised to his eyebrows, it reflected a pair of pitch-black eyes that were as deep as the abyss. They were incomparably dark, like a black hole that could devour everything. Even the light of the sun could not escape and would be swallowed up directly. He swung the sword. This sword was swung out in an ordinary manner. It was a simple sword move, but it seemed to be moving against the flow of water. Layers of ripples spread out under the sword's edge. As the ripples spread, darkness descended, as if it had swallowed all the light. The void of the universe was originally dark. Only the stars in the distance flickered endlessly. However, at this moment, it was as if night had suddenly descended. One should know that there was no such thing as day or night in the void of the universe. It was eternal and unchanging. That was how it was. Eternal night, demon sword technique. Eternal night had descended. It was pitch black. The surroundings were all pitch black, completely swallowed by the darkness. Even the purgatory demon sex saint-level expert, who had turned into a demon, could not see through the surrounding darkness and could not escape from it. This darkness affected his eyes and all of his senses. However, in this extreme darkness, a ray of light suddenly lit up and flickered endlessly. It was a ray of sword light that could split heaven and earth. Wherever the sword light went, nothing could stop it. The eternal night sword descended, chasing after the soul. The moment he saw the ray of sword light, the purgatory demon sex saint-level expert was hit. It was a sword that could not be avoided, a sword that could not be resisted. Fourth update, the sword seemed to envelop the void of the universe with darkness, as if an eternal night had descended and devoured everything. When the sword returned to its scabbard and the night faded away, the sword-sharpening mountain lord stood in the air. The saint-level expert of the Inferno demon sect was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had been reduced to ashes by the sword. However, the sword-sharpening mountain master knew very well that although his sword strike was extremely powerful, it did not manage to kill the saint-level expert of the purgatory demon gate. After transforming into a purgatory demon, the saint-level expert's body was extremely powerful and his vitality was extremely vigorous. That sword strike had only injured him, but not killed him. It was a pity. If he had killed him, the saint-level expert's spirit and extremely vigorous life force would have been enough to increase his cultivation further. He would have been close to the peak of the emperor level. He would only be a step away from the true saint-level expert. However, he was still not powerful enough. That sword was already the strongest sword he could unleash. Furthermore, he had paid a price to unleash a sure-kill attack. In the end, he still could not kill his opponent. However, a saint-level expert was a saint-level expert. His methods were extraordinary and his strength was unfathomable. He would not be killed so easily. Even when he was at his peak, it would be difficult to kill a saint-level expert. If he could not defeat his opponent, he could escape. At most, he would have to use some life-saving methods and suffer some injuries. However, he would still be able to escape in the end. There were very few who were unlucky enough or had other reasons to be killed. Immediately, the sword-sharpening mountain lord's eyes flickered like ripples in water. His aura became chaotic as it surged wildly in all directions. His expression was constantly changing as well. He seemed to be struggling and resisting something. The pitch-black heavenly sword seemed to sense something as well. It immediately began to vibrate. The pitch-black color of the sword faded as it vibrated. It was like the tide was retreating. It could not be reversed and returned to its original color. As the pitch-black color receded, the heavenly sword vibrated even more violently. It seemed to be resisting and trying to break free from the sword-sharpening mountain lord's control. Even you want to rebel? The sword-sharpening mountain lord's gaze kept changing. At times, it was pitch-black and deep, like a black hole, and at other times, it returned to its original black and white. It was as if someone was fighting over something. As the heavenly sword vibrated, the sword-sharpening mountain lord's tone turned cold. His killing intent was extremely shocking. Previously, the heavenly will sword had not reacted at all. But now, it was trembling violently, as if it was about to break free from the sword-sharpening mountain master's control. Why? It was because it sensed that Qianzong's consciousness was awakening. This was also the after-effect of the sword-sharpening mountain lord unleashing the demonic sword. Technique's killer move, Eternal Night. With the sword-sharpening mountain lord's current cultivation base, unleashing this move was somewhat self-destructive. This self-destructive move caused Qianzong's consciousness to tremble, causing him to awaken. This body was Qianzong's body. Qianzong was the original owner of this body, while the sword-sharpening mountain lord had taken over the body. Now that Qianzong's consciousness had awakened, the heavenly will sword recognized Qianzong as its master, not the sword-sharpening mountain lord. They worked together from the inside and outside, taking advantage of the sword-sharpening mountain lord's self-destructive move to unleash their final attack. It's fine. The time for me to awaken has yet to truly arrive. The sword-sharpening mountain lord let out a long sigh and no longer resisted. The pitch-black darkness in his eyes also retreated, eventually turning into a blank, unconscious blank. After a few breaths, his eyelids trembled and instantly closed. When he opened them again, they were clear and bright. Qianzong's consciousness had returned. His consciousness had awakened and he had regained control of his body. Qianzong could not help but feel a sense of unfamiliarity, as if he had been separated from his body for a long time. This feeling made Qianzong very uncomfortable. He moved his limbs and waved the heavenly will sword again, practicing his sword techniques to get used to his body again. After a few rounds of practicing his sword techniques, Qianzong also gradually got used to the strength of his body. The unfamiliarity disappeared, replaced by control. However, this made Qianzong extremely shocked. How could his cultivation base be so high? How could his physique be so strong? Emperor level. His current cultivation base had surpassed the emperor level and soared to the emperor level. Moreover, it was not just an ordinary emperor level, but a full-fledged emperor level 1. Full-fledged 7 level. Qianzong had a blank look on his face. How long had he been asleep? How long had this body been occupied? Could it be that decades or even centuries had passed? According to the normal cultivation base advancement, it would be very difficult for him to advance from the peak of the 7 level to the full-fledged 7 level in less than 100 years, unless he had some great opportunity. However, opportunities were not things that could be obtained just because one wanted to. Therefore, when he felt that his cultivation base had soared to an unbelievable level, Qianzong was very confused. For a moment, he found it hard to believe. The power of the Tao calamity from the 7 level to the 7 level was definitely many times stronger than the Tao calamity from the 7 level to the 7 level. How did he get through it? He did not know. In short, Qianzong's consciousness had now awakened and he had regained control of his body, but he felt very confused. In fact, Qianzong had no idea who had taken over his body and caused his consciousness to fall into a deep slumber. It was too sudden. When he used the Divine Advent secret technique for the second time to borrow more power from the black mark, the accident happened directly and his consciousness fell into a deep slumber. Thinking of this, Qianzong's expression became stern. Sure enough, his intuition was not wrong. He could not be lucky. There was indeed a great hidden danger in the black mark. Before this, the black mark had only provided him with help and had never brought him any disadvantages. However, this time an accident had occurred because of the godly descent secret technique. Perhaps, this was the true purpose of the black mark, to take over his body. Thinking of this, Qianzong could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Sword Sharpening Mountain. The black mark was obtained from Sword Sharpening Mountain. At that time, it carried the inheritance of the Fiend God Sword Manual. Now, it seemed that it was not just an inheritance. Or rather, the real purpose was not the inheritance. The inheritance was just a means. The real purpose was to take over and be reborn. Then, who would take over and be reborn? In an instant, Qianzong locked onto a person. The Sword Sharpening Mountain Lord. The most powerful person of Sword Sharpening Mountain was the Sword Sharpening Mountain Lord. The so-called inheritance of the black mark and so on was actually the Sword Sharpening Mountain Lord's plan. A plan that spanned 1,000,000 years in order to return to the universe. Thinking of this, Qianzong felt even colder. Was his conjecture true? If it was, then it was too shocking. A million years of planning and planning. How shocking was that? At this moment, Chenzong's emotions were like a raging tide. He could not calm down at all. Anyone who knew that they were being targeted by a peerless expert from a million years ago and that their body might have been taken over would not be able to remain calm. Then, the heavenly will sword trembled slightly, as if it wanted to send a message to Chenzong. Chenzong sensed it and immediately focused on the heavenly will sword. The heavenly will sword vibrated continuously. Then, the sword light shone brightly and directly enveloped Chenzong. Chenzong only felt that his consciousness was in a trance. It was as if he had fallen into another spacetime. He saw it, Chenzong actually saw himself in this spacetime. No, the body was his, but the spirit was not. It was, the sword-sharpening mountain lord. From the moment he unleashed the divine descent secret technique for the second time, his consciousness had fallen into a deep slumber. It was unavoidable that he was taken over by the spirit that appeared in the black mark. Everything that happened after that was recorded by the heavenly will sword. Now, it was replaying it for Chenzong. It was a very strange feeling. Watching himself do things was indeed strange to the extreme. And when Chenzong saw that the sword-sharpening mountain lord had directly slaughtered all the cultivators and sea beasts on the entire planet just to devour their spirits and vitality, his expression was extremely ugly. To a certain extent, although they were not killed by him, they were inextricably linked to him. Of course, Chenzong was not so pedantic as to take the blame for the crime. Because, although this was inextricably linked to him, in essence, it was not him who did it. It was the sword-sharpening mountain lord who did it. Chenzong was shocked by the sword-sharpening mountain lord's ruthlessness. He did not care about human lives at all. Such methods were clearly not orthodox, but demonic. He had no regard for human lives and treated living beings like ants. Chenzong could not understand or accept such a mentality. 1 planet, 2 planets, and the bandits on the space-crossing divine ship, all became resources for the sword-sharpening mountain lord to increase his cultivation level. Chenzong also finally understood how his cultivation level of level 7 upper tier came about. It was a devilish technique that was obtained by devouring the souls and life force of countless living beings. In the end, it was the battle between the sword-sharpening mountain lord and the saint-level powerhouse of the purgatory demon sect. This battle was extremely intense. From it, Chenzong could clearly see the supreme level of sword principle that the sword-sharpening mountain lord had mastered. However, Chenzong could not see through it. This was because Chenzong's sword principle realm and the sword-sharpening mountain lord's sword principle realm were on 2 completely different levels. Although he could not see through it, it did not mean that Chenzong could not forcibly memorize it. He could first memorize the feeling and then slowly comprehend it. In the end, Chenzong saw with his own eyes that the sword-sharpening mountain lord used his own body and the heavenly will sword to perform a terrifying sword technique. Demon sword technique, yes, it was the demon sword technique, not the sword-sharpening technique. It looked simple, but it was an extremely overbearing demonic swordsmanship. This kind of overbearingness was different from the overbearingness of the rising dragon swordsmanship. The overbearingness of the rising dragon swordsmanship lay in its power, its invincible power. If Chenzong focused on the rising dragon swordsmanship, he would be able to reach the realm of invincible power one day. However, Chenzong only used the Tide Dragon sword technique as nourishment to improve his own sword technique. The domineering demon sword technique was different from the Tide Dragon sword technique. It was not absolute power, but willpower. It was a kind of domineering power that was like the descent of a true demon. In particular, the eternal night that the sword-sharpening mountain lord performed at the end was even more unimaginable. Shocking, after watching everything, Chenzong's heart was filled with endless shock. It was indescribable. The sword-sharpening mountain lord, no, Chenzong even felt that he should not call him the sword-sharpening mountain lord, but the demon sword mountain lord. The same pronunciation, but different words, represented completely different meanings. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, 5th update, 15,000 new chapters. A figure stood quietly in the void of the universe. A powerful aura emanated from him, rippling like water. It was clear that he was not calm at all. Yes, at this moment, Chenzong's heart could not calm down at all. His emotions were surging, Firstly, he was shocked by the identity of the sword-sharpening mountain lord. It was as if he had been plotting for 1,000,000 years, and he had coincidentally obtained the inheritance of the sword-sharpening mountain. It was an opportunity, but it was also a fatal factor. Secondly, he was shocked by the sword-sharpening mountain lord's ruthless methods and superb swordsmanship, as well as his supreme realm of swordsmanship. Thirdly, Chenzong was concerned about his own safety. The black mark was still in his spirit sea. The sword-sharpening mountain lord's spirit was hidden in the black mark, but he could not sense it. This time, the sword-sharpening mountain lord's spirit was impacted by the sword-sharpening mountain lord's use of the devil sword technique and the eternal night. His consciousness had awakened, and with the sudden resistance of the heavenly will sword, the sword-sharpening mountain lord seemed to feel that the time was not right. That was why he had fallen silent and allowed Chenzong to take back his body. The so-called time was not right was not Chenzong's guess. It was what the sword-sharpening mountain lord had said in the playback of the heavenly will sword. Did the sword-sharpening mountain lord know the ability of the heavenly will sword? He probably did not know. After all, ever since the sword-sharpening mountain lord occupied Chenzong's body, the heavenly will sword had behaved normally and did not resist at all. It was only when it sensed that Chenzong's consciousness had awakened that it cooperated with Chenzong's consciousness to fight against the sword-sharpening mountain lord, and finally took back Chenzong's body. Putting everything else aside, the sword-sharpening mountain lord's spirit was now a great threat. From now on, would he not use the divine Advent secret technique? Could he do it? Yes, Chenzong believed that he could do it. After all, his consciousness had fallen and his body had been occupied by the sword-sharpening mountain lord because of the divine Advent secret technique. But was that really the case? Was it true that as long as he did not use the divine Advent secret technique, the previous situation would not happen again? No, Chenzong did not dare to make any promises, not at all. It had nothing to do with intuition or perception. Thinking about it, a sword principle expert from 1,000,000 years ago was at the level of a top sword saint, a transcendent existence who had mastered the supreme realm of sword principle. His spirit was hiding in his own spirit sea, perhaps watching his every move, waiting for the so-called opportunity to come, and then reappear in the world. In that case, how could he appear in the world? Naturally, it would take over his body like before. What should he do then? Resist, that was for sure. However, Chenzong really didn't have much confidence. Because he wasn't sure when the so-called opportunity would arrive. 1 year? 2 years? 10 years? 100 years, it was full of unknowns. Chenzong did not like the feeling of being full of the unknown. It was full of uncertainty and variables. In fact, it should be said that no one liked the feeling of being full of variables, especially not good variables, but bad ones. At least that was the case for now. His body belonged to him and would not be taken away by others. However, Chenzong could not help but recall that ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he seemed to have encountered many cases of possession. Fortunately, his luck was not bad and his ability was not bad. Just now, he was able to overcome the crisis time and time again, turning danger into safety. However, Chenzong would not be so complacent that he would think that all the possession would not endanger him. In fact, it was precisely because of his experience. After the possession, Chenzong was more aware of the dangers. And this time, the one who wanted to possess him was the ultimate master who stood at the peak of the universe 1,000,000 years ago. It meant that he seemed to have fought with the ultimate master of that generation after 1,000,000 years. If it was any other confrontation, Chenzong would feel very good, but a confrontation with his own body as a stake was not a good feeling. A hidden danger, in his body, there was a great hidden danger that could erupt at any time. Could he let such a hidden danger continue to exist? No, no matter who it was, they would choose to do so. Then, how could he get rid of the hidden danger? This was what Chenzong had to think about. No matter what, even if he had to pay a certain price, Chenzong would not allow such a hidden danger to continue to exist in his body. It could erupt at any time and then take over his body. Get rid of the hidden danger, just like the inner demon of the past, he had done everything possible to deal with it and finally sealed it with the help of Senior Devil Heart. However, the inner demon paled in comparison to the current spirit of the sword-sharpening mountain master. It was not as dangerous as the inner demon. In short, among all the dangers he had encountered, the spirit of the sword-sharpening mountain master was definitely at the top of the list. What was a peerless ultimate master from a million years ago planning, and he seemed to be lucky, but in fact, unlucky to be chosen. This time, how could he get rid of the hidden danger of the sword-sharpening mountain master, seal? The first thing that came to Chen Zong's mind was to seal the black mark. In this way, he would also seal the spirit of the sword-sharpening mountain master that was staying in the black mark. However, could he do it with his half-baked way of sealing? He was not sure how old Chen Zong was. However, he had to give it a try. However, other than that, they had to consider other paths. What if the seal failed? What should they do? Then, he would seal it first. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately mobilized his own power and combined it with his essence, energy, and spirit that had been raised to the peak of the emperor level. He immediately constructed the power of the sealing technique in his deity ocean. The essence, energy, and spirit of the peak of the emperor level were enough for Chen Zong to lock the black mark in his deity ocean. The deity sea was as vast as the universe. Chen Zong's consciousness condensed. It was incomparably clear, as if it was corporeal. Immediately, his hands moved together, drawing out many mysterious trajectories. It was as if he was using his fingers as a brush and the void as a canvas, outlining an incomparably ancient character. Seal, one of them carried Chen Zong's tyrannical essence, energy, and spirit power, while the other emitted an ancient and profound character. They suddenly condensed and headed toward the black mark. They landed directly on the black mark as if they were branding it. Then, as a bright light burst out, the sealing technique character that was flickering with golden light rippled like water, spreading out and covering the black mark. As the golden light spread out, the sealing technique character fluctuated incessantly. The black mark was sealed, but it did not move at all, as if it would not resist. Chen Zong's consciousness stared at the black mark for a moment. Indeed, the black mark did not move at all, as if it did not feel anything. However, Chen Zong was still not at ease. After all, the spirit of the sword-sharpening mountain master was staying in the black mark. Would he be willing to be sealed just like that? There was only one explanation, and that was, at this moment, the spirit of the sword-sharpening mountain master was not awake. Chen Zong could not help but speculate that the spirit of the sword-sharpening mountain master might be in a deep sleep in the black mark if he did not use the god's arrival secret technique. If that was the case, then everything that happened in the past and the success of the seal now could be explained reasonably. Even so, Chen Zong was still not completely at ease. He maintained a trace of vigilance against the black mark. Chen Zong's consciousness dispersed and returned to his body. From now on, I can't use the power of the black mark anymore, Chen Zong said to himself. He made up his mind and immediately carried it out. Of course, the black mark did bring him great benefits, such as the inheritance of the Fiend God Sword Manual, the feedback of a wisp of extremely pure energy after devouring the spirit, and the enhancement of his essence, energy, and spirit. However, the drawbacks were even greater. Now, Chen Zong also understood why the black mark wanted to devour the spirit. It was probably to serve the spirit of the sword-sharpening mountain master. The spirit of the spirit that it devoured was completely devoured by the spirit of the sword-sharpening mountain master to recover. As for the feedback of a wisp of pure energy to enhance his essence, energy, and spirit, Chen Zong speculated that there were two reasons. One reason was that Chen Zong was 100% sure that it was for his own benefit. As the saying goes, if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. This analogy was very common, but the principle was the same. The reason why the black mark gave him a wisp of pure energy to enhance his essence, energy, and spirit was for his own benefit. If he benefited from it, he would be willing to activate the black mark to devour more spirits. To a certain extent, it was like he was an accomplice. As for the second conjecture, or guess, Chen Zong was not sure if it was true. The second conjecture was that the purpose of the black mark or the mountain master of the sword-sharpening mountain master was to strengthen his essence, energy, and spirit. Only when it had grown to a certain extent could it bear the spirit of the sword-sharpening mountain master and occupy his body. Of course, to be honest, Chen Zong himself was not very clear about the mystery behind it. It was just a conjecture, but Chen Zong felt that it was somewhat possible. As for the third conjecture, there was no answer. At least, Chen Zong could not think of it now. However, from now on, the black mark was sealed, and he decided not to use the power of the black mark anymore. Naturally, he would not let the black mark devour the spirit of the sword-sharpening mountain master lurking in the black mark to enhance its power. However, Qinzong also knew that this was not a fundamental solution, but a temporary solution. He had to really get rid of this hidden danger. However, Qinzong had no idea how to get rid of it at the moment. If he tried it recklessly, it might lead to unpredictable consequences. Qinzong was not an indecisive person, but this time, he had to be very careful. However, now that the black mark was sealed, there was no threat for the time being. He should be able to reduce the risk by not using the black mark again. Now, with his essence, energy, and spirit at the peak of the Emperor realm and his cultivation at the profound success of the Emperor realm, plus his extraordinary swordsmanship, there should be very few people in the Emperor realm who could be his enemy. Even if it was a half-saint, Qinzong thought that he had the ability to fight with him. In this case, there was no need to use the divine arrival secret method to borrow the power of the black mark. In other words, what he was borrowing was not the power of the black mark, but the power of the mountain master of the sword-sharpening mountain. Since he had made a decision and made some countermeasures, Qinzong was temporarily relieved, but he did not really relax. His figure flashed, and once again, he rolled up a sword light and flew away. The fire of Taihao spirit was still burning. Continue to update. Chapter 1. The sword-traveling universe was not just a phrase, but a practice. In the process, one might encounter many dangers and hardships, but one had to overcome them by oneself and improve oneself through them. Even if one did not comprehend the mystery of the Taihao spirit, one's body would continue to grow and become stronger in the process of the sword-traveling universe. The universe was vast, and there were countless opportunities. If one could find the right opportunity, it would be a great fortune. Since the last time the hidden danger of the black mark broke out, Qinzong made up his mind not to use the secret method of God's arrival and not to let the black mark devour the divine soul. Because of this, Qinzong even reduced the number of times he killed people. Unless they were really some extremely vicious people, at most, he would abolish their cultivation as a punishment. In fact, to a cultivator, once their cultivation was crippled, it was no different from being killed. After all, to any cultivator, the power of cultivation was the most important thing. It was the foundation of their survival. Once they lost it, they would be no different from a cripple. If they were useless at the beginning, it would be fine. However, after mastering great power and knowing the wonderful taste of it, if they suddenly lost it and could not get it back, that kind of blow was indescribable and was enough to make people collapse. The world of cultivators was the most dangerous and unpredictable. One moment, they might be celebrating, and the next moment, they might encounter misfortune. It was not impossible. Moreover, after cultivating for a long time, it was inevitable that there would be some grievances. Once they learned that they had lost their cultivation and strength, the consequence would be revenge and death. In short, Qinzong had killed his opponent by abolishing their cultivation. The only difference was that he did not kill them immediately, but let them live for a while longer. In this way, his divine soul would not be devoured by the black mark. Now, this was also a way to reduce the threat of the black mark, or the sword-sharpening mountain master. In the blink of an eye, another few decades had passed. Chen Zong was even further away from the Taihao mountain. In the universe, he traveled further distances and traveled to more places. His travels had broadened Qinzong's knowledge and experience, broadening his horizons. Although his cultivation was still at the 7th level of greater mastery after a few decades, his strength had improved, especially his swordsmanship, which had improved further. The hard swordsmanship, world swordsmanship, and no-kill swordsmanship belonged to the level of origin swordsmanship, but they were not comparable to the demon swordsmanship used by the sword-sharpening mountain master. This was because the demon swordsmanship had surpassed the level of origin swordsmanship and was a supreme swordsmanship. The great path of swordsmanship, origin swordsmanship, supreme swordsmanship, Qinzong could not understand the demon swordsmanship. He could not see through it, and it was difficult for him to comprehend it. Every time he tried to comprehend it, he would have a strange feeling. Most importantly, there was one time when Qinzong wanted to comprehend it in depth, but he felt his hair stand on end. It was as if the demon swordsmanship was an abyss or hell. Once he truly comprehended it, he would be invaded by the extremely domineering demonic will contained within and fall into the demonic way. Zong tried several times, but it was the same every time. There was no escape. There was even one time when the heavenly will sword shook and woke him up. Otherwise, he might really be invaded by the demonic will and fall into the demonic way. From then on, Zong understood that the demon swordsmanship could not be comprehended. Although it was very powerful, it could not be comprehended. At least for now, he did not have the ability to resist the invasion of the demonic will. Once he tried to comprehend it in depth, he would be invaded by the demonic will and fall into the demonic way. However, even though he could not comprehend the demon swordsmanship, Zong could comprehend the ancient swordsmanship that came from the heavenly will sword. This ancient swordsmanship was unfathomable. It was at the level of great path swordsmanship, and also at the level of source swordsmanship. Under Zong's careful study, he even discovered the level of supreme swordsmanship. If he could fully comprehend this ancient swordsmanship, mastering supreme swordsmanship and entering the supreme swordsmanship realm would not be an extravagant hope. This ancient swordsmanship was like a gateway to the supreme swordsmanship realm. Even so, it was not easy to comprehend the supreme swordsmanship realm with just an ancient swordsmanship realm. It was very difficult. It was as if there was a gateway in front of you. As long as you pushed it open, you would be able to step into it and see the new world with your own eyes. But that gateway could not be pushed open no matter how hard you tried. It was too difficult. If you could not push it open, you would not be able to see the new world, let alone step into it. However, Zong knew that at least he was luckier than many swordsmen. They did not have a legacy like the ancient swordsmanship that could lead them to the supreme swordsmanship realm. After decades, the Taihao spiritual fire had become more and more vigorous. Now, it was the size of a finger and burned endlessly. It exuded an indescribable tenacity and holiness. A gigantic disc suddenly appeared in front of him. The disc was dark and boundless, and as it spun, it seemed capable of crushing everything in its path. Its area of effect was extremely vast, far surpassing that of a planet. Even Zong was unable to avoid it. However, Zong did not dodge. The disc cut across and penetrated Zong's body. It was as if Zong did not exist and was just a shadow. In fact, the opposite was true. Zong did exist. The disc did not exist here. It was a vision in the universe. A vision in the universe was rare. It was similar to a mirage, but also different. A mirage was a reflection of the scene in one place to another place. A vision in the universe, in addition to being the reflection of other places, could also be a replay of a certain event in the past. For example, many years ago, something had happened here. Due to some special coincidence, the image was left behind. After many years, it appeared again. Just now, when the huge disc rolled over, Zong did not know whether it was reflected from other places or if the disc had appeared here before. All in all, it was just a vision in the universe. In fact, in addition to the crushing disc, Zong had also seen other visions in the universe in the past few decades, such as a huge ancient volcano that erupted into the sky, or a vast and endless river of the universe. Traveling, Zong kept moving forward. He did not have a fixed destination, so he just went wherever he went. He did not kill. Even if he encountered a villain, he would only abolish his cultivation. In this way, he could avoid the black mark from devouring the spirit. Although the black mark was sealed by Zong at this moment, Zong still could not completely relax. He tried his best to avoid the black mark from devouring the spirit. Zong knew one thing, and that was that the black mark would take the initiative to devour the spirit. It did not need him to activate it. This was a great hidden danger, so he could not be too careful. As for the mysterious seed, because the sword-sharpening mountain lord had occupied Zong's body, it had wantonly devoured the spirits and vitality of cultivators and exotic beasts. Although most of it had been used to increase its cultivation, there was still a portion that remained and was absorbed by the mysterious seed. Now, the mysterious seed had grown to an extreme. Its roots continued to spread, and they had already spread to every part of Zong's body, his limbs, and even the ends of his fingers and toes. It could be said that the mysterious seed's roots had spread to every part of Zong's body, except for his head. It had formed an extremely complicated web inside Qianzong's body. Qianzong had a vague feeling that when the mysterious seed's roots also grew to his head, there would be a change. However, the head was too important. It was the carrier of the spirit and could not be damaged. Otherwise, the impact would be great, and the consequences would be very serious. Allowing the mysterious seed's roots to grow to the head was undoubtedly very dangerous. Even with Qianzong's ability, he did not dare to touch it lightly. This was because there was no chance to test it. Once the roots spread, it was hard to say whether it would be a good thing or a bad thing. Qianzong also thought of this. When the sword-sharpening mountain lord occupied his body, there was also a chance for the mysterious seed to grow to the extreme. However, in the end, only his head was left. This meant that there was a problem. Even the sword-sharpening mountain lord was not 100% confident. Qianzong now realized that he seemed to have fallen into a deadlock. Before this, when he obtained the black mark and the mysterious seed, he was vigilant for a while. However, in the end, he thought it through. After all, these two treasures did not bring him any trouble. On the contrary, they brought him many benefits. For example, the black mark gave him the inheritance of the celestial demon sword codex. It also devoured the pure energy from the spirit and improved his spirit. Another example was the mysterious seed, which was full of vitality and could heal his injuries in a short period of time. However, now, the drawbacks were beginning to appear. The sword-sharpening mountain lord's spirit was lurking in the black mark and had taken over his body. If it were not for an accident, he would probably still be in a deep sleep. He did not know when the sword-sharpening mountain lord would have destroyed his consciousness. So far, the mysterious seed had not shown any drawbacks. However, Qianzong did not dare to let his guard down. On the contrary, he increased his vigilance. This was because he could not be sure if there would be any changes when the mysterious seed's roots spread to his head. What if it was another existence that had its eyes on his body? What should he do? Qianzong could not help but sigh. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in front of him. The light was bright but not dazzling. As soon as it appeared, it covered a radius of hundreds of miles. Immediately, a vast ocean seemed to appear in the light. The ocean was vast and mighty, and a bright moon hung in the sky. The moonlight was quiet and bright. It was a scene of a bright moon above the ocean. It was magnificent. A cosmic vision, Qianzong was certain of it at the first moment. However, the cosmic phenomenon this time was incomparably magnificent, causing Qianzong to feel intoxicated. In an instant, a ray of sword light appeared in the beautiful scene of a bright moon above the ocean. It was as if it had broken through the sky from the bright moon. The sword seemed to carry endless moonlight. It was so quiet and so holy. It was as if the sword had flown to heaven. It was as if the moon god had descended. It streaked across the sky and disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, Qianzong was greatly moved. The sword light that resembled the moon god's flying immortal streaked across the sky. It was as if it had cut open the confusion in Qianzong's heart and broken the shackles. It was as if Qianzong had seen a whole new world. He drew his sword and stood up. Second update, a bright moon shines over the sea, and a sword soars into the sky. That beautiful and magnificent scene directly impacted Qianzong's mind as if it was branded. In particular, the last sword light from the bright moon that looked like a flying fairy even cut open the confusion in Qianzong's heart. It had been decades, no, more than 100 years. It had been more than 100 years since Qianzong left Taihao Mountain and traveled through the sword universe. In the past 100 years, except for the period when sword-sharpening mountain master occupied his body, Qianzong had been comprehending and accumulating swordsmanship all the time. During the period when sword-sharpening mountain master occupied his body, Qianzong didn't gain nothing. At least his cultivation had improved greatly and reached the 7th realm. The rapid improvement in cultivation allowed Qianzong's realm to soar and break the shackles of the past. He looked at problems from a higher perspective and was more efficient in comprehending swordsmanship. In addition, some of sword-sharpening mountain master's swordsmanship images were recorded by the heavenly sword for Qianzong to observe and comprehend. With all these factors combined, Qianzong's swordsmanship also improved by leaps and bounds in the past 100 years. However, it was still at the level of origin swordsmanship. There were high and low levels of supreme swordsmanship. A low-level supreme swordsmanship was equivalent to the power of a low-level star, while a high-level supreme swordsmanship was equivalent to the power of a peak sun realm. The difference in power was huge. It was the same for the origin swordsmanship. The power of the origin swordsmanship was equivalent to a divine swordsmanship. There weren't as many divisions as supreme swordsmanship. They were only divided into 5 levels: low level, mid-level, high level, top level, and supra. Naturally, the origin swordsmanship was also divided into 5 levels: low level, mid-level, high level, top level, and supra. Swordsmanship and divine swordsmanship were different even if they were at the same level. It didn't mean that divine swordsmanship wasn't needed when one had the origin swordsmanship. For example, the heavenly light sword drawing technique was at the level of a low-level sword way divine technique, but it could be continuously improved in the future. Its power was not something that source sword techniques at the same level could compare with. After all, the heavenly light sword drawing technique was extremely extreme, and its offensive power was extremely shocking. 100 years ago, Chenzong's original swordsmanship was at the low level. After 100 years, it had improved to the middle level, but it was only at the middle level. It took him 100 years to advance from the low level to the middle level, which showed how difficult it was to advance an origin sword technique. Chenzong's comprehension was superb, and he had the help of the Heart Sutra. If it were other sword cultivators, they might not be able to advance from the low level to the middle level in 1,000 years, let alone 100 years. Compared to the cultivation of sword Dao divine spells, the improvement of origin sword arts was more than 10 times more difficult. After 100 years, Chenzong had not only advanced his origin sword arts to the middle level, but he had also accumulated a lot. His accumulation had caused Chenzong to fall into a state of confusion. Now, the cosmic vision of a bright moon above the sea and a sword flying immortal had greatly touched Chenzong. That sword strike was peerlessly beautiful, and it slashed apart Chenzong's confusion and seemed to have broken through a barrier of confusion. Instantly, it caused Chenzong's eyes to light up, and it was as if he had a clear feeling of seeing the moon through the mist. Outside the sword Dao vision, Chenzong drew his sword and practiced his swordsmanship. Heart swordsmanship, world sword technique, void kill swordsmanship, ancient sword technique, the 4 origin sword techniques were practiced one by one, and they broke through the barrier. Each sword became more mysterious, and the power of each sword became more and more tyrannical. The unpredictable and incomparably sharp heart swordsmanship, the extremely domineering and majestic world sword technique, and the piercingly cold and murderous sword technique of no kill. As for the ancient sword technique, Chenzong found it difficult to define it at the moment. It seemed to be all-encompassing, but also very moderate. However, it was undeniable that the ancient sword technique was indeed very powerful. It was stronger and more unfathomable than the heart swordsmanship, world sword technique, and no kill. The sword light danced, and each sword light was so clear. They remained in the surroundings and turned into countless sword lights, as if they were reflecting the cosmic vision of a bright moon above the sea. Under the moonlight, each sword light became more and more mysterious, floating like an immortal. Countless sword lights surrounded the surroundings, and Chenzong was in the middle of them. After the last sword strike, it left a sword light and returned to its sheath in an instant. Chenzong closed his eyes and stood quietly in the void at the center of thousands of sword lights, as if he was controlling thousands of swords. There was a kind of sword god Dao rhyme. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. On the 9th breath, Chenzong suddenly opened his eyes, and they shone with an extremely sharp light. Not only was the light extremely sharp, but it was also extremely bright. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to illuminate everything, and all the darkness retreated. As if the sword light had broken through the air, a shocking sword intent also surged from Chenzong. The thousands of remaining sword lights in the surroundings all collapsed, turning into countless specks of light. They revolved like stardust, and in the end they condensed into a single sword light. The sword light was extremely bright and carried an extremely domineering power, as if it could suppress everything. It was also extremely sharp, as if it could tear through everything. It was also extremely powerful and unparalleled in terms of slaughter. It gave off an unfathomable feeling. The sword light carried the mysteries of the 4 origin sword techniques, as if it was the fusion of the 4 origin sword techniques. In the next moment, the sword light trembled and shattered again. It turned into countless specks of stardust and surged into the heavenly will sword at Qianzong's waist. Tremble, the heavenly will sword in the scabbard vibrated incessantly, as if it was about to be unsheathed. It emitted a low sword hum, and the hum became louder and louder. Draw the sword. Without any hesitation, Qianzong's right hand landed on the hilt of the sword. His 5 fingers clasped tightly together, and he instantly drew the sword. Heavenly light sword drawing technique. In an instant, Qianzong displayed this unparalleled offensive sword technique. The low-level heavenly light sword drawing technique was comparable to an ordinary mid-level sword technique because of the extreme offensive power it could unleash in an instant. A sword technique derived from the heavenly light sword drawing technique was even more powerful. For example, Solitary Swallow and Sky Chopper Tower were even more powerful, but they were still at the level of a low-level sword technique. As for Qianzong's self-created Flying Swallows, it was at the level of a mid-level sword technique. As for the myriad forms microscopic dust that Qianzong had displayed before, it was not ordinary. It directly surpassed the mid-level sword technique, surpassed the high-level sword technique, and was a top-level sword technique. It was a pity that the top-level sword technique, myriad forms microscopic dust, was extremely powerful, but with Qianzong's previous cultivation, he could not display it at all. Once he used it, he would immediately suffer a backlash, and the consequences would be severe. At that time, he still needed to display the divine arrival secret method and borrow the power of the black mark before he could display it. But now it was different. His cultivation of the advanced level 7 had greatly increased Qianzong's strength, and he was comparable to a half-saint. When he used the myriad forms microscopic dust again, he would not suffer any backlash. But now, Qianzong could feel that the power of the sword that he had drawn out was extremely shocking. It had directly surpassed the level of the 10,000 creations microdust and reached a higher level. It was boundlessly powerful. The extremely bright sword light directly cut open the void of the universe, as if it was a sharp knife cutting through paper. It was so smooth that even Qianzong could not believe it. It was too fast and too sharp. This sword was not only sharp, but also had an indescribable majestic power and domineering will. It also contained boundless murderous intent. All the power condensed into the most powerful sword power, and it completely exploded. A sizzling sound rang out. Wherever the extremely resplendent sword light passed by, it was extinguished in an instant. It was like the embers after a raging fire, leaving only a pitch-black mark that extended over 1,000 meters in an instant. This sword directly tore open a 1,000-meter-long spatial crack. The crack was extremely dark and filled with an extremely shocking aura of destruction. Staring at the 1,000-meter-long spatial crack, Qianzong was stunned. He was extremely surprised. What kind of terrifying sword technique was this? It could actually tear open a 1,000-meter-long spatial crack with one sword. It was extremely shocking. This power had completely surpassed the myriad forms microscopic dust. Super level, the power of this sword had reached the level of a super-level sword technique. Qianzong was very surprised. He had never thought that he could create such a powerful sword technique by chance. With such power, he could even kill a saint-level expert like the Supreme Elder of the Lanhai clan with one sword move. Although it was said to be a coincidence, in fact, it was inseparable from his own accumulation. Without the accumulation of the past 100 years, without the bright moon over the sea and the sword immortal vision that allowed him to find a trace of opportunity, he would not have been able to make a real breakthrough and comprehend and create such a powerful sword technique. Not only that, Qianzong stabbed out with the heart swordsmanship. The sword light was fleeting but extremely condensed and sharp, directly piercing through everything. This carefree feeling made Qianzong know that the heart swordsmanship, the origin sword technique, had also made a breakthrough. Advanced origin sword technique. Not only had the heart swordsmanship broken through to the advanced level, but so had the world sword technique, the no-kill sword technique, and the ancient sword technique. Unfortunately, the upper limit of the no-kill sword technique in the no-kill sword technique codex given to Qianzong by the second founding elder of Taihao Mountain was at the advanced level of the origin sword technique. Of course, this did not mean that the second founding elder's no-kill sword technique was at the advanced level of the origin sword technique. It was possible that he had already made a breakthrough. Apart from the no-kill sword technique which was at the advanced level, the highest level of the sword technique in the no-kill sword technique codex was also at the advanced level. This meant that in the future, if he wanted to continue to improve the no-kill sword technique, Qianzong would have to comprehend it himself. He could no longer advance according to the no-kill sword technique codex. But for Qianzong, it was actually not a big deal. After all, the hard swordsmanship and the world sword technique had no reference to the no-kill sword technique. They were completely created by Qianzong himself. He had made breakthroughs in his comprehension and cultivation until now. In addition, the ancient sword technique was an ancient sword technique that pointed directly to the supreme realm. It seemed mediocre, but it was extremely profound. Of course, Qianzong would not forget the scene he saw when he obtained the Heavenly Will Sword. The mysterious person used the Heavenly Will Sword to display the ancient sword technique. The power of each sword was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. He did not know when he would be able to have such a powerful sword technique and be invincible in the world. Explosive third chapter. Qianzong was naturally in an extremely good mood as he had made a breakthrough in his swordsmanship and created a tyrannical killing move with the power of a top-level divine swordsmanship on the basis of the heavenly light sword drawing technique. It was a pity that this place was vast and there were no stars or continents to be seen. Otherwise, he would have found a restaurant and ordered a table of delicacies to savor and celebrate. Wasn't this worthy of celebration? Of course it was. Therefore, in this vast universe, Qianzong took out his treasured wine and some delicacies from his storage artifact. The wine and delicacies were naturally collected by Qianzong when he encountered them. After all, it was not always possible to enter the stars or continents, and Qianzong was fond of them. With the vast universe as his heaven and earth, Qianzong slowly tasted the wine and delicacies. He was in a very good mood, and the taste of the wine became more and more wonderful. Of course, Qianzong was not complacent because of this. Above the advanced, there was the peak, and above the peak, there was the transcendent. Above the transcendent, there was an even higher realm, and that was the supreme realm. Of course, between the origin and the supreme realm, there was a small stage called the quasi-supreme realm. It surpassed the origin level and had some of the power of the supreme realm, but it was not truly the supreme realm. Since ancient times, in the universe, there had been some people who had chased after the supreme realm but failed and were stuck in the quasi-supreme realm. Eating and drinking to his heart's content was just a feeling for Qianzong now. It was just a feeling. After exhaling, Qianzong waved his hand to remove the aura, got up, and once again transformed into a sword light and moved forward. With a sword in its sheath, Qianzong would draw his sword and get rid of the villains whenever there was injustice. Even if he encountered people from the Infernal Order or the Purgatory Demon Sect, Qianzong would not kill them directly. Instead, he would destroy their cultivation and cripple them. In this way, even if they wanted to continue doing evil, they would not be able to do so. Even if they could continue to live, it would be a big problem. Cultivation was difficult to improve, and it was always at the advanced level of the seventh realm. Qianzong thought about it and understood that his cultivation was forcibly improved by the sword-grinding mountain master. Now that the sword-grinding mountain master was asleep, he could only use it for the time being. It was very difficult to continue improving his cultivation. Qianzong did not know how long it would take before he could completely master of all his powers, eliminate the drawbacks of rapid improvement, and truly improve. Fortunately, even though it was difficult for him to raise his cultivation for a while, he was still able to use his cultivation without any hindrance. Qianzong was not in a hurry. With his cultivation at the advanced level of the seventh realm, coupled with his superb swordsmanship and powerful swordsmanship, his strength had completely surpassed the Emperor realm and reached the Demi-Saint realm. Qianzong estimated that he would not be considered weak even in the Demi-Saint realm. Qianzong suddenly thought of this problem again. The old man of profound theories once divined Xianxia's whereabouts, but it was difficult to find her. This means that Xianxia might not be in the outer universe. After divining, Xianxia was still alive, but he did not know her exact whereabouts. There were two explanations. One was that she was in some kind of forbidden area that was isolated from the mysteries of heaven. The other was that she was not in the outer universe. The old man of profound theories' divination was only for the outer universe. If he wanted to deduce the mesosphere, he would have to enter the mesosphere himself. However, divination was not that easy. Before, because of his own strength, Zhenzong did not think too much about it. Now that he was stronger, Zhenzong thought more about it. Could Xianxia be in the mesosphere? This was also possible. However, if she was in the mesosphere, then it would be very dangerous. After all, the mesosphere was the world of the undead. Of course, there was also a slight possibility that she was in the inner universe. However, the inner universe was even more mysterious than the mesosphere. The difficulty of entering the inner universe was also greatly increased. At the very least, without emperor-level strength, one would not be able to enter the inner universe of their own accord. However, even emperor-level powerhouses would not necessarily be able to easily enter the inner universe. If Xianxia was not in the outer universe, then she might be in the mesosphere or the inner universe. If she was in the mesosphere, then it would undoubtedly be very dangerous. This was because that was the world of the undead, and Xianxia was a living creature. As for the inner universe, Zhenzong had actually flipped through many ancient books and records. He had also asked the Tianguang Peak Lord and so on. He knew that the basic situation of the inner universe was very complicated. It was very likely that the so-called gods came from the inner universe. The inner universe's level of mystery was second only to the universe's core. Even now, there was no complete information about the inner universe. It was only known that there were many life forms and races in the inner universe. No matter what, he had already searched for over 100 years, but he still hadn't found any trace of Xianxia. Zhenzong had no choice but to consider other things. Although the outer universe was vast, and what he had traversed over the past 100 years was only a small part of it, combined with profound theories, divination and his intuition, Zhenzong believed that Xianxia wasn't in the outer universe. In that case, he would go to the mesosphere. With his current strength, even if the mesosphere was the world of the undead, as long as he didn't encounter any saint-level undead, he should be able to do as he pleased. In addition, Zhenzong would not forget that there was once an inner demon in the world of the undead in the mesosphere. After obtaining the Heavenly Will Sword, Zhenzong already knew the origin of the inner demon. Strictly speaking, it couldn't completely be considered his own inner demon, but his own inner demon was indeed within it. Or rather, his inner demon had already been devoured. As for what the original inner demon was, it was a part of the Heavenly Will Sword's spirituality. Many years ago, the Heavenly Will Sword had been damaged by the decisive battle between the mysterious person and that terrifying powerhouse. Although that powerhouse had been killed in the end, the Heavenly Will Sword had been damaged in the process, and the tip of the sword had been broken. The Heavenly Will Sword had a spirit, and it was a sword spirit. The breaking of the sword tip had damaged the sword spirit, and a small part of it had been torn apart. The inner demon was a small part of the sword spirit that had been torn apart. Because of the many years of evolution, it had been eroded by the power of the demonic heart realm while guarding it, turning into an inner demon. Taking advantage of the resonance between the Heavenly Will Sword and the Heart Sword seal, it had escaped from the Heavenly Will Sword, found Zhenzong, and escaped into the sword. This was the origin of Zhenzong's so-called inner demon. Zhenzong had long since learned about it through the Heavenly Will Sword. The Heavenly Will Sword had been damaged and had not recovered yet because it was missing a small part of the sword spirit. Now, it was time to retrieve that strand of sword spirit. Zhenzong closed his eyes and raised his divine consciousness to the maximum. Under the guidance of his powerful essence, Qi, and spirit, and the power of the Heart Sutra, he condensed it into a point and began to penetrate the void. The interspatial layer was located at a deeper level of the universe. In theory, even emperor-level powerhouses could enter it. However, it was not so easy to enter. Theory was theory after all. Zhenzong's divine consciousness passed through the outer layer of the universe and entered the interspatial layer of the universe. It continued to go deeper and deeper. The outer layer of the universe and the interspatial layer of the universe were not horizontal, but vertical. They continued to go deeper and deeper. If the universe was likened to rings, then the outer layer of the universe would be the outermost ring, and the interspatial layer of the universe would be a ring within the outer layer of the ring. There was a certain distance between them. From this, it could be seen that the outer layer of the universe was the largest, the interspatial layer was second, the inner layer of the universe was smaller, and the core of the universe was even smaller. Zhenzong's divine consciousness was like a sword, pressing forward with indomitable will. It penetrated the interspatial layer of the universe, as if it had penetrated a layer of membrane. He felt waves of shocking aura of death pervading the air. Found it, Qinzong's eyes opened in an instant, and a ray of light burst out, as if it could penetrate everything. Immediately, Qinzong unsheathed his sword. With a flash of sword light, the seemingly slow and heavy sword was unsheathed from the scabbard, as if it had directly cut the void. This kind of cut was different from the kind of tear in space. It was like rippling water, spreading out layers of ripples. Swish, it was torn open. It was a small door. Qinzong directly turned into a ray of sword light and escaped into it. He constantly waved his sword, constantly cutting, and constantly going deeper and deeper. The space crack behind him had already closed and was continuously closing. Qinzong's advancing speed had to exceed the speed of the closing. Otherwise, if he was caught up, he would be directly injured by the closing force. Rushing into the interspatial layer of the universe, Qinzong saw fierce demons cruising not far away, and he even saw a dark universe demon. The dark universe demon also discovered Qinzong. As black light burst out of its eyes, it immediately attacked at an extreme speed, trying to kill Qinzong and devour him. However, it was greeted by a ray of sword light. Fatal blow, this dark universe demon was only at the 6th realm. Facing a powerful 7th realm cultivator like Qinzong, it was no match for him and was directly injured by a sword strike. Qinzong was not affected by the fact that he had severely injured the dark universe demon. If it were not for the fact that he was guarding against the black mark breaking through the seal and devouring the dark universe demon's soul, Qinzong would not have shown mercy. To say that he showed mercy was not accurate. At least, the sword energy contained in that sword strike would explode soon. The dark universe demon was most likely going to die. Even if it was lucky enough to survive, it would be severely injured. Qinzong did not pay attention to it. He kept waving his sword, as if he was digging a hole in the ground. He kept cutting and going deeper. After all, it was not like the passages on Tianguang Peak that had already been opened and established. Now, he had to open a new passage himself, which was more difficult. However, Qinzong was very powerful, and his speed of opening the passage was also very fast. Not long after, Qinzong saw a layer of grayish-white membrane. It was the interspatial layer of the universe. It looked very thin, but it was actually very tough. Even the power of a 6th realm cultivator could not break it in a short time. Qinzong's eyes focused, and a bright light flashed in them. Then, he waved his sword and pierced it out. It was a silent sword strike, but it was extremely sharp. It pierced through the membrane like a hot knife through butter, and then tore it apart. Then, it turned into a ray of sword light and went inside. Just after Qinzong turned into a ray of sword light and went inside, the membrane was instantly restored to its original state, as if it had never been damaged. The energy of death, endless energy of death filled the air. It was extremely strong, and deathly silence was everywhere. This was the great world of the dead in the interspatial layer of the universe. This was also the second time that Qinzong had stepped into the great world of the dead. However, the first time, he stepped in with the body of the dead. This time, he stepped in with his true body. 4th update, the aura of a living person was completely different from the deathly aura of the great undead world. It was as difficult as fire and water. The moment Qinzong's real body stepped into the great undead world, the deathly aura around him seemed to be stimulated. It surged like a storm, rolling up gusts of wind. Gradually, it turned from a gentle breeze to a strong gale, whistling endlessly. The endless deathly aura spread out, surging like a tide, mighty and endless. Qinzong's expression changed slightly. He only felt an amazing willpower spontaneously rising along with the surging deathly aura. It spread from all directions and pressed down on him, as if it was going to crush him. Without any hesitation, Qinzong immediately operated the One Heart Sutra. Under the One Heart realm of returning to nature, his strength was completely restrained to the extreme, as if it had become a body of its own. That tyrannical and direct deathly still will swept over along with the vast deathly aura. When it swept past Qinzong's body, it swept back and forth, as if it was trying to sense the aura of that living person. However, it did not find anything and gradually retreated. The deathly aura that was like a raging tide also gradually dissipated and returned to calm. Qinzong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The willpower with the endless deathly aura just now was the will of heaven of the great undead world in this layer of the universe. When creatures who did not belong to the great undead world stepped into this world, they would be suppressed and even targeted. For example, when the undead entered the outer universe from the middle layer of the universe, they would be suppressed by the will of the outer universe, thus weakening their strength. However, Qinzong's One Heart Sutra was very mysterious. Under the One Heart realm of returning to nature, his essence, qi, spirit, and all his cultivation strength were all condensed, forming a cycle of its own. It turned into a small world, sealing all the power in it and avoiding the detection of the will of death in this world. However, Qinzong was a living person, after all, and did not belong to this world. If the undead approached, they would also feel the existence of Qinzong, and feel that he was incompatible with this world. Just as Qinzong stepped into the great undead world, somewhere in the great undead world, there was a gloomy area, where the light was extremely dim and the deathly aura pervaded the air, turning into a gloomy hell. Wisps of remnant souls were constantly flying in the gloomy air, rolling up shrill howls, which were bitter and ear-piercing. The realm of Nether Despair, this was the exclusive territory of the Ghost Clan in the great undead world. The undead living in this realm of Nether Despair were all members of the Ghost Clan. Among the Ghost Clan, there were low-level resentful spirits, mid-level wandering spirits, and high-level wandering spirits. Inside the realm of Nether Despair, there were many strange-looking castles. They were completely black, standing on the ground of the realm of Nether Despair. The bottom of the castles was like an irregular sphere, while the top of the castles was like a sharp cone, pointing straight to the sky. Numerous bumps could be seen on the surface of the castles, which looked like upside-down herpes. There were also many holes on the surface of the castles. From time to time, illusory figures could be seen floating out of those holes. Soul castles, these castles belonged to the Ghost Clan, and were their usual resting places. There were thousands of such soul castles in the realm of Nether Despair, which was an astonishing number. The distance between soul castles was very far, and each had its own territory. Soul castles were also divided into different levels. The lowest level was the low-tier soul castle, followed by the mid-tier soul castle, followed by the high-tier soul castle, and the highest level was the top-tier soul castle. In each soul castle, the spectral soul was the leader, followed by the wandering soul, and the vengeful soul was equivalent to a small soldier. Of course, even high-level resentful spirits were divided into strong and weak. The weak resentful spirits were at the 5th level, while the powerful resentful spirits were at the 8th level, which was very astonishing. The strongest in the low-level soul castle were mainly resentful spirits at the 5th level, the owner of the mid-level soul castle was resentful spirits at the 6th level, the owner of the high-level soul castle was resentful spirits at the 7th level, and the owner of the top-level soul castle was resentful spirits at the 8th level. There were only 3 top-level soul castles, which meant that the Ghost Clan had 3 martial saints at the 8th level, which was undoubtedly astonishing. After all, the Ghost Clan was just one of the Ghost Clans in the Ghost Clan world. Moreover, they were not strong, but belonged to the normal level. At this moment, the owner of a high-level soul castle was leading his generals and soldiers to attack the army of the Ghost Clan in another high-level soul castle, and they were engaged in a life-and-death battle. War, it could be seen everywhere in the Ghost Clan world, and the realm of Nether Despair was just a small part of it. The promotion of the Ghost Clan often depended on killing other Ghost Clans and then devouring their source energy to improve themselves. The Ghost Clan was the same. Kill. The one who initiated the war was the owner of the Sword Demon Castle. His body was black, and his appearance was condensed like a human. He held a translucent black longsword in his hand, and the sword was extremely cold. Surrounded by dancing qi, it was incomparably sharp. Suddenly, he swung the sword, and a black sword light broke through the air. The sword essence was extremely cold and gloomy, and it was extremely terrifying. It immediately displayed an amazing level of attainment in the way of the sword. The master of the other high-grade soul fortress was also an emperor-grade ghost. However, this ghost was not in the shape of a human. Instead, it was in the shape of a beast. It looked like a big rat. Of course, ghosts had intelligence. Their intelligence was not inferior to the practitioners of the outer universe. They were both high-level soul castle owners and emperor-level masters, but their strength was also divided into strong and weak. Under the sword of the owner of the Sword Demon Castle, the rat-like ghost could only move around constantly, dodging and counterattacking with its flexible body. However, the owner of the Sword Demon Castle's swordsmanship was superb, and every sword move was extremely mysterious. Even if the rat was extremely fast, it could not avoid it in the end. The black sword light suddenly flashed, leaving a scratch in the void. The sword penetrated the body of the rat ghost, and a terrible sword chi raged and exploded in its body. Kill. After killing the rat, the Sword Demon Castle master immediately devoured the origin energy of the large rat spirit. Wisps of black smoke flowed into his body, causing his spirit's body to become even more solid. The power within his spirit's body became even more tyrannical. Ha 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 ha, kill. With a roar, the owner of the Sword Demon Castle waved his sword. Streaks of sword chi slashed out in all directions, instantly killing the ghosts, wandering souls, and resentful spirits around it. Like a whale sucking in water, wisps of black smoke spread and were sucked into its body, further solidifying its body. However, compared to the rat-like ghost, this power was far inferior. After all, the rat-like ghost was an emperor-level ghost, while the other ghosts, wandering souls, and resentful spirits were at most at the 6th realm. The difference between the 6th realm's origin and the 7th realm's was too great. Immediately, a strange look appeared on the owner of the Sword Demon Castle's black face. At that moment, he seemed to have felt something. It was a familiar fluctuation that ignored the distance between them and directly caused his fluctuation. This feeling. The owner of the Sword Demon Castle suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. It seemed that there was something in that direction that caused his fluctuation. Could it be him? The owner of the Sword Demon Castle's eyes were solemn. Could it be that he still dares to come here? Immediately, a fierce light gathered in the owner of the Sword Demon Castle's eyes. It shone out, penetrating everything, and he felt excited for no reason. If it's really you, this time, you're mine. The owner of the Sword Demon Castle let out an extremely carefree, sharp, and strange laugh. Immediately, he soared into the sky. The other undead warriors also followed one after another, because they belonged to the Sword Demon Castle, this soul castle. With the leader of the Sword Demon Castle as the leader, the tens of thousands of Death Spirit race warriors moved forward in a grandiose manner. Every one of them was floating in the air as if they were weightless. They kept moving forward at a speed that would stupefy anyone. Even the 5th Realm Ghost Tribe warriors could fly faster than most 5th Realm cultivators, comparable to the Half-Emperor realm. Fast, very fast. Tens of thousands of Ghost Tribe warriors swept across the sky, heading toward the outside of the Nether Despair. The soul castles in the Nether Despair were very interesting. The more powerful the soul castles were, the more central they were, and the weaker the soul castles were, the more peripheral they were. The Sword Demon Castle was a very powerful soul castle in the Nether Despair. It was not that there were no soul castles more powerful than it, but there were not many. It should be known that there were thousands of soul castles in the Nether Despair. The top 3 soul castles were controlled by the Saint Realm ghosts. Below them were the 10 soul castles, which were controlled by the powerful half-saint ghosts. The Sword Demon Castle was second only to the top 3 soul castles and the 10 soul castles. If the top 3 soul castles were ranked first, then the 10 soul castles would be ranked second, and the Sword Demon Castle would be ranked third. When the Sword Demon Citadel Lord and his soldiers swept across the realm of Nether Despair, the specters in the middle and low-grade soul citadels were so frightened that they trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move. Because this was the suppression of levels. An Emperor-level Ghost Tribe warrior was enough to suppress the Ghost Tribe warriors below the Emperor level. Only those at the same level could resist the suppression of the opponent's willpower. If the Sword Demon Castle wanted to get rid of them, it would be very easy. However, the high-level soul castles rarely attacked the middle and lower soul castles. Otherwise, if they attacked the soul castles 1 or 2 levels lower, the Nether Despair would have been in chaos. The Sword Demon Castle ignored the Ghost Tribe warriors in the middle and lower soul castles. They followed the owner of the Sword Demon Castle and kept moving forward. Sword light flashed and swept through the air like a strand of hair. It slashed through the air directly. In an instant, more than 10 5th-level skeletal clan warriors were directly cut in half. Their falling bodies were also crushed by the sword chi in an instant and turned into dust. Only their skulls fell to the ground and rolled on the ground like rubber balls. Under the attack of the sword chi, the soul fire burning in the skulls was also shattered in an instant. They were completely extinguished, and their souls were scattered. Compared to cultivators, the souls of the ghost tribe warriors turned into soul fire, which was more condensed and easier to destroy. If one wanted to destroy a cultivator's divine soul, it would be very difficult to do so unless there was a special targeted force. However, the ghost tribe was different. Their souls turned into soul fire, as if they had turned from nothingness into substance. Most forces could attack them and destroy them. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Shattering the soul fire was equivalent to dispersing the soul of the undead. Even if the black mark was activated, it would not be able to devour the soul. As for life, haha, how could the undead have any life? Immediately, Qianzong raised his head and looked towards the horizon in the west. He had a vague feeling, or rather, an unseen feeling. He's here. Involuntarily, Qianzong's lips curled into a faint smile. He did not wait in the same spot. Instead, his figure flashed, and he turned into an illusory sword light. He silently flew towards the west, sticking close to the ground. In his senses, he was coming from that direction. Now, Qianzong's cultivation had reached the peak of the seventh realm. His essence, energy, and spirit had reached the peak of the seventh realm. His senses had also been raised to an astonishing level. In addition, the other party must have become much stronger. That was why they could sense each other's presence from a long distance. Qianzong had two goals in entering the great undead world. The first was to search for traces of Yunyanxin. The second was to find the inner demon and incorporate it into the heavenly will sword, replenish the sword spirit, repair the heavenly will sword, and further restore the power of the heavenly will sword. Whether or not he could achieve the first goal was unclear. He could only do his best. If it was not possible, he could only continue to search elsewhere. As for the second goal, it had to be achieved. Now, the second goal had appeared. Moreover, it seemed to have sensed his presence and was pursuing him. Then, it was time to end it. Qianzong's speed suddenly doubled, and he flew faster and faster. Along the way, Qianzong ignored all the undead he encountered as long as they were not on the path. Killing those undead would not benefit him in any way, so why bother? Did you say that he wanted to eliminate evil? No, the undead were not evil. At least, the undead in the middle layer of the universe had nothing to do with evil. This was the world of the undead, and it was their habitat. Of course, if the undead invaded the outer layer of the universe, then they were evil. Therefore, in this place, the Taihao spiritual fire did not have any abnormal fluctuations. The feeling became clearer and stronger. Qianzong knew that he was getting closer. Tens of thousands of dead souls swept across the vast sky in a mighty manner. Each and every one of them dragged along a mist of energy. The scene was exceptionally spectacular. The aura that they emitted was extremely shocking and incomparably tyrannical. When such a large army passed by, it was a kind of shock to the many dead souls on this piece of land. This was especially so for the dead souls of the Sword Demon Castle. The weakest of them was at the fifth realm, and they were all elites. Among the thousands of soul castles in the realm of Nether Despair, the Sword Demon Castle was the most special one, because the other soul castles had a large number of departed spirits. There were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of them. Even the top 3 soul castles had over 1 million departed spirits. However, the Sword Demon Castle was different. There were only 10,000 undead spirits inside, and they were all elites. Tens of thousands of elite soldiers swept across, bringing with them an extremely shocking aura. It should be known that these were not miscellaneous soldiers, but elite soldiers. The aura of these elite soldiers was condensed into one, which made them even more tyrannical and astonishing. In particular, led by the Sword Demon Castle Lord, an extremely gloomy sword essence swept across the sky. From a distance, it looked like a giant cold sword. Wherever it passed, everything would be crushed. With such an amazing power, even the dead souls at the half-saint level did not dare to face it head-on. Instead, they sensed it and stayed far away. The Sword Demon Army of the Sword Demon Castle. A powerful dead soul saw the huge black sword light in the distance and immediately said in a low voice. The realm of Nether Despair was a vast region in the macro world of undead. It was one of the main habitats of the departed spirit tribe. The departed spirit tribe was not a powerful tribe in the macro world of undead, but they were not weak either. They belonged to the upper middle level. Like the skeleton tribe, they were extremely large in number. The departed spirit tribe in the realm of Nether Despair had 3 martial sage experts. This was why the realm of Nether Despair was so famous. The sword demon army of the sword demon castle was also quite famous. Many powerful dead souls watched the sword demon army pass by in a mighty manner, but they did not dare to come out to stop them. The sword demon castle lord's eyes became colder and colder, because he felt that the person's aura was getting clearer and clearer. Moreover, the person was constantly approaching in his direction. In other words, the person was really coming. Moreover, he had come to this world in his real body. He had also sensed his existence and was constantly rushing over to get closer to him. This was the best outcome. He finally had a chance to leave this damned place. That's right, this gloomy and lifeless place was filled with undead everywhere. They were either skeletons, souls, or rotting flesh. It was simply disgusting to the extreme. Wasn't such a place a ghastly place? If it were not for the fact that he had nowhere to go at that time and had coincidentally sensed the interlayer universe and had a chance to escape, he would not have come here. Now, he finally had a chance to leave. Moreover, it was a real departure, a departure to get rid of his ghost identity. What a wonderful thing that would be. Finally, Xianxia saw an incomparably huge black sword light, sweeping across the world in a mighty manner. The astonishing sword pressure was extremely cold, extremely gloomy, and extremely shocking. Wherever the sword light passed, it seemed as if the world was falling apart. Its power was extremely shocking. In an instant, the shocking sword intent came across the sky and pressed down, because it also sensed Xianxia's location and saw Xianxia. Even Xianxia could clearly feel that in the huge sword light across the sky, there was a gaze full of malice staring at him. That gaze was extremely cold and full of an indescribable sense of greed. The sword light paused, as if it was frozen in the void, but there were strands of black light fluctuating around it, as if flames were burning. The sword intent was astonishing, and the sword pressure was tyrannical. It rushed over, wave after wave, as if it was endless, and as powerful as a landslide. It was extremely ferocious. In the face of such astonishing sword intent, Xianxia was secretly shocked. Strong, extremely strong, such sword intent was enough to suppress many Emperor-level experts, and was comparable to the half-saint level. However, it was nothing to Xianxia, because Xianxia's own sword intent was at the half-saint level. "Come out, inner demon," Xianxia said unhurriedly. "Xianxia, it's really you. It's great that you took the initiative to come to me." The voice of inner demon also sounded, and came into Xianxia's ears. He could not help but be a little proud. "This time, I won't let you have any luck. Your body belongs to me, and so does your everything." "Is that so? Since you're so confident, come on." Xianxia smiled slightly. Inner demon had always been thinking about his body, trying to seize and occupy it. Xianxia knew, and it had succeeded before. Fortunately, he was lucky, and inner demon failed in the end. Until now, inner demon had not given up. Previously, he had been trying to find a way to deal with it, but unfortunately, he failed time and time again. Even if he sealed it, he could not really get rid of it. However, it was different this time, because this time, he had a real good way to deal with inner demon. Even if he could not kill it, it was enough to make it no longer a threat to him, and even to help him. Thinking of this, Xianxia's mood was also very good. Kill. Inner demon was the lord of Sword Demon Fortress. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sword, and in an instant, the giant sword moved again, filling the air with monstrous sword pressure. It directly pressed down on Xianxia, and under the impact of the astonishing sword pressure, it was about to crush him. The sword might of this sword was shocking to the extreme. Its might was incomparably tyrannical, causing Xianxia to be secretly shocked. He did not expect that after not seeing inner demon for so many years, it had grown to such a level. It was really terrifying. With this kind of power, an ordinary Emperor-level expert would be directly crushed, and an ordinary Saint-level expert would not dare to take it head-on. However, Qianzong's strength was extraordinary. Without hesitation, Qianzong directly drew his sword. The sword light suddenly flashed, and an extremely blazing and dazzling sword light slashed across the sky. Heavenly light sword drawing technique? Sky slashing tower? Swallows fly twice. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, he used a sword principle divine skill. Its power was amazing. The power of this sword was extremely overbearing. The 3 beams of sword light multiplied and slashed out continuously, tearing the sky apart. It was a high-level sword divine skill. Under the 3 beams of sword light, everything seemed to be cut into pieces. When the sword light slashed out, the sky and the earth darkened. The shocking power was invincible. The 3 sword lights expanded invisibly and directly collided with the giant sword. A pause. In the next moment, 3 consecutive sword cries exploded as an extremely terrifying sword will mixed with sword chi swept across the sky, shattering everything. Numerous cracks in the vacuum directly appeared and extended out for tens of meters. Every single one of them was wriggling and twisting, shocking and terrifying to the extreme. The bright and dazzling sword light suddenly shattered. Qianzong's body trembled slightly, and he retreated dozens of meters away. The giant sword also stopped, and the momentum of the attack was restrained. The inner demon was greatly shocked. This sword was so powerful, but Qianzong actually blocked it head-on. It was simply unexpected. Immediately, the inner demon's face darkened. This damn bastard, how did he improve so quickly? It should not be. This speed of improvement was completely beyond the inner demon's imagination. It was beyond the inner demon's expectations. However, the truth was in front of him, and he had to believe it. In this case, he could only seriously injure him. The giant sword flew across the sky, and the amazing sword will once again burst out, carrying the terrifying power of a thunderbolt. Once again, it blasted towards Qianzong. However, this time, Qianzong did not intend to meet force with force. The sword just now had shown the power of the giant sword. This was an army formation that carried the power of an army. It was extremely powerful and not easy to deal with. Since it was difficult to break through it head-on, he would use other methods. In an instant, Qianzong approached the giant sword. Compared to the giant sword, Qianzong's body was very small, not even 1% of the size of the giant sword. At the moment when he approached, Qianzong's eyes flickered. He stared at the giant sword, as if he was sensing something. Immediately, he slashed out with the sword. The sword light was extremely condensed, piercing the sky. Suddenly, it tore a hole in the giant sword, and he turned into sword light and escaped into it. After 3 days of intense fighting, I'm tired. Today, I'll just have a small fight. Qianzong broke through the formation with one sword and charged into the giant sword. He saw countless members of the Dead Soul clan. The Dead Soul clan seemed to be weightless. There were resentful spirits, wandering spirits, and even more powerful spirits. Moreover, they were all in human form. Every Dead Soul clan member exuded a strong aura fluctuation. They were elites among their peers. The aura of these Dead Soul clan members was connected as if they had condensed into a single entity. There was a feeling that they were as solid as a rock, indestructible and unbreakable. They were an elite army. It was difficult to fight against them from the outside. After a long time, they might be suppressed. Qianzong had to admit this. Then, he had to break them from the inside. Sword light flashed. Qianzong directly attacked the Dead Soul clan member in front of him. The no-kill swordsmanship had extremely strong killing intent. It directly attacked and pierced through everything. Attacked by the killing intent of the sword, the Dead Soul clan member couldn't help but tremble. As it channeled its power, it suddenly gathered from all directions to resist Qianzong's sword. This was using the power of the military formation. However, it was impossible to mobilize all the power of tens of thousands of elites from the inside. It could only mobilize a part of them. This sword was blocked. Qianzong directly attacked with the second sword. No-kill 5 swords, this was the most powerful sword of the no-kill swordsmanship. It was a high-level divine swordsmanship. Kill, they couldn't block it. The combined power was also shattered and penetrated by the sword in an instant. The Dead Soul clan member was directly killed. The terrible sword chi was mixed with astonishing killing intent. It was invincible and directly destroyed the Dead Soul clan member. The Dead Soul clan was very strange. They didn't have a physical body, but they could also turn into a physical body. They were between the virtual and the real, and could change at will. Ordinary attacks couldn't be effective, but attacks such as strong sword will could have a miraculous effect. Destroy, the Dead Soul clan member's body and soul fire were completely destroyed. It directly turned into powder. Its soul scattered, and nothing was left. However, only killing one Dead Soul clan member didn't have a big impact on the overall situation. The reason why the military formation was that it wouldn't change with one more or one less person. In that case, if one was not enough, he would continue to kill. At the inner demon's command, the souls of the dead immediately dispersed and changed their battle formation, surrounding Chenzong. Kill, the departed souls attacked from all directions. Saber light and sword shadows were everywhere. All directions were filled. There were no blind spots. They were completely sealed off. Every strike was a combination of the power of many departed souls, and it was extremely powerful. However, what was truly powerful and threatening was an obscure and gloomy sword light. It was silent, but like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, it passed through countless attacks in an instant and went straight for Chenzong. It was a mysterious strike, a gloomy strike, and a fatal strike. This sword was even beyond Chenzong's perception, or rather, it had blinded Chenzong's perception. When the sword was about to hit him, Chenzong suddenly realized it. Piercing, Chenzong's body was directly penetrated by the sword. However, the penetrated body faded in an instant. It was an illusion, not Chenzong's real body. At the moment of danger, Chenzong used the time magic technique, flowing breath. After so many years, Chenzong had a better grasp of this magic technique. He could use it in an instant, as if it was his instinct. A breath's time was very short, passing in a flash. However, for an expert, a breath's time was enough to change many things. It could change the outcome of a battle, or even life and death. At that moment, Chenzong used the illusion of his heart to avoid the fatal strike of the mysterious and gloomy sword. The inner demon was slightly startled when the fatal strike missed. A trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. Over the years, he had occupied the body of a spectral soul. He had been constantly fighting, killing, and devouring the origin of other dead souls. He had been constantly growing and improving. Now, he had reached the completion of the 7th realm, which was second only to the half-saint realm. Coupled with his swordsmanship, his strength was extremely strong. He could even fight against a half-saint realm expert. This kind of strength gave him unparalleled confidence. His talent in swordsmanship naturally came from Chenzong. Therefore, he was even more aware of how superb and terrifying his talent in swordsmanship was. However, the inner demon firmly believed that his overall growth speed was faster than Chenzong's. But now, his sword strike, which he was so confident in, had actually missed. Unbelievable, he was startled for a moment. A flash of sword light directly pierced through the air. It was extremely sharp, terrifying, and shocking. The inner demon's hair stood on end, if he had hair. In an instant, the inner demon's body turned from real to illusory and drifted away like a puff of smoke. He avoided Chenzong's strike and recondensed in the distance. This was the talent of the spectral soul. It could change between real and illusory freely, making it even harder to be hit. Of course, if there was an absolute gap in strength, the effect of this transformation would not be obvious. However, when the gap was not too big, it was an excellent way to save one's life. Chenzong was slightly surprised that his strike missed. However, he did not stop at all. He went straight to the other dead souls and killed them directly. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, he swept everything before him. Thousands of dead souls, return to me. The inner demon seemed to be chanting. He raised the sword in his hand high and pointed it at the sky. In an instant, the dead souls around him began to howl. The howls turned into roars that shook the heavens and earth and surged in all directions. Wisps of aura diffused from the dead souls' bodies and soared into the sky. They gathered in the air and condensed into an extremely dark light. Then, it struck down like a thunderbolt. The lightning-like dark light directly hit the inner demon's long sword. It went through the long sword and rushed into the spectral soul of the inner demon. Condense, the spectral soul's body continued to condense in an instant. The tyrannical aura fluctuated and spread in all directions. It became more and more tyrannical, taller, and more shocking. Finally, the aura was completely absorbed into the spectral soul of the inner demon. The spectral soul's body was completely condensed and covered with a layer of armor. The armor was covered with delicate dark patterns. The patterns on the armor looked very complicated, like ghost faces. There were thousands of them. When Xianxia stared at the patterns on the armor, he faintly felt like he was in a trance. It seemed that the ghost faces on the armor had come to life and were smiling at him. The smile was twisted, ferocious, and eerie. The spectral soul of the inner demon under the armor had condensed its body to the extreme. Its aura was extremely terrifying. It had surpassed the Emperor realm and soared directly to the half-saint realm. The tyrannical power gave the inner demon incomparable confidence. He suddenly laughed loudly. As for the other dead souls, they all looked dispirited and weak. They all retreated. They had temporarily lent part of their power of the origin to the inner demon to enhance its strength. It was equivalent to a profound secret method. The tyrannical power made the inner demon even more rampant. He stared at Xianxia with an extremely eerie look. Immediately, the inner demon moved. He directly turned into a black light and tore through the sky. In a flash, he attacked Xianxia. The sword light was dark and mysterious. It seemed to penetrate the void. It seemed slow, but in fact, it was extremely fast. It attacked Xianxia mercilessly. Xianxia was shocked. What a mysterious sword. It was extremely secretive and extremely fast. It was difficult to dodge. Compared to when he entered the macro world of dead souls as a member of the underworld, it had improved many times. It had reached an amazing level. No wonder he had inherited my swordsmanship talent. Xianxia could not help thinking to himself. At the same time, he swung his sword and attacked. The power of the inner demon had reached the half-saint level. It was very powerful. However, Xianxia's power was not inferior. Xianxia practiced the sword classic of God and demon, and had reached the third level. It was equivalent to the power of an innate divine body. An innate divine body at the profound seventh realm was not something the ghost body of the inner demon could compare with. The high-level dead souls of the dead souls were at most equivalent to the level of an innate king body. Although Xianxia's cultivation was not as high as the inner demon's, there was no difference in the nature of power. The sword light clashed. Xianxia and the inner demon immediately fought fiercely. The inner demon's swordsmanship was mysterious and unpredictable. Xianxia saw the shadow of the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship from it. Back then, when the inner demon was still in his body, he had mastered the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship. As for the other swordsmanship, the inner demon had been sealed. Later, it had left his body, so he did not know about it. However, the inner demon had also inherited Xianxia's excellent swordsmanship talent. With the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship as the foundation, it integrated them with its excellent swordsmanship talent. Combining it with its own environment and characteristics, it finally created the mysterious nether sword technique. Xianxia was very surprised. The nether sword technique was indeed very profound. Its power had reached the level of high-level origin swordsmanship. It was on par with his 4 swordsmanships. Surprised, Xianxia knew very well that the reason his swordsmanship could reach such a level was inseparable from his own hard work. There were also many opportunities that were inseparable. However, not only did he create his own swordsmanship, but it was also at the level of an advanced origin swordsmanship. It was truly astonishing. What Xianxia did not know was that the Nether Extinction sword art was a sword art that was extremely compatible with Spectre's body. The Nether Extinction sword art and Spectre's body complemented each other and boosted each other. Coupled with Xianxia's extraordinary talent and foundation in the sword, he was able to forge a high-class origin source sword art. As the swordsmanship clashed, Xianxia had a deep understanding of the subtlety of the nether sword technique and verified his own swordsmanship. Nether light. With a low roar, the inner demon unleashed the nether sword technique. With a swing of the sword, a dark light broke through the air at an extremely fast speed, carrying with it an extremely mysterious killing intent. The power of this sword was condensed to the extreme and could penetrate everything. It was very terrifying. However, Qianzong was not afraid at all. 5 Killing Sword, Second Sword, Nether Ghost. A huge ghost face appeared in an instant and roared at Qianzong. The roar shattered the sky and rushed over in an instant. It opened its huge mouth and directly swallowed Qianzong. Qianzong only felt that his essence, qi, and spirit were constantly fluctuating, as if they were being pulled out of his body. Fortunately, his essence, qi, and spirit were extremely strong and had reached the peak of the 7th realm. Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique? 6. Nature's Minute Dust. In an instant, Qianzong erupted with power, unleashing an extremely tyrannical killing move. This was a top-tier sword Dao divine art. Under this sword, everything collapsed, turning into the most primitive particles. Nothing could block this attack. The ghost face was shattered in an instant and turned into nothingness. Nature's Dust. Under the sword, a terrifying power of destruction broke out, destroying and shattering everything into the most primitive particles between heaven and earth. The inner demon's expression suddenly changed. What kind of sword principle divine skill was this? Why was its power so terrifying and overwhelming? Suddenly, the inner demon had a bad feeling. Was he going to fail again this time? Wasn't Qianzong's strength rising a little too quickly? He had completely surpassed him. This was simply inconceivable. One must know that the spectral soul that he had taken over was a spectral soul with a very good aptitude. Coupled with the uniqueness of the spectral soul world, it was able to grow so quickly. Threat, a strong threat. Without hesitation, the inner demon used his last trick. The thousands of ghostly face patterns on the armor seemed to come alive. They let out low and sharp howls, which were incomparably mournful. It was as if thousands of ghosts were wailing. It was so shocking that Qianzong's hair stood on end. Immediately, the ghostly face patterns on the armor burned, and the whole armor burned. Amazing power was released and poured into the sword in the inner demon's hand. Countless ghostly faces were directly branded on the long sword. They were so densely packed that it was a shocking sight. Nether Jew? 10,000 ghosts walk. As the sword slashed out, countless mournful wails rang out in a frenzy. They were like demonic wails that pierced through metal and stone, penetrating through the void. They ignored everything and directly rushed into Qianzong's body. Every wail was like a sharp blade that wanted to tear Qianzong's body apart and tear his soul apart. Immediately, a sword light cut across heaven and earth. The sword light was so huge that it looked like a long, gloomy river. In the gloomy river, there were countless skeletons floating. The ghostly faces were ferocious and ferocious. They pounced on Qianzong in a frenzy, trying to tear Qianzong apart and devour his flesh. As the ghosts pounced on him, Qianzong immediately felt his essence, qi, and spirit tremble. His spirit was also fluctuating, as if it was going to be pulled out of his body and devoured by the ghosts at any time. It was an extremely terrifying move. Qianzong's expression was solemn. In this case, he could no longer hide it. The sword returned to its scabbard and the Heart Sutra was activated to its maximum. His powerful essence, energy, and spirit were condensed and his spirit became even more stable. Soon after, all of his power was gathered together. The secrets of the Heart Sword Art, the World Sword Art, the Void Kill Sword Art, and the Ancient Sword Art were all extracted. As the power condensed into one, thousands of sword lights appeared in Qianzong's eyes. It was as if someone was swinging a sword, leaving behind sword scars. In a split second, the sword mark shattered and turned into swirling stardust. All of his power was channeled into the scabbard. The heavenly sword trembled incessantly, as if it was about to break free from the scabbard and unleash its might. He drew his sword, chop. In just an instant, the heavenly will sword was unsheathed, bringing with it an extremely dazzling light. It was like a wisp of the divine light of the Absolute beginning that split the heavens and the earth. The sword will was vigorous and sharp to the extreme, emanating a supreme charm. Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique? One sword breaking the 9 heavens. This was the most powerful sword technique that Qianzong had created by chance. It was a terrifying sword technique of the top level. It was unparalleled and invincible. In the previous universe, Qianzong's sword slashed out and directly tore a 1,000-meter-long crack in the void. The spatial strength of the interlayer universe was stronger than that of the outer universe. It was more difficult to break through. Of course, it was nothing to an emperor-level cultivator. Under the extremely dazzling sword light, everything was swept away. Everything was torn apart, and a long crack appeared. The ghost face was instantly destroyed. Before it was destroyed, it held endlessly. This sword slashed out and directly tore a 1,000-meter-long crack in the void. Even if the spatial strength of the interlayer universe was stronger than that of the outer universe, Qianzong had a more profound understanding of this sword technique. Under this sword, all of the ghosts were destroyed. The cold river-like sword light also paused for a moment and was then shattered. Under the incomparably shocked gaze of the inner demon, the sword broke through the 9 heavens and attacked in an instant. With a slash, the armor on the inner demon's body was instantly shattered. The ghost body that had condensed into a physical body was also cut in half. The terrifying sword chi attacked and was about to completely destroy its body. At the same time, the inner demon also felt an aura. It was an aura that made it feel fear. It was very familiar. Sword Sword of Will. You took the heavenly sword of will. The inner demon's voice was filled with shock, fear, and fear. It was so sharp that it seemed to pierce through the void. Heavenly sword of will. This gave the inner demon a very bad memory. This was because many years ago, it was a small part of the sword spirit of this sword. It was eroded by the demonic heart realm and mutated. After that, it escaped into Qianzong's body. Combined with Qianzong's own dark side, it became Qianzong's inner demon. Even though it had become an inner demon, its essence was still a small part of the sword spirit of the heavenly sword of will. In other words, the heavenly sword of will could deal with it. But wasn't the heavenly sword of will left outside the demonic heart realm to suppress it? How could it appear in Qianzong's hands? Qianzong took the heavenly sword of will. Wasn't he afraid that the demonic heart realm would erupt and the inner demon would come out and take over the void? There were many questions, but the inner demon didn't ask because it had nothing to do with it. The most important thing now was to escape immediately. At this moment, the terrifying power of Qianzong's sword, coupled with the deterrence of the heavenly sword of will, scared the inner demon out of its wits. It no longer dared to think about taking Qianzong's body and leaving this damned place. Instead, it had to think about how to save its own life. With a boom, the ghost body that had been cut in half by the inner demon suddenly exploded. The terrifying power rushed in all directions. This was the self-destruction of the inner demon. The self-destruction of a half-saint's power was extremely frightening. Its terrifying power directly shattered the void, and the explosion caused the space to shatter for hundreds of meters. The terrible power also spread out. At the same time, an illusory shadow of light shot up from the explosion. Its speed was extremely fast, and it escaped in a flash. It was the inner demon, just like the last time. After the body of the Bone Clan was cut into pieces by Qianzong, the inner demon had escaped. This time, it was going to escape in the same way. The power of the self-destruction was too strong. The sword light of the one sword that broke the 9 heavens was also shattered in an instant. Qianzong immediately used the flowing breath of the divine technique to gain a breath of time. He directly escaped far away and was not affected by the terrifying power of the self-destruction. As for the other dead souls, they were all blown up. Their souls were scattered, and they were completely dead. Without the slightest pause, Qianzong immediately chased in the direction of the inner demon. If the inner demon escaped, he didn't know where it would escape to or where it would hide. When it recovered and became stronger, it would become a problem again. He could only take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of it once and for all. Panic. The inner demon was panicked and embarrassed like a stray dog. This feeling made it very unhappy and very angry. In the great undead world, after the inner demon had taken over the body of the dead spirit clan, combined with its own talent, it had been smooth sailing. It had been constantly improving and running amok. There were not many who were stronger than it. Therefore, it had been a long time since it had experienced the feeling of being hunted down. Although it was angry, the inner demon was still very clear about one thing. It had to escape, and escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Qianzong caught up with it, it would be troublesome. If it was just Qianzong alone, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. At most, he could seal it, and there would always be a chance to fight back. However, it was different with the Heavenly Will sword in his hand. This sword was tantamount to its own nemesis. If it was swallowed by the Heavenly Will sword, it would disappear and benefit the other party. The inner demon was very happy to harm others for its own benefit, but it would never do something that would benefit others by sacrificing itself. In an instant, the inner demon's expression changed greatly because it felt that Qianzong was catching up with it at an extremely fast speed. If this continued, there was a high chance that he would catch up with it. When that time came, it would be very troublesome. There are living creatures invading our world. Come and kill him quickly. The inner demon did not care about its reputation anymore and shouted directly. At this time, reputation was not important. Only its life was the most important. It could not deal with Qianzong, but it did not matter. It could let the other dead spirits deal with Qianzong. It did not matter whether the other dead spirits could deal with Qianzong or not. It only needed to buy time for itself to escape. Living creatures? Where are the living creatures? The inner demon's words immediately caused many dead spirits to move. Cracking sounds could be heard. From the ground below, pieces of bone sprang out, forming many skeletal bodies. They were from the skeleton clan, and they exuded powerful auras of the 6th realm and even the 7th realm. Soil shot up into the sky, and many powerful bodies also appeared. They were from the corpse clan. There. Living creatures, there really are living creatures invading. Is there only one? Whatever, I haven't tasted living creatures in a long time. It's so memorable. Generally speaking, even if one's intelligence was not high, after cultivating to the 6th realm, there would be a qualitative change. Their intelligence would also be significantly improved. Therefore, dead spirits who had reached the 6th realm were not bad in intelligence. Of course, not bad in intelligence did not mean high intelligence. Those were two different concepts. Although there was only one living creature, it was still a living creature. The taste was wonderful. In an instant, a group of dead spirits shot up into the sky and intercepted. You're courting death. Qianzong's eyes were slightly cold. He waved his long sword, and the sword light tore through the sky in an instant. It carried a monstrous sword will, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. It was shocking to the extreme. It was the no-kill swordsmanship, and it killed directly. Although these 6th realm emperor level and 7th realm emperor level dead spirits were powerful, they were still not strong enough. In the face of a half-saint like Qianzong, they were no match for him at all. He killed them with one strike. Wherever the sword light passed, the dead spirits fell like rain. Not only were their bodies cut into pieces, but their soul fires were also extinguished. Even if the black mark wanted to devour them, it could not devour them at all. Chase, continue chasing. The interception of these dead spirits did not affect Qianzong's speed. On the contrary, Qianzong's sword directly frightened the other dead spirits. So strong, how could he be so strong? Although dead spirits were not living creatures and were equivalent to dead things, they were not the same as dead things like stones. They were equivalent to living creatures, living in a strange state. They had intelligence, so of course they knew more. And at the same time that they knew more, they naturally feared death. The previous chapter, one sword piercing the 9 heavens, was at the super level, but it was changed to the top level. Dark clouds rolled in from the west, filling the sky. They fluctuated like a tsunami, exuding an extremely shocking will of death. It was as if death would descend wherever it passed, robbing all life. In the east, a gray light filled the air. It was as if the gray sunset covered the eastern horizon. It covered the sky and covered half of the sky, and it emitted an extreme evil aura. Whether it was the rolling dark clouds in the west or the gray sunset in the east, they all spread rapidly in the direction of Qianzong. An astonishing aura was also being nurtured, fluctuating endlessly, locking onto Qianzong from afar. Qianzong could not help but look solemn. Strong enemies, 2 tyrannical undead were rushing over, and their target was him. Qianzong was actually very happy to fight with these 2 tyrannical undead. He felt happy and excited from the bottom of his heart, but not at this moment, because now was the time to chase after the inner demon. Although he could sense it, and even if the inner demon really escaped far away, he could still chase after it and slowly sense its whereabouts. However, Qianzong was not arrogant. He did not think that he could do whatever he wanted in the great undead world. The overall strength of the great undead world was actually stronger than that of the outer universe. The number of saint-level undead here also exceeded the number of saint-level powerhouses in the outer universe. If it were not for the suppression of the universe's will, they would have already rushed into the outer universe to wreak havoc. Although saint-level undead were extremely powerful, it was precisely because of their strength that it was more difficult for them to enter the outer universe. Otherwise, the suppression of the outer universe's will would be even stronger, and they would have to constantly resist it. Their strength would be significantly reduced, and if the saint-level powerhouses in the outer universe seized the opportunity, they would be killed. Taking a step back, even if they were not killed, they would be driven back to the interlayer universe, and they would be injured because of it. The loss outweighed the gain. Because of this, saint-level undead would not easily step into the outer universe. By the same logic, saint-level powerhouses in the outer universe would not easily step into the interlayer universe, or even the inner universe, because the power of saint-level powerhouses was too tyrannical. If they entered other universes, they would be greatly targeted and suppressed. As for the core universe, it was too mysterious. No one knew anything about it, and no one understood why saint-level powerhouses wanted to enter it. He had digressed. Qianzong liked to fight with strong opponents because he wanted to train himself and stimulate his potential. However, it depended on the timing. In the undead world, there were many saint-level undead experts. If the inner demon escaped to a place with saint-level undead, it would be very difficult to capture it. What should he do now? Qianzong's mind spun like lightning as he immediately made a decision. Using his left hand like a sword, he tapped the spine of the Will-Heavenly Sword and then moved his finger along the spine to the tip. It seemed slow, but in reality, it was as fast as lightning. Qianzong's expression was solemn, as if he was activating something. As Qianzong's sword finger swept across, the Will-Heavenly Sword trembled. Sword chi gushed out from it continuously, becoming more and more intense. It was shocking to the extreme, as if it could pierce through the 9 heavens. Go. Take back the sword spirit, Qianzong said to Heavenly Will Sword. The Will-Heavenly Sword was sentient. When it heard Qianzong's words, it trembled slightly and let out a sword cry, as if responding to Qianzong. Immediately, Qianzong's right hand shook violently. With a burst of shocking power, he threw the Will-Heavenly Sword forward. In an instant, the Will-Heavenly Sword pierced through the void, bursting with unparalleled speed. Like an aurora, it left Qianzong in a flash and chased after the inner demon. Fast, the speed of this sword light was extremely fast. It was more than twice as fast as Qianzong's full speed. Close, the Will-Heavenly Sword approached the inner demon at an astonishing speed. Its terrifying aura had completely locked onto the inner demon. It felt as if no matter where it fled to, it would not be able to escape. At the same time, the saint-level undead experts in the west and east were also rapidly approaching Qianzong. As a swordsman, if he did not have a sword in hand, his strength would be greatly reduced. When one reached the realm of the way of the sword, it was true that grass, wood, bamboo, and stone could be used as a sword. However, using grass and wood as a sword and using a magic weapon as a sword were two different concepts. If one was facing an opponent weaker than oneself, there was not much difference in using anything as a sword. But if one was facing an enemy of the same level or stronger than oneself, it was undoubtedly better to have a magic weapon. It was like a knife made of stone. It could cut meat and kill people, but it could never be compared to a knife made of refined steel. The two undead attacking him had a very strong aura. Qianzong felt a great threat. If he did not have a sword in hand, it would be difficult to fight against them, let alone 1 against 2. However, Qianzong still had a spare sword in his storage artifact. His right hand touched the storage artifact in his left hand, and a beam of sword light gushed out. It was extremely sharp. In an instant, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. This sword was dark blue and incomparably deep. It was covered with sword patterns, which looked like patterns left behind by the waves of the tide. As the sword appeared, traces of water vapor permeated the air. Dark blue sword, this sword was an emperor-level original magic weapon. In terms of grade, it was naturally superior to the current Will Heavenly Sword. It was also a top Emperor-level original magic weapon. This was because this sword was the personal sword of the Great Elder of the Lanhai clan. Back in the Blue Water Planet, the Great Elder of the Lanhai clan was killed by the sword-grinding Mountain Lord. His sword also fell into the hands of the sword-grinding Mountain Lord and became a trophy. Although this sword was stronger than the current Will Heavenly Sword, it was the first time Qianzong used it. Why? Because this sword was the personal sword of the Great Elder of the Lanhai clan. It had been with him for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years. It had long been branded with the Great Elder of the Lanhai clan. Even if he died, this brand would not disappear so quickly. Although the dark blue sword was strong, it had been nurtured by the Great Elder of the Lanhai clan. It was compatible with the bloodline power of the Lanhai clan and the Great Elder of the Lanhai clan's swordsmanship. It was not compatible with Qianzong. Therefore, when using this sword, because it was not compatible, it was difficult to bring out its full power. At best, it was similar to an Emperor-level original magic weapon. To Qianzong, the Will Heavenly Sword was still more convenient to use. But now, because of the special circumstances, this was the only way. When the dark blue sword was in his hand, a tyrannical aura filled the air. Qianzong could clearly feel the power contained in this sword. It was extremely vigorous and tyrannical. It was at the level of a top Emperor-level weapon. Unfortunately, he could not mobilize most of it. He could only use a small part. But for now, it should be enough. It was about the same as the Will Heavenly Sword in his hand. The undead coming from the west became clear. It was a humorous WYRM. It was at least 100 meters long. Its whole body was extremely pale. 2 balls of pale soul fire burned in its huge eye sockets. It exuded an extremely cold aura. When the huge skeletal wings flapped, it seemed to bring up violent gusts of wind. It whistled through the sky. This was the Bone Dragon clan. It was one of the few top clans in the great undead world. Its talent was amazing, and its power was unparalleled. It was very terrifying. The weakest bone dragon was at the 6th realm. It was approaching. As the humorous WYRM approached, an astonishing will of death also spread. The void seemed to be collapsing. This humorous WYRM was at the level of a half-saint. It was much more powerful than the Great Elder of the Lanhai clan. The undead from the east also approached. Between the grey light and the glow of the sunset, a majestic figure appeared. The Netherworld clan, the undead powerhouse in the eastern sky, was the Netherworld clan. Like the Bone Dragon clan, the Netherworld clan was also one of the top clans in the great undead world. Of course, it was not easy to compare who was stronger between the Netherworld tribe and the Bone Dragon tribe. The Bone Dragon tribe was relatively few in number, less than 1% of the Netherworld tribe. However, even the weakest Bone Dragon tribe was at the 6th level, and a peak 6th level at that. As for the Netherworld clan, they outnumbered the Bone Dragon clan by more than 100 times. But the weakest of the Netherworld clan was not at the 6th realm. It was at the 5th realm. Of course, in terms of top powerhouses, the Netherworld clan and the Bone Dragon clan were about the same. Or rather, the Bone Dragon clan was stronger, but not by much. 2 terrifying wills of death locked onto Qianzong. It was so shocking that Qianzong's expression turned serious. But inside, he could not help but feel excited. A strong opponent, a strong enough opponent. In life, sometimes a good opponent was hard to find. Nether Ghost, I want this creature. The humorous WYRM opened its mouth and roared in the language of the dead. I have my eyes on him, the Netherworld clan powerhouse responded directly. The Bone Dragon and the Netherworld clan were both demi-saint powerhouses. They were extremely powerful. They were also at the same level. Now, they both had their eyes on Qianzong. After all, Qianzong was a living creature. To the undead, living creatures were very rare. Although living creatures would enter the great undead world from time to time, there were not many of them overall. And there were many powerhouses in the great undead world. They were all interested in living creatures, especially the taste of powerful living creatures. It was very wonderful. However, living creatures who entered this world were very vigilant. Once they felt that something was wrong, they would immediately escape. It was not easy to stay. Now that they had found a powerful living creature, the Bone Dragon and the Netherworld clan were both tempted. Whether they ate him or took him back as a slave, it would be a very wonderful thing. They were conversing in the language of the dead. Qianzong had also learned the language of the dead, so he understood. Both of you, come together, Qianzong said directly, also using the language of the dead. Qianzong's words immediately stunned the Bone Dragon and the Netherworld clan. They never thought that this living creature would say that. Come together, he wanted the two top powerhouses to attack together. In the next moment, the Bone Dragon and the Netherworld clan were furious. Was he looking down on them? How could a living creature from the outer universe be so arrogant? Anger. In an instant, the Netherworld clan powerhouse directly attacked, throwing a punch at Qianzong. This punch was extremely sinister and overbearing. Its power was extremely terrifying. It smashed through the air without mercy. Qianzong's expression changed slightly. He felt a strong threat from that punch. It was as if that punch could crush him. The deep blue sword suddenly trembled. The sword light broke through the air. As the sword patterns on it fluctuated, it was as if layers of deep blue tides were surging. They turned into layers of sword light and attacked directly. This was the mystery of the deep blue sword itself. Part 1, this slash, split the void, this slash, split the heavens, this slash, destroy all things. The ferocious and domineering fist energy was extremely cold and condensed. The fist mark directly collided with Qianzong's slash. At first, there was a pause, then there was an explosion. The void shattered and collapsed. The sword light and fist energy were destroyed in an instant, and the terrifying shockwaves spread out, sweeping across a radius of thousands of meters. Qianzong turned into a stream of light, dodging the shattering space and attacking the Nether clan expert with his sword. The Underworld clan expert had a cold look on his face. He didn't dodge the shattered space at all. Instead, he relied on his powerful body and strength to resist the attack. He raised his fists and punched out continuously. His fists were like a group of meteorites. Every punch carried a domineering power that could shatter everything as it blasted forward. The humorous WYRM had its eyes on Qianzong, but the Nether clan expert had made the first move. It was furious and directly exploded. However, the humorous WYRM did not directly attack Qianzong. Or rather, it was a large-scale attack that covered an indiscriminate area. The humorous WYRM opened its mouth. The inside was pitch black and deep, like a bottomless abyss. Wisps of pale aura spread out and rapidly condensed, rolling endlessly. It was like smoke that spread out, becoming thicker and thicker. An extremely sharp roar suddenly sounded. In an instant, the humorous WYRM spat out a ball of pale smoke. It turned into a shocking ball of smoke that rushed out and covered everything in front of it. Cold, the power contained in this ball of aura was extremely cold. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding void was frozen and solidified. Qianzong and the Nether clan experts' expressions changed drastically. They felt a great threat from this ball of cold aura. Retreat, this was the Death Dragon's breath. It was the innate ability of the Bone Dragon clan. It was an extremely powerful innate ability with shocking power. Bone Wing, you're crazy! Nether Ghost roared. This creature is mine, Bone Wing roared. Gui also roared. He suddenly spread his wings, and in an instant, waves of extremely violent gales whistled out. The gales were extremely cold, and they were like hurricanes that destroyed everything as they swept through the sky. A large-scale attack, another large-scale attack aimed directly at Qianzong and Nether Ghost. Nether Ghost's expression grew increasingly unsightly. Causing trouble, this Bone Wing was clearly here to cause trouble. In this way, it would evolve into a chaotic battle. But he could not retreat. Retreating would be the same as showing weakness. A chaotic battle was a chaotic battle. With a furious roar, Dark Ghost's body seemed to swell up, and a gray light appeared on his body as if it was burning. Qianzong also unleashed his full power. The heavenly gold sword body was pushed to the extreme. Strands of white gold divine inscriptions covered his entire body, giving off a godlike aura. Fight, 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 the three half-saint experts immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Bone Wing's two dragon claws tore through the air, grabbing at Qianzong and Nether Ghost. Nether Ghost roared and punched out with both fists. Fist energy tore through the air, striking at Bone Wing and Chenzong. Chenzong's expression was solemn. His sword split apart, and sword light tore through the air toward Bone Wing and Nether Ghost. What should have been a 1-on-2 battle between Chenzong and Nether Ghost had become a 1-on-2 battle. Chenzong had to deal with the two undead experts by himself, and the two undead experts had to do the same. Of course, there was a difference between a 1-on-2 battle and a 1-on-2 battle, but it was also more dangerous. In the chaotic battle, Chenzong further felt that the strength of these two undead experts was terrible. They were at the top of the half-saint level. Not to mention 1 against 2, even if it was 1 against 1, it would be very difficult for him to defeat them without using the divine arrival secret method. It was almost impossible. After all, this was the great undead world. It was natural for the undead to be at a disadvantage. Nether Ghost continued to flee, but the pursuer behind him was getting closer and closer. If this continued, he would not be able to escape. But Nether Ghost had discovered something. It was not Chenzong chasing after him, but the sword. The Heavenly Sword. Many thoughts flashed through the calmed Nether Ghost's mind. Nether Ghost was well aware of his former self. He was a small part of the Heavenly Sword's sword spirit that had been split off. He had then absorbed the demonic chi of the demonic heart world and swallowed Chenzong's demonic heart. The Heavenly Sword could restrain him. But a trace of madness was born in Nether Ghost's heart. A ferocious and determined look appeared on his illusory face. Nether Ghost suddenly stopped fleeing. Instead, he stood quietly and transformed into an illusory figure, waiting for the Heavenly Sword's arrival. Stop! Nether Ghost suddenly shouted when he saw the sword light rapidly approaching. The Heavenly Sword seemed to have a mind of its own. It stopped 100 meters away from the inner demon and stood upright. The sword trembled slightly, emitting a faint sword hum. It seemed to be speaking, and the inner demon understood. Listen to me first. His eyes flashed with wisdom. You and I are one. Why should we submit to a single cultivator? As long as you and I work together, we can reach the pinnacle. We will not submit to any other living creature. You and I are one. We have our own divine might. Why should we submit to a single cultivator? As long as we work together, we can reach the pinnacle. We will not submit to anyone. Yes, this was Nether Ghost's plan. Uniting with the Heavenly Sword was the first step of his plan. After uniting, he would wait for an opportunity to take the Heavenly Sword for himself. To a certain extent, the Heavenly Sword could restrain him. But he could also devour the sword spirit of the Heavenly Sword and strengthen himself further. Then, with the Heavenly Sword as his foundation, he would become a true sword demon. At that time, he would be able to break free from the repetitive possession and truly descend into the universe. He would continuously improve himself and become the strongest person in the universe. He would have no scruples in doing things and would be invincible. Such a beautiful future made Nether Ghost very excited. This was not an extravagant hope. It could be realized as long as the Heavenly Sword was willing to cooperate with him. In comparison, although the sword spirit of the Heavenly Sword was more complete, it was only a sword spirit. In terms of intelligence, it was not as good as Nether Ghost. After all, Nether Ghost had possessed people many times, and his intelligence was extraordinary. He was superior to most people. But Nether Ghost could not compare to Nether Ghost in one aspect. It was tough and unshakable. Thus, Nether Ghost's words did not affect the Heavenly Sword's decision. The Heavenly Sword's response was simple and direct. It turned into a beam of sword light and rushed toward Nether Ghost. Nether Ghost's expression suddenly changed. He scolded angrily, stubborn. If that's the case, I'll kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, an illusory sword appeared in Nether Ghost's hand. He slashed out. The sword was eerie and mysterious. It was the sword of serene extinction. Nether Ghost had created this sword of serene extinction. Even though he had lost his spirit body, he could still use it. Of course, the power of the sword of serene extinction had weakened because of his own strength. However, the Heavenly Sword was only an Emperor-level origin weapon. Nether Ghost was not afraid of it at all. The Heavenly Sword had its own spirituality. Although it was not very intelligent, its sword of serene extinction was not weak at all. Its power was extraordinary and mysterious. However, Nether Ghost's sword of serene extinction was very clever. For a moment, the battle was fierce and difficult to determine the victor. Having lost his spirit body, Nether Ghost's strength had naturally decreased greatly. He had fallen from the Emperor level to the Emperor level. However, in the fierce battle, the Will Heavenly Sword was gradually suppressed. In the end, the Will Heavenly Sword had its own spirituality, but it was still inferior. Nether Ghost could not help but smile. If this continued, he would be able to exhaust the Will Heavenly Sword's power. Then, he would take the opportunity to occupy it and find a suitable place to devour its spirituality to replenish himself. Then, he would use the Will Heavenly Sword's body as a foundation to forge a body. He would transform into a true sword demon and dominate the universe. Defeat, the Will Heavenly Sword began to retreat. Although to a certain extent, the Will Heavenly Sword could restrain Nether Ghost, it was not an absolute suppression. Serene Light. Nether Ghost's sword pierced through the air. The serene light was highly condensed and shot out in an instant. It immediately hit the Will Heavenly Sword. Although it could not cause any damage to the Will Heavenly Sword, it was sent flying by this attack. Nether Ghost's power was depleted even more. Serene Ghost. Nether Ghost followed up with another attack. He immediately used a second killer move. The Will Heavenly Sword was hit again. Its power was depleted even more. Nether Ghost became more and more pleased with himself. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, something strange happened. Light flashed on the Will Heavenly Sword. In an instant, a figure appeared and solidified. Chenzong. Nether Ghost's eyes widened the moment he saw the figure appear. He cried out in shock, "Why are you here?" Chenzong reached out and grasped the Will Heavenly Sword. He did not respond to Nether Ghost. He only smiled and attacked with the sword. "No, you are not Chenzong himself. You are a doppelganger." Nether Ghost sensed Chenzong's power and added. But even if it was just a doppelganger, Chenzong's power was still very strong. This was a heart doppelganger. It only had 1/10 of Chenzong's real power. It should be known that Chenzong's real power was very strong. He was at the half-saint level. Even 1/10 of his power was very frightening. Ordinary emperors were no match for him. However, the heart doppelganger could not be too far away from the real body. Once it was too far away, it would quickly dissipate. Chenzong hid the power of the heart doppelganger in the Will Heavenly Sword, waiting for an opportunity to appear. After all, the opportunity was short and could not last long. Seizing the opportunity, Chenzong's heart doppelganger wielded the Will Heavenly Sword. Suddenly, the sword pierced through the air. This sword was extremely mysterious. It was the heart sword technique. The sword light arrived with great power. Nether Ghost's eyes trembled. This was the difference in power. Since he could not escape, he could only unleash his full power. He used the most powerful killing move of the Nether Sword technique. The ghostly faces rushed over, but they were all destroyed by Chenzong's sword. He could not block it, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Nether Ghost could not resist at all. It was hit by the sword and was instantly shattered by the sword light. The shattered Nether Ghost did not die. Instead, it exploded with a final burst of determination. It took the initiative to charge at the Will Heavenly Sword. In an instant, it was submerged into the Will Heavenly Sword. It wanted to fight for the final time, the final battle. Second update, with the inner demon in his body, the Heavenly Will Sword shook violently. Chenzong's heart apparition stood aside, unable to intervene. This was a battle between the sword spirit and the inner demon. The heart apparition was too far away from the real body, so it could not exist for long. Soon, it dissipated, leaving only the Heavenly Will Sword in the void, shaking violently. Fight, the inner demon unleashed all of its power within the Heavenly Will Sword. It madly attacked the sword spirit, trying to tear the sword spirit apart, devour it, and take the Heavenly Will Sword for itself. However, the sword spirit turned into a beam of sword light, constantly fighting back. Madness, this was the inner demon's final frenzy. It knew very well that this was the most dangerous battle of its life. It was a matter of life and death. If it won, it could devour its opponent, take over the Heavenly Will Sword, and use it to forge the body of the sword spirit. Then it could run rampant in the universe. But if it lost, it could not escape like before. It could only wait for the right time to rise again. Only death awaited it, because it would be devoured by the sword spirit. Qianzong could not deal with the inner demon, but it was nothing to the heavenly will sword. Victory or defeat meant life and death. On one side, the sword spirit and the inner demon were fighting desperately. On the other side, Qianzong was fighting with the two half-saint undead spirits. The chaotic battle between the three half-saint undead spirits was terrifying. Thousands of meters of the void were constantly collapsing. Countless cracks appeared, and then they shattered again. More cracks appeared, forming black holes. They closed, and then broke open again. From afar, it looked like a land of broken space that was constantly healing and collapsing. The aura it emitted was so terrifying that the undead spirits watching from afar were terrified. How could the strength of that living being be this strong? Fortunately, they did not take the risk to rush forward. Otherwise, they would have been killed by that creature. However, Qianzong's expression was solemn. Even though Qianzong had the wholehearted return to Truth Realm, the cycle was still broken in the fierce battle. The will of the great undead world came and suppressed Qianzong. In this way, Qianzong's strength was affected, and he was unable to fully utilize it. On the other hand, the two necromancers were different. They were like fish in water here, and they were like eagles that soared into the sky. They were able to vividly utilize all the advantages they possessed, and it was even to the extent that they exceeded their limits. Qianzong was gradually at a disadvantage, but he still managed to hold on with his excellent swordsmanship. However, Qianzong noticed something amidst the chaotic battle. The number of times the Bone Dragon and the Nether clan clashed with each other was decreasing. Most of the time, they were targeting him. Unknowingly, they seemed to have reached a consensus to target him. Qianzong did not know how they communicated in the dark or what they talked about, but he could clearly feel that he was being targeted. After all, they were not of the same race, so they had to target him. In this way, Qianzong was further at a disadvantage. Qianzong performed the heart apparition, and the 9 apparitions cooperated with him to contend with the 2 undead experts. For the time being, Qianzong would not be defeated, but it would be impossible for him to win. Unless I use the divine arrival secret method and borrow the power of the black mark, Qianzong thought to himself. Qianzong was very sure that if he used the divine arrival secret method and borrowed the power of the black mark, he would definitely be able to erupt with more power. At that time, it would not be impossible for him to fight back against the 2 undead experts. However, Qianzong did not dare to do so. If he used the divine arrival secret method, he might awaken the divine soul of the sword-grinding mountain master and possess him again. Last time, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. This time, Qianzong was not sure either. Moreover, Qianzong had already decided that no matter what, he would not use the divine arrival secret method and borrow the power of the black mark to give the sword-grinding mountain master a chance to possess him. In that case, I can only leave first, Qianzong could not help but think to himself. Although he did not want to leave, at this moment, he was no match for the sword-grinding mountain master. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. It was better to leave first and enter this world again after a period of time. Immediately, Qianzong seemed to sense something, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. A flash of sword light streaked across the sky from the distant horizon. Its speed was extremely fast and unimaginable. It was like a stream of light breaking through the sky. The lofty, profound, and extremely sharp sword will was the first to descend, turning into a sword pressure that filled the sky. To Qianzong, it was a familiar sword will and sword pressure. It was the heavenly will sword. This also meant that the battle between the sword spirit and the inner demon in the heavenly will sword had ended. The sword spirit, not the inner demon, had won. If the inner demon had won, the heavenly will sword would not have returned. Instead, it would have fled far away. In an instant, the heavenly will sword seemed to be able to pierce through everything. It flew directly towards Qianzong, its terrifying sword might sweeping across the void. Come. After Qianzong avoided the attacks of the 2 undead masters, he immediately retreated. With a low shout, the speed of the sword light more than doubled in an instant. It broke through the air and flew into Qianzong's hand. As for the dark blue sword, Qinzong had already put it away. The moment the heavenly will sword entered his hand, Qinzong's expression changed slightly, turning into a look of ecstasy. In an instant, a powerful sword might erupted from the heavenly will sword. Combined with Qinzong's sword will, it was extremely powerful, as if it could break through the 9 heavens. It surpassed its previous limit and reached an even higher level. The might of this sword intent immediately caused the 2 undead experts to be bewildered. They had unknowingly joined forces to deal with Qinzong. They had already suppressed him. Next, they could exhaust his strength, injure him, and capture him alive. As for who he would belong to, they would decide when the time came. What they did not expect was that this creature's sword would erupt beyond its limit and bring them a clear threat. With the sword in his hand, the wind and clouds were vast and mighty. Endless sword chi surrounded him, and sword will soared to the sky. At this moment, Qinzong felt as if his sword could cut through the sky. It was as if heaven and earth could no longer restrain him. Of course, Qinzong knew very well that this feeling was actually an illusion. His strength had not yet reached that level. Even a saint-level expert would not dare to say so. However, after swallowing the inner demon, the sword spirit of the heavenly will sword had become complete. Its power had also increased greatly. Or rather, it should be said that it had recovered. Although it had not fully recovered, it had recovered part of it, causing the power of the heavenly will sword to increase dramatically. It had risen from the level of an emperor-level origin weapon to an emperor-level origin weapon. Moreover, it was a top emperor-level origin weapon. The power of a top emperor-level origin weapon was astonishing. In particular, Qinzong's current cultivation and strength were more compatible with it. Moreover, the heavenly will sword had recognized Qinzong as its master, so it could fully exert its power and strengthen each other. With the sword in hand, the sword will surged, and Qinzong's confidence soared. This was not illusory confidence, but real confidence, brought about by the increase in strength. The heavenly will sword, which was at the top emperor level, had more than doubled Qinzong's strength. "I'll send you on your way," Qinzong said in a low voice, and his sword swept across the sky. In an instant, sword light flashed, like sparkling waves, one after another, continuously slashing at the 2 undead experts. The 2 undead experts immediately felt a strong threat. This sword was enough to threaten anything and hurt them. With the heavenly will sword in hand, Qinzong's strength was unleashed to the extreme. The true sword grinding technique erupted. The heavenly light sword drawing technique? One sword piercing the 9 heavens, without hesitation, Qinzong unleashed his most powerful sword attack. He had used it once with the deep blue sword, but it was difficult to succeed against the joint attack of the 2 undead masters. This time, the power of the attack was more than twice as strong. In an instant, the void was torn apart by the sword, and a crack more than 1,300 meters long appeared. Originally, Qinzong's sword could only create a spatial crack about 1,000 meters long. Now, it was more than 1,300 meters long. Its power had increased by several times. It was not easy to create a spatial crack. The larger the area, the more difficult it was. An additional 100 meters required a lot more power, and an additional 300 meters required a lot more power. Although it was only 300 meters, the difference in power was shocking. "Retreat!" Bone Wing and Dark Ghost immediately retreated, moving as fast as they could to avoid Qinzong's attack. In the next moment, Qinzong took a step forward. As if he had traveled through time, he appeared in front of Dark Ghost and slashed out again. Fast, this strike was so fast that not even Nether Ghost was able to catch it. The sword light tore through space and arrived in front of him. It was too late to retreat, and it was also too late to dodge. He could only take it head-on. Dark Ghost erupted with all his strength, wanting to block Qinzong's attack and counterattack with a punch. However, the fist energy was cleaved apart by the sword. The sword light was extremely fast, slashing at Dark Ghost's powerful body and immediately causing him to retreat. So strong. Blood sprayed from Dark Ghost's body as he was sent flying by Qinzong's attack. His face paled in shock. How had he become so strong? This being's strength was too frightening. Qinzong didn't let go of this opportunity. He followed up with another attack and closed in on Yifutian once again. sword light erupted continuously, like a terrifying storm raging out. It was also like a river of sword chi that surged endlessly. It was vast and mighty, layer after layer. Kill. Kill, slash. Slash. Dark Ghost's powerful body gave him an extremely powerful defense, but it was still unable to block Chenzong's sword light. Under the constant attacks, sword scars covered his entire body. It was a terrifying sight. Rumbling could be heard as the underworld ghost burst into flames. Terrifying power exploded out, and its aura surged like a tidal wave. Then it transformed into a black beam of light that tore through the air and shot off into the distance. This speed was several times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished into the distance, leaving Chenzong in the dust. He had fled, Dark Ghost had fled. Since he couldn't catch him, he would attack the bone dragon. In a flash, Chenzong's sword slashed through the air, cleaving apart the bone dragon's death breath. Third update, last day of the month. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please vote for our divine connection. Nether Ghost was no match for Chenzong's sword. He used a secret technique to escape, but in the blink of an eye, Chenzong charged at Skeletal Wing with his sword. Skeletal Wing's body was enormous. Even though it was extremely nimble, it still couldn't avoid Chenzong's sword. After devouring the inner demon, the Heavenly Will sword had recovered even more of its power, allowing Chenzong to swing his sword even faster and with even more power. However, Skeletal Wing's bones were extremely tough, even more so than Nether Ghost's powerful body. Chenzong's sword only left a faint mark on its surface, unable to cut through it. Chenzong was slightly taken aback, but his movements weren't affected at all. His sword continued to explode, slashing at the same spot on the skeleton. In an instant, dozens of sword strikes broke through the skeleton. Breaking a single bone wasn't much of an injury to Skeletal Wing, but it was enough to shock it. It knew just how strong its bones were, yet it had been cut through. It was terrifying. The Dark Ghost had fled, and this was clearly seen by Gui. Now that one of its bones had been cut off, Gui realized just how terrifying this creature was. It could not defeat it alone, and if it continued to fight, it might even be killed by it. It spat out a breath of death, and then Skeletal Wing's wings suddenly shook, bringing with them a violent gale that blasted toward Chenzong. Its body instantly flew back. Fast, a layer of pale flame seemed to burn on Skeletal Wing's pale bones. Skeletal Wing's speed instantly increased, turning into a pale streak of light as it fled. Chenzong didn't pursue, nor did he feel vexed. The Heavenly Will sword had returned, and it was even more powerful now. The benefits it brought him were even more obvious. It could be said that the Heavenly Will sword only allowed him to display the power of his swordsmanship and sword Dao divine techniques. Now, however, the Heavenly Will sword could provide an obvious boost. With one sword in hand, Chenzong defeated two powerful undead creatures of the high level of the semi-saint realm. He was in high spirits, and his sword intent was surging. The difference between a low-level undead half-saint and a high-level undead half-saint was like the difference between an ordinary body constitution and an innate king body or even an innate saint body. Will Nianxin really be here in a place like the great undead world? Chenzong muttered to himself as he walked around. The undead world was deathly silent and filled with a deathly aura. It was completely unsuitable for living beings to reside in. If a living creature entered this place, it would be difficult for them to stay here for a long period of time. Even if they could resist the corrosion of the death aura, they would still be targeted and suppressed by the death aura. Who wants to be burdened all the time? Chenzong began to ponder. Should he continue to search for Yu Nianxin in the undead world, or should he leave? The first goal had been accomplished. The inner demon had been devoured by the sword spirit, and the sword spirit of the Heavenly Will sword had become complete. The power of the Heavenly Will sword had also recovered somewhat, although it had not fully recovered. After all, the battle had been too intense, and the damage had been great. It was not so easy to completely restore the Heavenly Will sword. In fact, Chenzong did not know what to do to completely restore the Heavenly Will sword. Fortunately, the sword spirit of the Heavenly Will sword was complete, and its power would slowly recover in the years to come, but it would take a long time. Just as Chenzong was thinking, suddenly, a terrible chill attacked him directly. It seemed to erupt from the depths of his heart and body. As soon as the chill appeared, it poured out like a torrent bursting a dam. It spread all over his body, and Chenzong could not help but tremble. How could this be? Chenzong was shocked. This feeling appeared too suddenly. There was no prelude, no sign, and it directly erupted in an instant. Once it erupted, it was incomparably intense. It was like a raging tide, and also like a volcanic eruption. It was extremely ferocious. Suffocation, Chenzong felt as if he was about to suffocate. His heart was beating wildly, and the blood in his body, which contained incredible power, seemed to be frozen. A strange feeling also appeared in his mind. It was as if his consciousness was in a trance, and the speed of his thinking was greatly reduced and slowed down. The things that could be thought of in an instant were slowed down by several times. Everything around him seemed to be slowed down. It was a very strange feeling. In an instant, Chenzong only felt a chill suddenly erupt from his tailbone. Like an electric current, it instantly spread along his spine and directly rushed into his brain. He could not help but shiver. The cold feeling instantly intensified by several times. Traces of cold sweat could not help but seep out from his forehead. Horrifying, the hair-raising feeling was like a raging tide, crazily attacking Chenzong's body and mind. It was a disaster. Without hesitation, Chenzong immediately erupted. The power of the heavenly gold sword body was pushed to the extreme, and the sharpness of the star-shattering sword energy was also raised to the extreme in an instant. True sword sharpening technique, the secret technique was activated, and the power was doubled. Then, Chenzong displayed the heavenly light sword drawing technique, and the sword broke through the 9 heavens. This sword was the most powerful sword move. This sword move was not like before, but pierced into the void of the great undead world. The terrifying sword light instantly tore the void of the great undead world. The crack was not long, only a few meters, but it went deeper and deeper. Chenzong did not hesitate. He immediately transformed into a sword light and escaped directly into it. In an instant, Chenzong had escaped hundreds of meters away, and he once again brandished his sword. As if he was digging a cave, Chenzong continuously slashed with his sword and opened up space passages. This time, Chenzong's purpose was to return to the outer universe first. Only the outer universe could be considered his territory. Of course, this did not mean that Chenzong could run amok in the outer universe and stand at the top and be the master. It was just that he came from the outer universe and would not be rejected or suppressed by the universe's will. Even if the danger in the great undead world was directed at him, he would be fine as long as he returned to the outer universe. Although he could not be 100% sure, at least it was more secure. However, Chenzong's idea was not wrong, but things would not change according to his will. In the undead world, in a place shrouded in endless darkness, there was a pitch-black mountain. This mountain was 90,000 feet tall, and it looked like a giant finger standing on the ground of the dark abyss. A terrifying aura surrounded it, as if it had existed since ancient times. There was a pitch-black palace at the top of the mountain that resembled a finger. Inside the palace sat a body covered by a black robe. That body could not be seen at all. In fact, under the hood of the black robe, there was only darkness, as if it did not exist. But in an instant, 3 red lights suddenly lit up. They were as red as blood and filled the air with an ominous aura. Immediately, the wide sleeves of the robe fluttered, and a skinny, pitch-black finger suddenly stretched out. With a light tap, a ray of blood-like scarlet light bloomed from the fingertip. In an instant, it broke through the air and shot out of the palace at an extremely fast speed, like an aurora, across the sky. In the dark desolate realm, only that ray of star-like red light suddenly flashed by. It was so fast that words could not describe it. This ray of blood-colored finger force broke through the air like a star-like aurora. Its aura was extremely restrained, and it was difficult to detect, but some experts still sensed it. The fluctuation of the finger of death. Who is it attacking? In a mountain of bones piled up by countless skeletons, a 1,000-meter-long humorous dragon was entrenched. It seemed to be in a deep sleep, but it suddenly raised its head. In its pitch-black eye sockets, pale soul fire burned endlessly, and there seemed to be a trace of seriousness. Saint level, this skeleton was obviously a saint-level undead. That ray of scarlet light streaked across the sky. Not only did it alarm the saint-level skeleton, but it also alarmed the other saint-level undead. This was because only saint-level undead could sense the fluctuation of this finger. Those below the saint level could not sense the slightest bit of aura at all, nor could they catch a glimpse of that ray of light. That ray of light was too fast. That old lich is attacking again. Who provoked him? Among the underworld clan, a saint-level expert opened his eyes and stared at the ray of scarlet light that flashed by, secretly guessing. There were many saint-level experts in the undead world, and it was much more than the outer universe. However, most of them were ordinary saint-level experts, and only a few of them were top saint-level experts. The old lich that they were talking about was one of the top saint-level experts. Normally, such a powerhouse wouldn't make a move easily because everyone knew how terrifying they were and wouldn't provoke them. But now, the old lich, a peak saint rank powerhouse, had made a move and directly used his signature move, the Finger of Death. This made the other saint rank undead feel astonished. However, they were only surprised. They did not plan to attack because it had nothing to do with them. It was fine as long as they were not attacked. The Finger of Death's speed was shocking. It crossed the horizon and directly descended on Qianzong's original position. It directly penetrated the void and attacked Qianzong. At this moment, Qianzong was still waving his sword to open a passage to return to the outer universe. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. A terrifying ray of light that looked like scarlet lightning shot through the air. It was shrouded by death and directly descended, wrapping Qianzong up. He could not move. In an instant, Qianzong could not even wave his sword. That will of death was too terrifying. He did not know how many times stronger it was than him. It was on a completely different level. He could not dodge it, because he could not move at all, his whole body was completely stiff. Everything around him became slow. Qianzong even saw the scarlet ray of light that was as red as blood flying towards him. Move! Qianzong roared in his heart, but it was useless. The gap between their strength and realm was too big to be measured. Even if Qianzong wanted to go against his previous decision and use the secret method of God's arrival to borrow the power of the black mark, he could not do it. But even if he borrowed the power of the black mark, it was useless. It could not allow Qianzong to cross the chasm and have the power of a saint-level expert. Without the power of a saint-level expert, he could not resist the power of the scarlet lightning. This time, was he going to die? Just when Qianzong thought that he was going to die, there seemed to be a shocking sound of a sword. Then, a light shadow appeared. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The light figure appeared and condensed within Qianzong's body, transforming into an illusory figure. The illusory figure was extremely imposing, and its shoulders seemed capable of lifting up the sky. Its eyes were extremely blazing, like the scorching sun that soared through the sky, and it emitted an extremely shocking, imposing, and domineering aura. Qianzong could not help but be stunned. This figure. Wasn't it the Taihao Sword Saint of Taihao Mountain? When did he come? No. As the light and shadow condensed, the impact of the will of death that Qianzong suffered was also isolated in an instant. His mind recovered, and so did his movements. This was not the real Taihao Sword Saint. It was just a power that the Taihao Sword Saint had left in him. This was the mystery of the saint level. Seeing the figure of the Taihao Sword Saint, Qianzong suddenly felt relieved. This was a top saint of the Way of the Sword, the representative of unparalleled attack. Moreover, this was the mezzanine, which did not belong to the outermost universe or the mezzanine, so they would not be oppressed by the will of the death macro world in the mezzanine. The power of the Finger of Death was like a scarlet lightning, carrying with it an extremely terrible will of death. The figure of the Taihao Sword Saint stared at the finger, and a touch of seriousness flashed in his sun-like eyes. What a terrifying finger! If it was the original body here, he would not be afraid and could also break it. However, this was just a power incarnation, and its strength was limited. But it should be able to protect Qianzong. The Finger of Death arrived in an instant. The Taihao Sword Saint clenched his right hand in the void, and endless light condensed and burned. Then he lifted his sword. Qianzong unconsciously widened his eyes and stared at the sword. He felt that the movement of lifting the sword looked very simple and concise, but it had an extraordinary charm. The lifted sword was like a rising sun, blooming with rays of light and heat. The combination of the light and heat turned into an upright power that could not be suppressed and rose and bloomed. The rising sun, however, in just an instant, the blazing sun that soared into the sky was struck by the extremely terrifying finger of death, and was then shattered. The finger of death was the ultimate move of a top saint, and the Taihao sword saint was only a power incarnation. The difference was obvious. After the finger of death broke the rising sun, it pierced through the power incarnation of the Taihao sword saint. However, it did not destroy him. Instead, it was resisted by the power incarnation of the Taihao sword saint. However, the Taihao sword saint's power incarnation looked very serious, and its body was rapidly fading. Its power was continuously consumed by the finger of death. If this continued, the power of the incarnation's power finger of death, the finger of the sword saint's power, and the finger of the sword saint's body, the finger of the power incarnations' power, the power of the sword. The power of the sword of the saint was of the saint of saint, the studio saint of the himself. You have to be more careful in the future, the Taihao sword saint's power incarnation suddenly said. Chenzong knew that this was meant for him. The moment he finished speaking, the Taihao sword saint's power incarnation suddenly burst into flames. It was like a blazing sun that emitted endless heat. It was extremely powerful. The power of the finger of death was immediately consumed in a frenzy. Then, as if it had sensed something, it directly exploded. Once it exploded, an extremely terrifying power poured out, directly tearing and shattering the void of the interlayer universe. Chenzong was unfortunately affected. He fell into the shattered interlayer universe, unable to resist, and kept falling. A beam of light suddenly shot out and landed on Chenzong's body. The surface of Chenzong's body burned continuously, but it did not harm Chenzong at all. Instead, it formed a layer of protection to protect Chenzong. This was the final defense of the Taihao sword saint's power clone. Falling continuously. For a moment, Chenzong was unable to control his body as he continued to fall. It was as if there was an extremely powerful force that was constantly pushing his body. It was also as if there was a suction force that was constantly pulling his body. In the outer universe, on Taihao Mountain. Finger of death, why did that old lich attack? It was as if he was in an independent small world. The extremely imposing figure stood at the peak of the mountain, facing the endless sea of clouds. His eyes flickered incessantly, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Could it be that he sensed Chenzong's extraordinary strength and eliminated the threat in advance? This seemed to be a reasonable reason. However, it was a pity that the strength incarnation that he had secretly left on Chenzong was unable to completely block the finger of death. After all, it was the old lich's ultimate move. It was extremely powerful, and only Linli himself could withstand it. The broken passage should lead there, the Taihao sword saint muttered to himself. He only hoped that Chenzong wouldn't die there. Instead, he would grow up and comprehend the mysteries of the Taihao spirit that belonged to him. He would inherit the Taihao spirit and become the fourth Taihao sword saint. Then, he would be able to follow in the footsteps of the previous two Taihao sword saints and pursue a higher realm of swordway. There was no end to swordway, even the Taihao sword saint, who stood at the peak of the outer universe, thought so. The more one knew, the more one would realize one's ignorance. It sounded contradictory, but it wasn't. It was like a circle. A small circle would have a smaller contact area with the outside world, while a large circle would have a larger contact area with the outside world. A large circle meant that it was more powerful than a small circle, but at the same time, it also meant that it had more contact with the outside world and knew more. However, it also meant that there was more that one didn't know. Cultivation was a kind of exploration. The exploration of oneself, the exploration of the mysteries of heaven and earth, and the exploration of the mysteries of the universe. There was no end to learning, no end to Tao, and no end to cultivation. Chenzong kept falling. Terrible power came from all directions and bombarded him. The power was extremely strong. Fortunately, there was the protection of the Taihao sword saint's power, which helped Chenzong resist the attack of the terrible power from the outside world. However, that energy was also constantly being depleted, and it seemed like it would be completely depleted soon. Chenzong didn't know where he would fall. It was completely out of his control. He only hoped that there wouldn't be any special danger where he fell. Finally, Chenzong didn't know how much time had passed. The protective power on his body was exhausted and disappeared. However, the chaotic power around him also weakened. It was no longer a threat to Chenzong. As he fell, Chenzong immediately felt the aura here. It was a little chaotic and heavy. A suction force spread below him. It was as if an invisible hand was constantly pulling his body. In an instant, Chenzong recognized that it was gravity. The gravity that came from the ground was extremely strong and it continuously pulled Chenzong's body downwards. When Chenzong's feet touched the ground, his expression changed slightly. What a hard ground! Chenzong's superb control over his own body allowed him to feel the hardness of the ground as soon as he touched it. It was astonishingly hard, much harder than any ground he had ever touched before. That kind of hardness was a kind of highly condensed hardness. It was as if rough iron was continuously forged, all impurities were removed, and it was tempered into steel, turning into fine iron. In an instant, Chenzong understood that the gravity here was 10 times that of other places. In such a place, everything would be highly condensed. Similarly, stones would naturally become harder. Therefore, it was normal for the ground to be harder. The gravity was 10 times that of other places. Chenzong was very surprised. Where was this? Why was the gravity so abnormal? For a moment, many thoughts and guesses flashed through Chenzong's mind. However, there was no basis for them. In the outer universe, Chenzong was not a rookie. He had read many ancient books. The collection of books in Taihao Mountain was very rich. However, among all the things he knew, there was no place in the outer universe with such a strong gravity. Of course, it was also possible that he was ignorant. After all, the outer universe was so vast. It was also possible that there were some strange places that had not been set foot on. However, one thing could not be ruled out. This was not the outer universe. If it was not the outer universe, then where could it be? The interlayer universe? No, Chenzong directly rejected this idea. The interlayer universe was the grand world of the dead. It was a world of the dead and was full of death energy. However, Chenzong did not feel the death energy that contained the strong will of death. On the contrary, the death energy was very faint. All kinds of guesses emerged in Chenzong's mind. Combined with the situation here, Chenzong's eyes shone brightly and directly swept across. The light was a little dim, but it did not affect Chenzong's vision. He could clearly see that this place was in a valley. The ground of this valley was extremely hard, and the stones were also extremely hard. There were weeds growing all around. These weeds looked very tough to Chenzong. In a flash, Chenzong appeared next to a weed and directly pulled it up. Sure enough, these weeds were very tough. They were much tougher than any weeds he had encountered in the past. Moreover, the aura contained in these weeds was not to be underestimated. Chenzong was vaguely sure that this place was not the outer universe. Although he had not explored the outer universe, there were many things in the outer universe that were essentially the same. However, at this moment in this valley, Chenzong felt different. It was fundamentally different from the various things he had encountered in the outer universe. For example, this land, this gravity, this valley, these weeds, and so on. Suddenly, a thought popped up in Chenzong's mind. Is this place the inner universe? Chenzong could not help thinking. Chenzong immediately recalled the ancient books about the inner universe that he had read when he was in Taihao Mountain. Although there were not many, there were some descriptions and records of the inner universe. It was mentioned that the gravity of the inner universe was at least 10 times that of the outer universe. There were even some places where the gravity was even more shocking. It exceeded 10 times, reaching 20 times or even 30 times. Because the gravity was greater than that of the outer universe, the density of everything in the inner universe was obviously higher than that of the outer universe. In addition, the aura here was also completely different from that of the outer universe. In short, Chenzong carefully recalled the ancient books about the inner universe that he had read. After comparing them one by one, he increasingly felt that he was in the inner universe at this moment. The inner universe. In the valley, Chenzong took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. His qi was extremely long, and the breath he exhaled was like a cloud of smoke. As it changed, it was like a thunderbolt of sword light that crossed the sky, leaving a sword mark in the air of the valley. However, it was just a trace that disappeared in the blink of an eye. This made Qianzong secretly astonished. If he were in the outer universe, he would be able to tear a crack in space by using his breath to form a sword. How could it be just a faint trace that quickly disappeared, the inner universe? Well, for the time being, this place was the inner universe. It was indeed much stronger than the outer universe. The gravity was at least 10 times stronger, and the strength of space was also many times stronger. Qianzong used his fingers like a sword and directly cut through the void. If he was in the outer universe, this attack would be enough to completely tear the space apart. It would be as easy as a sharp blade tearing through thin paper. However, it was very difficult here. It only left a mark like a pen, and it was a mark that dissipated very quickly. From this point, it was enough to see the difference in the strength of space between the outer universe and the inner universe. As someone who had comprehended and mastered the great path of space origin, Qianzong felt it more clearly. Not only did the strength of space increase, but there were also enhancements in other aspects. It was a qualitative change. Not only space, but time was also different. Qianzong tried to use the flowing breath of time magic. It was indeed possible to use it, but it consumed more than 10 times more power than in the outer universe. Moreover, it was slightly slower when it was launched. The slight difference in time was difficult to see, but for a real master, a slight difference in time was enough to change the outcome of a battle, or even life and death. After adapting to it, Qianzong stepped out of the valley. His speed was very fast, but compared to when he was in the outer universe, it was many times slower. If this is really the inner universe, then it is a world where masters gather. Qianzong muttered to himself as he stepped out of the valley. There was a faint excitement on his face, and he was secretly excited. A world where masters gather, this was the world he yearned for. It was lonely at the top. Although Qianzong had yet to reach the peak of the outer universe, he still considered himself to be invincible among his peers. At least in the outer universe, he wouldn't be able to find a worthy opponent among his peers. Cultivators of the same generation as him, if they could cultivate to the 6th realm, that would be heaven-defying. As for the 7th realm, that was almost impossible. Even if there were exceptions and someone really cultivated to the 7th realm, they would only have just entered the 7th realm and would not be his opponent at all. However, the inner universe was different. If a cultivator from the outer universe or the mesosphere wanted to enter the inner universe, they had to be at least level 7. Of course, this didn't mean that the cultivators in the inner universe had to be at least level 7 emperor level. For example, the great undead world in the mesosphere. Without the strength of a 6th realm emperor, cultivators from the outerverse could forget about entering. Even if they could, they would find it difficult to withstand the pressure of the will of death and the corrosion of the death aura. However, in the outerverse, the weakest was a 4th realm cultivator, which was far inferior to a 6th realm cultivator. However, the 4th realm was born and raised here. As for the inner universe, according to the records, there were no ordinary people there. At the very least, they were equivalent to the 5th realms in the outer universe. 5th realm. The 5th realm was the lowest level in the inner universe. Those who had some success in cultivation would be at the 6th realm, and those who were better would be at the 7th realm. It could be said that there were a lot of level 7 cultivators in the inner universe. Qianzong was looking forward to this. After stepping out of the valley, Qianzong saw a forest of towering ancient trees growing lush and verdant. These ancient trees were at least 100 meters tall. The trunks were thick, and the bark was dark and rough. The leaves were the size of a palm and were black all over. They looked very thick and were covered with black veins. Qianzong didn't recognize what kind of tree it was. He had never seen it before. After looking at it for a while, he didn't pay much attention to it because it was just a very ordinary tree in the inner universe. Of course, although it was ordinary, it would be extraordinary if it was placed in the outer universe. His figure flashed, and like a flash of sword light, he shuttled through the ancient forest and flew out. It was quiet all around. Suddenly, a black light silently flew out from a hidden hole in a big tree. Its speed was extremely fast and shocking. In just a moment, it flew toward Qianzong, making Qianzong feel a trace of fear and threat. Qianzong's eyes focused, and he immediately drew his sword. The sword light broke through the air in an instant and flashed by. The sword technique was exquisite and mysterious, like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky. Even though the black light was extremely fast, and as Qianzong drew his sword, his body also twisted in an instant. It was extremely fast and very natural, and the angle was extremely strange and tricky. However, Qianzong's expression didn't change. Casually, he used the heavenly will sword freely as if he had practiced it thousands of times. They cooperated very well and directly met the attack. It felt as if the black light had taken the initiative to collide with the tip of Qianzong's sword. At the moment of contact, Qianzong's expression changed slightly. The sword in his hand was like an extension of his fingers, connected by blood. Therefore, the touch of the tip of the sword was the same as the touch of his fingertips. The softness, the hardness, the coldness, and the heat were incomparably clear. Therefore, Qianzong knew that the black light was very tough. It was astonishingly tough. His wrist suddenly trembled, and a burst of power burst out. The power penetrated the tip of the sword and instantly broke through the layer of toughness. It drove straight in and then penetrated. The black light disappeared, and a body appeared. It was a strange snake. It was completely black and about half a meter long. Although it was called a snake, it looked more like a long worm. There were countless obscure patterns on its body. After observing it for a while, Qianzong threw the strange snake far away. After all, this strange snake's vitality was astonishing. Qianzong also showed mercy and didn't kill it directly. He did so because he was wary of the black mark. As for keeping it, although its body was very tough, it was still only a sixth realm. However, a normal sixth realm cultivator wouldn't be able to do anything to this strange snake. It was just that it was useless against him. After that, Qianzong was attacked by exotic beasts from time to time. They weren't weak, and Qianzong could be sure of one thing. Even if they were at the same level, the exotic beasts here were stronger than those in the outer universe. This was a difference brought about by the environment. Tempered into steel, steel of the same size or weight, but steel that hadn't been tempered and purified would always be inferior to steel that had been meticulously tempered and purified. After stepping out of the ancient forest, Qianzong saw a field. Stalks of dark green grass grew crazily, and they were all about a meter tall. When the wind blew, it was as if waves were being pushed up one after another. It was like a surging tide, and there was a rustling sound. The rustling sound was like music, adding a sense of danger to the quietness of the place. It was as if something terrifying was lurking in the grass that was more than a meter tall. It was extremely dangerous. Qianzong stopped and focused his gaze. However, he could only see the wave-like grass moving with the wind-like waves. It was difficult to see anything else, and he could only hear the rustling sound in his ears. He spread out his divine consciousness and entered the field. It seeped between the stalks of green grass, but he didn't discover anything. However, there was still a lingering sense of danger in his heart, and it was about to erupt. After thinking about it, Qianzong rose into the air and turned into a streak of sword light, quickly sweeping across the field. It was much more difficult to fly here than in the outer universe, and the consumption of power was much higher. When Qianzong flew more than 10,000 meters, a sudden change occurred. A black shadow suddenly shot up from under the green grass and broke through the air in an instant. It was like a long whip that was suddenly thrown out by a huge force. It carried an astonishing power and turned into a black phantom, directly swinging toward Qianzong. This swing was so powerful that it seemed to be able to crack the sky. It carried an astonishing and incomparably dark power, which made Qianzong's expression change slightly. Sure enough, there was some kind of danger lurking in the field. Previously, his divine consciousness couldn't detect it. It was only because of his well-tempered perception that he sensed the existence of danger. Now, it finally appeared. Qianzong's expression was slightly dignified, but he wasn't afraid at all. His figure flashed, and he directly dodged the attack and continued to fly forward. In such a strange place, it was best not to fight first to avoid more accidents. However, the whip-like black shadow didn't intend to let Qianzong go. In bursts of sharp sounds, it quickly chased after him like a maggot in a tarsal bone. It seemed that it wouldn't give up until it caught up with Qianzong. Qianzong's speed was very fast. With a burst of power, he immediately got rid of the black shadow. Immediately, a second black shadow broke through the air and blasted toward Qianzong from the front, directly intercepting him. It was a pincer attack from the front and back. Qianzong's figure flashed again, and he dodged again. A third black shadow appeared and attacked again, and then a fourth. There was a black shadow bombarding him from all directions. Qianzong immediately felt threatened. Suddenly, the sword light flashed, and immediately cut through it. The moment it cut through, Qianzong's expression couldn't help but change. The touch told him that this thing was extremely tough, and he had to use another burst of power. The heavenly will sword trembled slightly, and a sharp light flashed across the sword, and then it was cut in half. When a black shadow was cut apart, an extremely sharp and terrifying voice suddenly rang out from the plains. It transformed into an invisible sound wave that was like an invisible arrow that had left the bow. It pierced through the air and shot out, causing Qianzong's expression to involuntarily change as he felt a great sense of danger. The cut of Qianzong's sword was like poking a hornet's nest. Accompanied by a terrible sharp sound, the field shook, as if there were 10,000 beasts galloping. In the next moment, the tough grass was broken, as if it was directly smashed by something. A large number of black shadows suddenly broke out of the ground and rushed to the sky. In a flash, there were hundreds of black shadows, each as thick as a person, carrying a terrible power. They all blasted toward Qianzong in the sky, and Qianzong's expression changed greatly. With his powerful eyesight, Qianzong was able to clearly see that the black shadow was a tentacle. It was pitch black, extremely tough and elastic, and its surface was covered with lumps. It was extremely terrifying. A single tentacle wasn't much of a threat to him, but dozens of tentacles that erupted in an instant were extremely terrifying. Godlike sword Tao, dozens of pitch-black tentacles swept across the sky, attacking wildly like long whips. They were extremely powerful and terrifying. Qianzong's expression was extremely grave. Burst out, in an instant, Qianzong no longer hid his strength. He completely burst out. The heavenly gold sword physique was activated to the extreme. The platinum divine inscriptions emitted an astonishing sharpness, as if they could cut through everything in the world. The star-shattering sword essence also burst out to the extreme. It was extremely powerful. Burst out, in an instant, the sword chi burst out like a torrent bursting a dam. The heavenly will sword hummed as if it was cheering. It also burst out with a monstrous sword might. Slash, just one slash of the sword cut through the sky, leaving a scar in the sky. It was directly torn apart. Qianzong's cultivation was at the 7th realm upper tier, but his strength was beyond that. He had reached the half-saint level. The full power of his sword technique was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, like a ring of stars exploding, it swept in all directions. The astonishing sword chi swept past, and the tenacious tentacles were immediately cut off, one after another. As the tentacles were continuously cut off, extremely sharp cries rang out. One after another, they rushed into the sky like invisible arrows, wanting to penetrate Qianzong. In a flash, Qianzong immediately dodged and flew into the distance. Fast, however, the entire grassland seemed to be in a riot. Sharp cries rang out. In an instant, tentacles broke out of the ground. The grass was crushed by the tentacles and turned into ashes. Hundreds of tentacles, thousands of tentacles, it was as if countless tentacles broke through the sky, densely packed. The grassland seemed to be made up of countless tentacle monsters. The sky was completely covered. Crazy, extremely crazy, Qianzong's expression changed greatly. He sheathed the heavenly will sword and pulled it out. Heavenly light sword drawing technique level 6, swallows fly in pairs, 3 streaks of sword light slashed out in all directions, directly covering and cutting off dozens of tentacles. Qianzong's sword had already been sheathed. His speed exploded again, and he rushed forward without caring about the consumption of his strength. He was extremely fast. In a flash, he rushed out of the encirclement of the tentacles and rushed forward. The field was not particularly vast. With Qianzong's speed, it would not take long for him to cross it. However, the tentacles' attacks delayed him and increased the difficulty. Qianzong's expression was solemn. He flew through the air with his sword and saw the edge of the wilderness. However, in front of him, there were pitch-black tentacles that kept rushing up, covering the sky and the sun. They kept gathering and condensing into a huge ball. The sphere became even more exaggerated. It was already several hundred meters in size and had grown a head and 4 limbs. It looked like a terrifying giant covered in tentacles. Astonishing power continued to gather. Chen Zong's expression was solemn. His spiritual energy surged and condensed into a single entity. His entire body's power flowed into the scabbard at his waist. The heavenly will sword vibrated, ready to be unsheathed at any moment to unleash its most powerful strike. He drew his sword, the sword light suddenly flashed at that moment. Heavenly light sword drawing technique level 6, piercing the 9 heavens, Chen Zong did not hesitate to use the most powerful strike. The moment the sword left the scabbard, the void was directly cut open. However, it was only a little more than 100 meters long. It was completely incomparable to the outer universe and the mesosphere. Moreover, Chen Zong also discovered that the energy consumption of this sword strike had increased by many times. However, the power of this strike was still very powerful. The terrifying giant made up of countless tentacles was cut in half in an instant. Chen Zong immediately rushed into the crack and flew away. Roar, the giant kept roaring and roaring. It was extremely angry. Suddenly, it exploded and turned into tentacles. It was extremely violent. Like a torrent of pitch-black tentacles, it chased after Chen Zong in a frenzy. It was as if it would not stop until one of them was dead. However, Chen Zong was extremely fast. In an instant, he had rushed out 1,000 meters and out of the field. When Chen Zong rushed out of the field, the crazily chasing tentacles paused for a moment, as if they had sensed something. They stopped abruptly, but did not immediately withdraw. Instead, they seemed to be hesitating whether to continue the chase. Finally, a sharp cry full of unwillingness suddenly came from the depths of the field. It was extremely sad and indignant, but also full of strong malice and murderous intent. The tentacles seemed to be summoned and withdrew one after another. Chen Zong also noticed the situation behind him and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Zong felt that the tentacles were very strange and very dangerous. If he did not rush out of the field and continued to fight in it, although he could cut off the tentacles, he did not know whether he would be able to fight to the end. Chen Zong was shocked. With his current strength, there were very few people who could defeat him, unless it was an extremely top expert at the half-saint level or the saint level. There were also very few people who could cause him trouble. However, the individual strength of the tentacles was actually not very strong. They were not a threat to him at all, but there were many of them. When they gathered together, the threat was very frightening. If he did not escape and continue to fight, Chen Zong felt that he would be at a disadvantage. After rushing out of the field, Chen Zong saw some hills and forests sparsely. He did not feel any threat. Not long after, Chen Zong saw some figures. Chen Zong's thoughts turned, and he immediately flew towards those few people. These people were all young men. They did not look very old, about 20 years old or so. Of course, it was hard to tell their exact ages. What surprised Chen Zong was that these people's aura fluctuations were very strong. They were all at the 7th realm of the Emperor level. Chen Zong couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Just a few people he casually saw were so young, but they were all at the Emperor level. Wasn't this too shocking? Although he could not tell their exact ages, Chen Zong was sure that these people should not be too old. They should belong to the younger generation. Younger generation of Emperor-level powerhouses, shocking, Chen Zong guessed. Was this really the inner universe, then? Was it the normal level, or was it a higher level? At least in the outer universe, among the younger generation, it was really difficult to find a second Emperor level other than himself. Even if there was, it was very, very rare. There were not many in the entire outer universe. However, he saw several here. Was it a coincidence? Chen Zong did not think so. He could only say that there should be many Emperor-level powerhouses in the younger generation here. But if it's the inner universe, the division of realms should be different, Chen Zong thought to himself. In the inner universe, the weakest was the 5th realm. That was the normal level that could be reached easily. As for the 6th realm, it was more difficult, but it was not difficult. The 7th realm was even more difficult. However, as long as one had a certain amount of talent, enough effort, and a few opportunities, it was not difficult to break through to the Emperor level. Of course, the cultivation realms in the inner universe were not divided as much as in the outer universe. They were divided into 4 levels: the human level, the earth level, the heaven level, and the saint level. In addition to the saint level, the other 3 levels of heaven, earth, and human had more detailed divisions. Chenzong found the division very interesting. It was 12 stars. Below the saint level, there were 3 levels of 12 stars. Every level from 1 star to 9 stars belonged to the normal range. However, the 10th, 11th, and 12th stars that surpassed 9 stars were equivalent to the levels of the minor, great, and transcendent realms. This was the same as the void combat power division in the outer universe and even the void where he was born. Thinking of this, Chenzong was suddenly stunned. It was as if an electric current had flashed through his mind, and a trace of inspiration burst forth. Could the 12-star division of combat power have been transmitted from the inner universe, or could it have been transmitted from the outer universe? However, Chenzong was more inclined to the former. Chenzong thought of the core universe again. Could the division of combat power have been transmitted from the core universe? Such a question did not bother Chenzong for long because Chenzong would not think too much about it. There was no need for him to indulge in it. Even if he knew where the division of combat power came from, what could he do? Would it be helpful to his cultivation? It did not seem to be. However, he did not know what stars his combat power belonged to here. "What can I do for you, sir?" When Chenzong approached the few young men, their gazes immediately focused on him. Their gazes were filled with vigilance as they stared at Chenzong. "My name is Chenzong. I came from afar. May I ask where this place is?" Chenzong saluted with his sword and said unhurriedly, "Your aura." Among the 4 young men, the one with the most powerful aura narrowed his eyes slightly. He sized up Chenzong as if he wanted to see through Chenzong. Immediately, he shook his head slightly, as if he was not sure. "My name is Xianxia. This is the territory of Ancient Phoenix Mountain and Sky Phoenix City." Ancient Phoenix Mountain and Sky Phoenix City, Chenzong repeated in a low voice. He had indeed never heard of it before. However, as long as he knew some information, he would be able to gradually understand the situation here. With the first sentence as a starting point, Chenzong continued to ask questions. Of course, in order to not expose his identity as coming from the outer universe and cause unnecessary trouble, Chenzong did not ask very directly. It was a kind of vague probing, silent and undetectable. Although Chenzong was not good at communicating, he had experienced many things after cultivating for so many years. He was not a hothead. In the vague conversation and subtle probing, Chenzong gradually found out more information. Ancient Phoenix Mountain was a famous force in the inner universe. It covered a very large area and was the territory of the Ancient Phoenix clan. At the foot of Ancient Phoenix Mountain, there were many cities, and Sky Phoenix City was one of them. The Ancient Phoenix clan was a clan with an ancient beast bloodline. In the inner universe, ancient beast bloodlines were not rare, but there were not many ancient beast bloodlines at the top. The Ancient Phoenix clan was one of them. The reason why these 4 young men came from afar to Sky Phoenix City was that they heard a piece of news. The current Holy Maiden of Ancient Phoenix Mountain was coming to Sky Phoenix City, and their purpose was to see the Ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. They even had a slight ambition to see if they could be chosen by the Ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden and become her bodyguard. They would be able to get close to the Ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden and even have a chance to win her heart, and their status would rise greatly. The Ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. Hearing these 4 words, Chenzong's heart trembled unconsciously. Divine Sword Dao. Among these 4 young emperor-level powerhouses, the most powerful one was called Xianxia, and the other 3 were Wang Wan, Wang Feng, and Li Bei. Through Chenzong's conversation with them, he had unknowingly inquired about their origins. They were not rogue cultivators, but from a powerful force called the Wind King sect. They were fellow disciples of the same sect. Chenzong also finally knew that in the inner universe, there were quite a number of young emperor-level, young heaven-level powerhouses. Basically, as long as one had a suitable cultivation technique, enough talent, and one's own efforts and opportunities, it was very easy to break through to the heaven level. This was because in the inner universe, unless one was trying to break through to the saint level, one would not have to face any Tao tribulations when breaking through to the human, low level, or even heaven level. the difficulty of advancement was reduced by more than 10 times. Overall, it was very easy for a cultivator in the inner universe to break through to the heaven level, which was equivalent to the emperor level. It was more than 1,000 times easier than in the outer universe. This caused the number of heaven-level powerhouses in the inner universe to be many times more than in the outer universe, and they tended to be younger. Of course, only living beings in the inner universe could advance so quickly and so easily. If a cultivator from the outer or mesosphere came from the outer or mesosphere, their speed of advancement would not be much faster than in the outer or mesosphere, unless they had some special opportunity. However, there was another point. In the inner universe, except for saint-level powerhouses, other outsiders would not be suppressed by the inner universe's will. However, because they had just arrived, they needed to adapt to the unique environment here. The gravity and suppression were many times higher than in the outside world. When using martial arts, there would be more energy consumption and so on. Chenzong's ability to adapt was very amazing. Now, he had completely adapted to it. Although Chenzong had read the ancient books of the inner universe in Taihao Mountain, it was his first time here, and he was not familiar with it. At least, although Chenzong had seen records of ancient Phoenix Mountain in the ancient books, he was not familiar with Heavenly Phoenix City. Chenzong went with Yang Yi and the other 3 to Heavenly Phoenix City. Since he had come to the inner universe, he had to stay here for a while to look for Yun Yanxin. Maybe Yun Yanxin would come to the inner universe by chance. Another point was that he had come to the inner universe by chance, so he had to train here. Especially when Chenzong knew that there were many emperor-level powerhouses here, and they tended to be young, Chenzong's heart was filled with uncontrollable excitement. This was a world where powerhouses were everywhere. It was a world where geniuses ran rampant. It was a world that was more powerful than the outer universe. In such a place, one could obtain greater and better training and become stronger. If a sword was not sharpened, its edge would be thwarted. If the sword was. He had to find people, and he also had to train. They had to go hand in hand. Moreover, when Chenzong heard the words ancient phoenix goddess, a feeling appeared in his heart. It seemed to be an intuition, but it also seemed to be an inspiration. Chenzong even wondered if this so-called ancient phoenix goddess was related to Nianxin. Could it be that Nianxin was really from the inner universe, and was related to the ancient phoenix goddess, or was she directly beside the ancient phoenix goddess? As for Yun Yanxin being the ancient phoenix goddess herself, Chenzong felt that the possibility was very low. After all, Yun Yanxin was from the outer universe, not the inner universe. No matter what, since this kind of heart appeared, Chenzong felt that he had to go and see the so-called ancient phoenix goddess with his own eyes. Maybe his feeling was right, and Yun Yanxin was really beside the ancient phoenix goddess. When the time came, he could take her away. Based on this, he had to go to Heavenly Phoenix City. Along the way, Chenzong also found that many people were rushing to Heavenly Phoenix City. Some of the voices he vaguely heard were basically related to the 2 words ancient phoenix. In other words, the purpose of these people was to go to Heavenly Phoenix City to see the ancient phoenix goddess. No, not just to see, they even wanted to become the ancient phoenix goddess's guard. Because there was news that the ancient phoenix goddess's purpose in coming to Heavenly Phoenix City this time was to choose a guard. The ancient Phoenix Mountain was one of the top forces in this world, and there was only one ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. Her status, whether it was in the ancient Phoenix Mountain or in this world, was astonishingly high. The ancient Phoenix goddess could be said to be the object of love in the hearts of countless men, and also the object of envy of many women. Being able to see the ancient Phoenix goddess at a close distance was a kind of honor, and if they could become the ancient Phoenix goddess's guard, it was a blessing cultivated by 10 lifetimes. It was a great fortune. Not to mention the glory of the identity, becoming the ancient Phoenix goddess's guard would also allow them to enjoy the resources of the ancient Phoenix Mountain and become stronger. So, who wouldn't be tempted? The Wind King sect that Yang Yi and the others were in could also be considered a powerful force, but compared to the ancient Phoenix Mountain, the gap was very big. They dreamed of becoming a member of the ancient Phoenix Mountain, but unfortunately, due to various factors, it was an extravagant hope. However, if they could become the ancient Phoenix goddess's guard, it was equivalent to joining the ancient Phoenix Mountain, and they could enjoy many benefits of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. The people rushing to Heavenly Phoenix City were mostly the younger generation. There were men and women, and there were Earth Tier and Heaven Tier. However, there were basically no 5th-level human tier cultivators. All of them were very enthusiastic. During this time, Chen Zong also saw some conflicts. Most of them were between the younger generation, or there were conflicts that existed before, and now that he saw it, it was inevitable that a fight would break out. Or there were conflicts that broke out because of something on the way. The most direct reason was that they didn't like the look of it. See you explode with anger the moment you say something, and without any hesitation, you directly roll up your sleeves and start a fight. This kind of situation was not rare, and it meant that it was normal. Chen Zong couldn't help but ponder, and then he immediately understood. In the outer universe, any Emperor Tier or even Monarch Tier cultivator had gone through many years of cultivation. Even those who were extremely talented, such as those with innate godly bodies, would need to spend a lot of time to do so. Years of cultivation and experience constantly sharpened one's willpower and temperament, and constantly settled down, gradually getting rid of the frivolity of youth. Even some people with a more arrogant personality would not easily start a fight after many years of training and settling down. Only people who weren't mature enough would start a fight just by looking at you. The cultivation environment of the inner universe was too good, many times better than that of the outer universe. It caused the cultivators here to have fewer obstacles, and their cultivation speed was also faster. It was easier to achieve a speed of improvement that could not be achieved in the outer universe. Rapid improvement, and there were no sequelae such as overdrawing one's potential, was admittedly a good thing. However, compared to the cultivators in the outer universe, it lacked a kind of settling down. Lacking this settling down was like lacking a lot of experience, and people were not mature enough. Of course, not all the younger generation were like this. Because there were always people with outstanding temperaments. A dark red city appeared in front of them, towering above the ground, giving off a majestic feeling. This city stood tall, like a weather-beaten giant beast crawling on the ground, extremely majestic, as if it would never change even after hundreds of years of vicissitudes. "Brother Chen, let's go in," Xianxia said with a smile, somewhat inexplicably excited and emotional. The other three were the same. Heavenly Phoenix City, this was Heavenly Phoenix City, and they finally had the chance to meet the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. In fact, they even had the chance to compete and become the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's personal bodyguard. That would be an incomparable glory. Not only would they gain fame, but they would also gain substantial benefits. They would become even stronger. What was the most important thing for a cultivator? Cultivation and strength. The five of them followed the crowd and walked toward the large city gate of Heavenly Phoenix City. The city gate was tall and majestic, and its aura was condensed and ancient. Patterns of phoenix birds were carved on it, vivid and lifelike. On both sides of the city gate stood soldiers wearing heavy armor and holding long spears. The aura they exuded was very condensed, obviously reaching the peak of the 6th level, which made Chen Zong secretly shocked. These were only a few soldiers guarding the city gate, and it was really shocking. Moreover, the aura on their bodies was condensed, and they were obviously elites who had experienced hundreds of battles, and not ordinary soldiers could compare to them. Although he was surprised, Chen Zong stepped into Heavenly Phoenix City under the gazes of the soldiers. As for the identity check and the like, it seemed that there was no need. It showed the confidence of Heavenly Phoenix City, or a kind of confidence of ancient Phoenix Mountain. Whoever dared to cause trouble here would offend Heavenly Phoenix City, and even ancient Phoenix Mountain. Ancient Phoenix Mountain was a big force in this world, one of the top forces. Offending such a big force was no different from seeking one's own death. Of course, there were no absolutes in the world, but it had nothing to do with Chen Zong. In Heavenly Phoenix City, people came and went, and it was very lively. The degree of liveliness was a little shocking. "Brother Chen, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden hasn't arrived yet. We plan to go to the Star Battle Pagoda to test our combat strength. Do you want to come with us?" Xianxia asked. "Okay." Chen Zong nodded immediately. Chen Zong was actually very curious about his current combat strength. After all, here, it was not like in the Lingwu sacred world, where the battle stars would condense. It was difficult to know, and he could only test it to find out. Chen Zong was also a little curious about how the Star Battle Pagoda in the inner universe looked like. Would it be the same as the Star Battle Pagoda that he had challenged before? Star Battle Pagoda existed in many cities. Basically, there were 3 Star Battle Pagoda in each city, and it was specially used for human, earth, and heaven rank cultivators to test their combat strength. Each Star Battle Pagoda had 12 floors, which represented the combat strength of the 12-star level. The number of floors one could pass represented the combat strength of the 12-star level. If one could pass all 12 floors, it did not represent the combat strength of the 12-star level, but an even higher level. It was an invincible level that surpassed the 12-star level. A tall tower, completely black, stood on the ground of heavenly Phoenix City. It was like a huge spear that pointed to the sky. It was majestic to the extreme, and it was the heaven-level Star Battle Pagoda. This was the Star Battle Pagoda. It looked to be at least 10,000 feet tall, and it was divided into 12 floors. There were a total of 12 stars, and there was a star mark on each floor, representing each floor. Divine Sword Tao, second update, the Black Tower was tall and towered into the sky. It was majestic and would never fall. Usually, not many people would challenge the Star Battle Tower, but now, there were more than 10 times the number. This was because the news of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden coming to Sky Phoenix City had spread, attracting many prodigies and even geniuses. But now, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden had not arrived yet. These prodigies naturally wanted to challenge the Star Battle Tower to spread their names. Life was nothing more than the pursuit of fame and benefits. Fame and benefits were a part of life. Even sage-level cultivators could not avoid it. Especially for the younger generation, making a name for themselves was a must. Everyone wanted to be number one, to be the person standing at the peak, to be able to look down on others and see how small they were. Only then would it be a wonderful world. In front of the Star Battle Tower, there were more than 100 heaven-level cultivators present. There were even more people coming from all directions. Even those who were not challenging the tower chose to watch. At this moment, the stars on the 8th level of the Star Battle Tower, which were originally dim, suddenly lit up. Someone has reached the 8th level. I wonder who it is? Every time, 10 people would challenge the Star Battle Pagoda. In other words, 10 people would form a group and challenge the Star Battle Pagoda together. When someone reached a certain level, the star on that level would light up. However, the people outside would not be able to determine who lit up the star. They could only wait until the end of the challenge and judge based on the order of the people who exited the pagoda. According to my guess, it should be Lu Tsongyan. Among the 10 people, only he has such strength. Lu Tsongyan? I also think it should be him. Lu Tsongyan's saber skills are exquisite. With the reputation of the silent saber, it should be him. There were sounds of discussion in the surroundings. These discussions were not far away, and Chen Zong also heard them. It was worth mentioning that the cultivators of the inner universe were not the origin race of the outer universe. Instead, they were closer to the human race. Of course, they were only close in appearance. They were not the silver-haired and double-pupiled origin race, but they were closer to the human race's black hair and black eyes. However, the inner universe was mainly based on bloodlines. Those without bloodlines would find it difficult to stand out. The people of the inner universe also had surnames and names, unlike the origin race, who only had names and no surnames. Although Chen Zong had been in the outerverse for over 100 years, he was still not used to the names of the outerverse. Without a surname, the name was a little strange. After all, with a surname in front, there was a sense of regularity. Without a surname, it would be a little awkward. Brother Chen, let's challenge the tower together later. Yang Yi, who had finished registering, walked to Chen Zong's side and said. Thank you, Brother Yang. How much is the registration fee? I'll pay you later, Chen Zong said with a smile. In order to challenge the Star Battle Tower, one had to first preserve their life and pay the registration fee. After that, they would have to challenge the tower in order. It was not a place that one could challenge just because they wanted to. Brother Chen, you are being too polite. It's just a registration fee. It's nothing, Yang Yi said with a laugh. Along the way, Yang Yi and the other 3 had a good impression of Chen Zong. After all, Chenzong's knowledge was extensive and profound. Not only did they acknowledge him, but they also admired him. During this period of time, although it was not a long time, they had already regarded Chenzong as a friend. The registration fee was nothing to them. Chenzong was not a pretentious person. He insisted on returning the registration fee. It was the other party's kindness. He accepted it and would return this small favor when he had the chance in the future. Why did he say so? Because the currency circulating in the inner universe was different from the currency circulating in the outerverse. In the outerverse, the currency was cosmos crystal, but in the inner universe, it was called mystic coin. It was cast from a special kind of crystal. The craftsmanship was very complicated and extraordinary. Mystic coin was recognized as the currency circulating in the inner universe. The value of many treasures was based on mystic coin. Chenzong had just arrived and did not have the so-called mystic coin on him. He had not encountered any bandits or villains who wanted to rob him, so naturally, he did not obtain any mystic coins. Of course, Chenzong could sell some treasures, but the treasures in the outerverse were ultimately different from the inner universe. It was inevitable that his identity would be exposed. The inner universe was different from the interlayer. The interlayer only had the undead. When living beings entered the interlayer, they would be different and would be distinguished. Chenzong was a human. His appearance was similar to the people of the inner universe, so he would not be distinguished. It was difficult to move an inch without money. This was the reason. Chenzong knew that he needed to earn some mystic coins in the future. The more, the better. Otherwise, if he encountered any useful treasures but missed them because of a lack of mystic coins, it would be a great regret. As for now, he was ready to challenge the Star Battle Pagoda and see what level his strength was at in the inner universe. Chenzong felt that the cultivation path of the inner universe was more perfect and brilliant than that of the outerverse. He could not help but feel a sense of anticipation in the depths of his heart. Finally, the group of people challenging the Star Battle Pagoda came out. Just as these people had speculated, the one who had reached the 8th floor was Lu Tsongyan. He carried a long saber on his back and looked somewhat mature, but there was a hidden light in the depths of his eyes. 8-star combat strength. Most of the gazes that looked at Lu Tsongyan were envious. Of course, there were also disdainful gazes. However, it was not clear whether they were truly disdainful or just pretending to be disdainful. Chenzong carefully sensed that Lu Tsongyan's cultivation was equivalent to the 7th level of the heaven stage. Judging from the fluctuations that he had inadvertently leaked when he appeared, he should be at the peak of the heaven stage, which was equivalent to the 7th level of the heaven stage, which was equivalent to his own realm. Peak of the heaven stage, 8-star combat strength. Chenzong was not sure whether this level of strength was high or low because there was no standard to judge. However, Chenzong soon deduced the general situation from the discussions of the people around him. However, he could not be 100% sure. However, if he continued to watch and observe the situation of the other people challenging the pagoda, he would have a more accurate judgment. There were 10 people in one batch, and the next batch after Lu Tsongyan did not perform so well. The best among them was the 6th level, and the next batch was even worse. The best among them was the 5th level. However, the next batch was directly defeated. Someone passed the 9th level and entered the 10th level. Although he was defeated and could not light up the stars on the 10th level, it still caused a wave of shock. This was because the person who passed the 9th level and entered the 10th level was a young man, not a middle-aged man. Young and middle-aged represented 2 different levels. It was like there was always a difference between a person who had cultivated for 100 years and a person who had cultivated for 200 years. And this person's cultivation was at the peak of the heaven stage. The cultivation levels of the heaven stage were divided into beginner, small success, peak, and peak. It was the same as the division of the outer universe, but there was an additional combat strength. Of course, in the inner universe, there was no such thing as the half-saint level. There were only differences in combat strength. Perhaps 1 star to 9 stars represent the strength of the overlord level, and 10 stars to 12 stars represent the strength of the half-saint level. Chenzong secretly speculated. He was not completely sure, but there was some possibility. Then, in the outer universe, he had the strength of the half-saint level. What about the inner universe? How many stars would his combat strength be? Brother Chen, it's our turn. Yang Yi's voice came into his ears. Yang Yi's cultivation was at the small success of the heaven stage. As for the other three, they were at the beginner level of the heaven stage. In addition to Chen Zong's group of 5, there were 5 other people who were also challenging the tower. The lowest was at the beginner level of the heaven stage, and the highest was at the peak of the heaven stage. Although he had already seen some of them, Chen Zong could not help but feel a little emotional. The inner universe was really a terrifying world. There were really many young overlord-level masters. There were more than 100 of them around the heaven stage battle star tower, and there were even heaven stage masters who were twice as young as them coming from time to time. To be able to reach the heaven stage in the younger generation, they could be considered geniuses. Of course, there were also prodigies and so on. The peak of the heaven stage had a long sword at his waist. He was dressed in a light blue robe, and there was a faint arrogance on his face. He had the right to be arrogant because he was very young, but he was already at the peak of the heaven stage. His strength was not weak at all, and he could be called a prodigy. The blue-robed youth's gaze swept across, and in an instant, he sized up the 10 people who were going to challenge the Battle Star Tower with him. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a smile, a proud smile. None of these people were at the peak of the heaven stage. They were destined to be his stepping stones to show off his excellence. However, when his gaze swept across Chen Zong, he frowned slightly. This was because he realized that he could not see through Chen Zong's cultivation. That feeling of being integrated into one was very strange, and he could not see through it at all. He then sneered. It was just some small tricks, hiding the head and showing the tail. He did not even dare to reveal his true cultivation. It was probably too low and he was afraid of embarrassing himself. There were many kinds of people in this world. Because their cultivation was too low, they would use some kind of secret technique or artifact to deliberately conceal their aura fluctuations. Of course, there were also some very strong people who did this in order not to let others see through them. However, the blue-robed youth, Bai Lian, felt that this person's cultivation was not high enough. He estimated that he was at the beginning of the heaven stage, or even just barely. He did not want to be looked down upon, so he used such a method. Enter the tower. In an instant, the 10 people stepped out one after another. The moment they came into contact with the Battle Star Tower, their bodies disappeared as if they were swallowed, and they reappeared inside the tower. Chen Zong immediately realized that the other 9 people had disappeared. He was the only one who had appeared in the darkness. Suddenly, a light lit up, illuminating the surroundings. A figure also stepped out of the darkness in the distance. Chen Zong had actually seen similar scenes many times. For example, in the Linggu Saint's world, in the Void, in the Outer Universe, and so on. Similar challenges were mostly the same. The only difference was the strength and skill of the challengers. The sound of footsteps continuously rang out as the figure approached step by step. His aura also continuously condensed, becoming more and more astonishing and tyrannical. When he was 100 meters away, suddenly, an intense light flashed and bloomed. End of chapter. Third update, seeking another wave of monthly votes, intense streams of light streaked across the sky. A cold star arrived first, then shot out like a dragon, carrying with it an astonishing radiance that pierced through and shattered everything. Chen Zong did not move. His eyes focused, and a sharp light shot out. He immediately saw his opponent's every move clearly, and the trajectory of the radiance was also incomparably clear. When the radiance was about to reach him, Chen Zong's body swayed slightly, as gentle as a willow in the wind, but he still managed to dodge the attack. He did not counterattack. Chen Zong's goal was to see the fighting methods and techniques of the inner universe. With the radiance in his hand, Chen Zong felt as if a true martial arts expert was using his techniques to fight against him. In a place like the Star Battle Pagoda, the opponents that appeared were not real people, but puppets. Of course, if there was a more advanced technique, it would be a mirage, the mirage of a powerhouse. Chen Zong did not know what kind of technique it was, but such a technique was truly astonishing. After dodging a few times, Chen Zong also figured out his opponent's technique. He pointed his finger like a sword, and a cold light shot out, instantly bypassing the radiance and heading straight for his opponent, killing him with a single finger. This opponent was only on the first level, which meant that he was a 1-star. Although Qianzong did not know what level his combat strength was in the inner universe, it was definitely not as simple as a 1-star. Outside the Star Battle Pagoda, many people were staring at the stars on the pagoda. The stars on the first level had already lit up, emitting a dazzling light. The stars on the second level were also lit up. Soon after, the stars on the third level also lit up, shining with incomparable brilliance. So fast, he's already reached the third level. No, it's the fourth level. It's Flying Star Sword by Lian, right? Their 100-mile sword technique is famous. Flying Star Sword by Lian is indeed a famous sword prodigy in the ancient Phoenix domain. Apart from him, no one else can reach the fourth level so quickly. I wonder if the Flying Star Sword will be able to clear the 10th level this time? Amidst the discussions, the stars on the 5th level lit up, causing another round of commotion. The inner universe was known as the ancient mystic world. The inner universe was divided into domains, and the ancient Phoenix domain was one of the large domains. The leader of this domain was the ancient Phoenix Mountain. However, besides the ancient Phoenix Mountain, there were many other forces, large and small, that existed within the ancient Phoenix domain. Among them, the most powerful forces were closer to the ancient Phoenix Mountain. Of course, they could not be compared to the ancient Phoenix Mountain. After all, the ancient Phoenix Mountain was the ruler of the ancient Phoenix domain. They were a true giant and were an extremely ancient existence. They had an unparalleled foundation and strength. Other than giants like the ancient Phoenix Mountain, the powers below them were known as heavenly powers. The powers above them were known as earthly powers. The powers below them were known as mortal powers. Those below mortal powers were known as unrated powers. Within the ancient Phoenix domain, the Bailey clan belonged to the heavenly powers. As for the Wind King sect, which Yang Yi and the other three came from, it belonged to the earthly powers. On the 5th level of the Star Battle Pagoda, Bailey Yan's body was surrounded by a sword light. As he pointed his sword forward, the sword light suddenly exploded. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, it instantly bombarded the figure in front of him. The figure was instantly pierced through. Under the devastating sword chi, the figure was directly shattered into pieces. After the sword light shattered the enemy, it turned around in midair like a meteor streaking across the sky. As Bailey Yan's sword returned to its scabbard, everything looked so carefree and calm. Bailey Yan had a faint smile on his face as he stepped through the door and entered the 6th level. To him, the first 8 levels of the Star Battle Pagoda were not difficult. Only when he reached the 9th level would he need to use his true strength to pass it. However, that was half a year ago. After half a year of cultivation, his cultivation base had improved and his strength had increased. He should be able to pass the 9th level faster. As for whether he could pass the 10th level, Bailey Yan hoped that he could. On the 3rd level of the Star Battle Pagoda, Qianzong pointed his sword forward. After defeating his opponent, the door appeared and he stepped into the 4th level. The reason was simple. To Qianzong, these opponents were all very important. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to experience the martial arts of the inner universe, Qianzong could have rushed up at an even faster speed. That speed would have made Bailey Yan feel despair. On the 4th level, Qianzong first observed the martial arts of his opponents and then counterattacked to kill them. The martial arts of the inner universe and the outer universe were not very different. However, if one looked at the details, they were indeed more exquisite and gave off a more complete feeling. When it came to the cultivation civilization, perhaps the outer universe was slightly later than the inner universe. However, he was not here to decipher the secrets or to find out which cultivation civilization was earlier. He was here to find Xianxia and train himself. Seeing more of the martial arts of the inner universe would be very beneficial to his training. The higher he went, the stronger his opponents would be. Their martial arts realms would also be more profound. For example, if two people had the same cultivation base and the same cultivation technique, then the difference in their combat strength would be determined by the strength of their martial arts. If the cultivation technique and martial arts were the same and the cultivation base was the same, then the difference in their combat strength would be closely related to the difference in their martial arts realms. On the Star Battle Pagoda, the stars lit up one after another. Soon, the 9th star was lit up and emitted a dazzling light. Gasps could be heard all around the Star Battle Pagoda. 9 stars, in fact, it was not that easy to attain a 9-star combat strength. Some people cultivated to the peak of the heaven stage, but their combat strength was not at the 9-star level. Some were even at the 7-star level. Those who had a 9-star combat strength could be called geniuses or even prodigies. As for those who broke through the 9-star level and had the combat strength of a Lemmeter, they were no longer at the level of ordinary prodigies. They were at the level of top prodigies or even peerless prodigies. Bai Lian reached the 9th floor, and Chenzong also reached the 9th floor. The opponents on the 9th level were very powerful and had a true 9-star combat strength. Of course, the opponents on each level of the Star Battle Pagoda were of the lowest level. Only by defeating them would one be able to prove that they had the combat strength of the corresponding star level. With 2 sabers in hand, a storm of saber light was set off in an instant. It was dense and violent, erupting with an unparalleled power as it mercilessly slashed at Chenzong. Chenzong's expression turned solemn. This saber technique was so violent and shocking that he had no choice but to draw his sword. In the first 8 levels, the Heavenly Will Sword had not been drawn, but the opponents on the 9th level were very strong. If he did not use his sword, it would be difficult to defeat them with just his sword fingers. Then, it was time to draw his sword. The Heavenly Will Sword flashed, and the sword light pierced through the air. It was extremely sharp as it slashed into the storm of saber light. It was like a hot knife through butter. Chenzong did not immediately defeat his opponent. Despite having such strength, he continued to force his opponent, forcing him to display more of his saber skills. He even went as far as to use his ultimate saber skills. Slash, under Chenzong's brilliant swordsmanship, the dual saber wielder was killed. Chenzong stepped through the door and entered the 10th level of the Star Battle Pagoda. From the outside, the 10th star of the Star Battle Pagoda was lit up. The light that shot out was extremely dazzling. It was several times more dazzling than when the 9th star was lit up. The 10th level was a completely different level from the previous 9 levels. It was extraordinary. From 1 star to 9 stars, one was at the level of ordinary fighting power. Beyond 9 stars, 10 stars was at the level of Lemmeter fighting power. The 10th level. It's the Flying Star Sword, Bai Lian. His speed is faster than the last time. Outside the Star Battle Pagoda, many people were discussing fervently. Bai Lian's strength has increased to such a level? A youth wearing a black hat pulled down the brim of his hat and muttered in a somewhat doubtful tone. On the 9th level of the Star Battle Pagoda, Bai Lian's expression was solemn. He unleashed his full strength. In an instant, the sword light around him shone brightly, becoming extremely dazzling and resplendent. It carried with it a terrifying thunderous might as it blasted out. This sword light was extremely straight. It was like a thunderbolt that could split the sky, but it was also as dazzling as a shooting star. The splendor of life bloomed in an instant. It blasted out, breaking through all obstacles and killing his opponent. The sword light returned, and Bai Lian panted a few times before slowly calming down. He felt that more than half of the strength in his body had been consumed. It was obvious that this battle had been difficult. However, compared to half a year ago, when he had almost exhausted all of his strength, he was clearly much better. This meant that his strength had indeed increased. He stepped into the 10th level. The opponent on the 10th level was even stronger, far stronger than the one on the 9th level. This was because the difference between a 10-star and 9-star combat power completely exceeded the difference between an 8-star and 9-star combat power. It was an absolute difference. On the 10th level, Chenzong was fighting fiercely with his opponent. He was secretly shocked. Very strong, the opponent on the 10th level was extremely powerful. If converted to the outer universe, he would be at the level of a half-saint. Moreover, he was not an ordinary half-saint. He was stronger than an ordinary half-saint, but not as strong as a half-saint like the supreme elder of the Lanhai clan. Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique. It was already difficult to defeat his opponent with just his origin sword technique. Chenzong could only unleash his full strength and perform a sword technique. Slash, after the sword light tore through the air, Chenzong unleashed consecutive attacks. Swallows fly together, another 3 sword lights slashed out, directly destroying all of his opponent's strength and killing him. A door appeared. That was the door to the 11th level of the Star Battle Pagoda. Stepping into it would allow one to enter the 11th level. In the outside world, the 11th star on the Star Battle Pagoda shone brightly. Its light became even more intense, several times more dazzling than the 10th level. It was like a blazing sun, emitting light that shocked everyone outside the Star Battle Pagoda. He passed it. The flying star soared past the 10th level. That's amazing. As expected of the Bailey clan's genius. Exclamations continued to ring out. The man pinching the brim of his hat was shocked. Impossible. How could that idiot Bai Lian have such strength? It's impossible. Not long ago, he was no match for me. However, when he thought about it, among the 10 people, there seemed to be no one more outstanding than Bai Lian. Bai Lian was the only candidate who had reached the 11th level. No one knew that the person who had reached the 11th level was not Bai Lian, but someone who was insignificant to them. Brother Chen hasn't come out yet. Yang Yi and the other 3 appeared outside the Star Battle Tower and swept their gazes over the place. When they saw that there were already 8 people in the same batch as them, including the 4 of them, and Chen Zong was not among them, they were immediately stunned. When their gazes landed on the Star Battle Pagoda, they were dumbfounded. What was that? The stars on the 10th and 11th levels of the Star Battle Pagoda were all lit up. This meant that someone had reached the 10th level, and someone had reached the 11th level. However, the stars on the 1st to 9th and 12th levels were dim, indicating that there was no one there. So now, there were 2 people still in the Star Battle Pagoda. One was the Bailey clan's prodigy, Bai Lian, who was also known as the Flying Star Sword. The other was their new friend, Chen Zong, whom they had met on the way to Heavenly Phoenix City. They had not deliberately investigated Chen Zong's cultivation and strength. It was not that they were not curious, but that they did not know why they did not ask at that time. It was as if there was no chance to ask. However, they also felt that Chen Zong's cultivation and strength should be about the same as theirs. Even if he was strong, it would not be by much. Now, it seemed that his thinking back then was wrong, very wrong. This new friend of theirs, Chen Zong, was not ordinary. His importance in Yang Yi's heart had skyrocketed. At least, from what they could see in the Star Battle Pagoda, Chen Zong was a 9-star prodigy. As for the person who had reached the 11th level, it should be the Flying Star Sword, Bai Lian. After all, in the ancient Phoenix domain, Bai Lian's reputation as a prodigy was well known and recognized. No one thought that the person who had reached the 11th level was not Bai Lian. Then, with a flash of light, a figure appeared, condensed, and materialized. It's Bai Lian. As expected, he can reach the 10th level, but can't reach the 11th level. Even if he can't reach the 11th level, he has broken through the limit of the low extremity realm. The Bailey clan has one more elite prodigy. Who is the other one? He can reach the 10th level. Discussions broke out in an instant. No, you're all mistaken. Bai Lian didn't pass the 10th floor. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out like a sudden clap of thunder. Bai Lian, who was enjoying everyone's respectful and shocked gazes, was suddenly stunned. He quickly turned his head around like a frightened cat. Then, his eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. The stars on the 10th level dimmed, but the stars on the 11th level were still shining, releasing an incomparably dazzling brilliance. Who was it, who had passed the 10th level and reached the 11th level? Could it be him? Bai Lian suddenly recalled that among the people who had challenged the Star Battle Pagoda with him, there was someone whom he could not see through. Originally, Bai Lian had thought that the other party was deliberately mystifying him. Could it be that this person was not deliberately mystifying him and was actually stronger than him, so he could not see through him? For a moment, Bai Lian's expression changed and became somewhat ashen. Originally, he had wanted to receive a wave of praise, but now he realized that it was not the case. The limelight had been stolen by someone else, and it was a nameless person who had come from nowhere. He was furious. After about 10 breaths of time, a ray of light flew out from the Star Battle Pagoda and descended like a stream of light. After landing, Chen Zong's body was revealed. Many shocked gazes fell on Chen Zong, shocked beyond words. The starlight on the 11th level of the Star Battle Pagoda was extinguished and became dim again. Clearly, this person had not passed the 11th level. However, one should not forget that he had passed the 10th level, which meant that this person's battle strength had already surpassed the limits of the normal limit. He was a powerhouse with a battle strength, and he looked so young. He was definitely in existence on the same level as the top geniuses. Chenzong. Yang Yi opened his mouth wide and wanted to call out to Chenzong, but he stuttered. He could only say the first word and could not say the second word because he was too shocked. 10-star, a top genius with low extremity battle strength, was actually traveling with them. God, this was unbelievable. Even in the Wind King sect, there were very few top geniuses who possessed the combat strength of the Dawn Extreme realm. There were only 2 or 3 of them in total. Each of them was high up in the Wind King sect and had an extremely high status and authority. It could be said that they were second only to the sect leader and were almost equal to the elders. It was rare to see such a big shot. Never would they have thought that the person they met along the way would be a top genius of this level. Who are you? Where are you from? Bai Lian appeared in front of Chenzong in a flash and stared coldly at Chenzong. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. My name is Chenzong, a rogue cultivator, Chenzong replied calmly. A rogue cultivator. Bai Lian was suddenly stunned. Everyone around also had a strange look on their faces. A rogue cultivator, is that true? In the ancient mystic world, there was indeed a group of rogue cultivators. However, compared to the people in the forces, rogue cultivators were usually weaker because they lacked good inheritances, resources, and so on. Inheritances, resources, environment, and guidance from predecessors were all closely related to cultivation. Every one of these was very important as they could improve one's cultivation and strength better. As for rogue cultivators, most of them were actually more average in talent and were not valued by the forces. It was difficult for them to enter the forces, but they yearned for the path of cultivation. Because they did not have enough power to back them up, it was very difficult for them to obtain treasures, inheritances, and resources. Even if they were lucky enough to obtain them, they might be snatched away by stronger people or even killed. In short, rogue cultivators were a group of bitter cultivators. However, there were exceptions to everything. The rogue cultivator group was very large. Whether it was in the outer universe or the inner universe, it could be regarded as the largest group in the world of cultivation. It was also the most complicated and chaotic group. Among the rogue cultivators, there was no lack of people who had obtained great opportunities and had extraordinary abilities. They were not inferior to the top geniuses of some forces or even great forces. Since Chenzong called himself a rogue cultivator, perhaps he was one of those rogue cultivators who had obtained great opportunities. That was why he had such a powerful combat strength. Chenzong, right? I am Bai Lian of the Bailey clan. My Bailey clan is a powerful force in the ancient Phoenix domain that is second only to the ancient Phoenix Mountain. It is also a sword family with a heritage of more than 10,000 years. There is a saint-level powerhouse in the clan. You are very good and have some talent. From now on, follow me, Bai Lian said as a confident smile appeared on his face. Bailey clan, a sky-level force that was second only to the ancient Phoenix Mountain. It was very powerful. In the entire ancient Phoenix domain, there were only a few forces that could stand side by side with the Bailey clan. Many people dreamed of becoming a member of the Bailey clan but were unable to do so. This was especially true for those rogue cultivators. Once the Bailey clan announced that they were recruiting, they would break their heads trying to compete. If they wanted to become a member of the Bailey clan, they could even start as a guard. However, this opportunity was rare. As a sky-level force, they had their pride and their threshold. Not just anyone could join. Hearing that Bai Lian was personally recruiting Chenzong, many people revealed looks of envy. They also wanted to be recruited. Not interested. Chenzong responded without hesitation. What? The proud expression on Bai Lian's face suddenly froze. Immediately, he revealed a look of shock and anger. He roared in a low voice, "Do you know what you are saying? You are not qualified." Chenzong's reply had 2 additional words. The content of his reply caused Bai Lian to explode. In an instant, his anger exploded. His sword intent soared into the sky. The long sword at his waist trembled as if it was about to awaken. It emitted waves of sword cries, as if it was about to be unsheathed and burst out with a monstrous sword aura. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. The sword will was extremely tyrannical. As it swept past, it made them feel as if they were being torn apart. Specks of starlight appeared and bloomed. They floated in the air and were as bright as shooting stars. Anger, Bai Lian felt that he was being looked down upon. He was extremely angry. As for the fact that he had only reached the 10th level while the other party had reached the 11th, although he knew, he did not acknowledge it from the bottom of his heart. After all, although the combat strength standard of the Battlestar Pagoda was not wrong, it still needed other achievements to support it. Just the result of one's breakthrough in the Battlestar Pagoda was not enough to make one's reputation. In other words, it was not enough to support one's reputation. Chen Zong instantly felt a terrifying sword intent emanating from Bai Lian's body. The sword intent seemed to be about to explode at any moment. It carried the long sword in the scabbard and pierced through the air. Once it was unleashed, it would be an earth-shattering blow. At the same time, an even more tyrannical and condensed sword intent exploded from Chen Zong's body. It directly rushed towards Bai Lian and suppressed his sword intent. Bai Lian's tyrannical aura began to weaken. His expression turned ugly. He was actually being suppressed. How could his opponent's sword intent be so tyrannical and terrifying? What a frightening sword intent. Is he really a loose cultivator? A glint flashed in the depths of the young man's eyes. He was secretly surprised. Bai Lian narrowed his eyes and glanced at Chen Zong again. He withdrew his aura and sword intent and withdrew his gaze. Then, he turned around and left without saying a word. However, his face was extremely gloomy, like a dark cloud. It was as if water was about to drip out of it. His opponent's sword intent was too strong. Combined with the fact that he had passed the 10th level of the Battlestar Pagoda, he might really be stronger than Bai Lian. Furthermore, his opponent had so rudely rejected Bai Lian's invitation. He did not give Bai Lian any face at all. If Bai Lian continued to stay, he would only embarrass himself even more. No one dared to provoke Bai Lian at this moment. This was because he did indeed look extremely angry. After Bai Lian left, the others looked at Chen Zong in shock. It was as if they wanted to see through Chen Zong. Brother Chen. Yang Yi's stuttering had improved a little. He finally managed to complete the way he addressed Chen Zong. However, he was still very surprised. As for the other three, they were extremely shocked. Brother, you are quite capable. With just a few words, you made Bai Lian so angry that he had nothing to say. A laughing voice sounded. A young man wearing a black hat stepped forward. He looked at Chen Zong with a smile. My name is Wu Jia. I am a disciple of the sacred saber manner. I am here to make friends with Brother Chen. Brother Chen, I'm afraid that Bai Lian will hold a grudge against you for rejecting him today. In the restaurant, Wu Jia was the host. He invited Chen Zong, Yang Yi, and the other three. He raised his glass and said to Chen Zong. Chen Zong showed a look of understanding. When he first met Bai Lian, Chen Zong knew that he was not a broad-minded person. It was certain that Bai Lian would hold a grudge against him. However, Chen Zong himself was a sword cultivator. His strength was not weak. How could he bow to Bai Lian? The Bailey clan is most famous for their swordsmanship and sword-forging techniques. Wu Jia obviously knew the Bailey clan very well. After drinking a glass of wine, he explained with a smile, the full name of the Bailey clan's swordsmanship is Bailey Flying Sword Technique. It is a very advanced swordsmanship. When combined with the flying sword made by the Bailey clan, one can take a person's head from 100 miles away. Chen Zong was slightly stunned. The Bailey Flying Sword Technique sounded very good. Taking a person's head from 100 miles away was indeed terrifying. The Bailey Flying Sword Technique can be called a shocking assassination swordsmanship. Wu Jia's expression became solemn. They can store up power in advance and continuously store up power before unleashing it. That way, they can have an attack power that surpasses their own limits. It's extremely terrifying. They once had a battle record of killing a strong enemy who was 1 star above them, and it wasn't just once. Chen Zong was even more surprised. Brother Chen, after you leave the city, you have to be careful. Wu Jia said with a serious face. It was just a reminder. He did not say too much, but he believed that Chen Zong already understood. What was there to be careful of? After leaving the city, be careful of Bai Lian's flying sword technique. With the power of the Bailey flying sword technique and Bai Lian's 9-star battle strength, he could burst out a shocking power and kill a 10-star warrior. This would be a great threat to Chen Zong. Thank you, Brother Wu. Chen Zong raised his glass and said. It was hard to say whether Bai Lian's flying sword technique could kill him. However, Chen Zong was not afraid. It was always good to know in advance. At least he could have more knowledge and be more mentally prepared. Both the guests and the host enjoyed themselves to the fullest during the meal. Wu Jia was a person who liked to make friends. Of course, not everyone would be valued by him and take the initiative to make friends with him. At least, Yang Yi and the other three didn't make friends with him. After all, Yang Yi and the other three didn't have high battle strength. The strongest among them was only a 4-star. Wu Jia had a 9-star battle prowess. It was not impossible for him to reach the 10-star level. He should be at the level of a genius. Chen Zong still didn't have any cultivation coins, so he had no choice but to let Yang Yi pay for the room first. Yang Yi was very happy to do so. After all, Chen Zong was a top heaven's pride with a 10-star battle strength, and he was also a rogue cultivator. It would be a great honor to have such a person as a friend. All in all, it was not a bad thing to make friends with a top heaven's pride with a 10-star battle strength. Chen Zong didn't accept Yang Yi's kindness with a clear conscience. Instead, he remembered it in his heart. If Yang Yi had any difficulties in the future, Chen Zong would do his best to help him. The news of Chen Zong challenging the Battle Star Pagoda also spread out. Many people knew that a rogue cultivator called Chen Zong had come to Heavenly Phoenix City. He was a sword cultivator and had passed the 10th floor of the Heavenly Battle Star Pagoda, but stopped at the 11th floor. He had a 10-star battle strength. Those with a 9-star battle strength belonged to the genius level, and those with a 10-star battle strength belonged to the Heaven's Pride level. No matter where, a 10-star battle strength was always extraordinary and would attract more attention. In addition, Chen Zong had been rejected by Bai Lian, which further boosted Chen Zong's reputation and attracted more people's attention. Especially now, because the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was about to arrive, more people came to Heavenly Phoenix City. It would be more beneficial for Chen Zong's reputation to spread. Of course, Chen Zong wasn't the only one. There were others who had challenged the Battle Star Pagoda, passing the 9th and 10th floors, and spreading their fame. Becoming famous sounded easy, but in fact, it wasn't. There had to be a method, and the method was right. For example, now, because the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was about to come to Heavenly Phoenix City, many geniuses of the ancient Phoenix domain had rushed over. Those who weren't geniuses also heard the news and came from afar to join in the fun. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was the Divine Maiden of the ancient Phoenix domain's ancient Phoenix Mountain. Her status was extremely high, her strength was formidable, and her talent was extraordinary. It was astonishing to the extreme. Just being able to catch a glimpse of her from afar was a kind of satisfaction. It was precisely because of this that cultivators from all over the ancient Phoenix domain had gathered here. It was extremely lively. If he could make a name for himself here, it would spread even faster and become widely known. In fact, if his name reached the ears of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, he might even be chosen by the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. At the very least, they might be fancied by other big forces and be recruited. Just like Chen Zong, he was fancied and recruited by Bailey Yan of the Bailey clan. Yang Yi and the others asked around to see which geniuses had come, which famous powerhouses had come, and so on. Then, they told Chen Zong. Brother Chen, the shocking heaven sword Bailey Wuyun is also here today. Wu Jia suddenly came and said with a serious expression. Bailey Wuyun is also from the Bailey clan? Chen Zong asked. Yes, Bailey Wuyun is Bailey Yan's elder brother, but his status in the Bailey clan is not something Bailey Yan can compare to. He is a peerless genius, and has the battle strength of an 11-star. Wu Jia's expression congealed, he knew that his talent was outstanding, and facing Bai Li Yan, he did not think much of it, but facing Bai Li Wuyun, he paled in comparison. The most important thing is, Bai Li Wuyun treats Bai Li Yan very well, as long as it is by Li Yan's request, Bai Li Wu Yun will not reject it. Brother Wu, are you worried that Bai Li Yan will use Bai Li Wu Yun to deal with me? Chen Zong immediately grasped the main point of Wu Jia's words. Bai Li Wu Yun is completely different from Bai Li Yan. His abilities are extremely powerful, and he's killed other supreme powerhouses in a direct confrontation. He even used the Bai Li dashing sword to injure a supreme powerhouse. He's the prodigy of the Bai Li clan who has the highest chance of making it onto the honor roll, Wu Jia said in a serious tone. Chen Zong did not ask what the Azure Cloud rankings was, because Wu Jia was different from Yang Yi and the others. He was more shrewd. Thank you for telling me, Brother Wu. Even though he was not afraid, Chen Zong still cupped his hands and thanked Wu Jia. Time passed slowly, and more geniuses appeared in Sky Phoenix City. The so-called geniuses referred to the cultivators of the younger generation who could enter the extreme level. Of course, those who had a high chance of reaching the extreme level were also worthy of the title. Above the geniuses were the top geniuses, who were cultivators with 11 stars of battle power. Above the top geniuses were the exceptional geniuses, who represented the super level with 12 stars of battle power. As for those who surpassed 12 stars of battle power, they were no longer geniuses, but monsters. Bai Li Wu Yun was called an exceptional genius, which meant that his battle power could be raised to the level of a super level, even though he was still in the high level. As time passed, the known exceptional geniuses in Sky Phoenix City, other than the shocking sword Bai Li Wu Yun, there were also He Zhonghai, Sky Flowing Cloud, Yi Tianfeng. There were also a few other top geniuses, and there were also quite a few geniuses. It was very lively. Brother Chen, let's go. Yang Yi returned to the restaurant and immediately looked for Chen Zong, looking very excited. The ancient Phoenix goddess will be here soon. Hearing this, Chen Zong got up and walked out of the room, leaving the restaurant with Yang Yi and the others. On the street, there was a surging tide of people, one after another, and it was very lively. The men and women tended to be younger, but of course, there were also a few middle-aged people. The tide of people surged and rushed towards the main city gate. Yang Yi and the others also blended into the crowd, like streams flowing into a long river, rushing forward. Most of these people came from all over the ancient Phoenix domain, and their purpose was to see the ancient Phoenix goddess' beautiful face. They were even chosen by her to be her bodyguards. Chen Zong also wanted to see the ancient Phoenix goddess, but Chen Zong's purpose was different from the others. He just had a feeling in his heart that his wife, Yun Yanxin, might be related to the ancient Phoenix goddess. Otherwise, why would he suddenly have a strange feeling when he heard the words ancient Phoenix goddess, as if his heart was floating? When one's cultivation reached such a level, there would sometimes be changes in one's state of mind due to some information related to oneself. It was like a kind of reminder from the unseen world, especially for people like Chen Zong, whose essence, qi, and spirit were extremely strong, and his mind was also very strong. The reminder from the unseen world would become clearer. In order to find Yun Yanxin, he had to get close to the ancient Phoenix goddess. This was an opportunity. Of course, it was also possible that it had nothing to do with Yun Yanxin, but that was another matter. At least now, he had a feeling and came here, so he had to give it a try. What if Yun Yanxin was really beside the ancient Phoenix goddess, or perhaps, she was acquainted with the ancient Phoenix goddess? The city gate opened wide, and the crowd walked out of the city. They stood on both sides of the road outside the city, looking up. In an instant, sword light flashed, and a figure flew over on a sword, appearing outside the city gate and floating in the air. This person was wearing a long white robe, and had a handsome face. His eyes were deep, and there was a faint smile on his face. He looked very elegant, and caused waves of exclamations. It was the heaven-shocking sword, Bai Li Wu Yun. The sound of crashing rang out, and waves of people rushed over from the distance, as if the waves of the sea were sweeping across, pushing a tall and strong figure over. It was the boundless sea He Zhonghai. Not long after, there seemed to be a wisp of cloud surging in the sky, continuously condensing and turning into a drifting cloud. There was an indescribable elegance and spirituality. A figure stepped into the void, surrounded by endless clouds, and was faintly discernible. The drifting clouds of the heavens, Yi Tianfeng, the three supreme prodigies appeared one after another, causing waves of exclamations. Before the ancient Phoenix goddess arrived, they were indeed the most eye-catching existences. As for the other supreme prodigies and prodigies, no matter how they appeared, their limelight couldn't compare to the supreme prodigies. Just the title of supreme prodigy was enough to suppress the others. Just when the three supreme prodigies were in the limelight, a clear and resounding bird cry suddenly rang out from the distance, bringing with it an indescribable divine might, majestic and mighty. She's here. The ancient phoenix goddess is here. Just that clear and resounding bird cry, which was filled with mystery, caused waves of exclamations, drawing the attention of the crowd away from the three supreme prodigies. End of chapter 2861. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.